The story opens to a noisy scene, with the crowd below shouting curses. Die. Just die. That evil woman. Those words were aimed at a girl with jet black hair. She was tightly bound and gagged as she was led to the execution block. At that moment, a figure approached and spoke. Kila Pavis, you are guilty of deceiving the entire nation. You will pay for this with your life. He then ordered the sentence to be carried out. The girl's face turned pale with terror. Her body began to tremble when a familiar voice called out, "Father." A girl with shimmering blonde hair and wine-red eyes appeared. Why are you so close to her, father? It's dangerous. Come here with me. Hearing her deceitful words, Kira wanted to object, but she couldn't open her mouth. Before they left, the blonde girl looked back at Kira. She flashed a cunning, triumphant smile. Kira could only feel anger and despair, as no one was on her side. Flashing back to the day before, the blonde girl visited the prison and said, "Tomorrow is your execution day, isn't it? Let me show you something interesting for the last time." Suddenly, glowing drops of water began to fall throughout the cell. Kira was astonished, thinking, water? No, a single glance is all I need to know what that is. Those are water spirits. The girl bent down and said, "So you can see the spirits. That's proof you're truly that fool's daughter." The reason the real Kira Pavis became a criminal was because she wasn't the Duke's biological daughter. But wouldn't it be a pity if that wasn't the truth? In reality, she is his real daughter. I've said all I need to say. The girl turned to leave. See you at the execution tomorrow, Kira. Kira's face darkened upon hearing those words. Back in the present, the crowd was roaring, "Kill that witch. Kill her now." Kira's eyes widened. She stared intently at her father and that wicked blonde girl. The blonde girl exclaimed, "Oh, how pitiful." A loud thud followed. All that remained were droplets of blood splattered on the ground. On the day the Duke received his title, a prophecy was foretold. In the near future, the continent will face a crisis. Guardian of the royal family, remember this. No matter what happens, you will have only one daughter. That daughter will become a saintess. The Pavis family, bearers of the water spirit, was chosen by God. When their daughter reaches a certain age, she will be able to communicate with the supreme spirit of water, beaches, and bring rain to the continent cursed with barrenness by demons. Everyone worshipped her as a saintess. Kira was the firstborn daughter of Louis Pavis. As the prophecy foretold, I was born a saintess. I grew up to be a gentle and honest girl. I wished for only one thing: my father's love. Kira's mother died when she was very young, so it was natural for her to crave her father's attention. Many times she wondered, what should I do to earn my father's love? After enduring much pain, Kira began to confine herself to a strict regimen. She started her education early and tried to grasp everything faster than anyone else. Her goal was to become a flawless successor without a single mistake. Her maid told her that the entire mansion was singing her praises. "My lady, this is the first time they've seen anything like it. I'm sure the Duke will be very pleased too." "Really? Will father be happy too?" "Of course." Kira happily thought to herself, "Will I be praised this time?" She excitedly ran to him and called out cheerfully, "Father, today I..." But before she could finish, he turned away and said coldly, "If it's not urgent, we can talk later." She replied dejectedly, "Yes, father. I'm sorry for bothering you while you were busy." The Grand Duke had never hugged his daughter, not even once. Kira turned away in sadness, her hand trembling as it held the staircase railing. Looking at the long staircase before her, a risky thought flashed through her mind. If I do this, father will surely notice me. And so, she boldly let her body tumble down the stairs. She lost consciousness, vaguely hearing a maid's call. "My lady." She later woke up in her bed, with no one beside her. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Kira immediately sat up, asking joyfully, "Is that you, father?" But contrary to her expectations, the butler and a maid entered. "Lady Kira." The smile on her face quickly vanished, replaced by immense disappointment. In the end, father never came. "I wish you would love me, father." Please, father, just once. Please turn around and look at me, just once. I lived for 18 years as your daughter, hoping for just one moment of acknowledgement. Perhaps I would have continued to live the rest of my life that way, if that girl hadn't appeared. The blonde girl bowed respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, father. I am the daughter of Duchess Rowena and also your eldest daughter. I am Cosette. It is a pleasure to meet you, father. He glared at her and asked, Did you just call me father? Are you claiming to be my daughter? Cosette replied confidently, Yes, sir. The people immediately started whispering. Didn't Luina Pavis pass away right after being cast out for being unable to have children? Her brother, Lord Ajik, has been missing for 15 years. Where did she come from? There were rumors that the maid Eden Pavis accused them, right? I don't know if she's really Luina's daughter, but her face truly resembles the Grand Duke. At this moment, Kira spoke up, asking the Duke's second daughter. Do you have any proof of that? Cosette replied, If father gives me a chance. He smiled and agreed. Good. Then do it. He pondered, because the most important thing to me is finding out who my real daughter is. After that night, everything around me changed. The next day, Kira was having breakfast alone as usual. Suddenly, someone came and sat down. Cosette said, Good morning. It's a beautiful day, isn't it, Kira? You're up early. Did you sleep well? Yesterday, a maid showed me to the room I'll be staying in from now on. Do you know how soft the bed is? It's the first time I've ever understood what a warm blanket and a soft mattress feel like. Kira sat silently, not responding. The maid stood by as Cosette continued, It's much better than the bed at my uncle's house. How's your room, Kira? Can I come visit after breakfast? As she finished her sentence, she deliberately knocked over a glass of water. Then she cried out loudly because her dress was wet. A maid heard her and called out, Lady Cosette. She kept wailing. Oh no. My dress. I'm sorry. This time it was a plate. The maid said with concern, My lady, please calm down. Regardless of the act she was putting on, Kira calmly raised her teacup and took a sip. Then she gently set it down. Cosette said, I'm sorry, I made a mess. Kira replied, I will have a maid call an etiquette tutor for you. I've finished my meal, so I'll be leaving now. Cosette watched Kira's retreating back with a sinister smile. The maid said, My lady, let me prepare your food again. Oh, I can eat later. I want to apologize to Kira first. After all, I did disturb her meal. With that, she ran after her, calling, Kira, wait for me. The maids glanced at each other, remarking, Lady Cosette seems very kind, doesn't she? She's even polite to us servants. Lady Kira always looks so serious, it's hard to approach her. Besides, Lady Cosette. The more you look at her, the more she resembles the Grand Duke. But they didn't see the smirk on Cosette's face at that moment. Later, Kira was practicing her swordsmanship, wondering to herself, who is she really? Appearing out of nowhere and claiming to be father's biological daughter. And her features resemble his. It's strange that she lived as a commoner for so long. There's no need to doubt it, because I am father's real daughter. Women of the Pavis family are born with divine power. No matter what, only one holy maiden is born. If there is only one holy maiden in this generation, it means one of us is an imposter. If Cosette meets a spirit first, then I will. While lost in thought, the girl appeared, calling, Kira, look. I saw some chrysanthemums in full bloom, so I picked a few. What are you doing here all by yourself? Kira eyed her suspiciously. She told herself, the imposter must die. She then scowled and turned away. I'm just taking a short break from training. I'd like some quiet, so please leave. Hey, why are you so cold? I want to be friends with you, Kira. Kira turned back in surprise. Friends? She said bluntly, I don't consider you a friend. And I have no intention of getting close to you. Cosette covered her mouth and gasped. Could it be because you're not father's real daughter? The question seemed innocent but was filled with malice, causing Kira to freeze for a few seconds. She turned back, her eyes wide, and asked, What? Poor Kira. It's not your fault you were born to such a promiscuous mother. Even if you don't share the same blood. I don't care about that at all. That woman, the one who accused my mother and drove her away. She became the Grand Duchess and deceived father. I can't forgive someone like that. But that was her fault, not yours. So don't you feel guilty about it, Kira? Every word Cosette uttered was a continuous blow to Kira. She lost control and screamed in anger. Cosette Pavis. Immediately, the tip of her sword was pointed straight at Cosette. If you insult my mother one more time, I will make sure to shut your mouth. Just then, a maid ran over. What is this? Oh, my Lady Cosette. Cosette turned and called out, Paula. Lady Kira, what is the meaning of this? The two maids defended Cosette. How could you point your sword at Lady Cosette? She just wanted to apologize. Cosette pretended to be frightened and stammered, I just wanted to be friends with you. I'm sorry, Kira. I didn't think you'd react this way. Even though we're not related by blood, I still see you as a younger sister. I have no hostile intentions towards you, so please don't be like this. Kira stood stunned by Cosette's fake words. She thought to herself, like sisters? After she just insulted my mother. Suddenly, a maid cried out, My lady, you're bleeding. I'm fine. How can you be fine? Let me call a doctor. We'll be taking our leave now, Lady Kira. With that, they left. Cosette once again wore a triumphant smirk. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke was writing. Then he suddenly stopped. He remembered something from before. Are you listening? When we have a child, if it's a boy, I want to name him Kristen. And if it's a girl, her name will be Cosette. I'm still very shy, so don't tell anyone, okay? This will be our little secret, all right? He frowned, thinking, I can't make a hasty decision. But that face. As he was pondering, a knock came from the door. Knock, knock. Kira bowed politely. Father, you summoned me? He looked at Kira and said, I heard what happened today. You pointed your sword at Cosette. Father, he interrupted. I understand you don't like that child. It's not that I don't understand. He slammed his pen down. But aren't you ashamed in front of your servants? Unlike you, that child is a commoner who has never been properly educated. From now on, you should think carefully before you act. But she was the one who insulted my mother first. She even said my mother had an affair. Insulting me is one thing, but doing that to my mother. He interrupted her again. We will soon find out whether that was an insult or the truth. She stood frozen in disbelief. What? Afterward, she walked away dejectedly. Images of her mother suddenly flooded her mind. Don't cry, Kira. My little girl. No matter what anyone says, you are the one and only saintess of the Pavis family. Hold your head high and live as you wish. Suddenly, Kira's head felt dizzy. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Why, father? I've always tried to fulfill my duties as a daughter. It's not Cosette who is your daughter, it's me. Why do you doubt me like this? Even mother. Suddenly, a voice called out Kira. Cosette approached and asked, What are you doing? Kira turned to look, her face drenched in tears. Seeing this, the girl was surprised. But she immediately became cheerful. She reached out her hand. Oh my, why are you crying all alone like this? It's so upsetting. Seeing her, Kira flinched. She slapped Cosette's hand away. Don't touch me. Cosette pulled her hand back, exclaiming, Ouch. Kira was extremely agitated at this point. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to calm herself. Slowly, calm down. I heard you're staying in the outer building. Why are you wandering around the main building at this hour? You don't know? From now on, I'll be living in the main building. What? Is that so surprising? Usually, the descendants of the head of the family live in the main building. Father has already agreed. I'll be staying on the 3rd floor with you. Kira snapped. Who is your father? I am the eldest daughter of the Pavis house. Not you. Someone who came from who knows where. It's me. The girl burst out laughing. You've completely fallen apart, haven't you, Kira? For now, I'm just staying around. She moved closer. She jabbed Kira's arm with a warning. And gradually, I will take everything from you. Then she walked past coldly, leaving one final sentence, just you wait. The next day, a voice was heard from outside. My lady, it's Vice Commander Joseph. I wish to report on an evil force in the northern region. Kira said, come in. Vice Commander Joseph and his guard entered. We have successfully located the area where the magic was used recently, but it's not very dangerous. However, due to the large numbers, the Knights of the 4th Division are requesting reinforcements. Do you have a plan? Yes, since the Denon Canyon is nearby, we plan to use the terrain for a surprise attack. Kira said, if it's the Denon Canyon, there's a high probability of ancient ruins below. Be careful not to cause any damage, or we'll be in trouble if the Emperor finds out. Do you have any other ideas? Yes, there is a forest nearby, but the mountain range is quite unstable and there are dangers like landslides. Is that probability high? The vice commander hesitated. Not exactly, but Kira interrupted, then proceed. Her decision made the young guard feel anxious. The vice commander also wanted to object. But Kira slammed the table and called his name. Sir Joseph. Seeing Kira's determined expression, the vice commander broke into a sweat and obeyed. Very well, as you wish, my lady. Next is the budget for this year's charity event. Hearing this, the guard groaned, I'm so sleepy. The servants outside curiously peeked in, eavesdropping. Then they started gossiping. Commander? Is that what you call a leader? She didn't take the entrance exam, nor is she recognized by the knights. But because of this family's tradition, she snatched that position as easily as eating candy. A tradition? Yes, the children of the Pavis family become the leaders of the Pavis Knights. For 3 years, from one generation to the next when they turn 18. It's complicated. Usually, the vice commander holds the authority, and the commander title is just for show. But Lady Kira is very nosy. She thinks she's a real knight and meddles in everything. Honestly, I feel sorry for Sir Joseph, who was appointed vice commander because of his own ability and effort. They're really unlucky. Look at this morning. She looked down on all of us and gave this and that order. A maid said, that's not right. Another maid said, hey, don't say that, it hasn't been decided yet. I'm not sure, but one look at her face and you know it's true. That's right. In short, just wait until she's exposed as the fake. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. You there? You can take responsibility for those words, can't you? They turned around and were startled to see Kira. My lady. Mina, apologize quickly. Hurry up. She calmly asked, did I say something wrong? The other 2 maids trembled with fear and shouted, Mina, stop it. Kira frowned, her face stern as she looked at her. What? It's not like she's the Grand Duke's daughter. Instantly, Kira slapped her. I am still the lady of this family. At the very least, I can punish an insolent servant like this. Kira shouted, guards. Take this insolent creature away immediately. Afterward, only cries could be heard. Cosette ran over, calling, Mina. Then she screamed in feigned shock, Kira. Why would you do this? Kira turned to look at her and replied, the servant you brought me was too insolent. She's just receiving the punishment she deserves. It didn't have to go this far. Kira sneered, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but rank is an important rule in this noble society. Amina cried for help, save me, Lady Cosette. But the maid was still being whipped, causing Cosette and the other maids to panic. Then a maid respectfully said, welcome back, Your Grace, the Grand Duke. Kira came down from upstairs, welcome back, Father. Before she could finish, Cosette rushed down. Father. She then put on a pitiful act, begging, Father, please don't kick Mina out. Mina is my maid. He looked at Kira and asked, what is this about, Kira? Well, I was just punishing her for her mistake. Cosette said, Mina made a mistake, but isn't 100 lashes and then being kicked out too harsh? The Grand Duke glanced at Kira and frowned. 100 lashes is enough to take a life. Hearing those words from him, Kira's heart ached. Kira explained, I heard an unspeakable insult. I'm even ashamed to repeat it myself. She pointed at the 2 maids. So they will answer to you, Father. He ordered sternly, tell me what you heard, now. The 2 maids knelt down, trembling and begging, please forgive us. They exchanged a look and then spoke. Lady Kira is too heartless, so she said she was losing her patience. That's all. Kira was stunned by their lie. No, that's nonsense. Kira turned to look and saw Cosette smiling triumphantly. The Grand Duke comforted Cosette while glancing at Kira, asking, "So is that what really happened?" Kira said to the maid, "What are you talking about? How can you be so blatant? Tell the truth now." The maid feigned ignorance. How would I dare lie to the Grand Duke? That is what I truly heard." The servants in the back whispered, "Isn't 100 lashes a bit too cruel?" That's right, Lady Kira is so difficult to serve. The Grand Duke frowned. "I didn't expect this, Kira Pavis. Do you hate Cosette's maid that much?" "Father, it's not like that. You've misunderstood. They're deliberately trying to." Before Kira could finish, a slap landed squarely on her face. It was from her revered father. Then he shouted in anger, "When will you stop disappointing me?" Kira tried to say something, but he didn't care and turned away. She tried to call out father. But the Grand Duke said callously, "Don't call me that again. I don't want to hear your voice. From now on, you will stay in the annex for a month. It would be best if you didn't appear before me during that time." With that, he left, and the servants quickly scattered. Cosette walked over. "Your lucky father is still so lenient with you. To be honest, I wanted to see you get punished severely. I'm quite disappointed you are only confined." Kira grabbed Cosette's clothes. This is all your fault." The girl asked arrogantly, "What's wrong? Are you angry? If you feel your punishment isn't enough, then go ahead and pull my hair." Afterwards, Kira stood in the annex, looking down. Below, Cosette clung to the Grand Duke's arm, whining, "Father, are you busy today?" He looked up and saw Kira. He immediately turned away. "Father, let's go to the flower garden together." Kira stood there, reassuring herself, "I'm fine. If I can prove that I have the power of the spirits, I can make that girl disappear from my sight. And father will come back to me. Just like before. So hurry up, hurry. Appear quickly, before Cosette does." Suddenly, a stream of sparkling water appeared. Seeing this, Kira froze for a few seconds. Then she reached out, her face full of excitement. But on the other side, Cosette had already demonstrated her ability to everyone. "Father, look. I can control the spirits." This made Kira's face darken with disappointment. Cosette was overjoyed. "I can't believe Beaches heard my call on my birthday. I'm so happy." Everyone around them offered their congratulations. "Congratulations." Kira approached, stammering, You. How could you?" She was immediately criticized by everyone. "Look at that imposter." "That's right, she should be punished for her lies. She has deceived us for 18 years. She must have used some kind of evil magic. She will summon demons and cause our territory to be destroyed. Lock her up quickly." Kira looked up at her father, stunned. In return, she was met with his hate-filled gaze. "And so, I was sentenced to death as a criminal who would bring misfortune and disaster." The blade fell, and blood-soaked strands of hair flew everywhere. And that's how it all ended. That's how it should have ended. At that moment, someone stood within a magic circle, casting a spell. Their eyes were very serious. Then a bolt of lightning struck down, followed by loud explosions. Kira's eyes flew open. She clutched her chest in pain, crying out. Hearing her screams, a maid rushed in, pushing the door open. "What's wrong?" Lady Kira sat up, clutching her neck and panting. Her face was soaked with tears. She couldn't believe it and asked herself, "Am I still alive?" She looked at her hands. Was that all just a dream? But the feeling of her head being chopped off. The thought made her shudder in fear, and she clenched her fists. That couldn't have been just a dream. I definitely died. Could this be the afterlife? It was only then that she heard the maid call her name, "My lady." Kira grabbed her hand and asked, "Rose, were you executed too?" Rose asked back, bewildered, What are you talking about? If this is the afterlife, then you must have also." Rose interrupted, "Did you have a nightmare? You must be very tired after preparing for young Master Zeke's birthday." "Young Master?" Kira asked in a panic, "Is Zeke dead too?" They can kill me, but he didn't do anything wrong. With that, Kira jumped up and ran out, ignoring Rose calling after her. Kira thought in a panic, no, it can't be Zeke. Memories flooded her mind. What is this? I was so confident that father would believe me. But in the end, I ended up in here. Answer me. Go. If anyone sees you here with me, you'll be in trouble. Zeke said, let's run away together. If you don't, you'll die. What if we get caught? You'll become an accomplice too. Go home, Zeke. You shouldn't be here. I don't want to waste any more time with those treacherous and cunning people. I'll be back. Why don't you get some sleep? Remembering this, Kira ran while calling out, Zeke, leaving the maids bewildered. Are all these people dead? They did nothing wrong. How could father go this far? Suddenly, Zeke appeared and spoke. Big sister, is something wrong? I heard you were here. Where else could I go? If father sees you like this, he won't be pleased. She was astonished. Father, isn't this the afterlife? Zeke and Rose stood there dumbfounded, with question marks above their heads. Zeke turned to Rose and said, I think she's still half asleep. Take her back to her room. Yes, let me bring my lady's shoes first. Others also approached and asked, Is something wrong, my lady? Are you injured somewhere? Kira thought to herself, these are all familiar faces, but they look much younger than I remember. She asked doubtfully, Zeke, what's today's date? The 13th, August 13th, 1295. Rose exclaimed excitedly, it's almost young Master Zeke's birthday. Kira was shocked to realize, it's the day I turned 18. Did I go back in time? If so, who did this? And why? Does anyone else remember what happened before? Did I really go back? Zeke found it strange and asked, Big sister, what are you looking at? You're acting very strange today. She brushed it off. I think I just had a nightmare. Zeke asked curiously, what did you dream about? I dreamed that I died. It felt so real that I thought this was the afterlife. When I saw you here, I thought you were dead too. I've never been scared of things like that. It was just a dream, don't worry about it anymore. Rose is right. They say dreams are the opposite of reality. Is that so? Thank you all very much. Zeke, you haven't had breakfast, have you? Let's eat together. Really? Just the two of us. Rose was delighted. I'll go prepare breakfast. Zeke suddenly lowered his head sadly. But you'll be leaving soon, won't you? You always go to see father. Kira hesitated. Oh, about that. I always woke up early and dressed up to see father. How naive. How could I be so naive to keep trying when he didn't even care? If it's true that I've gone back in time, then this is a chance given to me by the gods. So this time, I'll let everything go. This time, I just want to focus on the people who truly care about me. Kira said seriously, starting today, I will no longer go to see father. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke dreamt of Vice Commander Joseph saying, this execution is a bit too much, my lady didn't do it on purpose. The Grand Duke didn't care, only noticing the surrounding people shouting, kill her, kill her. Kira faced her death, tears streaming down her face. She cried out in disappointment, Father. A clap of thunder roared down. It startled the Grand Duke, causing him to sit bolt upright. He panted in fear. Morning at the estate. Inside the office, the Grand Duke was busy writing at his desk, while Robert sat checking documents. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the door. Now that I think about it, the young lady should have come to see you by now. Hearing this, he lifted his head in silence, as if thinking about something. Then he asked, is she not well? I heard that an hour ago she ran out into the hall while still in her pajamas. Should I investigate? In pajamas, that's strange. His fingers tapped on the table. Your Grace, you don't seem well today. Please rest first. It's not necessary. I'm just a little tired because I didn't sleep well last night. The images from last night suddenly flashed in his mind. A terrible nightmare, though I don't remember it clearly. But the deep feeling that made my heart feel like it was breaking is still very vivid. So the Duke ordered, take some medicine to her. On the other side, Kira was standing inside the library. She took out a book to look at. Today is August 13th, 1295, 2 months before Cosette appears. The reason she came to Zeke's birthday party, attended by the highest-ranking nobles, was to announce her existence to the entire capital. Cosette's power was revealed 2 years later. She recalled what the girl said back then. "The truth is, you are the Duke's real daughter." Kira wondered, what did she mean? If I'm the real one and she's the fake, then why can she use the power? The prophecy clearly stated that only one person can use spirits in the same generation. Could the prophecy be wrong? Or perhaps the spirit she summoned last time, Beaches, was just a magical illusion. Kira tiredly leaned back in her chair and sighed. Enough, no more thinking. I still don't understand why or how I went back in time. As soon as she said that, she sat up. But I should still write down all the future events just in case. If I run into trouble, I can just run away. First, I need to figure out what I saw right before I died. If what I saw was really a spirit, then I'll have to investigate why Cosette was able to summon Beaches. And I also have to find out if time reversal magic exists. She frowned thoughtfully. I haven't heard much about magic before. Maybe I should go to the magic tower. As she was thinking, a knock came from outside the door. What is it? The person outside replied, "My lady, His Grace has sent you some medicine." Upon hearing this, Kira was confused. Medicine? Why? Rose hesitated slightly. Yes, it seems it's because you didn't go to see him this morning. The unbelievable news made her let out a laugh. Remembering how Louis treated her in her past life, after ignoring her pleas to live, he had her taken away. So she turned her head and refused. I'm fine, so send it back. I don't want to waste time on useless things. Yes, I understand. She stood up. Now, shall I go do my usual duties? Rose asked, the knight's inspection? I will escort you to the training grounds. Kira walked out of the room with a serious expression. Outside, banners were hanging and fluttering in the wind. At this moment, Reina was training enthusiastically, with people around her cheering loudly. But only Kira and Joseph stood silently to one side, observing. He shouted, "Next." Suddenly, she noticed a blue-haired man standing on the other side. She whispered, "That guy will pass." On his side, after the man dodged a blow from Reina. Joseph also announced that they both passed, and they high-fived happily. It was the same in her previous life. Suddenly, someone approached and asked, "How did you know he would pass without seeing him fight?" The sudden question made her eyes widen in surprise. She turned her head back in confusion and said, "It was just rumors. I heard he's very good." Joseph didn't ask further and replied, "I see." After speaking, they both fell into silence again. Actually, my relationship with Sir Joseph has been a bit very bad. Because I am the Duke's eldest daughter, I was given the right to command. While I was made commander just because of my bloodline, he became a capable and trustworthy vice-commander. I felt so inferior compared to him. To maintain my authority, I argued with him a lot. It's shameful, but despite everything, Sir Joseph protected me until the very end. The thought made her cheeks flush slightly. A sudden gust of wind blew, causing the leaves on the trees to rustle. So Kira took the initiative to speak. Sir Joseph, I have something to tell you." Hearing this made him widen his eyes in surprise. Kira stood up. "I want to apologize to you." Her words shocked Joseph so much that his eyes widened, while she blushed from embarrassment. "What? Is there something you need to?" Her hands fidgeted nervously. "Actually, I was very jealous of you. I wanted to be acknowledged like you. By everyone, I mean. I'm sorry for taking your position. I won't argue with you or nitpick at you anymore." Her every word astonished him. "I know you're perfectly capable of handling the duties, so you don't need to ask for my opinion anymore." This was a bit surprising, and he quietly called out, "My lady." But before he could say anything, a young man approached and announced, "Commander, the final round of knight selections is complete." So she said, "Then let's go." They both stood on a high platform, looking down at the knights below. Kira said, "Congratulations to everyone who has passed the knight selection for House Pavis." Next, she turned and asked, "There will be a welcoming party for the new recruits, right?" "That's right. Although it's called a welcoming party, it's actually a drinking party." she announced. Drink as much as you like. It's on me. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered enthusiastically, but also stood to the side, worried. He imagined a scene where everyone was having a good time, then she would suddenly burst in and ask, "Are you all having fun?" Then she would join them, bringing the mood down, and he couldn't help but swallow nervously. "The commander is coming later." William's face darkened as he whispered, "It's so awkward when the commander comes." Also, standing next to him, looked no better. "We'll have to sit quietly and then disperse." On the other side, Joseph placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and gave them a look, which quickly silenced the two of them. Kira's face flushed as she cleared her throat and said, "And I will not be attending the party." Hearing this made the group of them ecstatic. She continued, "I apologize for my past behavior. I joined the parties without considering everyone's mood and ended up ruining the fun atmosphere." This sudden statement made them freeze like statues. Joseph, standing beside her, was also surprised. "I didn't have any bad intentions." Next, she explained, "I only joined because I wanted to get closer to everyone. I didn't know that my presence would make it impossible for everyone to smile." Joseph's eyes widened. "From now on, it won't happen again, so please enjoy yourselves." Aso and William's group stared with their mouths agape in fear. Suddenly, the atmosphere became unusually quiet. This reaction filled Kira's head with question marks. "I thought everyone would be happy. But what's with that expression? Did I say something wrong?" Thinking so, she left. I have something to do, so I'll be going now." Before anyone could react, she had quickly run off. Aso was the first to recover, placing a hand on William's shoulder. "What do we do now?" It seemed she heard us say we're uncomfortable around her. Another person also said, "It would be great if she left." "This isn't a joke, is it?" Right. The other person guessed, but maybe the lady thinks differently. Then everyone panicked. "She joined just to get closer to us?" Remembering her ice-cold face made them tremble. "Then why did she eat with such a blank expression?" "I thought she wanted us to stop playing and disperse early." Aso covered his face and pulled at it like a madman, imagining a murderous Kira scolding them. "Why don't you stop ruining the reputation of the Knights and go back to where you belong?" he shouted. "I thought that's what she meant." Reina, standing to the side, was about to say something. Then she said, "Because the lady is a perfectionist, she probably doesn't know how to joke around." Her words made everyone stop their actions. Aso still had his hands on his head, his eyes spinning. Yes, so she wanted to join just to get closer to us. But the only thing we wished for was for her to just leave." Joseph rubbed his chin. In his imagination, Kira looked very gloomy. The lady seemed quite sad today. Everyone broke into a sweat. "It's our fault." Then they asked him, "What do we do now, Vice Commander?" He suggested, "I will go and apologize for everyone's behavior. From now on, no, tell her that everyone would be very happy if she came to attend from today. Should we teach her how to have fun?" He said, "I'll try," then turned and left. Everyone cheered. "We believe in you, Vice Commander." He remembered her apology from earlier, and the blush on her face from embarrassment. Joseph realized, so she doesn't hate me. The thought made his cheeks start to blush as well. Until yesterday, it seemed like she was holding all the Knights back. He looked up at the sky. But today, my lady, he associated her with it, looks so free. Meanwhile, Kira was on her way somewhere. After entering the room, she looked at Louis sitting at the desk opposite her. "I came to thank you for sending the medicine, Your Grace." Then she looked at him intently. He also looked up at her. Then he looked down at the paper in his hand. "You just need to write a report. Don't waste my time." "Do you think I would waste a duke's time over such trivial matters?" "I've decided to stop the morning meetings." Upon hearing this, Louis froze and stared. She ignored his reaction and placed a hand on her chest, bowing her head. "You must be very busy with work in the morning. I apologize for inconveniencing you with my selfishness." She thought, "You probably don't even care whether I come or not, do you?" Louis clenched his jaw slightly. But he still agreed with her idea. "Do as you wish." "Thank you, Your Grace. I have one more thing to ask of you." Hearing this made him a bit curious. Her hand tightened on the emblem on her chest. I want to step down from the position of commander for a while. I feel a bit exhausted, so I ask for your permission to take a break for about 2 months. Louis frowned. That's too long. A month is acceptable. She bargained, then how about a month and a half? Louis was startled, as this was the first time she had ever haggled back. Did you just? She thought to herself, I'll have to resign before Cosette arrives anyway. It's better to take a break myself. Besides, time is money, and I have a mountain of information to investigate. I am very tired, please understand. Louis was stunned. It seems so. Then take 2 months off as you wish. Having received his approval, she said, Thank you, Your Grace. I'll be leaving now. After speaking, she walked out and closed the door. The room was left with only Louis, who remained in his stunned posture. Her words from earlier replayed in his mind. I would never bother you for such a reason. I am very tired, so please agree. I'll be leaving now, Your Grace. He quickly caught the key word in her statements. Your Grace. The sun was setting, and the red light cast into the room made the atmosphere strangely silent. A teacup was set down. She sat on the chair, wondering, I wonder what happened after I died. Many questions arose in Kira's mind. Did father live happily with his daughter? Did the Empire avoid the calamity in the prophecy? Was everyone happy with my death? Suddenly, Joseph approached. My lady. She replied in surprise, Sir Joseph. Outside, the sky had turned dark. On the table were various pastries. Accompanied by 2 cups of tea, she reassured Joseph, who was sitting across from her. If it's about what happened that day, you don't need to worry. I apologize because I was truly in the wrong. But he hesitated, unsure of what to say. I came today because of the welcoming party. She was surprised. A welcoming party? Suddenly, Kira blushed. Oh, but she waved her hands in confusion, explaining. No, you don't need to worry about me. Just enjoy yourselves with the other knights. I know my presence would bother everyone. Then she announced, besides, I'm resigning. The news hit him like a thunderbolt, leaving him in deep shock. What did you just say? She said, it wasn't my position to begin with. I'm just returning it to someone who truly deserves it. So don't worry about it. Her decision made him break out in a sweat. What those guys said, it's not that they don't want to be with you, my lady. When you came, they thought you were testing them. That's why they acted that way. His words confused her. Testing them? I never even thought of that. Joseph continued, when you come to a party, isn't it a place to eat, drink, and enjoy yourself? If you just sit there with a cold expression, others will easily misunderstand. Hearing that made her a little sad. So, they don't want me to go? Her attitude left Joseph speechless. Kira's hands nervously fidgeted with her teacup. I know everyone worked hard to pass the test. They wouldn't want to serve someone who is only here because of their bloodline. Suddenly, he asked coldly, who said that? Joseph's entire body tensed as he stared at her. He explained, the Grand Duke's daughter being chosen as commander has been a long-standing tradition. It wouldn't bother us at all if our commander became the future Grand Duchess. Who would dare to mock you like that? Rest assured, I will find them and teach them a lesson. His fierce attitude made Kira wave her hands. Calm down, no one said anything like that. But he still didn't believe her and asked again, who would dare be so disrespectful to you? She didn't dare to look at him and turned away. No one. Seeing her like that, Joseph was taken aback. What? So you thought of that yourself? Being caught, she could only blush and nod. The truth shocked him. How could you misunderstand like that? We are all proud of you, my lady. Her words were like a cool breeze, lifting her spirits. My lady, you're one of a kind. Who wouldn't be proud of the future Grand Duchess? Just because of bloodline? Please ask them if they still dare to doubt your abilities after being beaten to a pulp during training. Even so, Kira's mood remained downcast. But whenever I show up, everyone goes silent, whether they were having a good time or not. He chuckled and explained, no one is foolish enough to spread rumors about the future Grand Duchess, especially one who can summon spirits. It's not that they dislike you, it's just that they find you hard to approach. Think about the Grand Duke. If he just sat there without saying anything, would you dare to joke around? The mere thought of Louis's cold face scared her. No. I don't know why, but I thought nobles weren't supposed to wander around and laugh out loud. Suddenly, Joseph asked, "Do you still want to get closer to everyone?" The question left her a bit confused. What? He stood up and smiled. "They are all waiting for you." "My lady." Kira's face was blank. "Me? Why? There's a welcoming party tonight. If we're too late, they'll all be drunk and passed out. Are you not going to go?" Kira was silent, lost in thought. Then she stood up from the ground and followed him. She thought to herself, "We think you're amazing, my lady. I just realized something. I used to think that if I couldn't get my father's attention, everything would be meaningless. But it wasn't useless at all." Just thinking about it moved Kira deeply. Then she closed her eyes, her own pair. When the members of the Knightly Order saw her arrival, they were all excited. "You're here, Commander." Aso shouted, "Hey, get another cup." The atmosphere in here was really loud. Joseph pointed to one side, "This way, please." However, she was curious. What are they preparing? On the ground were large beer mugs, with a smaller glass placed on the rim. Reina raised her sword. "Today I, Reina Gagner, a knight of House Pavis, will begin the greetings." Seeing this, Aso turned and whispered to Kira, "Commander, get ready to see her aura." She was confused. "Aura?" The people around them started cheering. Then she used her power to flick her hand, and a blue magic appeared. It then flew over and made the glass slide to one side. The glass fell into the mug below with a plop. The sight filled Kira with immense admiration. Everyone cheered excitedly. The noisy crowd angered Joseph. "These guys are really—" She turned her head to look at everyone. Then she clapped stiffly. And so, everyone became even more fired up. "Pour some more." This made her break out in a sweat. "What the heck is this?" The party grew more and more lively. Aso approached with a large mug of beer and a smile. "Commander, have a drink too." She agreed and took it. "All right, thanks." Kira lifted it and drank slowly. But he disagreed, "Not like that." He then demonstrated by chugging it all down. "Watch this. This is how we drink." Her eyes widened in surprise. After finishing his drink, his face was full of refreshment. That was great." The sight made her face light up with sparkles. "Is that like a friendship pledge ceremony?" He scratched his head shyly. "This is just finishing the cup. If there's any alcohol left, it might spill. It's just a normal thing." But she looked at him with immense admiration. Next, he handed her another mug of beer. "Here, you try it too, Commander." Looking at the giant mug made her a little scared. All in one gulp? However, when she looked to her right, she saw their sparkling, expectant eyes. Turning to the left, she was met with the same intense gaze, which made her break out in a sweat. So Kira had no choice but to pick up the mug and drink it, to the admiration of everyone. They praised her endlessly. "The commander is amazing. I didn't know you were like that. Commander, drink with me." She wiped her mouth with a napkin. "Yes, thank you, but I'm not the commander anymore." This statement made everyone freeze. They shouted, "What?" She said, "I want to relax a bit." Everyone in the Knightly Order looked at her with teary eyes. Kira said, "I'm sorry for being such a flawed commander. Anyway, thank you all for following me. If possible, I'd like to hand over the position to Sir Joseph." They were surprised. "What are you talking about, Commander?" But she quickly stopped them. "I already said I'm not the commander anymore." Aso disagreed. "Why would you do that? Just when we were starting to get close, you're leaving." William chimed in, "I believe you'll come back." The two of them took turns encouraging Kira. "But it's true, I've never seen you rest. Please come back when you're better. You have to come back." Being cared for by everyone made her smile happily. "Okay." So everyone continued to raise their glasses and shout, "Then tonight, we won't go home until we're drunk for Our Lady." Suddenly, Kira opened her drunken eyes. She found herself in Reina's arms, bewildered. The thread of memory in her mind snapped. "What is this? I don't remember anything." Her hand reached up to wipe her face. "It's so wet." Is it water? Suddenly, someone's loud shout startled her. Aso's face was flushed as he slurred, "It's all the Duke's fault." William was also completely drunk. He's too scary because he never spends time with anyone. That's right, he's so strict. If I do anything wrong, he'll kill me. She stared at everyone. Kira's eyes welled up with tears. We're talking about that person. Her hands, resting on her dress, clenched and trembled. The person who didn't even bat an eye when I died. Because of father, I never rested and always buried my head in my studies. Her emotions overflowed, and she burst into tears. I even jumped down the stairs just to get his attention. Why didn't he even come into my room once? Hearing this made Aso upset. What? Is he even human? The two people behind him also chimed in. That's too harsh. How could he do that to his own daughter? Reina, sitting next to her, was also angry. It's because you're too kind, Commander. From now on, you should be more stubborn. She turned to Reina, crying, but being stubborn means still having that person in my heart. I hate thinking about father. William agreed. That's right, time is money. A man standing nearby held up his beer mug and shouted, that's right. At the lady's age, there's too little time to rest. Instead of burying your head in books, wouldn't it be more comfortable to be with us? Aso was also curious, right, my lady? She answered honestly yes. Then she burst out laughing. I never thought it would be this fun. Her beautiful smile made Joseph stare at her in awe. By now, Kira was completely passed out from drinking, sleeping on one side. The commander is too drunk. What should we do? Joseph stepped forward and suggested, let's go back to the estate. I'll take care of the rest. Reina replied, then I'll head back first. The carriage then departed. Joseph stood there and let out a long sigh. Suddenly, Aso approached. The commander had a lot of fun, so you don't need to sigh. You were just watching. He said with a laugh, it's embarrassing, you kept glaring at us. But I'm sure you wanted to party too, Vice Commander. Before he could finish, Joseph angrily kicked him hard in the leg. Aso clutched his leg and cried out. You hit me. It hurts. Joseph asked, so what did you guys say to the lady? He answered honestly, we were talking nonsense. We even badmouthed the Duke. The answer made Joseph's eyes widen in astonishment. What? While Joseph was furious, Aso maintained his provocative attitude. The commander joined in too, so if you want to punish us, you have to punish the commander as well. Unable to bear it, Joseph kicked him hard in the leg again. My leg. Aso sat on the ground, clutching his leg. I never thought the commander was that kind of person. I thought she was very strict and tough. Aso nodded his head in praise. She's actually a little gentle and cute. Joseph glanced at him with a warning, watch your mouth. After saying that, he leaned against the wall and sighed tiredly. He closed his eyes and thought, calling her cute, how dare he be so disrespectful? However, his mind was filled with images of Kira from earlier. Unreasonable. Then he was silent for a moment. Then his face gradually turned red. Waking up in the morning, Kira clutched her throbbing head. She sat on the bed and asked Rose, can you cancel all my afternoon appointments? All of them? You must not be feeling well. She answered honestly, a little. While brushing her hair, Rose said, that's right, my lady. About the documents related to spirits that you needed. They're about to be sent to the study. Would you like to go there? Yes, please help me get ready. Then she fell silent. Suddenly, Kira looked up and asked, Rose, what would you do if you could live as you pleased? Rose smiled dreamily. Me? My dream is to travel. I've never set foot outside the capital. I want to experience a world I've never known. So Kira immediately agreed. All right, then you should go next season. I'll have the butler pay for all the expenses. Hearing this moved her immensely. Really? Thank you so much. Her reaction surprised Kira a little. Are you that happy? You can only go to the nearby city after all. Rose smiled with satisfaction. Of course. Wouldn't it be a waste to live your whole life in a small city? I don't want to die after working my fingers to the bone. Hearing that, she also agreed. That's right, there's more to life than this. Hearing that made Rose chuckle. Oh my, you're talking like an old woman who's seen it all, my lady. Kira looked at her reflection in the mirror and thought absent-mindedly, that's a different world. What if I were born and raised in an ordinary family, not the Pavis family? What would it feel like to live in a different world? Feeling curious, she asked Rose, how do other noble ladies usually live? The question made her place a hand on her lips in thought. I'm not too sure, since I'm not a noble. So she suggested, why don't you two try reading some novels where the main character is a noble lady? I can recommend a few for you. That sounds good. Then please bring some that accurately describe daily life. Although the criteria are a bit strange, if you like, I will find the best ones. A world outside my family. Afterwards, Kira sat outside, deep in thought. I already know all of this. She turned and asked, Mr. Robert, have you ever seen a spirit? He closed his eyes and replied, no, as far as I know, only those of the Pavis lineage can see them. Hearing this, she immediately gave an order, investigate if anyone has ever witnessed a spirit anywhere. He replied, yes, my lady. She thought, if I just speak based on theory, no one will suspect anything. It's lucky that I've spent my whole life studying. So the last thing is, attending a party and making friends, having a new life. How about that? Suddenly she realized, come to think of it, I've never been close to any lady my age. The parties I attended were all family events. Remembering those girls who would run away whenever they saw her, she surmised, there must have been a rumor that I'm a boring person. This made her feel dejected, and she lowered her head, not noticing someone approaching from behind. My lady also smiled. So you're here. I've been looking all over for you. She turned around. Also, in his hand was a glass bottle. This is honey water. It will help with your headache after drinking. The vice commander told me to give it to you. Kira smiled and said, thank you, I really do have a bit of a headache. Suddenly, she noticed something. She stood up abruptly. Also, wait a minute. He also stopped. Yes. Then she turned to look at Paula and another maid who were bowing. She waved her hand and then ran in front of Aso. You have a very good relationship with everyone, don't you? The sudden question made him scratch his head and stammer. Well, I think I'm pretty well acquainted with people. Hearing this made her face light up as expected. Then you must have attended many social events, right? Whether it's a party or a meeting. Actually, I want to make friends with others, but I don't know how to start. What should I talk about to keep a conversation going with someone? Aso rubbed his chin and thought, is the lady lonely? It would be easier if you knew some ladies your age. It might be a bit awkward for me to say this to you, but she didn't mind. It's fine, just say it. Aso's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. Well, my lady, you should smile more. Hearing that made her freeze. Aso started rambling on. You know, people who make a good impression are usually very polite and smile a lot. But if they're still talking affectionately even after hitting an iron wall, they're likely a fraud. You look very scary with a blank face. You know, like the Duke. And it's better if you use your eyes too. I do that a lot. Kira felt like she had been struck by lightning. Really? Sir Joseph said something similar. Don't worry, first impressions aren't everything. The topic of conversation is also important. What do you like, my lady? She answered honestly, slaying monsters and protecting the empire. The unexpected answer left him helpless. Aso had to ask another question. What do you think of theater or opera? She placed her hand on her chin and thought carefully. I'm not very interested, but I'll try to like it from now on. Then the conversation can continue. No, don't force yourself. That's not a hobby, my lady. What's the point of forcing yourself to enjoy something you don't like? You have to genuinely like something. His advice made her freeze. Then she quietly replied, of course. However, Kira's face showed a hint of loneliness. All over again, I'm about to become like I was before. Later, as night fell, Rose placed a few books on the table and said, my lady, I've brought 3 novels that I really like. Kira picked up a book with a red cover to look at. The Exciting Summer Vacation of Lady Stella. But Rose advised her, oh my, you shouldn't read it before bed. Hearing this, she tilted her head in confusion. Why? Because you'll be so curious about the next part that you'll stay up all night. The answer made her let out a sigh. If this genre is so good, does it really talk about daily life? As the daughter of a minor noble, I was sent to the capital to enjoy my summer vacation. Thanks to you, I managed to marry a man who is rolling in money. To start my 18th summer, I got on a carriage to the capital. The red-haired girl approached the blonde-haired boy to strike up a conversation. You are. My name is Graham, my lady. My third uncle and I came together in a miraculous way. After arriving in the capital, we were together every day. Until one day, Graham gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Stella. The Count's hand slipped inside my dress. The action made her stammer his name, Count. This is a garden where anyone can come. Reading up to that point, Kira threw the book on the floor. Her face was so red it looked like it was about to explode. What? What the heck is this? She blushed with embarrassment, her eyes spinning. What kind of trashy book did Rose bring? Even if I'm curious, I can't read things like, but before she could finish her thought, she swallowed. Just one more page. The book's content continued. When I fell into Graham's arms, time seemed to stand still. This happiness will last forever, right? If it's with him. Soon, the sky outside brightened, and the chirping of birds could be heard. But Kira sat dazed on her bed, still holding the book. Her eyes were wide open, and dark circles had appeared under them. I couldn't sleep a wink. Did I just pull an all-nighter? Rose came to call her, my lady, it's time to wake up. Seeing her approach, she quickly hid the book behind her back. But seeing that action, Rose said calmly, that's why I told you not to read it before bed. What do you think? It's quite good, isn't it? She blushed. Yes, especially the scene where the two of them. No, she remembered the book's content and rambled on. The scene where they were at the ball all night was amazing. I didn't know things like that existed. The protagonist's life at the academy was also very interesting. Since I was always homeschooled, for someone who only knows theory like me, seeing her interest, Rose said. There's a side story too. Would you like to read it? Upon hearing that, her eyes lit up. That would be wonderful. But after replying, she covered her mouth in thought. I think I got a little too excited. Rose turned to pull open the curtains. Of course. You have nothing to do this morning. Would you like to go back to sleep? However, she refused. No, I was planning to go to the study. Since she only saw Rose's back, she didn't know that she was trying so hard to hold back her laughter that her whole body was shaking. Kira let out a sigh of relief. She doesn't know, does she? After Rose left the room, she went to another room, opened the door, and asked, where is the side story for the exciting summer vacation of Lady Stella? A maid replied, in my room. Why? She said, Lady Kira wants to read it. The answer was so shocking it made the maid's eyes widen. All three of them crowded around Rose, asking, the lady reads romance novels? Not the Bible or scholarly books. She's already read the main story? Isn't it really steamy? They were skeptical, wouldn't she burn it, since it's a shameless piece of trash? Being attacked by three people at once, Rose felt overwhelmed and covered her ears. Just give it to me. She's curious about the lives of other ladies. The answer made the three of them quiet down a bit. Of course, Rose said, give it to me after dinner. Meanwhile, Kira, wearing a splendid red dress, was standing in the library reading a book. How did you recognize me so well? Only you have such beautiful purple eyes. The book's content made her soul dreamy. Suddenly, she slapped her face to wake up. There's no time to think about silly things. Then she started searching for other books. There's so little information about spirits, as expected. Even though we're the only family that can summon spirits, the Pavis family doesn't know much either. Because the temple said that the holy power granted by the goddess should not be tested, they accepted it without question. That reason made her a bit disheartened. So there's not much information to look into. I'm tired of rereading things I already know. Suddenly, a voice was heard. You know, Lord Graham and Stella. Hearing this, she looked over curiously. Stella, Graham. It was the maids discussing the book. Have you read the side story of the novel? I still prefer the main story. Not yet, is it not good? A brown-haired maid said, the two main characters don't appear much, and the female lead's younger sister is in half the novel. Why is the lady looking for it? The other maid replied, I heard Lady Kira wants to know about the life of a normal lady. Her name being mentioned made her jump from behind the wall. Then they started talking about the content of the book. I really liked the scene where they interacted in the garden. Wouldn't it be exciting and nerve-wracking if someone caught them? I'm addicted to the scene where they go to the mansion near the coast. No, it has to be the wedding night. Hearing that, Kira became like a secret fan, excited in her heart. That's my favorite scene too. Emily crossed her arms and sighed. Is that all you girls like? Then she interjected, I'm only interested in the scene where they recognized each other at first glance even while wearing masks. Hearing that made Kira feel like she was floating on clouds. That's right, me too. That scene was amazing. She stood behind the wall, looking at the three of them with admiration. I want to join in. I want to talk to them too. However, she shook her head vigorously. No, you can't. You still have your dignity, Kira Pavis. Suddenly, she peeked out and was spotted by a maid. But as soon as they saw her, the three maids panicked and screamed in fear. They hastily bowed before her, stammering incessantly. We're sorry, my lady. They quickly made an excuse. This is our break time. Please believe me. We'll get back to work right away. And so they ran off, leaving Kira in an empty place before she could even call out to them. Her face was blank as she mumbled, I wanted to hear more. Outside, the wind blew, causing the leaves to rustle. After scaring everyone away, Kira walked with her head down, lost in thought. If I had said I liked it without stammering, would things be different? My reputation always comes first. I don't even have the courage to say I like it. Rose approached with a smile. Are you done in the study? She replied, Not yet, I'll have to go back tomorrow. She suddenly remembered. Oh, about that side story. Upon hearing that, she lowered her head and bit her lip, thinking about something. Then she looked up and said, Rose, actually, I lied this morning. She asked, puzzled, what? Kira closed her eyes and bowed her head. When I said it was good for learning about the normal life of a lady, it did help me a little, but the truth is, I prefer the romance between Stella and the Count. I really like the scene where they first met and confessed their feelings. Her hands clutched her dress tightly. But I was too ashamed to say that I like a romance novel. Contrary to her thoughts, she heard Rose say, Thank goodness. I'm very happy that you said you liked it. I'll bring you another one next time. That reaction made her smile. All right. Thank you for recommending it to me. That's right, I wanted a conversation like this. Today, Louis was impeccably dressed. The cold expression on his face only added to his mysterious charm. The maids stood on both sides, bowing. Please return safely, Your Grace. Before stepping into the carriage, he turned his head to look back. His eyes stared up at the upper floor as he thought to himself, come to think of it, I haven't seen her in a while. When I leave, she always comes to see me off. Robert seemed to understand his thoughts and said, The young lady has been quite busy lately, so she hasn't been able to see you often, Your Grace. Busy with what? She's in the study researching spirits. The answer didn't seem to surprise him. Spirits again. A few days ago, someone was brought to the temple to summon a spirit. The girl said she wanted to find out if anyone had ever seen a spirit before. Why am I so curious? Since she is of the Pavis lineage, her abilities will manifest on their own soon enough. Suddenly, Louis's eyes widened. Before he could even step into the carriage, he felt dizzy. His body swayed. Everyone immediately rushed to support him. Robert asked, Are you all right, Your Grace? It's nothing, don't make a fuss. I'm just a little tired from working too much. He quickly regained his composure. Let's go. Louis thought to himself, Is it because of that nightmare again? Kira was sitting inside her room, looking out the window. Below, the maids were chatting animatedly. Maybe one day, I'll be able to talk to everyone more. However, she covered her face. But I'm still so shy. For Cosette, things like this are nothing. She remembered an image from her past life. Cosette was tasting a piece of cake. Sitting next to her were two maids. After tasting it, she praised, Delicious. Did you make this? It's amazing. Suddenly, Kira appeared from behind, startling the maids. Before she could say anything, they ran away in fear. Spare us. Kira's face was angry. Cosette, if you truly want to become a member of the Pavis family, you must pay attention to your grace and elegance. Hearing that, Cosette sighed sarcastically. You really do live such a boring life. She walked over and pointed a finger straight at Kira, scolding her. How foolish. You'll be isolated if you keep this up. The memory made Kira feel a little lonely. I was too focused on position and power. Perhaps the one who was wrong wasn't Cosette, but me. Rose opened the door and entered, asking, My lady, have you finished your letter? Just a moment, I'm almost done. The letter's content read, To Grandfather, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Marquis Simon Edinburgh. Although he is a greedy and cruel man who always used me and Zeke to gain more power, he is still a very intelligent man, so he won't ignore my letter. Since the events will unfold just like in my previous life, I need someone who can help me if something unexpected happens. It will be difficult to avoid the Duke's eyes while in the house, so I need to get out. She rubbed her chin. I need to meet my maternal relatives at their parties. So she wrote, In the future, I would like to meet other relatives at parties. After finishing, Kira smiled. Now all that's left is to send it. She handed the letter to Rose with careful instructions. Please ensure this is delivered directly into my grandfather's hands. Rose took it. I will remember. She thought to herself, I also need to find out which parties he attends. Thinking so, she told Rose to bring her the pile of invitations that had been sent to her. Hearing this made Rose excited. Oh my, are you going to attend a party? Her reaction puzzled Kira. What's making you so happy? Of course I'm happy. This is the first time you've agreed to attend. Who knows, you might have a fateful encounter like Stella. Her words made her blush with embarrassment. Then she lowered her head and thought. That's right. On the other side, Rose was lost in a daydream, dancing together under a chandelier. Just imagining it is exciting. The thought made her stand up abruptly. Where are the invitations? I'll go accept one right now. The carriage had stopped outside the estate. The Duke was walking down the hallway. Suddenly, he heard voices. Mr. Robert, why did you throw them away yourself? I apologize. You always throw away those invitations, so I thought it would be the same this time. Please forgive me. The Duke entered the room and asked, What's going on? Kira turned her head away and said, Mr. Robert threw away all my invitations. Her words made his eyes widen in surprise. You mean, you were planning to accept one? Yes. He was silent for a moment. Then he said, Since my grandparents' time, the Pavis family has always maintained neutrality because we are a family blessed by God. You must know that we should not get involved in conflicts. What are you thinking? She replied with a cold attitude, It's nothing major. I'm doing this because I'm tired of just sitting in a corner of the house. The unexpected answer made him freeze. What? The maid in the room was just as shocked. My lady. Kira said frankly, I feel suffocated being cooped up here. She covered her mouth and feigned, I'm sorry, the words I kept inside just slipped out. The maids who heard this were all stunned. The Duke asked, confused, If you start talking to other noble families, many rumors will arise. I want to know what you're planning. Kira thought to herself, That's right, this is the kind of person you are. You only care about the family's reputation and duties. She said innocently, I'm at a suitable age for marriage. Am I not allowed to go find a suitable husband? Everyone's jaw dropped in disbelief. Dating? Marriage. Kira quickly repeated, Yes, marriage. She added shyly, I don't mean to get married. I was just using it as an example. The servants were still in shock. Each and every one of them was wondering to themselves. What did I just hear? Did the lady just get shy? Marriage? The lady? Lady Kira. The Duke sighed. Why would you use that as an excuse to go out? I'm wondering that myself. I thought you didn't care what I did as long as I didn't cause trouble. The atmosphere immediately fell silent, everyone waiting for the Duke's answer. He turned sharply away without giving her a clear answer. Enough. We'll talk about this later when your excuses become useless. As he stepped out the door, he stopped and looked back inside. Then he called for Robert. He replied, I'm here, Your Grace. Report to me on all the events she attends, the people she meets, and her every move. The next day, Kira's room had new letters she had written. Picking one up, she told herself, this letter must be sent to my grandfather. The Frank family is talkative, so that seems good. Suddenly, she noticed two figures in the courtyard below, Joseph and Aso. She happily ran down to meet them. Sir Joseph, Aso. Seeing her, Joseph quickly replied, my lady. Aso was also overjoyed to see her. The three of them went to a different spot to talk. They asked her, long time no see. How was your break? Kira replied happily, yes, it was very fun. I think I found some hobbies like you mentioned. This made Joseph happy. Oh, congratulations. May I ask what they are? She shyly lowered her face. It's a secret. Her heart was in turmoil. What kind of hobby is it? She said shyly, I don't want to admit my hobby right now because it's a bit vulgar. I even thought I could never like it. Aso, beside her, clapped his hands excitedly and said, I think I know. I have a similar hobby. She immediately asked, what is it? Unexpectedly, he said, going to the casino. This left her stunned and speechless. It was only then that she remembered. The casino. He scratched his head in embarrassment. I was a little nervous at first, but it was really fun. She asked with her mouth agape, do the other knights know? Joseph spoke on his behalf. This guy never hides anything. He just said, well, it's not against the law. Hearing that, Kira turned around and thought to herself, I hope it's not that. But Aso's eyes lit up behind her. Would you like to go with me this weekend? Hearing this question, she was somewhat surprised. I don't usually go to places like. But before she could finish, she was afraid she would hurt Aso's feelings. Wait, if I refuse, Aso might get hurt. She even imagined herself refusing. Why would I go to a place like that? Then she remembered, did Aso invite me because he wanted to share his hobby with me? Thinking it over, she agreed without hesitation. All right, I'll go. Joseph said worriedly, my lady, you don't have to force yourself. No, I want to go. This is a chance for me to get closer to the knights. This moved them deeply, especially Aso, whose eyes were welling up with tears. My lady. As a knight, I will protect you. Hearing this surprised Aso even more. Eh? You're going too, Vice Commander? But you once said you hate places like that and would never go. This made him blush in embarrassment. Aren't you going to shut your mouth? Then I'll see you this weekend, my lady. Kira smiled and agreed. Yes, see you later. Afterwards, Joseph and Aso left. Aso kept looking back at her as he walked away. Kira politely waved goodbye to them until they were far away. As soon as they were gone, she squatted down, her hands on her face in disbelief. I just said I would go. She slumped her head down dejectedly. Drinking too much, reading romance novels, and now gambling. But she quickly became full of life again. No, it's not a failure. I just want to step into other worlds. That's right, when I go to the casino, I'll just walk around instead of pouring money into those places. I'll be fine. Suddenly, Joseph's voice rang out from behind her again. My lady. When she turned around, it was indeed him. Sir Joseph. What is it? He stammered. Then he took out a bottle of medicine and gave it to her. This is herbal medicine. I'm sorry for letting you get drunk that day. Kira politely took it. Thank you, I'll drink it. It's embarrassing that I got so drunk I can't remember anything, but I heard you took care of everything. Thank you. I'm glad you had a good time at the party. The other knights also enjoyed spending time with you. So I think this time will be fun too. Hearing that, she was a bit taken aback, but immediately smiled brightly and replied, Yes, I hope you'll continue to look after me. Time passed, and Kira was now wearing a lovely pink dress. A voice announced, welcoming Viscountess So. I heard my father asked for your help with the parties, as I lack experience in attending them. I have many shortcomings, but will do my best to learn. She said, we'll be a bit rushed, but you'll soon complete the preparations perfectly. She said happily, thank you, Viscountess. I hope you will take care of me. This way. The maid had already prepared tea for the lesson. Kira thought at that moment, there isn't much time left before Cosette's appearance. I was planning to research time reversal magic. But with what happened yesterday, Father has surely increased his surveillance on me. It will be difficult to hastily send someone to the magic tower. What should I do? It wasn't until the Viscountess called her my lady that she came to her senses and replied, "Oh my, I'm sorry. This is my first time, so I have a lot on my mind." She asked curiously, "Come to think of it, you don't appear much in high society, do you?" She sighed and said, "My son also avoids social events. I'm so worried." The precious son of the House of So. A smile appeared on her lips. Kira said, "What a coincidence. I'm also very interested in magic. What you said makes me want to meet him." Hearing this, she was very pleased. "Oh my, what an honor, my lady. Then I will arrange a meeting next time." She smiled faintly, full of gratitude. "Thank you, Viscountess." Time passed again, and it was already the weekend. In the vast mansion, Kira was walking down the stairs, thinking to herself, "This is great, because I don't know anyone at the magic tower. I heard it's very difficult to learn time travel magic." She also said that Lord So is a talented magician. "I'm quite looking forward to it." Suddenly, a timid voice called her from behind. "My lady." "What is it?" The maid couldn't help but tremble. "Yes, this. Rose told me to give it to you." Then she handed her a red book. Taking the book, Kira didn't forget to ask, "So you're Emily?" Hearing her name mentioned, the maid jumped in fear. At this point, Kira turned her head and noticed two other maids hiding behind a wall. She smiled faintly and called them out, "You don't have to hide. Come out." Seeing that they had been discovered, the two of them were also extremely frightened. Suddenly, she felt this was a good opportunity to start a conversation. "Wait, maybe this is my chance." So she seized the opportunity. "I'd like to hear a bit about this book's content before I read it." She told herself, "Be natural, natural." At first, the three maids were shocked but still agreed with her. "Yes, my lady." The story is about a maid who meets a prince and becomes a queen. This surprised her. "A queen? Is that possible?" They replied, "That's because it's just a novel." "That's right. Because it's a novel." Her head tilted slightly towards the maid. She wondered, "Is that so?" Now that maid was saying, "You must be very grateful, my lady." This made her a bit confused. The maid clasped her hands in admiration and said, "If you wanted to, you could meet plenty of handsome men." Emily next to her agreed. "That's right, and if it were you, my lady, you could choose who you want to meet." After all, they say the biggest worry for noble women is finding a good husband. High society is basically a matchmaking venue. Kira now felt uneasy, thinking, "I've never thought about love. Now I see, isn't that another world too? I also want to be with someone like Count Graham." Her face quickly turned red with embarrassment. She said shyly, "Yes, you're right." The maid, however, was astonished by her blush. "My lady's cheeks." Another maid quietly asked her, "I heard you're planning to attend a ball or tea party yesterday." "Yes, maybe." The maids looked at each other excitedly, and they even asked more questions. "So will Rose and the head maid help you prepare again?" "I think so." "Why do you ask?" The three of them smiled joyfully. "We just want to see the party dresses and jewels." Seeing it as a small matter, she didn't hesitate to say, "Then you can all help Rose with the preparations." They couldn't believe it and asked again, "Really?" "Thank you so much, my lady." Seeing everyone so happy made her feel incredibly happy inside. Success. If we just talk about things we all like, the atmosphere will be much more cheerful than last time. I've also gotten a little closer to them, haven't I? I hope the party will be just as successful. Her hands clenched into fists. She gathered her courage and asked, "But what if I become a wallflower?" This confused them. "What?" She explained, "I read in a borrowed book. Wallflowers are people who stand alone in the corner of a room." The maid waved her hands. "You don't have to worry. There will be tons of people who want to talk to you. Not to mention, you're not going to the party alone. There's no need to worry about this." "What?" "But I'm going alone." This left everyone stunned. "Alone? You're not going with a dance partner?" Kira was stunned. "I completely forgot about that." The maid asked again, or will you go with the Duke as usual? She denied it. No, I don't think he has the time. Then how about inviting a knight to go with you? But I'm not close enough with anyone to ask them like that. I can imagine some people would be sad to hear that, my lady. At that moment, Joseph appeared. My lady, I've come to escort you. He smiled faintly as he looked at her. Behind him were Aso and Reina. Aso said cheerfully, my lady, we're here too. Let's go together. Reina whispered to the casino to confirm with her. Seeing that they had all arrived, she was overjoyed. Rose called out to her from behind, my lady. This is the hat you'll need. She even asked, what's going on? This made Kira hesitate, unsure whether to tell her or not. We're going out for a bit. Then she turned to Sir Joseph. Let's go. He replied, yes, my lady. So she went outside with the three of them. The maids behind them stood respectfully and bid them farewell. Before leaving, she turned back and said, all right, I'm off. Then the four of them walked out to the carriage together. Even at this moment, Kira couldn't believe she was going to a casino. Am I really going to a casino? There's no turning back now. She looked around. Luckily, it's break time now, so there are no maids around. Little did she know, Zeke was behind her. He called out, sister. She stopped in surprise. The boy rubbed his eyes and asked, where are you going? She turned around and froze. Zeke. He approached her and asked suspiciously, are you allowed to leave the house at this hour? Where are you going? She stammered, well. Zeke looked at her with sparkling eyes. This gave her the idea to take him along. Zeke must feel suffocated being in the mansion all day too. But I can't take him to a casino. But after a moment of internal struggle, she thought, but just looking around should be fine, right? Kira offered, I'm going out for a bit. Do you want to come along? This made him very excited. Wait for me. I'll go get my coat. Then he ran off quickly. It wasn't until they were in the carriage that Zeke was shocked to find out where they were going. A casino. He immediately stood up and shouted, are you all insane? And you're even bringing my sister along. Kira said cheerfully, you know, this casino is legal and even permitted by the royal palace. Hearing this, he was still a little hesitant. Kira looked at him with great excitement. We won't touch anything, we'll just walk around and see what the outside world is like. Aso and Reina watched the two of them discuss. They couldn't help but feel like they were watching two little chicks talking. So cute. How can they be so innocent? Aso even promised, from now on, we're going to have a lot of fun. Zeke looked at him. Huh? But you said we were just going to walk around. That's right, but that's if you can. Hearing such a provocative statement, Zeke furiously kicked Aso hard in the leg. Aso clutched his leg in pain, whimpering, that's the exact spot the vice commander kicked me. Zeke, on the other hand, turned his head away, not caring at all, which made the other three people in the carriage find it funny. Kira smiled and said, this is so much fun. A little while later, they arrived. The inside of the casino was extremely lively and noisy everywhere. As soon as they entered, Reina looked at her with a questioning expression. What do you think, my lady? It's cleaner than I thought. Joseph, who was beside her, gently advised her, if you feel uncomfortable, I will book a VIP room for you. If your identity is revealed, then someone might. Suddenly, Aso's voice from not too far away cut him off. Young master, you should try your luck today. Joseph also told her that whenever Aso comes here, he always plays roulette first. Despite Zeke's angry protests, I've had enough, he still pushed Zeke forward. Young master, why don't you want to gamble? Zeke said, it's because of those fools who keep pouring money in until they go bankrupt. But if you know your limits, it's fine. Kira, on the other hand, had noticed something else. I want to try. This shocked Zeke immensely. Sister. Aso quickly taught her how to play. You have to place chips on the number you want. You can only bet on one number, but up to a maximum of 4. And he will spin the ball. If the ball lands on the number you chose, you win. Otherwise, you lose. After hearing the explanation, she understood the basics. So you win if you're lucky. So she placed a chip on the number she wanted. The employee then threw the ball. It quickly spun past each number. To everyone's astonishment, it landed on the number Kira had chosen. The employee also congratulated her. He pushed the chips towards her. Congratulations, you've won. This immediately sparked excitement in her heart. This is so much fun. Then she turned to ask Zeke, wanna try? But sister, this is. Also immediately put a corresponding number of chips into Zeke's hand. Here are the chips for your first time. If you don't want to play anymore, you can exchange them. After receiving them, she happily stood up. I want to try something different. To Zeke's astonishment. Not only was Zeke flustered, running after her to stop her, sister, but Joseph also wanted to stop her, my lady. Only Aso and Reina looked at each other with amused smiles. Wait for us, my lady. After playing several games in the casino, Kira's chip count was not small. You're really lucky. Reina asked her curiously, my lady, when you exchange these chips for money, what will you do? Joseph, standing beside her, spoke up, my lady, don't be fooled by them. They're planning to ask for a treat. Kira, on the other hand, was feeling happy inside. This is so much fun, I want to come back here with everyone. Then she told them, all right, it's late now, so we'll come back next time. Reina didn't hesitate to suggest, let's go eat something expensive. This made Joseph angry and he warned her, Reina. Only Aso, who was usually so enthusiastic, was deep in thought about something. Seeing this, Zeke asked, Aso, why do you look so serious? To his surprise, he replied, it's just that the lady's luck seems a bit too good. It's too strange to ignore. My lady, I think, before he could finish, an employee approached from a distance and called out to her. Ma'am, Viscount Sabio has sent you a message. Would you like to read it? She took the piece of paper from the employee's hand. Joseph, who was beside her, couldn't help but ask, what does it say? She replied, he wants to know if I want to play for higher stakes. Hearing this, Aso said loudly, it's obvious there's a problem. But to his surprise, she said, great, which made him freeze. Her face was full of excitement at the invitation. This is just like a sword fight. However, she politely declined. I'm sorry, but I don't want to spend too much money, so I'll be going home. Tell him I'll only play the smaller games. At that moment, a blond man sitting nearby overheard her words. He let out a faint, mysterious smile. The employee added, the Viscount wants a fun and unusual game. Let me escort you to the VIP room. Joseph wanted to advise her, my lady, but she reassured him, don't worry. I told you, I won't bet a lot of money. We need enough for our meal, so I won't spend it all. In her heart, she had already planned, I want to treat them to the best meal possible. So she took out a handful of chips and asked, is this enough? At first, Reina thought it was for food. Are you going to use that money to buy food? To her surprise, Kira said, no, this is for betting. The rest is for food. This shocked Reina to the core. What? Kira found it normal and asked, what? Is there a problem? Nothing. While she was wondering, do I need more? The people around her were still looking at her with astonishment. All this money for one meal? Is she planning to feed us gold? At this moment, the employee said, ma'am, I will escort you to meet the Viscount. Kira happily followed him. They all followed her to the Viscount's room. As the employee opened the door, Viscount Sabio was already waiting inside. He greeted her cheerfully, hello, is this your first time here? I see you seem to be very lucky. The employee next to him even told him, you should be nervous now, my lord. At that moment, he took out a deck of cards and placed it on the table. The casino's trump card is poker. Or, do you want a different game? Kira said, I don't know much about these things, so it's up to you. So they played the game he chose. Let's begin. When the game started, Viscount Sabio said, since this is the first round, we won't bet anything. Then I'll do the same. After shuffling the cards, the employee dealt 5 cards to each person. She flipped over a card to look at it. Let's see. Her eyes were fixed on the card. Sabio also started to reveal his cards. A straight. While she was still wondering, what's a straight? The people behind her were already shocked when they saw her cards. My lady, oh my god, it's a full house. The employee also praised her. High luck for her cards. You are truly very lucky, my lady. Sabia was also very disappointed, losing to a newcomer in the first round. But she still didn't quite understand the rules. How did I win? Sabia smirked. Well, it seems I shouldn't have held back just because you're a young lady. In the next round, he triumphantly revealed his cards. I win this round. Sorry, you can only. Kira admired him instead of being disappointed. It seems he's a good player. Also, standing behind her, felt annoyed on her behalf. I knew it. New players usually have a lot of money, so he wants to take it. He glanced at Reina beside him, who seemed to share his feelings, and looked back. But how could they say anything when she was enjoying it so much? Kira's face was bright, and she was clearly having fun, but she still managed to control her impulses. She told herself, I'll spend all the chips I took out and then go home. Suddenly, she noticed his trick, a card hidden in his sleeve. She thought, even if I'm new to the casino, I won't be fooled by tricks like this. She was immediately furious, but before she could speak up and catch him in the act, an arm reached out and slammed him down first. This made her gasp in astonishment. The blonde man from earlier pressed him firmly onto the table. How dare you cheat a delicate lady? I can't just stand by and do nothing. He even frowned and shouted, What the hell are the guards doing? Take this cheater away. This scene, of course, left a good impression on Kira. A moment later, he approached her. He knelt down and gently kissed her hand, asking, Did I startle you? This made Kira's heart beat faster, and she replied shyly, I'm fine. She thought to herself, this is just like a fateful encounter in a novel, which made her blush. He's just like Count Graham. She said shyly, thank you for helping me. Zeke, on the side, was completely shocked. He walked over and tugged on her sleeve, urging her, sister, it's late. We should go home. Joseph also said, I'll prepare the carriage, while she was still hesitant to leave. The blonde man flashed a radiant smile. My lady, this must be fate. Would you care for some tea with me? She agreed, all right, but I can't stay long. Her eyes were fixed on his face. He's so handsome. Hearing her agree, he said, it's an honor to be with such a beautiful lady, whether it's for 5 minutes or an hour. She turned back to her group and said, I'll be right back, just wait a moment. This left them standing there, unsure of what to do. At this point, Zeke finally unleashed his anger. He asked threateningly, who was it that tricked my sister into coming here? This scared Aso. No, I didn't expect the lady to agree so quickly. But of course, his words did nothing to calm the situation. Instead, the other 3 ganged up on him. This is all your fault. Take responsibility. Zeke said firmly, I can't leave my sister with that guy. Meanwhile, Kira seemed to have already fallen into a love trap. What a cool and gentlemanly man. The 2 of them sat together at the bar, and he spoke first. My lady, if you don't mind, could you take off your hat? She immediately replied, oh, all right. Right after, he complimented her, you are so beautiful. I was almost captivated by your beauty, making her blush. He introduced himself, I am Aiden Cacho. She stammered, I am Kira. He smiled and said, then I shall call you Lady Kira. Flashing back to a little earlier, when he was with his friends, he happened to see Kira walk in. He saw her looking around innocently. His friends couldn't help but tease, this must be her first time in a place like this. She's really pretty, but so clumsy. She must have grown up in a strict family. Hearing that, Aiden smiled with amusement. This kind of girl is much more fun. And so, he devised a plan to slowly approach her, not rushing into flirting. A sudden approach would be more successful, and just as planned, everything was progressing successfully. As he was intently watching her, Kira spoke up, Sir Aiden. He said sweetly, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous sitting next to such a beautiful lady like you. This made her heart flutter. This gave him a sense of confidence. Oh, this is as easy as pie. So he made his move. Lady Kira, would you like to have dinner with me this weekend? She happily agreed immediately without a second thought. All right. Little did they know, Joseph's group was quietly watching their conversation from behind. They all glared at him with annoyance. Reina said angrily, I remember now. He's a despicable piece of trash. No wonder he looked familiar. He's the third or fourth son of some viscount. He flirts with any girl he sees and has quite the reputation. A moment later, Kara walked out holding a hat. The young lady is back. Seeing her, Zeklep asked, "Sister, what rude thing did that bastard do?" "He just brushed the dust off me." Joseph worriedly asked her, "My lady, about your real name." Fortunately, she was still hiding her true identity. "I didn't tell him because I don't want my relationships to be good only because of my family." Hearing this, they were completely shocked by her statement on relationships. She added shyly, "He's so sweet. I wonder how fun our weekend date will be." Her naivete toward the playboy left them stunned. "I met him right when I was looking for a dance partner for the party. This must be fate. I want to date a handsome man like him, just like in the novels." She clenched her fists with determination. That evening, when she returned home, she joyfully soaked in the bathtub. Seeing this, Rose curiously asked, "Did something good happen today?" She replied without hesitation, "I met someone wonderful." So Rose asked again, "What's he like?" Kara thought for a long moment, then said, "Very handsome." This made Rose a little worried. "Is that all, my lady?" Kara interrupted. "Don't worry, he doesn't know about my background. I even hid my name. I pretended to be the daughter of a poor rural noble. What do you think?" Rose's helpless expression confused Kara. "Why the strange look?" "It's nothing, my lady." She thought to herself that the young lady was growing up so fast she was even pretending to be a poor noble. Later, as Rose was carefully drying her hair, she asked for Rose's opinion. "I plan to have dinner with him this weekend, but I can't just eat and leave, can I? What should I do? Would it be okay to rent out a movie theater for the whole day?" Rose replied hesitantly, "My lady, a poor noble can't afford to rent an entire theater." This made her realize. Right. So, how do normal people date? Couples without much money often take a carriage or an airship to see the capital. Commoners also use them for transportation. That might be very uncomfortable for you. My lady, do you think you'll be okay? Of course, don't worry. I've been to a commoner's bar before, drank wine, and ate low-quality food. Joseph, on the side, felt the injustice in his heart. I chose the most expensive items on the menu. Kara imagined her weekend date with Aiden, a romantic date in the sky. But it would be better if it were just the two of us, instead of being crammed into a crowd. This made her contemplate another option. She suddenly wondered, should I rent one for a day? Then Kara excitedly hugged a pillow and rolled around on her bed. Beside her, Rose harbored a worry she couldn't express. "I'm so worried." Kara was still completely love-struck. The next morning, a servant stammered in astonishment, "And my lady." Kara, wearing a lovely dress, skipped down to the garden to admire the flowers. She held a flower, inhaling its scent, and silently wondered if this was love. Joseph happened to see this and couldn't believe his eyes. "And my lady." Hearing his voice, she pinned the rose in her hair and turned to him cheerfully, "Sir Joseph." He approached her and asked with curiosity, "So it really is you, Lady Kara?" From behind, "I thought you were someone else. Are you going somewhere?" "I'm not going anywhere, I'm just in a good mood." Just then, she noticed the rose pinned in her hair. Kara gently took it down. Then she pinned it on his shirt. "This is for you. It smells wonderful." Immediately after, she left happily. "It suits you well. Bye-bye now." This left him standing there alone, utterly baffled. "My lady." But by then, she was already far away. Zaina and William also approached slowly from behind him. They had overheard her words and were also in shock. What in the world did I just see? Was that really the young lady? What happened to make her into a completely different person? William guessed, she must be in love. That's possible. However, Joseph refused to believe it. He snapped furiously, "Don't go around spreading baseless rumors." Seeing his anger, the man drooped. "I'm sorry." Rena spoke up, but thinking back, she did say, "I wonder how fun our weekend date will be?" This startled him. He then asked for information. "Who is this guy she mentioned? Does he have a reputation for being a player?" Rena replied, "Yes, I heard that if you don't want a huge stain on your reputation before marriage, you shouldn't get involved with him." The atmosphere immediately fell silent. Then, the three of them quickly came to a consensus. They had to stop this at all costs. Joseph ordered the other two, investigate the time and place their meeting immediately. Understood. Finally, the day of their date arrived. Kara wore a simple, light dress, but it was still enough to accentuate her beauty. Before leaving, she had to choose her outfit with Rose's advice in mind. A poor rural noble wouldn't wear expensive clothes or jewelry. So this outfit didn't quite satisfy her. Even though I want to look my best for him. Then Aiden saw her from a distance. He called out, "Miss Kara." She turned to him, secretly delighted. She heard him. His arm waved continuously in greeting. Seeing Aiden, Kara's eyes lit up. "Sir Aiden." Just then, a blue aura emanated from her. She moved towards him in an instant. She smiled and asked, "Have you been waiting long?" This confused him. "You were just over there a second ago." This happened because Kira had accidentally activated teleportation mana. Aiden found it all so confusing that he could only doubt himself. "Am I hallucinating from taking too much medicine?" He said, "No, I just got here myself." "And what if I did wait?" He took Kara's small hands. Then he placed a kiss on them. "Waiting for a beautiful woman like you is my honor." His words immediately made her heart flutter. Amidst this ambiguous, love-filled atmosphere. Elsewhere, a group hiding in the nearby bushes watched them, their atmosphere thick with anger. Joseph said, "Should we write him a threatening letter?" Zik said sinisterly, "No, we have to deal with him quickly and cleanly." Rena, from behind, immediately objected. "We can't do that." "Is there a better way?" "The fastest way is to let the lady see what a scumbag he is. For example, let her see him flirting with another girl." Zik thought for a moment. "But that's not something we can control." Then he insisted on his first choice. "Just as I thought, we have to clean up this mess before my sister gets in too deep." This made Zaina feel helpless. "Sir, please calm down." Aso suddenly spoke up to remind them they're heading to the restaurant. At that, Joseph jumped up and said, "Hurry, we have to follow them. We can't let that bastard harm Lady Kara." "Yes, sir." Then they hid behind a pillar to watch. Meanwhile, Aiden and Kira were still unaware. Aiden proudly introduced, "This is the most famous restaurant in the capital. It's very difficult to get a reservation. You'll find many dishes here that you can't find in the countryside." Hearing that, she hesitated slightly, but then remembered what Rose told her. "Rose advised me to praise him." She cut a small piece of meat and brought it to her mouth. She slowly savored the flavor, then thoughtfully exclaimed, "It's delicious. This is my first time eating this." This made him uneasy. Aiden asked again, "Is this really your first time? You don't look very happy." She wiped her mouth and said, "Yes, of course. How could I ever come to a place like this?" However, she still habitually handed her napkin to a servant. This made him suspicious. How strange. When we met at the casino, she looked like a clumsy newcomer to the capital. She didn't seem very wealthy either. But the way she treats commoners seems so noble. Who is she really? After finishing her tea, Kara wanted to extend an invitation. "Next Wednesday, could you spare some time for me? I already have plans." But his inner thoughts were, "I have to take care of another woman that day." He made up an excuse. "I'm planning to meet some old friends, so I can't cancel." What a shame. But let's meet again if we have the chance. Although she was sad, she had to accept. "If you already have plans, there's nothing I can do." Aiden reached out and touched her hand. He smiled and said, "Anyway, today is a day just for you, Miss Kara. Is there anywhere you'd like to go after our meal?" She said excitedly, "I want to ride an airship and see the capital." He thought to himself, "The airship is small and makes me nauseous." He didn't want to go, so he chose his words carefully. "The airship runs on a schedule, and the station is a bit far from here, so it might be a little." She interrupted him. "I've already told them to pick us up, so it's fine." This made him incredulous. "What?" He thought she was joking. "You're very funny." She said firmly, "I'm not joking. I've rented one for today." Just then, the airship arrived. She looked at it happily. It seems to have arrived a little early. A giant airship was waiting for them right outside the window. At that moment, she explained, I thought going to the station would take too long, so I called it here directly. She cheerfully pulled his arm. Shall we get on? He still didn't understand what was happening. No, wait, hold on, what is going on? At that moment, his heart was filled with suspicion. The fact that an airship could fly here. How much money did she spend to rent a royal vehicle like this? No, it's not possible for just any noble to rent it. It can't be. Are you royalty? Seeing his pale expression, she asked with concern. You don't look very well. If you're worried about the people who couldn't get on, don't be. They'll be told the airship is in a shop to carry a machine. Hearing this, he swallowed hard. How much influence does she have that they can make up a story like that? When they got on the airship, she asked, Are you sick? Your complexion. He replied uncomfortably, It's been a while since I've been this high up, so I'm a bit scared. She found his forced expression even more endearing. So cute. Believing his lie, she reassured him. Don't worry, if we're in danger, I'll protect you. On the surface, he said, Okay, but in his heart, he thought, I have to stay away from her at all costs. Joseph watched from behind. He saw her happy expression next to another man. A surge of jealousy made him clench his fists. He felt extremely uncomfortable, but he didn't yet realize it was because of the demon of love. What is this? Why am I? Just then, Veena turned back and said to everyone, I can't take it anymore. Everyone, focus. She whispered their plan. Listen carefully. At next week's party, we need to let the lady see his scummy behavior. With his personality, he'll definitely be flirting with other people. We'll split into 3 teams. A will follow that blonde guy, B will get information from A and report to C. And C will be the one to bring the lady over. Joseph immediately agreed. I'll do it. They were all serious about exposing Aiden's fake persona soon. Good. This plan must succeed at all costs. Understood. By evening, Kira had returned home. She walked dejectedly. Aiden said he had plans. Do I have to go to the party alone? Just then, Joseph appeared before her. Did you return safely? She immediately brightened up and said, Joseph, I had a lot of fun today. He replied hesitantly. Lady Kara. Wednesday night. He spoke with hesitation. About next Wednesday. She didn't understand what he was trying to say. Then he blushed in embarrassment. He bowed his head and asked, Will you go to the party with me? After he spoke, his face turned red, while she was still stunned by the sudden invitation. This made him feel a bit anxious. I might have been too confident. Suddenly, Kara grabbed Joseph's hand. She asked excitedly, Really? You're not going to take it back, are you? Seeing her reaction made him freeze. Why aren't you saying anything? Were you just teasing me? No, that's not it. I was just a little surprised. I didn't expect you to agree so quickly. Kara thought with a jolt, should I have pretended to consider it? I nodded so eagerly, I must seem desperate. But why is Sir Joseph's face getting redder and redder? Just then, she looked down and realized she was holding Joseph's hand. She immediately let go and coughed. Actually, I was having some trouble because my friend is busy that day. And coincidentally, you just invited me, so you understand, right? Is that so? Suddenly, the space became silent, with only the rustling of leaves audible. 0 communication skills meet 1 communication skill. She said shyly, Well, I'll be going then. Yes. Please rest well. Kara turned away, covering her blushing cheeks with her hands. How embarrassing. Joseph stood there watching her leave. He thought in a daze, just thinking about every time the lady smiled so brightly. Her being a candidate at the night selection ceremony wasn't that surprising. He looked at the hand she had held and smiled unconsciously. But the reason the lady has changed so much is all because of that pretty boy. His expression suddenly changed. His hand clenched tightly. He stood there, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Kara had returned. Zik asked, Sister, where did you just go? Don't tell me you went to the casino again. I just went to meet a friend. Emily poured tea and said, You seem to be in a good mood. Perhaps you've started to enjoy having fun lately, so you're feeling very cheerful. Is that so? It's true that I'm having more fun than in my past life. I will never let myself be under so much pressure again. And I've made many more friends. Did you have a date with the man you met at the casino? She blushed and said yes. Emily smiled and said, "My lady, you're blushing." Zick said irritably, "I have to ask, what's so great about that guy that has you so head over heels?" Well, he's very handsome. He's tall and has a nice figure. He's also extremely friendly. And he's handsome. Oh my, I said it twice. So she likes his face. So the lady has a weakness for handsome men. Zick shivered and said, "Well, I'm glad he's a good person." Kara smiled proudly and said, "I hope I can officially introduce him to you." Zick imagined the two of them getting married. He slammed his teacup down. He replied in a sharp tone, "Yes. Try this. This cake is very sweet." "Thanks, Zick." The boy thought to himself, the day you officially introduce him will never come. At the transportation management station, Aiden slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "I'm asking you, who rented the airship?" "I am Aiden Cacho. Are you going to ignore a Viscount's question?" "We were instructed to keep it a secret, so I cannot tell you, sir." He gritted his teeth and thought, how high is that girl's status? Suddenly, two girls behind him started gossiping. "I heard an airship appeared right in the city center." "What happened?" "The airship had some trouble. So it's probably just mechanics going up there to fix it." He gritted his teeth. What that girl said actually came true. Could my life be in danger over this small mistake? He thought of Kara's intimidating appearance. "How dare you mess with me?" His face darkened with panic as he thought. Is that girl really a relative of the Imperial royal family? But as long as she hasn't found out I was just playing with her, it should be fine. No, I still have a chance to get out of this mess. I never asked her out in the first place. The only physical contact was just holding hands. I was also smart enough to tactfully decline going to the festival with her. He clenched his fists and prayed in his heart, "Please, don't let me run into her ever again." Meanwhile, Robert said to the Grand Duke, "Sir, the request form from the Transportation Management Station has arrived. A request to pay for the airship rental." He chuckled and said, "It seems some foolish manager sent the bill to the wrong place." "Well, the young lady said a bill would be sent and asked me to take care of it." "What?" "She used it. Why would she suddenly rent an airship?" Actually, at that age, the atmosphere in the family can feel suffocating. "I understand. Pay for the airship rental immediately." Robert stammered, Sir, actually, it seems the young lady has developed feelings for a man." The pen in the Grand Duke's hand suddenly fell. He asked in astonishment, "What?" "Yesterday, the young lady had lunch with another nobleman. They rented the airship and spent time together. So her recent unusual behavior is because she's been seeing that guy?" He recalled her words from before. "I'm at the perfect age for marriage, am I not? Shouldn't I be looking for a suitable husband now? I didn't mean I'm getting married. I'm just using that as an excuse." He thought to himself, it was clearly an excuse. All right, since she put it that way. In any case, I have to ask her directly. I can't just pay without knowing the reason for renting the airship. "You're going to see her directly?" "I'll tell the young lady to come here right away. She'll just use one excuse after another to avoid me until sunset. So I'll go myself." At that moment, Rose and Emily's eyes sparkled with praise. "It's so beautiful. It's blinding. Look at this dress from Julie's shop. Look at the exquisite gemstones." Kara asked, "Is it that beautiful?" "I think all the dresses look the same." Rose replied, "Of course. That's a dress from Julie's shop, the designer who has shaken the entire high society." "Don't you have a favorite designer, my lady?" "Let's see, I only wear what Paula chooses. If it's a blacksmith who makes swords and armor, then I know some." "Which blacksmiths do you like?" The two maids burst out laughing. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Emily went to open the door. "Who is it?" Before she could finish, she called out in surprise, "The Duke." He got straight to the point. "A bill has arrived from the Transportation Management Station. I've come to ask you about it." "Well, I'll go make some tea for you, sir. Do you need anything else?" He interrupted, that's fine. I won't be staying long. Then what do you need? He turned to them with an annoyed and angry glare. This scared Rose so much she trembled. Kara wondered, surely, I wasn't like this before, was I? Then she replied, the rental fee probably isn't that high. It's not about the small amount of money. But for what reason did you rent an airship? At least I need to know, right? If it's just about that, you could have summoned me to your office. Do you think with your recent behavior, you would come immediately whenever I call? She thought to herself that she didn't even care. She replied, I'm sorry. I didn't intend to ask about that. I heard you're dating a man. Kara was startled and put down her teacup. Then she asked shyly, how did you? Dating a man. It's not that kind of relationship yet. The Grand Duke was stunned by her reaction. Robert's words were true. She coughed. If it's too expensive, I'll be more careful for the time being. I didn't mean to say that. Then what is it? What I meant to say is... Seeing him hesitate, Kara became curious. What's wrong? Is he trying to find an excuse to stop me from attending the party? Thinking this, she stood up worriedly and said, it seems you have nothing more to say. I'm not feeling well right now, so I'd like to rest for a bit. Wait. Is there something else you want to say, Your Grace? He slammed his hand on the table. Lately, why? He hesitated and thought to himself, do I have the right to ask why you've changed so much? Then he said, it's nothing. Rest well. Take care. The Grand Duke walked down the hallway with a heavy heart. He remembered Kara as a child, always clinging to him, smiling brightly and calling father. A look of sadness flickered across his face. In Kara's room, the maids exclaimed, it really suits you, doesn't it? This dress was made for you, my lady. Kara looked dazzling in the sparkling dress. She thought nervously, I'm attending the party without the Duke. So exciting. My maternal grandfather will also be at the party today. Before Cousin appears, I must prepare myself to face the worst-case scenario. With that thought, she began to walk slowly. Meanwhile, Joseph was also shining brilliantly. Suddenly, a voice called out Sir Joseph. He turned around and Kara said, you look wonderful today. He looked at her, stunned. She walked over and asked, doesn't it suit me well? This is the first time I've worn makeup to a party. That's not it at all. You're so beautiful, I was a bit dazed. You're so beautiful that even a goddess would have to step back. She blushed shyly. You're going too far. The servant behind her was extremely satisfied. She smiled and said, I didn't know Sir Joseph was so good at charming people. She placed her hand on his arm. Let's go, or we'll be late. Joseph replied, yes. At the party, people were buzzing. Is Lady Pavis here too? I can't believe she's attending a social event like this. Marquis and Marchioness Frank. The Marchioness looked at Kara and said, I sent the invitation a long time ago, but I never expected her to come. It's been a while, my lady. Have you been well? Kara silently wondered, who is this? I feel like I've met her somewhere before. Have you both been well? Yes, thank you for attending our party, my lady. After the greeting, an awkward silence fell, making her feel flustered. What do I say now? Joseph spoke up. It seems the lady is feeling tired. It's been a long time since she attended a party like this, so she must feel uncomfortable. If you feel dizzy, my lady, I will take you to the terrace to relax. Kara quickly followed his lead. Then I'm sorry, I must be rude. He whispered, are you all right, my lady? We barely escaped. Thank you. Shall I take you outside? No, I'll sit over there and eat something. I haven't eaten anything today. Then I'll bring you some food. Please wait here for a moment. Okay, thank you. She sat down, thinking she also wanted to talk to other people. Suddenly, she saw something. A group of people was chatting happily and comfortably not far away. That's right, that's what it's like. It looks like fun. The blonde girl said, that's why my father received the goddess's tears. The girl next to her exclaimed, wow, that's so lucky. Kara thought, my family has the goddess's tears too. But if I butt in, I'll probably ruin the atmosphere. I came here because I wanted to have fun like that too. Suddenly, the girl from before saw Kara. She cried out, oh my God. What's wrong? Did you see a ghost or something? Just then, everyone saw Kira glaring at them with a dark expression. They quickly approached her. We're sincerely sorry. We didn't know the lady was resting, so we were being noisy. Please rest comfortably. After saying that, they all turned and fled. Kara called after them, you can continue talking. She thought sadly, this is depressing. Suddenly, someone approached and said, Lady Kara. Marquis Edinburgh would like to see you. My grandfather? I should tell Sir Joseph that I'll be away for a moment. He's nowhere to be seen. I can't find him. With that thought, she stood up. Take me to my grandfather. It's been a long time, Kara. She greeted him, grandfather. It's good to see you're still healthy. You too. I assume there's no one around who can hear our conversation, right, grandfather? Of course. Are we of the same blood? All right, then what is the reason you wanted to see me? I have something to ask you. Besides your mother, the Duke had another wife. Rowena Binder. Was that woman really unable to have children and thus cast out? This question surprised her grandfather, leaving him stunned. So, the reason you wanted to see me was to ask about this? Please give me a straight answer. Is Rowena Binder that woman? If she's a fake, then why does she look exactly like him? Only the Pavis family is chosen by the goddess and can use the power of spirits. Can you truly say that she isn't of Pavis blood? He stammered, yes, that's right. That woman couldn't have children. To be precise, she was infertile. She thought to herself, if I press him any further, I won't be able to speak politely. He's clearly hiding something. He had screamed his innocence until the very end. Kara is the Grand Duke's biological daughter. My daughter wouldn't have the guts to deceive you. You will surely regret this. He's not the type to come forward without reason just for his own blood. She replied, I will believe your words. Good. Now, let's get to the main point. I think I need a hiding place, somewhere far from the city, that only you and I know about. A hiding place? Why on earth would you need that? She turned away. I'll only tell you when you reveal the truth to me. What are you talking about? You have something you're hiding from me, don't you? Your threatening skills have reached a new level. Have you committed a crime that can't be discovered? As long as you're the next successor of the spirit power, you can cover up almost any crime. She thought, the problem is, that might not be me. I saw the form of the spirit before I died. She told him not to worry. Preparing a hiding place is just a precaution in case something unexpected happens. He grew impatient. That doesn't sound reassuring at all. Then I have a favor to ask you. Don't forget that we share the same blood. And I am the most important tool for his power. He was silent for a moment, then smiled and asked. It's been a while since we've met, and this is all you wanted to talk about? It's not good to talk for too long. You don't like it either, do you? Zick's birthday party will be soon. I'll see you then. She thought to herself, all right, I've prepared for the worst. Having a hiding place is like having life insurance. If things repeat as they did in the past, I'll need a place to run to. I'll try to uncover Cossette's identity and her death. But things might not go my way. I can't let myself be helplessly dragged to the guillotine like before. With this measure, I can rest a little easier. Suddenly, her footsteps halted as she heard some suggestive words. My love, do you really want to do it here? Why not? A little more excitement is a good thing. Kara wondered, that voice is clearly. Meanwhile, Aiden was leaning close to a girl. Your shy demeanor is so captivating. I'm mesmerized by your rose-like scent. Nearby, Aso and Zaina were also observing. That guy is being extra ridiculous today. Aso said with a disgusted look, we have to let the ladies see his promiscuous behavior. Yeah, we have to catch him red-handed at the party. Let's move. Quickly tell the vice commander to bring the lady here. Okay. Vice commander, the target is now moving to the back of the grounds. Joseph nodded in agreement immediately. Got it. I'll bring the lady there. He hurriedly went over and said, my lady. But the chair she was just in was now empty. Where did she go? What? You're saying the lady has disappeared. The mission is at a critical point. Suddenly, a thud from behind made them turn around. They saw Kara landing on the ground. Then she stood up with a very grim face. Her grandfather, on the upper floor, panicked and called out loudly, "Kara, are you hurt?" But she didn't answer and continued to walk away. Joseph called out in surprise, "And my lady?" Kara headed towards the whispering couple. "Oh, I'm so shy. I want to kiss your soft lips." Just as he finished speaking, Aiden suddenly cried out. Kara's eyes widened as she asked, "Why are you here?" He was stunned and asked back, "Kara, why are you here? You clearly said you had a book club meeting." Kara immediately grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. "Are you going to answer me or not? Hey, put me down first." Joseph's group saw Kara's murderous aura and asked each other, "What kind of situation is this?" "Nothing special, probably a situation that will be resolved by luck." Just then, Aiden was thrown down with a thud in front of the other girl. He clutched his chest, panting. "What kind of girl is so strong?" The other girl asked, "My love, are you okay?" "Who is that?" "I'm fine, don't worry about it. She's a stranger." Hearing this, Kara flew into a rage and lunged forward, but was held back by Zaina and Aso. "Patience is a virtue, my lady. This guy is the type who cries when he steps on a thorn, so he's weaker than a normal man. If you use your strength, you might accidentally kill him. Try to justify yourself, Aiden Cacho. However, you have to convince me." He swallowed nervously in fear. "My lady?" They just called her my lady. In this country, there are only 4 ladies, and among them, the one whose face I don't know. Is she the precious jewel of the spirit descendant family, Carapavis? "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god," he stammered. "I don't know how to justify this properly, my lady." She was astonished. "What?" He said the previous engagement was cancelled, so I simply accepted the Marchioness's invitation. "If you look at the result, it seems I deceived you, my lady. But is it really necessary to throw someone like trash?" "Then who is that woman?" "Of course, just a confidant." "It doesn't look like you're just ordinary confidants. The way you talk, my lady, it's as if you're my lover. We've only had a meal together once. If anyone heard this, it would cause a scandal." "You're saying it was just a simple meal together?" "Even though it was the first time I went out with a man, it was still considered a date." "Why is he only showing his true colors now?" Seeing her seething with anger, Reina let her go. "My lady, I've reconsidered. It's worth giving him a few slaps now." "That's right. For a dog like him, we should respond with a few basic moves, shouldn't we?" She clenched her fists. He screamed in fear. "No, wait, hold on, my lady. Isn't anyone around? Help!" Kara rushed forward and punched him square in the face. He immediately fell to the ground, trembling. Reina asked, "He won't die from that, will he?" Joseph said, "He can take care of himself." Then he turned to look at Kara. More importantly, he walked over and called out worriedly, "My lady." She said, "My shoes, I left them at the desk and jumped down here." Hearing this, Joseph was stunned. Vina and Aso quickly ran to bring her shoes. "We'll go with her and come back." Just then, Joseph asked, "My lady, should we return?" She turned and said loudly with teary eyes, "I don't want to. I will enjoy everything fun in this life and party hard before I go back. I can't return looking miserable because of some social scum." "That's right. I can't let this bastard ruin my day. I feel so refreshed after punching that perfectly sculpted face. That bastard. And I was going to be nice to him." Just then, Joseph carefully put the shoes on her feet. "Have you cooled down a bit?" She wiped away her tears and replied, "Yes." Joseph stammered, "My lady. Don't be too heartbroken. It was just a bit of bad luck. I'm sure a better relationship will find you." She pursed her lips and replied, "MHM." Joseph offered his hand. "Besides, the banquet isn't over yet. Would you like to dance a few songs with me?" After a moment, she said, "It's been a while since I've danced, so I might step on your feet." "That's all right. Are you sure it's all right?" Joseph smiled and explained, "Of course. Do you think it would hurt more than your sword strikes during training, my lady?" Kira looked up, smiled, and replied, "It might." The music started, and the two held hands and began to dance. More music filled the building, and couples were lost in a harmonious dance. In the midst of the crowd, Kara and Joseph gradually synced with the rhythm. She suddenly looked up, and their eyes met. She realized. Sir Joseph is also very handsome. Following the rhythm of the song, the two unconsciously spun around. But Joseph noticed her strange gaze fixed on him. Why does she keep looking at me like that? Joseph was filled with curiosity. He looked down, blushing shyly, and his heartbeat changed. His mind went blank, causing him to stumble carelessly. Kara asked curiously, "Hey, why did you suddenly trip?" Joseph apologized in embarrassment. Kara couldn't help but smile. She felt a sense of joy and thought, "I'm so glad Sir Joseph is here." On a new day, Kira sighed wearily. Since I met him at the party and discussed the shelter. She recalled her conversation with him. I've prepared everything necessary to welcome Cousin. But I carelessly scared people away. In the end, I still couldn't have a proper conversation with the other ladies. She remembered the image of an unconscious Aiden lying on the ground. And my first love also ended in a disappointing way. As Kara was thinking, the figure of a young lady caught her attention. Even now, I still don't know why I'm in the past. Daphne's simple, adorable style gave off a peaceful energy. Since my mother is ill, I'll be helping with the preparations for Sir Zik's party. We've met at a party before. Do you still remember? Rose and Emily stood by her side, watching Daphne intently. But Kara was stunned and said nothing. Seeing her surprised expression, Daphne understood and quickly explained. It's been a while, so you probably don't remember. I will reintroduce myself, my lady. I am the second child of the So family, Daphne So. Kara sighed with some regret. I'm sorry for not recognizing you. Lady Daphne, I hope you'll help me today. A moment later, the sound of neatly stacked papers being tapped on the table was heard. Kara looked up at Daphne, who said, "Now, the last part is to choose the dessert." The exquisitely crafted dessert plates were eye-catching. What do you think of the cakes from Lewis's shop? It's very popular among the high society lately. Yes, that sounds good. Kara felt a bit frustrated and bowed her head in confusion. I don't even know about these things. I really don't understand Chen at all. Daphne asked, "My lady, you look down. Is something troubling you?" Kara thought, "No, it's just that I haven't had any friends since I knew anything about Chen. But I have to say, I'm quite worried about it. I can't. I shouldn't try to maintain my pride anymore and should be honest as we discussed." She hesitated nervously. Perhaps. Are there rumors that I'm very dull? It's because I don't know anything about trends and I don't have any friends. Daphne answered honestly, yes, there are. To be honest, I couldn't talk to any of the ladies at the Viscount's party yesterday. Since everyone is so used to parties like that, it's hard to join in. Daphne said, if you want to make friends, it would be better to join a club or a tea party. Daphne suddenly remembered. The princess is planning to host a tea party. Would you like to go together? Kara's eyes widened and she quickly replied, yes. While Kira's joy was evident on her face, Daphne lifted her teacup and thought to herself, is the lady really that lonely? Being the Grand Duke's daughter isn't everything. Kara shared her worries and Daphne answered honestly. I'm not sure what to say in a situation like that either. Don't overthink it. The topics at a tea party are very normal, like fashion and trends. Hearing those things, Kara's mood immediately sank. Daphne understood and reassured her. Don't worry, I'll teach you about the trends in high society. Then she quickly wrote down a list of what was currently in vogue. The most popular musician recently is Joshua White. The song he's most confident in is Walk Gang's Sunset. Seeing this, Kara was impressed. You know so much. Daphne scratched her head and smiled shyly. To be honest, it's because I've explained it to my brother before. He's always trying to escape from high society. Kara was surprised and remembered, I heard that from Lady So. She said he's a magician. I need to ask him about time reversal magic. Can I meet him? Daphne said happily, my brother usually returns to the magic tower, but I'll do my best to help you fit into high society, my lady. After saying that, she diligently continued writing, which surprised Kara sitting opposite her. Kara was moved. Thank you, Lady Daphne. She smiled and replied, it's my honor, my lady. At the edge. The teacup was put down hastily. Arabella asked in surprise. What? The lady of House Pavis is coming to my salon? I did send an invitation, but she always ignored it. Why suddenly? Prince Mikhail came over and said, she rarely makes appearances, so there must be a reason for her sudden participation in social events. Therefore, Bella, you must try to find out why. She was startled and shouted, I don't want to. I'd rather cancel it. Mikhail slammed his hand on the table and called seriously Arabella. She's your guest, and father won't be pleased. You know how troublesome Duke Pavis is with our royal family's position. Although His Majesty believes House Pavis is neutral, he always reminds us to keep an eye on them because they are vassals with their own private army. Bella angrily interrupted her brother. There's still Ellie. Tell her to do it. Ellie has her debutante ball. Stop talking nonsense. She was furious. You only say that because you don't know what kind of person the lady of House Pavis is. Brother, do you know how she was when I went to her debutante party 5 years ago? Remembering that time, when Bella talked to her, she tried to be open. It's been a while, hasn't it, Lady Kara? I was just greeting her, and she glared at me as if she wanted to kill me. Do you think that was the end of it? I tried to have a polite conversation with her. Have you heard the news? Bella continued with a smile about how the Viscountess was kicked out of the shop after causing a mess. That fashion shop is quite famous these days. Kara just replied coldly, yes. In her heart, she wondered, what is she talking about? The atmosphere between the two of them became increasingly tense, to the point of being suffocating. Bella tried to save some face. So I guess you know, right? Oh my, this dress. Before she could finish, Kira cut her off bluntly. It's too loud. Bella was stunned and asked back, what? She turned beet red and wondered, did she just call me loud? Kara continued, today's party is. Bella didn't hear the rest and turned to leave, her flushed face hard to hide. She said angrily, it seems I'm bothering you. Both of them had the same thought. I'm not interested in her at all. Back in the present, Bella stood up indignantly and said to Mikhail, that's no different from disrespecting me. Even if she's a spirit controller, it's still like looking down on the royal family. Mikhail stroked his chin. She wasn't like that with me, though. It's true she was a bit awkward, but we talked for quite a while. I don't think she was acting like she disdained the royal family. Remembering that time, Mikhail said to Kara, my latest defense strategy against magical creatures is, Kara replied, the difficulty level for this year's night exam will be. Hearing this, Bella's anger only grew. She shouted, so she only looks down on me? She slammed her hands on the table, her hands trembling uncontrollably. So what she meant was, I'm just a worthless princess. Mikhail was slightly dissatisfied. I'm reminding you, Bella, you seem to be going a bit too far. You don't know just because you're the only son. Brother, but sometimes people are like that. People will look down on you because your reputation will be ruined after you marry. If the lady truly despises the royal family as you said, then why don't we try to find out their intentions first? Bella thought, think about yourself a little. She sat in silent, helpless rage, gritting her teeth. Being ignored after trying to be friendly wasn't enough. Now I have to approach her to find out her intentions? How pathetic. Bella turned and said, all right, I'll try, but I'm not sure the results will be as you wish. I mean, she always ignores me. The scene changes to another mansion. Ludwig asked the butler, what is this? Didn't you want us to investigate where the young lady has been going? The paper's content read, a private meeting with Marquis Edinburgh. Beat up Viscount Cacho's third son, Aiden Cacho, and broke up. He smiled and said, nothing special happened, it seems. They said the young lady had a private meeting with Marquis Edinburgh on the terrace. Is it all right if we just ignore it? He hesitated and presented another piece of paper. The Grand Duke said, they are grandfather and granddaughter. Besides, I find it stranger if they pretend not to know each other at a party they both attended. Hearing this, Robert was stunned and thought to himself, since he's still neutral, I thought he'd order a deeper investigation. The Grand Duke asked, is there anything else? He replied, the princess's salon is about to open, and the young lady said she wants to go there. He asked back in surprise, what? He looked at the paper he had just placed on the table and thought. I thought she was participating in social events because of that Aiden guy. I heard she was quite dejected after breaking up with him. No way, are they still dating? The Grand Duke ordered Robert, call her here. I need to ask her directly. He wondered, she'll just ask why you called again. What should I say? The Grand Duke thought back. Enough. I will talk about this matter when your excuses are no longer valid. Then the Grand Duke said, anyway, everyone believes her excuse about finding a husband. Tell her I need to hear the results directly. Robert replied, I understand. He stepped outside, leaving the Grand Duke sitting in the room. He stood behind the door, looking in and thinking. He always says that. Would it kill him to be a little more sincere? The Grand Duke was still pensively looking at the papers on the table. Kara stood leaning on the railing, thinking. It's been 2 weeks since I was reborn, but I still don't know exactly what I saw before I died. I know it will be difficult to find out because it involves spirits and magic. But with only this little information. Kara sighed. The results Robert brought are a dead end. Robert said, there is no information about ordinary people witnessing spirits. She continued to think, the only thing I can do now is ask for my aunt's opinion. A spirit mage, Iohanna Pavis, is the only spirit mage alive today. The woman appeared with silver hair and a graceful demeanor. When I was young, she taught me a lot about spirits because I was the heir. She even took me to temples that only spirit mages could enter. That was when I saw the spirit stone of beaches. At that time, the two entered a room and a brilliant light enveloped them. She looked up with curious eyes. If I go back now, maybe I'll discover something. If I could, I would have visited her right away. But because she wanted a peaceful life, she moved out of the capital. Besides the Emperor, no one can contact her without meeting Grand Duke Paris first. Kara thought miserably, I don't want to ask him for anything, but... Suddenly, a voice spoke up, my lady. She turned and replied, Mr. Robert, what is it? The Grand Duke has requested to see you because he is worried about you. Kara was surprised. Worried about me? She thought, worried. Him. The butler said, you're agreeing to attend the Marquis's party was strange enough, but now you even want to attend the princess's salon opening party. Kira slowly remembered. I knew it. He's not worried about me, but about the family's reputation. Kara turned and said, just in time, I was planning to see him anyway. Let's go now. As she and the butler Robert were walking, Kara suddenly saw something. The servants were coming out of the room. She was surprised. Huh? Butler Robert stood outside and announced, Sir, the young lady has arrived. Kira entered the room, where a lot of delicious food was laid out on the table. And the Grand Duke was sitting at the dining table, calling out, Kara. Sit down. Kara replied, yes. She looked at the table and wondered. Hey, cake. The Grand Duke was sitting in front of her, holding a teacup. She looked at her father for a long time and thought, no wonder I feel so anxious. Just then, he put down his teacup and said, how is your plan to find a husband going? It's clear you don't have anyone to ask about marriage, so it's not going well. Kara was startled and quickly replied, no, this time, someone will definitely be caught in the net. Hearing her say that, he thought with a surprised face, what reason does she have to be so determined? I thought it was just an excuse, but I didn't expect her to actually want to get married. Suddenly, he was startled. If anyone saw this, they might misunderstand me as a father who doesn't want his daughter to marry and tries every way to stop it. He bowed his head in frustration. As the head of the Pavis family, I can't show affection for my children like other parents. Instead, I decided not to interfere in my children's affairs. That's right, whether it's dating or marriage, as long as they behave properly and don't cause damage or affect the family, it's fine. Then I'll try to go along with your wishes. Kara replied, thank you, father. By the way, how is my aunt doing lately? Because of her age, her health isn't what it used to be. According to the doctor, her asthma has become more severe, so I'm very worried. My aunt is getting old, so I want to contact her often before it's too late. I think you should go visit her. She immediately stood up. I was also planning to visit her this weekend. If you can arrange a specific appointment time, please inform Robert so he can let me know. The Grand Duke heard this and remained silent. She turned back to look at him. Then she slowly walked out the door, leaving him alone in the room. The door closed. Kara was walking down the hall. She thought to herself, his expression, there was something dissatisfied about it. Does father hate being suspected of the family's neutrality that much? In fact, father has hated me and my maternal grandfather meeting since I was very young. My maternal grandfather has a very strong desire for power, but... Suddenly, Kara's footsteps halted. Grandfather. What exactly is he hiding? Kara looked up through the window, gazing at the high sky with a mind full of thoughts. Is this the decisive key? In another scene, a voice echoed through the mansion. I heard there will be a special guest today. Two servants discussed with each other. The princess has always been close to the lady of House Pavis. Since this is the grand opening of the princess's salon, she must have come to congratulate her. Arabella heard the two servants and thought to herself, it would be good if that were the case. The girl with braids said, why is she coming here? I couldn't sleep last night because of this news. The other girl said, isn't she the type who's so busy she can't even remember people's faces, even after meeting them 3 times? Arabella complained with a headache, where will today end up? The servant announced, Your Highness, Lady Pavis has arrived. Kara and Daphne stood side by side. Arabella and the 4 servants were tense. The 2 of them curtsied to Arabella. Greetings, Your Highness. She replied, Welcome, Lady Kara and Lady Daphne. Their hearts were pounding. The ladies had started to sit at the banquet table. Arabella spoke up, Now I will introduce today's special guest. A young man with brown hair bowed his head. I am Joshua White. It is an honor to receive the princess's invitation. 2 young women screamed, Oh my God, it's Sir Joshua, as expected of the princess's salon. Daphne whispered to Kara, My lady, that's Joshua White. Joshua knelt and kissed Arabella's hand, saying, Although I don't usually accept performance invitations, it's a different story for a beautiful princess. Arabella replied in surprise, Oh my, that makes me happy. Anyway, since I've just opened the salon, I'll let my guests choose the song. He looked up with a bright smile and replied, It would be my honor, Your Highness. Kira sipped her tea, observing Rojua's attitude and thinking that his personality reminded her of someone who was more honest and simple than easygoing. Arabella glanced over at Kara and asked, Lady Kara, is there a song you'd like to hear? She was surprised and clenched her hands. Joshua White's most performed piece at concerts is Walk Gang's Sunset. People will think I'm an idiot if I don't know, so I have to pretend I do. Kara spoke up, I would like to hear Walk Gang's Sunset. Joshua replied, What a coincidence, that's the piece I'm most confident in. I heard you perform this song at your academy graduation. Daphne praised her happily, Amazing, good job, my lady. Her face turned red from the compliment. This conversation is going smoothly. Arabella looked up and said, You seem to be keeping up with the latest trends. Even though you don't appear in high society, I'm quite surprised. Kira replied, That's right. She thought, this wasn't in the notes. Daphne spoke up to help Kira. It's true that Lady Kira doesn't often attend performances at the opera house, but it seems she also enjoys listening to music, doesn't she? Arabella replied cheerfully, I see. In her head, she thought, Is that all you're going to say? Just a blunt answer? Regardless of whether you're a great spirit mage or not, you still show respect to the royal family. Arabella glared with a sharp look. If that's really her attitude, I can only doubt the Grand Duke's loyalty, as my brother said. I have to carry out that mission despite this bad mood. Arabella spoke up, to be honest, I was quite nervous today. I didn't think House Pavis would actually accept my invitation. I was very surprised and curious about the reason. Kara put down her cup. I just thought I should gradually start participating in social events. The short-haired girl asked in surprise, Doesn't House Pavis never participate in social activities? Well, although that's true, marriage can't be based on family alone. It's... The entire banquet hall fell silent. She said loudly, Marriage. Everyone's jaw dropped. Oh my, marriage. Kara pretended to be shy and said, Yes, I'm at a suitable age for marriage. Although my aunt didn't get married, I still want to meet a good man. The girl with braids said, of course, marriage can't be decided by family. The girl next to her thought, hot news, fresh off the press. Everyone said, you will surely meet a good person, or do you already have someone in mind? Arabella was suspicious. Marriage? Is that the real reason? She clapped her hands. This will cause trouble for Lady Kara. Come on, everyone. Some people apologized to Kara. I was just so surprised, I'm sorry. My apologies as well. Kara smiled and replied, it's all right. Daphne whispered beside her, you didn't tell me this. Kara thought, this is enough to spread the news all over the capital. Everyone was leaving. Kara bowed her head and said, today was really enjoyable, Your Highness. Arabella replied, me too. Please come again next time. Suddenly, a piece of paper fell out of Kara's pocket. The princess noticed it. A servant quickly picked it up and gave it to the princess. The paper was unfolded and inside were lines of text. Iced shop, a shop by a designer from Julie's shop after a big fight with Lady Vivian. Although it's a popular shop recently, Julie's and Sitat's shops might clash, so don't bring this up. Mammon, a new record, 3 full houses in one game. If you don't know, people will treat you like an alien, so pretend you know. Joshua White, his signature song is the one he performed at the concert, Walk Gang's Sunset. People will think you're an idiot if you don't know. After reading it, Arabella exclaimed in shock, what the? She ran quickly to catch up. She called out, Pre-princess. Later, Arabella and Kara sat opposite each other. Arabella placed the paper on the table and asked, so this really is yours, Lady Pavis? Arabella asked suspiciously, why were you carrying this? Kara swallowed. That's because I was afraid I couldn't keep up. Arabella looked at her and thought, although it's not valuable information, just some rumors and trends in the capital, if someone like Lady Pavis is using it, she must have another motive. Kara looked down shyly and replied, the conversation at the salon. Arabella was startled and thought, does she mean what I think she means? She asked suspiciously, but you're a noble too. I've always been in the mansion, so I'm not used to the topics often discussed outside. She continued shyly, even when someone starts a conversation with me, I don't know how to respond, so. Arabella continued, so at the salon, you wanted to avoid being seen as a noble from the countryside visiting the capital for the first time. Kira's face was beet red. Let's just say that's the reason. Then why did you accept my invitation? Arabella tapped the paper and said, a party would be more suitable for finding a partner than a salon full of women. Arabella's eyes glinted. She definitely has other intentions. Kara replied, that's because I want to make friends. Hearing this, Arabella spat out her water. She shouted, wait, what? Kara said nervously, I've attended a few parties before. But I couldn't have a decent conversation and I was worried because there were rumors that I'm a dull person. If that continues, I might have a bad influence on social events. Kara fidgeted and said, I don't want to be alone at parties. She told Arabella, actually, I had a lot of fun today. Kara's eyes were filled with adoration as she said, I've always wanted to sit with you and your friends whenever I saw you all. But I always just watched from afar because I thought I would ruin the atmosphere every time I approached. I'm so happy that I could talk with everyone for so long today. Arabella suddenly stood up. No way. Arabella pointed to her own eyes and said, whenever our eyes met, you gave us a scary look. Who would have known that was the look of someone who wanted to talk to us? She slammed the table and yelled in Kara's face, if you have any conscience, think about it. Kara looked down and said, but that's how I normally look. If you keep making that scary face without saying anything, people will misunderstand. Kara said dejectedly, I guess you're right. Arabella blushed and thought, what? Why does she look so innocent? Kara looked up and asked her, Princess, you don't look well. If you're not feeling well, you should rest. I'll be leaving. Arabella turned away and said, good idea. I didn't sleep well last night, so my mood is a bit I'm not feeling well, so I probably can't see you off. Kara replied, it's all right. Please rest. Kara stood up and left. Arabella sat on the chair, thinking. So, she really didn't look down on me. She covered her blushing face. So embarrassing. Prince Mikhail entered and said, I heard you just had a private meeting with Lady Pavis, didn't you? Did you learn anything? Arabella replied, she's looking for a husband. She can't socialize with anyone if she's always in the mansion. She said she wants to start participating in the social scene because she's at a suitable age for marriage. Mikhail said, although it's not a forced excuse. By the way, didn't you say Lady Pavis looked down on you? Was the salon today okay? She jumped. It was a misunderstanding. She's not as rude as I thought. Mikhail smiled and replied, all right, good luck, Bella. She turned around in panic and asked, good luck? What do you mean? I mean you have to spend more time with Lady Pavis. Arabella shouted, brother. Meanwhile, Daphne called out, Lady Pavis, how did it go? Kara replied, it went well. I got the note back too. It seems there was some misunderstanding. Daphne sighed in relief. Thank goodness. I thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest. She scolded Kara, there's another issue. What do you mean you want to find a suitable husband? Why didn't you tell me something so important? It's just an excuse. Besides, it's a rather embarrassing topic, so… Daphne turned back to get something from the servant's hand. It's that important, you should have told me. She held up the letter. Tada! This is the party my family hosts every year. I've sent invitations to all the handsome young men. Kara hesitated. Oh, but I… Seeing Daphne's sparkling eyes, Kara replied, I'm looking forward to it. Then you have to tell me when you've found someone to go with. I'll have the servants draw attention to you. Kara looked at the letter and thought to herself, I'll probably go with Sir Joseph again. Daphne said cheerfully, at this party, you'll definitely find your soulmate, my lady. In a room full of documents. A voice echoed, damn it. A figure appeared. He said, I can't remember. I can't do anything about it because it keeps bothering me. A series of letters flew up. When did they send this? He read the letter, scratched his neck, and said, so troublesome. Meanwhile, people at the party were gossiping. Isn't that Lady Pavis? Is she acquainted with the So family? It seems the rumor that she's participating in social events to find a fiancé is true. Kara, wearing a white dress with small details, said to Joseph, thank you for coming with me, Sir Joseph. It's no problem. I hope you have a wonderful time. Daphne appeared and called, my lady. Daphne's eyes sparkled as she looked at Kara. See? I've invited all the wonderful and handsome men. To be honest, none of them are good enough for you, but I'll do my best to help you find the best husband. Kara replied shyly, thank you, Lady Daphne. Someone called from a distance, Daphne, you have to greet the other guests too. She ran off cheerfully, turning back to tell Kara, if someone catches your eye, let me know right away. Joseph saw this and said, you two seem close. Kara said gently, yes, she's my friend. It was the same at the princess's salon. Kara was surprised to see Arabella. Arabella said nervously, Lady Pavis. She bowed her head in greeting, Princess. Kara smiled. Arabella's heart skipped a beat as she thought, don't smile, it's scary. She spoke up, we meet again, Lady Pavis. I'm here with my friends. May I introduce them to you? In her heart, she thought, although the misunderstanding has been resolved, things are even more awkward now. She's with someone else, so she'll probably refuse, right? Kira replied cheerfully, of course. Arabella was surprised. She turned her head and said to Joseph, Sir Joseph, don't worry about me. You can go ahead. She ran off, saying, thank you. Joseph smiled as he watched her. Arabella introduced Kara to the other ladies. Daphne watched from a distance. She turned and said, I want to go over to the ladies' side soon. Just then, Ariai appeared and called Daphne. What's this? My big brother Ariai. I thought you wouldn't come since you're glued to your study. What's this all about? Ariai said, even so, I'm a bachelor, so it's more polite to show up at least once, right? She muttered beside him, oh please, when were you ever polite? I don't remember. You didn't even bother with the party. Are you really a bachelor? Then you should sit there and be proud of your talent. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to be chosen by anyone and won't have a single hope of getting married. Do you know what people say behind your back? Ariai listened with a bored expression and picked his ear. He looked around for Kara. That's right, I heard the lady of House Pavis is coming today. Where is she? This guy is really... She pointed down. There, in the lower hall. The one with black hair and a silver dress. Ari praised. Oh, she's quite pretty. Daphne heard this and said, just quite? No one is as beautiful as Our Lady. He suddenly froze. She asked, what's wrong? Ari said, we've never met before. But no, it feels like we have. Ari ran off. I have to go there. See you later. She quickly grabbed Ari's hand. Wait. He muttered, seriously, so annoying. Then Ari looked at Daphne with a fearful expression. Then he said gently, this is important. Can you let go of my hand? After saying that, Ari walked away, putting distance between himself and his sister. He approached Kara and whispered, if you've returned, you should have come to see me first, shouldn't you? What are you doing here? Kara exclaimed in shock, what? He just said, if you've returned. She stood there in a daze, repeating, if you've returned. Ari asked, what, you don't remember? At that time, Her eyes widened in shock as her mind. She saw an image of Aaron. To use his energy. Her neck felt as if it were being squeezed by that energy. Just then, Ari spoke seriously, I've finally found you. The regressor. Hearing him, Kara was stunned and questioned, who is he? No, there's no reason for me to forget such a handsome person. An image of Kuzit appeared in her mind, her eyes glowing red, a man standing silently. The people around them were cursing. The image of her in chains. Kara's heart suddenly pounded. She swayed, feeling like she was about to fall. Joseph called out in panic, my lady, are you all right? Ari said awkwardly, I didn't mean to startle you. Joseph stood in front of her protectively. This is the lady of House Pavis. Please show some respect. Well, I have a few things I want to ask Lady Pavis. Isn't that right, my lady? Hearing this, Kara froze. She turned her head and said, Sir Joseph. I'll be back after a short chat with him, so please wait a bit. I'll wait here. Kira walked past Ari and said, let's go to the waiting room. We can't talk here. Of course, my lady. Seeing this, people started whispering. In the room, Kara reached out and closed the door. She was silent for a moment, then looked up and asked. You just said, the regressor, right? Yes, the regressor. How do you know I've returned to the past? Of course I know. Because I'm the one who sent you back. There's a spell on your neck that retains your memories. She asked in shock, why did you do that? You should be telling me that. I don't waste my time on trivial matters. You understand? It's an annoying type of magic that makes the caster lose their memory, so I left it as a last resort. What's the last memory you have before returning to the past? She was silent, her hands clenched as she said, receiving the death sentence. Ari's eyes widened. What? How did this happen? Kara asked hesitantly, Are you really a mage? Well, yes. Why, you don't believe me? Kara replied, even the magic tower says that no magic can reverse time. He hesitated. In this world. He held up a finger. No, let me show you. Kara looked at the flowers. Suddenly, the fresh flowers began to wilt. She was stunned. Those flowers. He said, through reversing time. In general, it's very difficult, and I'm probably the only one who can change the world's time. Time mages are rare, so it's normal that you don't know me. Why are you revealing this? You could earn the title of Great Sage. What the hell would I do with that? Besides, I told you this magic has a weakness. If the caster can't retain their memories when they return to the past, then reversing time is useless. Kara slammed her hand on the table. Please explain the basic principles and how to cast it in more detail. Don't you know it's rude to ask a mage those kinds of questions? Kara sighed. Arya explained, in short, you accidentally cast time reversal magic. The situation must have been so unexpected that I had to use that last resort. Anyway, this magic isn't completely useless. The only clue right now is me. I'm trying to help you, not trying to pry into your secrets. First, this type of magic requires two people, me, the caster, and another person different from the caster. Only one person can return to the past with their memories. An image of two people standing together appeared. The magic requires the other person to choose who retains their memories. Kara thought, what kind of magic is this? So in the end, I was a sacrifice? Don't tell me this is dark magic. She asked, so the other person would choose themselves to retain the memories? Yes, because knowing the future brings immense value. Usually, that's the case. A magic circle appeared. Arya said, then I would draw the magic circle and hear about what happened in the time before the reversal. The other person would fill in the magic gaps. So I thought you were the other person and approached you. You're confused because I don't remember using such magic, right? Exactly. If I had known things would go so unexpectedly, I wouldn't have cast it. She rested her chin on her hand. In short, the person who cast the magic with you wasn't me but someone else, and the person they chose to retain the memories was me. Arya was surprised at how quickly she understood. You're surprisingly smart for your looks, understanding what I just said right away. Then Kara slammed her hand on the table and asked, but why are you speaking so informally with me? He smiled and replied, because it's just the two of us. All right, then I'll speak more informally too. She reminded him seriously, in return, I expect you to maintain your decorum in front of others. Okay, it seems we'll be seeing each other often. I look forward to working with you, my lady. She also introduced herself. I am Kira Pavis. If you're from the So family, then what is your relation to Daphne? He shook her hand and said, she's my younger sister. Kara thought, looking at Lady Daphne, it seems the Viscount's family has no issues with education, but he doesn't seem to care about what others think. Kara stood up. If you need my help, feel free to come see me at the Duke's mansion anytime. It seems I'll have to stay in the capital a bit longer. She glanced at the room's door. Seeing this, he asked, what's wrong? Are you worried about what people are saying? Kayla replied, no, it's just that someone is waiting for me outside. He recalled Joseph. That guy from before? He had a really nasty look in his eyes. Kara turned back and said, it wouldn't be polite to make my companion wait too long. Let's end this discussion here. She walked out. Arya leaned back in his chair and sighed. Why on earth did I do that in the past? Kara called out loudly, Sir Joseph. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Have you been standing here this whole time? You could have sat down and rested. I'm fine. Joseph asked, who was that just now? He didn't seem like someone you know. He said he found you and called you, the regressor, my lady. Kara hesitated. That is. In her heart, she cursed, he should have told me that secret in private. She said nervously, he's a very powerful mage. I once asked for his opinion on time magic. That's what we discussed. Then what about the returning or the contract and things like that? Kara was at a loss for words. Seeing her like this, Joseph spoke up. Forgive me for overstepping. I was just worried it would put you in danger, my lady. She thought to herself, thank goodness. I've run out of excuses. She said, it's not like that. Powerful mages often have strange personalities, don't they? I hope you'll keep what just happened a secret, even from the Duke. He replied, I would have done so even if you hadn't asked. Then Kara and Joseph walked away. She thought, he's a mage who knows about regression magic. What on earth happened in the past? Joseph watched her intently and thought. A secret she can't tell. An image of him standing behind her, reaching out but unable to touch her. 2 days later. A newspaper article appeared about Kara and Arya going out together. Kara noticed the Grand Duke sitting dejectedly. Seeing this, she smiled. It seems everything is going according to my plan. She walked down the stairs. Rose asked, we've prepared everything you need. Will you be departing now? Kara smiled and replied, yes, thank you. A hand tugged at her clothes. Sister, are you okay? Wherever you go now, people are talking about your marriage. But you're not really planning to get married, are you? That's right, Zik. Even so, she paused and thought, in the future, things like my marriage won't be an important issue anymore. Kara asked Rose, is there any news from the So family? No, nothing. All the servants were buzzing. Why is the young lady waiting for news from the So family? Could the romantic rumor be true? Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the table, stopping. The Grand Duke stood up and called Kara. Zik came out and asked, "When will you be back?" "I'm planning to stay there for more than 2 days, so I'll let you know after I return." The boy hugged her. "Okay, take care, sister. Say hello to our aunt for me." Everyone said goodbye to her. Kara sat in the carriage and sighed. "Before Cousin appears, I need to find more clues about the spirits." The carriage moved along the road. The wheels came to a stop. Kara stepped down, looking radiant. She walked into the mansion. A greeting rang out, "Welcome, Lady Kara." The person standing at the top of the stairs was Kara's aunt, Johanna Pavis. Kira took Iohanna's hand and kissed it. She asked Kira, "Didn't we just meet last month?" Kira replied, "It's been quite a while, aunt. I've been seeing you quite often lately. I didn't come here just to visit you." Hearing this, her aunt was startled. "Were you just joking?" Goodness, the child who's always serious like her father. "Now, to be honest, I have something to ask you." "Ask away." Kara sat down on a chair and asked, "Do you know if a normal person, not a spirit host, can see a spirit? Is there anyone?" "Only spirit hosts can see spirits, so I'm a bit skeptical," her aunt said dejectedly. "If it were that easy to achieve, there's no way I wouldn't know about it. It's been half a century since my abilities awakened, but I still can't be sure. What if they had the help of a spirit host? Could that happen?" Kara sighed and thought, if she doesn't know, does that mean the hypothesis is wrong? Just as I thought. "But why are you so curious?" Kara replied, "I was just thinking if I could help others see spirits, they could study it more deeply." "Oh, now that you mention it, yes. Since I hate studying, I don't know much, but our ancestors were different." She placed her teacup on the table. Kara saw this and asked, "What do you mean?" She stood up and walked as she spoke. "As you know, the previous generations of spirit hosts used to live in this mansion." She took a key in her hand and said, "There are many personal achievements and research they left behind. You might find a clue there. Do you want to take a look?" Kara's face lit up. She replied, "Yes." Then the sound of a door opening was heard. Iohanna shone a light inside and said, "The bookshelves and cabinets on this side are personal achievements. The other side is research achievements. Since this is information you can't let out, you'll have to look at it alone." Kara replied, "That's fine. I'm very satisfied with this. It'll probably take a few days. All the better. The more reason for me not to go home." Kara smiled and asked her, "Right?" She laughed and said, "All right, rest well, dear." She instructed the butler, "Gordon, take these things to Kara's room." Gordon replied, "I understand." Night had fallen. Kara sat in her room, staring intently at a book. "Just as I thought, I've gone through all the research achievements." She glanced at the books on her bed. "I didn't intend to look at the diaries, but..." Her face began to scrunch up. Then she reached for one. The pages opened, revealing information. June 10th, 598. My family, where daughters are very precious. Suddenly, a younger sister was born. My parents were very happy. I was also happy to have a cute younger sister. June 10th, 617. Eva's power has awakened. She said the spirits are much more beautiful than she imagined. When will I get to see the spirits? December 20th, 617. Father started to worry that my powers were coming too late. They usually awaken before the age of 25. March 7th, 618. Father heard other nobles say that I might not be his biological daughter. He got angry and punished them for insulting the Pavis family. January 25th, 620. Only Eva came to celebrate my birthday. She comforted me, telling me to ignore the gossip from outsiders. Thank you, Eva. April 11th, 620. Father and mother argued. I think I know why they were arguing. I'm so scared. What if I'm not really a biological daughter of this family? The atmosphere in the house is terrible. I'm afraid of the servants' gazes. I can't leave my room. I'm more afraid of meeting Father than anything else. Evangeline, if you had never been born, you wouldn't have awakened before me, and this situation wouldn't have happened. Having these thoughts about my younger sister, I'm truly a useless person. May 25th, 622. Eva came to see me through the window. She said she wanted to celebrate my birthday. When I held that child's hand, a source of power entered my hand. A new world opened up. Bubbles gathered to form the image of a small carp. Wolves and birds appeared, startling me. Eva said, "This is a water spirit." A blonde girl said, "You also have the power of a spirit host." Kara read this and trembled. This. She imagined herself being tied up. The main point is that when we touched, a power was transferred from the point of contact. Vague creatures floated in the blue light. Resonance, that's what we called that phenomenon. Kara read the important information in the old book. "I think my power can help you awaken, so I transferred some spirit energy into you. It's probably a temporary manifestation of a dormant ability. Because nothing happened when I did it with the servants. Resonance can only happen between sisters of the Pavis family." But that was the only occurrence. From that day on, the ability did not appear again, as if it were just a dream. Reading this, Kara's heart pounded. Resonance between sisters. October 11th, 623. I finally gained the ability to control spirits. The ability appeared without any warning, but that was just the beginning. Eva cried with me. I don't have to be afraid anymore. I confidently stepped out of my room. Suddenly, a drop of water fell onto the book. It was Kara's tear. She didn't know why she was crying. It was because she was moved by this information. "Thank you, thank goodness," she thought as she wiped her tears. I was so worried. Ever since I didn't accept Kazit, I still doubted myself deep down in my heart. I was afraid because I couldn't be sure I was a biological daughter. But now I understand. She clutched the book tightly in her hands. I really saw a spirit that day. She shed tears of joy, knowing she was a biological child. In the spacious, empty room, she felt incredibly weak. I also have the dormant ability of a spirit host within me. In the dark room, only small candles tried to shine. Kara sat on the mattress, thinking. Maybe my execution was delayed by a day because my powers awakened. Maybe Kazit did something to speed up my execution. Because when I was arrested, when I tried to escape, and even at the execution, everything happened very quickly. Then it could be to take revenge on me and my maternal family. Marquis Edinburgh and Count Wybach are enemies. The sudden fall of the Wybach family was all Marquis Edinburgh's plan. The Pavis family could have been a witness to the fall of the Wybach family, but the person behind it all was my maternal grandfather, according to the rumors. The former Count Wybach had planned to meddle in the Duke's political affairs, so the Grand Duke was offended and punished his in-laws as an example to others. The important thing is that Kazit Wybach has a reason to hate the Edinburgh family. Thinking this, she tiredly lay down on the bed. That's the reason behind my death sentence. She wondered, what happened to the prophecy? I could see spirits through resonance with Kazit, which means Kazit is also a real spirit host. Kara clutched the blanket in her hands. Something contrary to the prophecy will happen. What on earth happened? The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the silent room. There was no other sound. Kira had fallen asleep at some point. Mrs. Johanna came to her side, smiled silently, and tucked her in. She looked at her tenderly and said, "Sleep well, Kara." Outside, raindrops began to fall on the delicate leaves. The rain began to fall harder. A small hand appeared and lightly touched the leaves. In this stormy night, a young girl stood there, smiling. In the dead of night, she wore a dark purple dress and a matching umbrella, blending into the darkness. A man came to report, "Everything is ready." The person who turned around was Lady Kazit. A beautiful morning at the palace. The 13th birthday party of Zik Pavis. The servants in the palace were all bustling, running back and forth to prepare for the birthday party. A maid asked the others, "Is the food ready yet?" Kara stood on high, watching the busy servants and thinking, there really isn't much time left. Rose stood beside her and reminded her, "My lady, we should go get ready soon." "Yes, let's go." Elsewhere, flower petals floated in the water. Kara was being attended to by servants for her bath. Soaking in the tub, she thought to herself, in the end, I didn't tell my aunt about the resonance. No, rather, I couldn't. Even in the diary, it wasn't certain that resonance could lead to an awakening. If it could, she would also support Kazit fairly. Before I returned, Kazit had already completely controlled the spirits. Since I don't know if I have to help her, I can't ask my aunt for help too soon. She bit her lip and told herself not to be impatient. Because Kazit has no choice but to wait for the Saintess's judgment. In another space, the sound of high heels echoed in the palace hallway as servants bowed respectfully. Kayla wore a very splendid and beautiful outfit. Zik, seeing her from the side, opened his eyes wide in astonishment. He stood there and called her sister. He smiled happily and flattered her, "You look more splendid than usual." "Haha, it's your birthday, so I have to look my best." On the surface, she was happy and smiling, but in her heart, she told herself, "And I can't be inferior to her." She held out her hand and smiled at Zik. "Let's enter slowly. Even if you're the star of the day, you can't be late." He placed his hand on hers and replied, "Yes." As they approached the party venue, a chorus of voices suddenly rang out, "Greetings, Lady Kira Pavis and young Master Zik Pavis." After the respectful greeting, they bowed politely. Everyone here was respectful to the two of them. Accustomed to the scene, the two remained very calm. They were bustling to introduce themselves. "Happy birthday, sir. I am from the Lawrence family. I am the eldest son of the Bloss family." Suddenly, a voice from behind called out. Kara immediately turned to look. "You've become much more beautiful in the few days we haven't seen each other, Kara." Edinburgh looked at Zik and also praised him. "Zik has also grown a lot. Thank you for coming to celebrate with me. It's my grandson's birthday, so of course I have to come." Suddenly, on one side, all the guests looked in one direction and started whispering. "Why is that person here?" A young man approached from a distance. As he walked in, people whispered to each other. It's been almost 20 years since he became a recluse. Did he decide to stop living like that? He ignored the gossip and walked confidently into the banquet hall. Even so, to appear here. Suddenly, he smiled. Then he stopped in front of Zik. Following behind him was a blonde girl. He spoke up, "Happy birthday, Sir Zik." The boy looked at him and said, "Who are you?" "State your name." My apologies. I had started living as a recluse before you were even born. So you probably don't know me." He pulled down his hood. "I am Count Isaac Weybach, the brother of Rowena Weybach, the former wife of the Duke." Hearing him, Zik exclaimed in shock, "What?" People here were also buzzing, asking each other, "Isn't Rowena Weybach the lady who was kicked out for being unable to conceive? Does he have the nerve to show up here?" Everyone there was shocked by this information. Only Kara remained calm and thought, "It's finally time." She squinted at the blonde girl next to him. That was Kazit. She just stood there doing nothing, and at that moment, she noticed Kara. She smiled sinisterly. "Hello." Kara stared at her for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "Hello." Kazit also smirked sinisterly. Kazit walked towards her. "I'm very happy to meet you. I'm also very happy to be reunited with my family after so many years. I believe I'm older than you, so may I speak informally with you, my lady?" Zik, hearing her words, shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Isaac blocked him. "This is the surprise I prepared for you. I have brought the Duke's true flesh and blood as a gift." Then he suddenly became fierce and glared at Kara. "To replace that imposter. What's meant to happen will happen." She lowered her eyes and thought, "It's just like before." Jake shouted angrily, "Sir Aso, what are you doing? Why don't you throw these crazy people out?" Aso obeyed and went to escort them out, but as soon as he touched her, Kazit pushed him away. "Don't touch me," she said angrily. "I carry the blood of the Grand Duke. After his grace acknowledges me, do you think you won't be punished for your insolence?" Hearing her words, Aso hesitated and didn't dare to move. At that moment, Grand Duke Pavis was entering. He stood on high, and everyone bowed respectfully. His noble and dignified self stood on high, looking down. Suddenly, hearing someone call him father startled him. "It is an honor to meet you, father." She bowed her head slightly in greeting. I am the daughter of the former Duchess Rowena and the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke Cuzit. He stood there looking at her and asked, "You mean to say you're my daughter?" Yes. Hearing this, people started gossiping again. Didn't Cuzit Wybuck die shortly after being cast out for being unable to conceive? Also, wasn't there a rumor that Marquis Edinburgh deceived them? Even if we're not sure about that, whether she's Rowena's daughter or not, she looks exactly like the Grand Duke. This is the second lady. Kara stood to the side, observing. How strange. She looks very different. Bright skin and beautiful hands, but most of all, her attitude. How can a commoner remain so calm in the face of so many nobles' gazes? I'll have to reconsider the fact that she grew up in the countryside without knowing her true identity. She looked at the Grand Duke and continued, "I'm so glad to finally meet you, father." The Grand Duke said, "The father you speak of." Before he could finish, Marquis Eden stepped up and interrupted. "This is absurd. Hasn't the prophecy already stated it? There will only be one spirit host born in the next generation. His Grace's legitimate daughter is only Lady Kara." "That's right, quickly escort them out of here." Everyone was too loud, causing the Grand Duke to glare down coldly. Everyone immediately fell silent in fear. Then the Grand Duke asked, "Can you prove it?" "Of course, if you give me the chance, father." Kara watched the scene unfold and thought, not a single word has changed. She recalled what happened before she returned. He stood up high and said callously, "Very well, so be it. I only care which one is the real child." Remembering this memory, she smiled wryly. "I've been through this once. It would be foolish to be hurt by it again." The Grand Duke on high repeated himself. "Say it again." Cuzit asked in confusion, "Excuse me." Kara also froze and looked back in shock. The Grand Duke repeated, "The first time you spoke to me." Cuzit replied, "It is an honor to meet you, father." The Grand Duke showed a look of surprise. He stood there, stunned and motionless for a moment. The space was also extremely quiet and tense. At that moment, Isaac spoke up, "Your Grace, I don't need to say it, I know you are very shocked. However, it is undeniable that this child is your biological daughter. If she is indeed a fake, I am willing to risk my life." Marquis Eden stepped in. "If you want to prove that ridiculous statement, why don't you show some evidence?" He retorted, "Is that any different from Lady Kara not having evidence of being a spirit host?" "You bastard. Everyone witnessed this child's birth. How dare you?" Kara intervened. "Both of you, stop. Since this is a rather sensitive issue, His Grace will surely." Before Kara could finish, the Grand Duke shouted, "Enough. We're here to celebrate my son's birthday. And since this is not an easy matter to decide, let's just enjoy the party today. Unless you want to ruin the party, don't bring up this topic again. Jack, have a happy birthday. May the Saintess bless you." "Thank you very much, father." Kara looked at him in silent astonishment. This situation didn't happen in the past. It can't be. Just then, the Grand Duke turned to look at her and asked, "Do you have anything to say, Kara?" She was still lost in thought. Does the Grand Duke also have memories of the past? Just then, she was startled and answered the Grand Duke's question. "No, Your Grace." He coldly turned and left. "Then that's all. I will call you to my office later." Everyone watched him leave in silence. Only then did Jake turn back and glare at Isaac. "I don't know what you're planning, doing this on my birthday of all days." He smiled and replied, "I know it's hard to believe it right away, but one day you will have to thank me." The boy said angrily, "Nonsense." Then he said to Kara, "Let's go, sister. Talking to them will only make me angrier." Cuzit waved and smiled, "See you later, Kara." She looked at her coldly and indifferently. "That's not something you can decide on your own. Jake, cheer up. Today is your day." "Cheer up? Fat chance. Damn it, they definitely chose today on purpose." "That's right. Today is a suitable day to attract attention." Seeing him so angry, Kara thought to herself, if Zik is this upset, even after His Grace didn't accept Cuzit immediately, how could he have handled it in the past? And I couldn't control my emotions back then either. Why did he act differently than before? I don't think His Grace retained his memories of the past. But if that's the case, he wouldn't have acted like that at Cuzit's appearance. What on earth is he thinking? At that moment, Jake was happily chatting with his friends on the side. Kara sat on the side, enjoying her drink, when she suddenly heard a voice call out, "Hey, my lady." Hearing the call, she immediately turned to look. Ari stood there, waving and calling, "It's me." But contrary to his expectations of a welcome, Kara glared at him with a warning. "If you dare say anything here, I will really kill you." He was startled and lowered his voice. "Your brother's birthday is only once a year. Smile a little. You're a little late. What about Lady Daphne? Daphne has a cold, and I was late because I didn't know if I should come alone. If you want to talk, just contact my old man's mansion." She said, "Anyway, I heard you spend most of your time outside the capital, at the Magic Tower." Hearing this, he smiled and asked, "Are you secretly investigating me?" "Not really, I just heard a rumor." "Well, you're not wrong, since I'm rarely in the capital. Actually, the first day I met you, my lady, I was planning to leave the capital immediately." Kayla heard this and thought, if that's the case, he probably wasn't in the capital at this time in the past. To what extent will this person's appearance affect future events? At that moment, Ari looked at the crowd of people gossiping and asked, "The atmosphere in the banquet hall seems strange. Did I miss something?" Kara pointed towards the crowd and said, "Do you see the woman in the white dress over there?" He said yes and took a look. After observing carefully, he froze in shock. The sight of Cosette terrified him. He widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted, "What the hell?" Seeing Erez's over-the-top reaction, she asked, "Do you know her?" He rambled evasively. "No, this is the first time I've met her. I just think her style is a bit strange. Her appearance is also unusual. I mean, I'm just surprised." She said with some disappointment, "Is that so? But who is she?" "She claims to be the Grand Duke's biological daughter." Hearing this, he questioned it. Something feels wrong. The prophecy clearly stated there would be only one spirit user. "I'm quite sure that person is you, milady." She calmly replied, "She wants to prove that I'm the fake, and she's the real one." Even before I returned, Cosette's past was thoroughly investigated, but it was all a blank slate. They believed it was because a commoner couple living deep in the Rocky Mountains protected her. Thinking back, there were quite a few suspicious points. While Kira was lost in thought, Erez slowly leaned closer to her. "It would be great if I could find a clue about Cosette's past." His voice snapped her out of her thoughts. "Milady," he whispered in her ear, "this is my intuition as a mage, but..." He was so close that her face gradually turned red. His breath made her uncomfortable. "Back off a bit, it's suffocating." You don't want to get caught up in another romance rumor, do you?" She retorted, "No, that's what I'm hoping for." "What do you mean?" She said seriously, "I would do it even if you didn't say anything." At that moment, he regained his seriousness. "Anyway, be careful. I have a bad feeling about that woman. There's no reason for me to be careless." She looked at Cosette before her. She tightened her grip on the glass, "Because that woman is the one who dares to try and steal my position." The people around whispered among themselves, "Could she be the real daughter? She looks exactly like the Grand Duke." Two maids whispered to each other, "I thought there was only one spirit user. What's going on?" Rose, who was behind Kira, heard this and glared at the two maids, startling them. Seeing the two maids run off, Rose turned back and respectfully asked, "Milady, why did His Grace summon you?" Kira responded thoughtfully, "I can guess it's probably because of the woman that Count Whitebox brought." As soon as she finished, she turned to the sad-looking Rose and smiled reassuringly. "Something this big can't be ignored as if it never happened. Are you okay?" "I trust my mother. She's not the type to have an affair, which is why I'm not worried at all." After speaking, she pursed her lips in thought. "That's right, we'll have to face each other sooner or later. I won't avoid it." In his office, the Grand Duke signed some documents. He lowered his gaze. He remembered the image of Cosette appearing with Count Isaac and thought, "That person claims to be Cosette." He decisively denied it. There's no way Count Whitebox would fake the spirit user's position. He remembered Count Isaac's smirking face, along with the dark blue symbol, affirming it. It means he's very certain about this. Anyway, I'm so happy to see you, father. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, and he jolted in fear. That strange voice, it's definitely. He thoughtfully considered a name. Kira. He remembered her innocent, yet fierce gaze directed at him. He stood on the upper floor, watching her figure move away. He frowned deeply. What's with that expression? With that thought, he gripped the pen in his hand tightly. Suddenly, a knock in Kira's voice, "Your Grace, it's me," interrupted his thoughts. She gently lifted her skirt and easily asked, "You summoned me." She stared at him. Has he made his final decision? Before she could think, he stood up and said, "Sit down." On the table in the middle of the office were various pastries and a cup of tea. They sat down facing each other. He asked, "I want to hear your opinion on what happened at the party." Kira was surprised and didn't know what to say. She broke into a cold sweat, asking doubtfully, "You're asking for my opinion? You're involved in this matter. Is there anything wrong with asking for your opinion to find a solution?" She widened her eyes, surprised. "It feels a bit wrong for you to ask someone else like this." She was so nervous she clasped her hands tightly and asked in a small voice, "Can I be honest with you?" He said, "Of course." Kira began thoughtfully. "It wasn't a pleasant feeling. In the end, all the rumors about me have spread everywhere." Anyway, before she could finish, Kira suddenly fell silent and sank into her thoughts. As long as Cosette has the ability to control spirits, the past will repeat itself. If she is an enemy I must confront, it's better if she's somewhere I can keep an eye on her. With that thought, she opened her mouth to continue, "I will not object to any of your Grace's decisions. I trust my mother. That's all. Nothing can change that." As she finished, she stared at him without saying another word. He didn't dare look her in the eye and lowered his head. He dropped a sugar cube into his coffee, thinking, actually, there are many suspicious aspects to her words. He looked up at her. "If that is your opinion, I will contact the White Box family. This means I will temporarily take in a child who claims to be my own." He then looked at her, her eyes shut sadly, and continued, "If you don't agree, just say so." She hesitated slightly before replying, "No, not really." He was startled and looked at Kira. He asked in disbelief, "You really have nothing to say?" She recalled seeing Cosette at the party and said, "The fact that you didn't immediately accept Cosette at the party was already a good development, so I have nothing to be dissatisfied about." She remembered the moment she felt lost in the crowd. "If things happened like in the past, my image would be even more severely damaged. This is the best I can do right now." "But why?" Suddenly, he gently pushed the teacup forward. She was surprised by his action. "Why are you being so considerate towards me?" Kira spoke up. "Since we'll have a new member soon, you must have a lot to prepare. I'll take my leave now." With that, she stood up and left, the door closing with a loud slam. She recalled the Grand Duke's expressionless face. "Don't tell me he was observing my expression." "No, that's impossible." A voice called out, making her turn her head in surprise. "Sister." Kira was surprised to see Zeke running towards her in a hurry. "Zeke." The boy impatiently barraged her with questions. "Did you two just talk about that girl? What did his Grace say?" She replied calmly, "He decided to bring her here, although it's only temporary." Zeke was so shocked he was speechless. Seeing the boy suddenly become dejected, she smiled gently and explained, "It's understandable. We can't ignore this issue without investigating it." She said that outwardly, but inside, she thought painfully, "I didn't expect anything from the beginning, so I'm not that disappointed." Zeke then asked, "Aren't you sad?" "No, I'm fine." Before she could finish, Zeke shouted decisively, "Go ahead and curse her out if you want. If you keep bottling it up, you'll get sick." "I'm really fine." Recalling her childhood memories with her mother, she said, "I don't know about others, but I trust Mom like a real daughter would. Mom would never have an affair because she's a kind and honest person." She instinctively lowered her head. Zeke called out to her, worried. He frowned angrily, looking like he wanted to do something. He made up his mind and shouted, "That Cosette or whatever, just ignore her like she doesn't exist. Then she won't be able to stand it and will leave." "No, you can't do that." Hearing this, Zeke looked up at her blankly and asked, I can't? Kira frowned, thinking. Because Cosette is the type of person who can endure it and stay. She suddenly grabbed his hands and called out, Zeke. She smiled gently and asked, You believe in me, right? Hearing this, Zeke looked up with determination in his sparkling eyes. He suddenly lowered his head, blushing as he affirmed, Of course. I only believe in you. Suddenly, Kira spoke up, startling the shadow hiding behind the wall. Excuse me, but why don't you all come out? As she finished, Joseph, Vina, and Asso appeared sheepishly, with Asso stammering, Milady. The three of them walked towards her with extreme worry. Joseph asked, Are you okay? She smiled and said, I'm fine, really. She looked at the sad Joseph and wondered. I wonder how many times I've said, I'm fine today. Seeing her dazed, he could only reassure her. Don't be too stressed, milady. The truth will come to light one day. They will surely get what they deserve for this. She replied happily, Yes, I know. Looking at everyone surrounding her, she felt happy and moved. My heart feels lighter now after being comforted by everyone. Early in the morning, outside the magnificent castle, two maids whispered to each other. I heard the girl from the White Box family is coming today. A voice spoke up as Kira appeared gracefully at the entrance. What is Lady Kira doing here? Robert leaned down and whispered, Milady, please go back. She coolly asked back, Why is that? Just as she spoke, a carriage clattered to a stop in front of them. Then came the click-clack of high heels. Cosette's smooth golden hair fluttered in the wind. She adjusted her hair and said cheerfully, I didn't think I'd be so welcomed. Kira gracefully walked towards her. The Pavis family always welcomes guests. What would become of our honor if we ignored our guests? Welcome to our family. If you run into any trouble, feel free to tell me anytime. Cosette smiled brightly. Oh my, thank you. It's not like I'll only be here for a day or two. What you said makes me feel better. Kira simply replied modestly, It's only natural, no thanks are necessary. As soon as she finished, the atmosphere around them froze. All the maids could do was swallow nervously, lowering their heads in silence. As if to break the tension, Cosette suddenly extended her hand towards Kira and said gently, I hope we can become close, Kira. Kira looked at the outstretched hand. Then, she reached out and grasped her hand, squeezing it tightly. Kira gave a dazzling smile and affirmed, Of course. Seeing this, Cosette just smiled without saying anything. Kira said playfully, I hope we'll get along, Cosette. At that moment, Joseph reported that the restoration of the ruins destroyed in the recent sweep had begun, putting pressure on the royal family. We need to act quickly. Kira asked, Do we have enough manpower? I was planning to add our night squad, but in that case, it must be finished by next month. My lady, that will be difficult. Kira interrupted. Sir Joseph, do you also find my words ridiculous? He stammered, Not at all. Watching her turn away, Joseph thought, The lady has been unusually sensitive lately. It's all because the Count suddenly brought that girl here. At first, everyone was wary of that strange girl's appearance. But before long, they started to approve of her because she resembled the Grand Duke. How could they turn their backs on her so easily? All this time, Lady Kira was the one who fulfilled her duties as a lady. Seeing him lost in thought, Kira turned and asked, What are you doing? He replied with a start, Yes. She told him to go back after finishing his report. Why are you following me to my bedroom? Joseph blushed and said hastily, I'll take my leave. After going downstairs, he looked up. Is the lady okay? Then, a clang rang out. All right, that's it for today's training. Everyone dismiss. Yes, Vice Commander. Joseph sat, cleaning his sword while lost in thought. Because of her, the lady was forced to withdraw from her position. At a glance, she seems proud, but how could this happen? The current mindset is to deny the lady's existence until the very end. Her mood and existence are being tested. It's truly unpredictable. Suddenly, there was a thud. Joseph stood up, wondering, is there still a night training? When he got closer, he saw Kira practicing with her sword. Suddenly, the sword slipped from her hand. She clutched her red hand. He saw her dejected expression. Joseph rushed over in alarm, calling out, "Lady, are you all right?" "Sir Joseph." He worriedly reached for her hand. He stammered, "The wound." Kira quickly said, "It's nothing, just a scratch." He hesitated, but clearly tears. Kira was startled to hear that. Images from the past flashed through her mind. The Duchess had an affair? Good heavens, there's no definite information, but still. The newly appeared lady looks so much like the Grand Duke, so maybe. Good grief, this is ridiculous. Kira clenched her trembling hands. "Are you pitying me now?" Joseph was flustered. "Yes? Why are you looking at me with that expression? Do you think I'm weak just because of a small wound?" "I am not as weak as you think, nor am I someone who needs help from others." With that, she turned to leave. Joseph called after her, "Lady, She picked up her sword and said, "What you can do for me isn't pity that goes beyond your duty. It's just being a training partner to help me temper my body." He looked at the sword point aimed at him. Joseph spoke up. "Weak? I've never had such a disrespectful thought, not even for a moment. Besides, I am the lady's escort knight. The person I accompany is stronger than anyone. How could I not know that?" Hearing that, she smiled. Kira said, "Raise your sword, Sir Joseph. As my escort knight, shouldn't you prove to me whether those words are true or false?" "Of course, my lady." He asked, "Is this all right while your hand is injured? I hate repeating myself." With that, she charged forward. The clang of weapons rang out. Kira said, "You seem a bit distracted." She withdrew her sword and asked, "Is it because I'm no longer the commander that you're fighting half-heartedly?" "I understand. That's how it should be." Kira charged forward again. He gracefully dodged the sword tip that grazed past his face. Kira continuously overwhelmed Joseph, watching her fight with such fervor. He thought, how long has it been since I had the chance to spar with a lady like this? For some reason, compared to just talking, sparring with you, I feel I can get closer to you. I wish it wasn't just my own delusion. Then one day, the door burst open. With an urgent call, Vice Commander also panted as he announced, "It's about." The other lady has manifested the power of a spirit user. Joseph was stunned in disbelief. Afterward, he went to comfort Kira. "My lady, I heard you've skipped meals for several days and haven't even had a sip of water. You'll fall ill if you continue like this." No matter what he said, Kira remained silent. Joseph clenched his fists. "I'm begging you, my lady. Please, pull yourself together." But in the end, he was disappointedly pushed out. Aso ran up and asked, "Vice Commander, the lady. It seems the lady has suffered a great blow." "Even so, she'll recover soon, right? The lady is a very strong person." Joseph didn't know what to say and just lowered his head in silence. Aso collapsed to his knees. "All we can do now is believe and wait." The result of their waiting was the lady's death sentence. Outside the window, thunder rumbled. Joseph chased after Zeke, calling, "Young master." "Excuse me, the Grand Duke is busy." Zeke turned back, frowning angrily. "What do you mean she's sentenced to death? I told you I have something to say to my father." "Don't you feel the same way, Sir Joseph?" He froze and called out, "Young master. It hasn't been long since she appeared, and now my sister has become the fake lady? It's understandable that she replaced my sister's position in such a short time. From the position of the only spirit user to stealing the title of Lady of the Pavis family. Was that not enough? They turned my sister into a demoness who would destroy the empire and even put her life in danger. Are you really just going to stand by and watch this happen? How can I not be okay with this? However, young master, many people are watching. If you step forward in this situation, you won't gain anything. On the contrary, they might even order your execution as someone close to the lady. If that happens, it will be even harder to execute any plans or find a way to protect her. Therefore, what you need to do now is return to your room, relax, and calm down. I will find a way to speak tactfully with the Grand Duke." Zeke lowered his head dejectedly and replied, "I know." Then Joseph hurried to find the Grand Duke. He raised his hand and knocked. The door opened immediately, and the Grand Duke asked, I heard you have something to say to me, is that correct? Come in. I know what you're going to say, but Joseph, there is only one Lady of Pavis. He was startled to hear that. The Grand Duke continued, moreover, Cosette has demonstrated the Pavis ability in front of all the high-ranking nobles and the royal family. The royal family has ordered the elimination of the source of the calamity. Furthermore, evidence has emerged that Cosette is the only spirit user in the prophecy. It's unavoidable that Kira must be dealt with. Joseph heard this like a clap of thunder. He clenched his fists and said, but we still don't know what that calamity is. He shouted in frustration, a death sentence is too severe a punishment. If Lady Kira is guilty of anything, it's only of being ignorant. If the lady is falsely accused, the entire empire's populace will commit a grave sin from which there is no turning back. Don't you want to save the lady too? He looked at the paper on his desk and said, I am the Grand Duke of the Pavis family and the shield of this empire. Therefore, isn't it obvious that I must prioritize the empire's safety? He ordered, leave, Joseph. The door slammed shut in Joseph's face. That's right, my mind knows it clearly. From the fact that Cosette awakened her spirit user abilities first, to the unease of the imperial citizens about the prophecy that the fake lady will bring disaster. However, my heart keeps wavering for Lady Kira. He raised his hand, then clenched it over his heart. Then he was shocked by the suggestion. Escape. Yes, young master, please leave with the lady for a while before the execution day. I will find a way to escape, no matter what. Zeke said, although it was just my wish, I didn't expect that, even you, Sir Joseph. He smiled and replied, because I am the lady's escort knight. Night fell at the mansion. Although it's a treacherous path, this is the only way to escape and avoid the eyes of the capital's security forces. No matter how we evade them, we must get to the waiting carriage. There is only one key, so you must keep it with you, young master. The plan was set. But afterward, only Zeke came out alone. Joseph asked in surprise, young master. Tears streamed down Zeke's face. She said she wouldn't run away. She hates living as a fugitive. Is the plan still proceeding as intended? One morning, the leaves rustled as they were blown by the wind. Joseph stood there, deep in thought. Actually, I might have known it in my heart all along. A person who always sets goals and chases results. A person who lived her whole life under the pressure of the title Lady Pavis. I wanted to comfort the lady who had to live like that, as her knight. And as an existence that could become her will. I dreamed of having such a role. Although these words can't reach you now, but... My lady, I still can't forget the days we spent training with the sword together. In a place where you are no longer present, your bright presence, gestures, and actions still remain. If you were to give me one more chance, I would let everything begin with freedom. He hoped she could live the life she herself desired. He kissed the crest in his hand. I earnestly pray for that. The image of Kira shining in a golden dress appeared in Joseph's mind. Meanwhile, Kira was calmly sipping her tea. On the table was a pile of letters. Wow, are all these for you, sister? Zeke praised her with sparkling eyes. As expected of my sister. Since when did you have so many friends? Haha, Zeke, you're so silly. She began to open the letters. A letter from her maternal grandfather read, I was very worried when I heard that Cosette has now moved into the mansion. It's just Banger's usual nonsense. But you must be careful. I'm also constantly monitoring Banger's every move. A letter from Daphne read, My lady, are you okay? I was so shocked when I heard the news. I'm furious for you. What about you? I miss you so much. Princess Arabella wrote, My lady, I express my regret for what happened at the banquet. One day the truth will be revealed, so don't worry too much. And there were many other letters. Kira was deeply moved as she read them. Emily said, They're all worried about you, milady. Of course. We all know what crazy stunt she's pulled. I'm still boiling with anger. How dare she call someone a fake? If you awaken your spirit user powers, those people will be eating their words soon. Suddenly, a bright yellow light flashed. Zeke exclaimed in shock. What is that? It was the letter from Erez. The letter read, Hello, are you well? It seems you haven't been messed with yet. If she tries to pull something, use this protective item. I just made it during an experiment, but it's very useful. Kira picked up the ring and thought, worried about me? Him? She looked at the sparkling ring on her hand. She smiled, thinking, he's truly a strange and incomprehensible person. Suddenly, Rose spoke up. Milady. Actually, the atmosphere in the mansion has been very chaotic lately. Zeke asked, what? Kira raised her teacup and said, it must be the gossip about two ladies living under the same roof. Even so, it's quieter than I thought. The Grand Duke only receives a daily work report from Cosette and doesn't say anything special. But we still need to be careful. Milady. Zeke called out. Sister. That person named Cosette is going around everywhere, talking and laughing to create a good impression. The servants in the mansion were wary at first, but they've gradually started to let their guard down. Is that so? Kira thought, it's about time she started causing trouble for me. Suddenly, she smiled. Then she resolved, I need to arm myself with something too. Later, Kira walked down the hallway. Suddenly, she stopped. Sir Joseph. He replied, my lady. The two of them talked as they walked. What brings you here? I was just passing by and decided to stop in. Besides, it's been a while since I've touched a sword, so I wanted to practice a bit. The Knight Squad is training right now. Would you like to go with me? No. I'm not the commander anymore. I'll have to leave it to you, Sir Joseph. He asked dejectedly, is that so? She smiled and said, if you suggest a spar, I might be up for a few rounds sometime. Joseph's face brightened. Anytime? I'm ready right now. She hesitated. Later. She thought, Sir Joseph sometimes looks like a big, sturdy puppy. She turned back and said, well then, I'll see you next time. Seeing her smile made Joseph freeze. Suddenly, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something. My lady. I swear as a knight of the Pavis family, a protector of the continent's safety, and as the lady's escort knight. Therefore, when you are tired, please rely on me. Kira smiled in response. Thank you, Sir Joseph. After that, Kira began her sword practice. She told herself, since my return, I've neglected my sword training. It's been a long time since I've felt this way. That's right. If I want to relax my body, I definitely have to. As she was thinking, a voice suddenly called out. Kira. With a bouquet of bright flowers, Cosette appeared, smiling. Look at this. They're marigolds. I saw them blooming so beautifully and brought them here for you. Suddenly, she stopped and asked in alarm, what are you doing here all alone? Kira said, it's dangerous. Can you stay away from me? So this is your attempt to get close to me, isn't it? Cosette. She hesitated and stepped back. Why yes. I heard you have the title of a knight. So it was true. You're so cool. Kira said flatly, I want to rest peacefully, so please go back. Just talking to you is a waste of energy. Hey, why are you being so cold to me? I want to get along with you like friends. Kira? Kira turned to glare at her. She put on a pitiful expression, her eyes welling up. Why are you glaring at me like that? Why are you doing this to me? Do you glare at everyone like that? Kira turned away without a word. She started to provoke Kira like before. Could it be? You're glaring at me like that because you're not father's real daughter. Poor Kira. But it's not your fault that your mother had an affair and gave birth to you. Even though you have blood of unknown origin flowing in your veins. But to me, I really don't mind. It was your mother's mistake, not yours. You don't have to feel guilty, really, Kira. But this time, Kira turned back with a smile. She wasn't agitated like before. The other girl also smirked faintly. Kira began to speak. Oh my, you've really been deceived. The girl exclaimed in surprise, huh? What on earth did Count Banger say to make you so deluded? Now I'm curious why you're so insistent on believing his words that you're the real daughter. However, just because you're being deceived by him. From a personal standpoint, I don't think you're a bad person. He's just using the fact that you were born with a beautiful face, so it's not your fault. There's nothing you can do, right? Kira provoked, you were just born that way. Suppose the truth is revealed. If you are punished, I will try to speak to the Grand Duke and the royal family. I'll ask them to lighten your sentence, since you were just a victim of deception. The other girl was silent for a moment, then declared boldly, I'm the one who should be saying that. She flared up. Look at yourself in the mirror. You don't resemble father at all. On the other hand, I look just like him, so much so that anyone can see I'm the real lady. Kira calmly replied, That's right. That's why the Count chose you. He chose you to be a tool for him to achieve his goals. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. Just then, a maid ran up, calling, Lady Cosette. We were so scared when we couldn't find you. If you wanted to go out, you should have told me. And in such unsuitable clothes. As she spoke, she was startled. So Lady Kira is here too. I'm truly sorry, my lady. Kira said, No, it's fine. It's just a misunderstanding. Kira turned to Cosette and said, Look, the nanny is so worried about you. From now on, don't do things that frighten the servants. Got it? Cosette was furious. But she still forced a fake smile. Hee, I'm sorry, nanny. Seeing Kira holding a sword looked so cool that I unconsciously forgot. Well, let's go back. With that, she left with the servant. She glanced back and shot Kira a dirty look. Kira stared back at her and responded with a smirk. This made the other girl's face darken with anger. Then she turned and stormed off. Kira stood there, watching until she was out of sight. Later, Kira sat reading, turning the pages of a book. Rose smiled to herself. I'm so glad the lady is as proud as ever. I was so worried at first, but now I'm relieved. I can't believe she looks exactly like the Grand Duke. Rose ruffled her hair and said, What the hell am I thinking? Kira noticed and asked, What's wrong? Haha, it's nothing, milady. The sun is too bright. I'll close the curtains. Suddenly, with a rustle, What's this? Why is she with her? Kira asked, What's wrong? Milady. Kira went to the window and saw Emily sitting with Cosette. Kira pursed her lips and snorted. A few minutes earlier, the pages of a book fluttered, showing gorgeous dresses. Emily exclaimed, Wow, so beautiful. I wonder if I'll ever get to wear something like this one day. Just then, Cosette approached and overheard. She spoke up, Hey, if you don't mind, can I look at that with you? Emily was startled. Lady Cosette. She put on a bright smile. Then she sat down next to the maid. Emily stammered. Of course. Please sit, milady. I'll go inside now. Hey, don't go. Look with me. She feigned surprise. Wow, it's beautiful, so sparkly. So you like this style? I prefer cute styles like this. It seems you'd also look good in a cute style. Emily blushed and replied, No, not at all. Emily thought, I heard Lady Cosette was raised as a commoner, and then one beautiful morning, she suddenly became a noble. A lady as beautiful as her has the same commoner background as me? The maid lowered her head. I'm so jealous. Cosette watched her intently. Then she suddenly took Emily's hand. Hey, can you come with me to the dress shop tomorrow? Me? To the dress shop? Cosette said gently, I've never been there with my personal maid before. If I go alone, there are many things I don't know, and I want to take this opportunity to walk around the capital and see the sights. Since you're good at these things, I'd be really happy if you came with me. What do you say? Emily stammered, Aye. She swallowed hard. She thought of the beautiful dresses she could only admire in books. Since the lady invites designers to the mansion, I never get a chance to go to a dress shop. If I go to the dress shop, can I also dress up and wear makeup splendidly? If so, maybe I can change my life just like Lady Cosette. At this thought, Emily's heart beat faster. She hesitated. I really want to go, but... Later, Emily went to see Kira and got her permission. All right. Emily exclaimed excitedly. Really? I can go with Lady Cosette? Kira smiled and said yes. It's true that Cosette doesn't have a personal maid, and from her perspective, she probably couldn't refuse. So I'm giving you permission to go, Emily. She bowed repeatedly. Thank you, milady. All right, you may leave. Don't tell your friends about what happened here. And milady, I really won't change my loyalty. Because it's a place I really want to go, so. Kira saw her stammering. She smiled and asked, "Why are you trembling like that? It's not like you're doing anything wrong." Kira took her hand and gently touched her face. "Go quickly and come back, Emily." She blushed and replied, "Yes, yes, ma'am." Then she ran out and closed the door. "Phew, I'm glad the lady gave me permission." Suddenly, Rose appeared and asked, "Permission for what?" She jumped with a yelp. Seeing Rose's glare, Emily became flustered. "Well, I asked the lady for permission to go to the dress shop with Lady Cosette." Rose ran over and yelled, "Are you crazy? Do you know what kind of relationship she has with Lady Kira to ask something like that? You're so blind." Suddenly, the bracelet on Emily's wrist sparkled. "Emily, could it be you?" She stammered, "Oh right, there's a lot of work to do in the kitchen, so I have to go now. See you later." With that, she bolted. Hey, wait." Rose stood there stunned. "Huh?" she shouted. "Is that for real? Betraying the lady for just that?" Cosette had been hiding behind a corner, witnessing everything. She smirked sinisterly. The next morning, a meal was laid out on the table, filled with delicious and nutritious dishes. The two servants standing there swallowed hard. Everyone sat down to eat together. The Grand Duke picked up his spoon. Kira looked down and silently ate her food. Zeke chewed noisily. Cosette, however, liked to overreact. "Oh my, the meat is so tender. This is the first time in my life I've had such a wonderful meal." Kira thought with disgust, in this atmosphere, only she is noisy, but it's as if being noisy is her talent. She spoke again. "Right, father, I want to visit my aunt this weekend." He asked, "Why? Do I need a reason to see a family member? Now that I've adapted to life in the capital, I want to see her soon to pay my respects." He said indifferently, "As you wish, as long as you don't cause trouble. My aunt is not in good health." "Yes, of course." Suddenly, Kira put down her spoon. She spoke up, "I want to go too." "Didn't you just see your aunt not long ago?" She replied, "It's good to see each other often. My aunt told me I could visit her anytime. Besides, it's Cosette's first time meeting her, so it would be better if I went along to introduce them." She glanced at the other girl. "Isn't that right, Cosette?" The girl was startled. "Huh?" Then she calmly replied, "Oh, if that's the case, of course I'd be grateful. But you might feel uncomfortable in many ways. Is that okay?" Kira thought, "Since when did you consider yourself her niece?" "I won't be uncomfortable, you fake." Then she smiled and said, "On the contrary, I'm worried you'll be the one who feels uncomfortable." They glared at each other. Kira thought, "Because you're the fake." The Grand Duke spoke up. "Then I'll assume you two will be going there together." Kira looked at her and thought, in the past, Cosette went to see our aunt alone. There's no way she went there just to say hello. She must have had some other purpose. At first, I thought she was trying to drive a wedge between me and our aunt, but after Cosette's visit, our aunt treated me the same as before and didn't change at all, so that can't be it. So what did she go there for? I need to follow her and supervise her carefully. Oh, and while you're here, you'll need a personal maid, won't you? Since no one volunteered, I've decided to have them take turns looking after you." She frowned and asked, "Why did you decide that? If not me, then who can decide?" The girl turned to the Grand Duke for help, but he just wiped his mouth with a napkin. Then he placed his hands on the table with a thud. "I've finished my meal, so I'll be leaving now." Cosette watched the Grand Duke leave with regret. Kira said, "Look, even father didn't say anything. Today, I will assign a maid to serve you. If there's anything inconvenient, just let me know. Actually, compared to where you used to live, there's no way anything could be inconvenient here, right?" The other girl said nothing and stood up. "I'm full. I'll be leaving now. Continue to enjoy your meal. Kira, Zeke." With that, she quickly left. Zeke exclaimed, "Wow," then he hugged Kira. "Sister, you're so cool. You're really my sister. So cool." Kira smiled and patted Zeke's head. She thought, actually, I've treated her to this extent in the past. However, seeing her face contorted with anger is so refreshing. I'm sure it won't get boring in the future. Come on, let's continue eating, Zeke. Okay. The next day at Johanna Pavis's residence. Cosette, walking behind, exclaimed, Wow, there's a mansion in a place like this? It's amazing. Johanna spoke up. You're earlier than I thought. Kira greeted her. Aunt. Come on in, Kira. So you're Banger's Rowena's daughter. Cosette smiled and replied. Yes, you probably already know me, but I'll introduce myself. I'm Cosette. I came here to pay my respects. The old woman thought, she looks exactly like I heard. If Ludwig had been born a girl, would she have looked like that? Actually, I'm still very confused about what's happening, but you two must be the most surprised. So while you're here, rest comfortably before you go back. And I hope you can resolve everything amicably. Thank you for your encouragement. So, how long do you plan to stay? About 2 days. We can't bother you forever. Then I'll see you at dinner. Cosette said, me too. After that, Cosette wouldn't stop talking. Kira, look at the grounds. The flowers blooming in the garden are so beautiful. Since you're a water spirit user, you must be better at taking care of flowers, right? Kira thought with disgust. She never stops talking. She called again. Hey, Kira. Have you ever seen the Spirit Stone of Betas? Kira froze. She knows about the existence of the Spirit Stone? Why are you asking me that? So you have seen it. I knew it. Since you grew up as the sole lady of Pavis. Kira said, I've never seen it. Haha, is that so? Let's just say that. She approached, so, have you heard about it? If you carry the Spirit Stone, you can use spirit arts. Kira sneered. If that were true, there would be no reason for our family to receive special favor. Anyone could become a spirit user. It seems you're very interested in the B.'s Spirit Stone. Since it's never been revealed to the world, I was just a little curious. Maybe if I had the B.'s Spirit Stone, I would have some special ability. Kira turned away in disgust. There's a reason it's not revealed in the family, so stop being so nosy. The other girl followed her persistently. You haven't touched it, have you? I told you I've never even seen it. Really, we've already established that, haven't we? Kira turned and glared at her. Did I upset you? Or are you running away because you think I've discovered you're lying? Kira's voice was tense. Cosette, I think you have too much free time. If I were you, I'd be busy relearning the table manners you're lacking. If you want to be a lady or whatever, that's up to you, but at least learn the proper etiquette. This is some advice before our aunt gets embarrassed by you. The other girl gritted her teeth in anger and went silent. After Kira left, Emily hurried over to Cosette. Milady, I've finished arranging the luggage. Let me show you to your room. Suddenly, the girl turned and hugged the maid. Then she burst into tears. I guess I really can't get close to Kira, can I? But I'm from a commoner background, so it's normal for me to not know much about etiquette. And she hates me too. Emily awkwardly patted her back. In a little while, Lady Kira will open her heart. The girl's eyes narrowed as she thought. That's right, she's just too good at hiding her feelings. But inside, she's restless and anxious. The birth and status she's had until now, all those stepping stones are being destroyed. If she's human, there's no way she wouldn't be shaken. I'll just keep waiting for people to doubt themselves. I must find some valuable evidence to make her feel lost and lose faith. Thinking this, Cosette smirked deeply. Meanwhile, Kira read a book and thought, in the past, did Cosette get to see the Spirit Stone? And there's no way one can become a spirit user just by touching the Spirit Stone. She probably doesn't know about the resonance between the two sisters mentioned in our ancestors' diary. She closed the book. Kira told herself, no matter what you're planning, it won't go your way, Cosette. But her words still made Kira think. Hey, Kira, have you ever seen the Spirit Stone of Betas? I was a bit surprised that Cosette knew about the Bea's Spirit Stone. Where did she hear about it? If so, did she come here in the past for the Spirit Stone too? Was she afraid that if I touched the Spirit Stone, my powers would manifest sooner? No, it's probably something more mysterious and profound than that. Suddenly, she was startled when Rose pushed the door open. Milady, I've brought the clothes you requested. Oh my, what are you reading? Could it be the novel you borrowed before? Kira quickly hid it. Why yes. She thought, I can't tell her I brought all the books related to spirit users so Cosette can't read them. Rose thought she was really reading the story. she said excitedly. It's very interesting, isn't it? Although the black-haired second male lead is very popular, the blonde male lead is my type. So lately, whenever I see a guy with blonde hair and blue eyes, my heart pounds like it's going to jump out of my chest. Hearing Rose's description, Kira immediately thought of Erez and forced a laugh. Haha. Oh right, I heard you have a task for me. Yes, about that. A moment later, the housekeeper asked in surprise, You're saying you're going to the basement at this hour, milady? Milady, are you sure you just want a little wine? If anyone finds out I broke the rules and gave you the key, I'll be in big trouble. Kira said, If my aunt finds out, she'll nag me for drinking so late at night. I came here myself because I didn't want her to know. Could it be because that is hidden in the basement? If so, the housekeeper whispered something in Kira's ear. Kira said, That's right. Please keep it a secret from my aunt for me. Rose asked anxiously, Will it be okay? The atmosphere in the house is already chaotic with Cosette's presence. If we do something behind Lady Johanna's back and a problem occurs, she might use it as an excuse to frame you. Don't worry, there won't be any problems, but... Kira glanced behind her. She saw a figure quickly dash past. Meanwhile, Emily was pounding on a door, calling frantically. Milady, Lady Cosette. The girl opened the door and asked, What's wrong? You said before. If I see Lady Kira doing something secretly behind Lady Johanna's back, I should report it to you. Her eyes lit up with calculation. This startled Emily. A smile? The girl lowered her voice and asked, What is Kira doing secretly behind her aunt's back? I heard that Lady Kira wanted to drink some wine, so she went down to the basement herself. She normally never drinks, but... Cosette lowered her head thoughtfully. A person with her personality, suddenly in her aunt's mansion. And secretly at night. Cosette's eyes gleamed. She thought, so it's in the basement. The place with the secret passage to the B is Spirit Stone. She acted so calm on the outside, but she was actually scared. If I awaken my powers first, she'll have no choice but to go to the underworld. With that thought, she ran off screaming, There's an intruder. An intruder has entered the mansion. She screamed. Get the guards here now. The person broke into the basement. The maid asked, Milady, you have to explain to me what's going on. First, we have to catch the intruder. Is there anything more important than that? An intruder? The basement key is still. The maid stopped. Where did it go? The logbook doesn't mention who took it. There's no record. If so, there really is an intruder. Cosette smiled triumphantly. Good, she definitely snuck in to take the Spirit Stone to awaken her powers. I'll deny ever saying that carrying the Bia's Spirit Stone allows one to use spirit arts. And I'll shout at her, so it was you. You've done something you shouldn't have, Kira. She's so stupid not to realize that her own actions will lead her to her death. Inside the basement, a cloaked figure stood before something emitting a blue-white light. They muttered, Found it. Suddenly, the person was startled by shouts from outside, surround the basement entrance, followed by a commotion. The knights had appeared at the door. Someone asked, But how did Lady Cosette know there was an intruder? I don't know, I saw her running in a hurry. No, is there really an intruder? Let's just do as she says for now. A large crowd of servants and knights gathered at the basement door. Someone noticed, the lock is already open. Cosette smiled smugly at everyone's worried and fearful expressions. The door creaked open. Cosette stepped forward and said, The exit is completely surrounded. You can come out now. In her heart, she called, Kira. Come on, come out, Kira. The sound of footsteps, growing louder from within. Rose's figure appeared, hugging a wine bottle, trembling with fear and stammering. I just needed to get something. Cosette, seeing it wasn't Kira, was startled. Rose. Rose looked up and asked, what happened? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What? It's just Lady Kira's maid. Luckily, it wasn't an intruder. Everyone sighed in relief, except for Cosette, whose face was contorted with disappointment. Suddenly, she screamed. Where's Kira? She's hiding in there, isn't she? No, Lady Kira. She interrupted. She went to the basement to steal the Spirit Stone. Confess now. Just then, Johanna arrived and asked, "What's going on? Why are you all gathered here so late?" Cosette turned and bowed. "Lady Johanna, I apologize for the disturbance, but I had no other choice. She was trying to steal the B's spirit stone. How could I just stand by and watch?" Rose frantically waved her hands. The spirit stone? Why would I dare to do such a thing? Then why did you secretly take the basement key? That was because Lady Kira. So Kira did tell you to do it. She didn't steal it herself to avoid getting her hands dirty, so she used you in the middle of the night like this. That proves she has other motives. Kira's voice came from behind. I keep hearing my name being dragged through the mud. Can you explain what's going on? She called out with a stern face. Cosette. I didn't see Rose come back, so I thought something must have happened. It was a wise decision for me to come out and look for her. Rose, come here. And milady. Cosette, I have no reason to approach the spirit stone. Even if I did, I would just have to ask our aunt. Why would I need to steal it? Rose, hiding behind Kira, said, That's exactly what I wanted to say. She stammered, If so, then this is. She frowned, thinking, I can't say it. According to the plan, when Kira touches the B's spirit stone, she will manifest divine power. Then I will frame her and make her suspected of forcibly manifesting divine power, proving she is a fake. Thinking this, she looked at the servants. They all looked at her with gloomy expressions. Even Lady Johanna was no exception. She clenched her fists and cursed inwardly. Damn it. Kira tilted her head and asked, I don't know if there's a misunderstanding here, but Rose only went to the basement to get wine. I was the one who sent her. Cosette raised her voice in protest. Liar. You never drink wine. A person like you would steal the key just for wine? You and your maid took the basement key but didn't sign the logbook. Stop pretending to be innocent. Did you say I stole it? That's a strong accusation. I explained everything clearly to the housekeeper before taking it. The housekeeper spoke up. That's right. The lady explained it to me. She didn't want Lady Johanna to worry, so she asked me to look the other way this once. The wine bottle Rose is holding is also one I recommended. Rose was secretly amazed. So at that time. Cosette turned and asked, What? She glared at Emily. She didn't tell me that the housekeeper was in cahoots with Kira. Did she leave out the most important part? That foolish girl. Suddenly, Emily covered her mouth and giggled at Cosette's expression. Kira asked, You just said I don't usually drink, didn't you? This startled her. Kira approached her. We haven't lived together for long, yet you seem to know my drinking habits well. Have you been secretly investigating me? I don't know what you were thinking to pull a stunt like this, but after what happened today, I can't see your intentions as anything good. Emily, with goosebumps, spoke up. Lady Cosette kept asking me for information about Lady Kira. So it was to gather information to set a trap for her. She frowned angrily and shouted. Emily, you. Johanna asked, Why did you cause such a commotion, Cosette? And madam, I really thought there was an intruder in the basement trying to steal the spirit stone. The old woman sighed and cut her off. Because of your foolish misunderstanding, everyone had to waste their energy and sweat in the middle of the night like this. You must know how to maintain proper decorum as a superior when dealing with servants. I hope that in the future, if you want to cause a fuss, you'll make sure you understand the situation first. Cosette was stunned into silence. She lowered her head and replied, I will be more careful. She turned to the servants. There's no intruder, so you can rest easy. Everyone, return to your rooms. Sorry to bother you all so late. You've worked hard. Emily said to Kira, Milady, you should also go back and rest soon. She called out, Emily. She laughed in front of Kira. Kira smiled and praised her. Well done. Earlier, Kira was sitting in her room when there was a knock on the door. Lady Kira. Emily entered and quickly recounted the events. I was sitting alone looking at a book of dress designs when Lady Cosette approached me first. She even invited me to go to the dress shop with her this weekend. Everything happened exactly as you said. How did you know? She smiled and said, It was just a gut feeling. Kira thought, her tactic of luring people with what they want and pulling them to her side is a trick she has used over and over again. Kira said, Good. Go with her. But remember to act your part well, okay? Yes, I'll pretend to really like Cosette and watch her carefully. You can leave it to me, Lady Kira. Yes, remember to keep it a secret from everyone. Don't tell Rose either, understand? Yes, milady. And milady, you know I won't change my loyalty to you, right? Because the dress shop is a place I've wanted to go to at least once in my life. Why are you looking at me like that? You're not doing anything wrong. At that moment, Kira placed a bracelet on Emily's wrist. I trust you, Emily. Looking at the sparkling bracelet, Emily was delighted. She replied, yes, I will definitely succeed. Now, Emily pointed and said, that's how it all happened. Rose asked in surprise, what? So the bracelet wasn't from her either? How could you keep everything from me like that? That's so mean. So you thought I would betray the lady for a mere bracelet? The two of them continued to bicker. Meanwhile, Johanna asked, has Cosette apologized to you yet? Kira replied, I haven't even seen her face since last night's incident. She thought, she's probably seething with anger and gritting her teeth right now. She continued, maybe she's embarrassed? If she keeps it up, she'll eventually come and apologize to me. The old woman said, to resolve a misunderstanding, you have to start with an apology. I still don't know how to treat that child. But what she did was wrong, and she doesn't even realize it. Besides, the Bia's spirit stone? Where on earth did she hear about it? I think someone must have told her about the spirit stone. If so, the old couple who raised her in the valley must not be ordinary commoners. It must be Benger. He's the one who raised her. Madam, there's a saying, don't judge a book by its cover. As soon as she heard I was going to the basement at night, she immediately thought I was after the spirit stone. It means she thinks I have the same idea as her to target the spirit stone. The old woman put down her teacup. I can't understand it at all. From the beginning, the spirit stone was just an object that proves a contract with a spirit. Kira thought, that's right. Her claim that contact with the spirit stone can control spirit arts is absurd and impossible. Why on earth did Cosette try to lure me with such a stupid lie? Come to think of it, Cosette came to my aunt's mansion alone for a purpose unrelated to me, but could it be that she came to find the hidden spirit stone? Why would she look for a spirit stone that has no effect on awakening a spirit user's powers? Suppose Cosette's goal was to destroy the spirit stone? At this thought, Kira was startled. The old woman called out Kira. If that child was brainwashed by Count Banger with the idea that she could manifest her powers through the spirit stone, and then did something like that with some other intention, it makes me very uneasy. I have the same thought. Actually, I investigated her, but it's like a blank slate with no information at all, to the point where I wonder how the Count found her. She asked, is it possible that Cosette was also deceived by the Count? Let's see. It doesn't seem so, considering what happened last night. When I first met her, I felt a little pity for her. But it's a pity she acted that way. Hearing this, Kira smiled and swirled the green tea in her cup. That's enough. I think the truth will be revealed one day. I'm worried about whether Cosette will bother you in the future. Don't worry too much about me, madam. Because I'm preparing countermeasures in my own way. Besides, I have people who will help me. After returning, Kira went to see Erez. Oh, my lady. It's been a while, hasn't it? You're a little late. Yes, something came up unexpectedly. Well, let's go inside. I'll put my arm around your waist. Seeing her staring at him made Erez pause. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Suddenly, she burst out laughing. Because I feel like I've been through this before. Erez was confused. What is it? Why are you laughing? You don't need to know. What is it? What? I'm dying of curiosity. Tell me. Later, at the tea table. So, my lady, something like that happened? So the person you call your aunt was very disappointed in her? Good, because the current spirit user has a great influence on confirming the succession. Kira looked at the food on the table and hesitated. But can you eat all of this? Yes, because I have a sweet tooth. Erez complained. After the love affair scandal, they even cut off my funding, so I haven't had the chance to eat so lavishly lately. This bastard dares to get involved with the lady? Kira thought. I feel a little bad for him about that. He asked, "What about her? Is she staying quiet after taking such a blow?" I thought so too, but then a letter of protest arrived from the Banger family. Only the children of the family head can inherit the traditions of the Pavis house. They demand the removal of all titles and status from Kira Pavis, who has not been proven to be the biological child of the Grand Duke Pavis. He asked, "Did something like this happen in the past?" Yes, at that time, I resigned immediately after receiving the letter of protest. Because I didn't want Joseph, the only one who followed me in the night order, and the Banger family to see my difficult situation because of the protest letter. Although I no longer have the title, the fact that I am a daughter of this house will never change. Besides, I don't need that title anyway. So, to put it briefly, you wanted to look cool? Hearing that, Kira blushed with embarrassment. Then she stuffed a pastry into his mouth. If you know, then just shut up. At that time, I was afraid they would laugh at me because they thought the commander was the only daughter of the Pavis family. She recalled Joseph's cold expression when they first met. Eras thought as he chewed. Laugh at what? I felt like if I touched a single hair on the lady's head, he would be ready to make me disappear. He teased, "What are you going to do this time? Resign in a cool way again?" Kira froze. Actually, I was planning to resign as commander as soon as I returned. She recalled from before. I want to remove the commander's insignia. I'm feeling a bit exhausted, so I want to rest for about 2 months. Is that so? Then take a rest. If I resigned immediately, he wouldn't agree, so I requested a leave of absence for a while and then planned to quit for good. But I resolved the misunderstanding with Joseph, who I have a close relationship with, and I've also grown closer to the mid-level knights. So I think I can continue in this position for a while longer. Really? Did you bring the protective items I gave you last time? Here it is. Why are you asking? Erez asked loudly, "Why aren't you wearing it?" It's a bit loose, so I was afraid I'd lose it. That's why I kept it in the box. It won't work like that. Kira retorted, "Then you should have designed it to fit properly from the beginning." He held out his hand and said, "I've never designed a ring for a girl before, so how would I know?" Then he gently touched her hand to measure it. His hand brushed against hers, startling her. I did design it a bit bigger than your hand." Her face turned bright red as she silently cursed. This guy, he's so strange. What a weird person, he doesn't know how to keep his distance. Thinking this, she instinctively pulled her hand back. He whispers in my ear. He suddenly holds my hand. She shouted, changing the subject. "Let's talk about the ring. What's this about a protective item? You haven't explained it clearly to me." He smiled and replied, "Listen carefully. This ring must be linked to your body. Suppose, at some point, she uses a special method to harm you." He pointed to the pendant on his neck. "The reaction will appear here. Then I will immediately teleport to you." What is this special method? I'm sorry, but I can't tell you right now. However, I'm sure of one thing. There will come a time when she shows her true colors. I'm just preparing for an unfortunate event. Kira nodded without replying. "I'll resize the ring and send it back to you." She asked, "Besides the ring, can you create something else?" "I can make anything." "Why?" "I think it might be a bit cumbersome since I often have to hold a sword. Earrings would be the most convenient." Hearing this, Erez immediately reached for her ear. She blushed and shouted, "I told you to be careful." I'm sorry, I did it unconsciously. I'll be really careful now." At this rate, the lady's face is going to explode like a balloon. What? He's so strange. Shut up and eat your cake. Oh, are you embarrassed? Elsewhere at the training ground, the sound of clashing metal rang out, interspersed with a call. "Sir Joseph." He turned around to see Cosette approaching. "I have something to talk to you about. Can you spare a moment to talk with me?" Then the two of them went to another place. This caught the attention of Aso and Zaina. "What? Why does that lady want to see the vice commander?" Vina looked in another direction and exclaimed in surprise. "Oh." She saw Kira looking around for something. The two of them ran over excitedly. "It's been a long time, my lady. Are you going out, Sir Aso, Sir Reina?" "I just remembered. The lady's leave is about to end, isn't it? Are you planning to come back?" Aso scratched his head and said, "I want to take a leave too." Vina challenged. Try asking the Grand Duke for permission. Are you crazy? If I ask for leave, he'll definitely say something like this. If you want to leave the night order, just say it directly instead of beating around the bush. Kira chuckled, thinking, everyone must have heard the news that Count Banger wants to revoke my position as commander. Yet the atmosphere is still the same as usual. But my lady, what brings you here? I have something to talk to Sir Joseph. Where is he? The vice commander just left a moment ago. Actually, it's like this. Kira thought with a fierce look. Cosette called for Sir Joseph? Then Kira left annoyed. Even if she calls, he doesn't have to follow her. I know it's hard for him to refuse from his position, but... Suddenly, she stopped. What if Sir Joseph falls for Cosette's honey trap? The thought made her shudder. Suddenly, she overheard their conversation. Isn't this a good opportunity for you? Kira quickly hid behind a tree to listen. That position was originally yours. I don't understand what you're saying, milady. So, to you, it doesn't matter who the commander is? You conceded the position of commander to Kira because she is the eldest daughter of the Pavis family, right? Hearing this, Kira's hands clenched. The girl continued, Sir Joseph is an outstanding knight with remarkable abilities and high loyalty. Therefore, it's even more unforgivable for a fake to sit in that position. Besides, don't you want to surpass Kira? Her words made Joseph's face darken. Kira was also shocked. Sir Joseph wants to surpass me? Since when? Joseph replied, it's true that I want to defeat the lady. The girl laughed and said, yes, so help me. Joseph interrupted. However, it's not the kind of light or frivolous feeling you assume, milady. Kira's eyes widened in shock when she heard him. He continued, at first, I thought you were also a victim. I thought you were dragged into Banger's fraudulent play just because you have a face that resembles the Grand Duke. Do you know you're being disrespectful to me and my maternal uncle right now? I know. But seeing you make such a ridiculous offer to me, I realized I was wrong. Now I know you're in the same boat as your uncle. He turned and walked away. I can't listen to you anymore. The girl called after him, Sir Joseph. Trying to persuade me is just a waste of time. You should go back and rest, milady. You will regret this. Kira suddenly burst out laughing. Just then, Joseph walked over to her. He exclaimed in shock, lady. When did you get here? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Sir also said you were behind the garden, so I... He blushed with embarrassment and explained. No, just now. That was it because of the competitiveness you mentioned? Please don't misunderstand. How much did you hear? I know, it's about winning fairly, right? Actually, I feel a bit refreshed. The last thing you said, telling a lady to stop talking nonsense and go to sleep. Joseph's face was now beet red, as if it would explode. Kira's voice grew somber. I hope the other knights feel the same way you do. Working with subordinates who don't acknowledge me is like sitting on a bed of thorns. You don't need to worry about that. Everyone is outraged by Banger's proposal. A mere count daring to advise the ducal family on their affairs. At least within the Knight Order, no one is dissatisfied with the lady's position. Compared to a stranger who suddenly appeared, we trust the person who has been with us all this time. Isn't that obvious? Then there was a quiet space. Kira thought nervously, what should I say? How should I answer? Her heart seemed to beat very fast. That's right, everyone believes in me. She said confidently, then I must accept that trust. With that, she turned to leave. My lady, where are you going? She turned back with a bright smile. I'm going to talk to the Grand Duke. Starting tomorrow, I will resume my duties as commander. Cut to the Grand Duke. On the table were bottles of wine and a letter. He read with a heavy heart. Duke Pavis, I sympathize with you, however. The entire populace of the empire is in turmoil, so the royal family cannot help but intervene this time. For the sake of the empire, I must eliminate the one who will bring disaster as the prophecy foretold. Do not let personal feelings interfere. Isn't the Pavis family known for being impartial? I will be watching to see how you handle this. Reading this, he rubbed his throbbing head. Suddenly, the butler's voice came from outside. Milady, you can't just barge in to see the Duke like this. Kira threw the door wide open and said loudly, "Your Grace, I have something to report regarding the position of commander." He turned and called Kira. "I heard that the Banger family sent a letter of protest regarding my rights. I'll get straight to the point. I have no intention of letting anyone take my position. Besides, you probably don't feel comfortable with outsiders meddling in our family's affairs, right?" He nodded and said, "It seems Banger is getting carried away after finding a child who looks like me. I will definitely warn him about this incident." Kira thought, his reaction is just as I expected. The Duke once ruthlessly expelled the former Count of the Banger family when they tried to use the Pavis family for political purposes. Even when they were in-laws, he didn't hesitate to sever ties. Now that their relationship is merely that of strangers, there's no way he would be merciful to them. If I hadn't resigned to look cool, there's no way I would have lost this position. She said, "Therefore, you should know that I will resume my duties starting tomorrow. That is all. I will take my leave now, Your Grace." He paused as he was about to lift his wine glass. "Kira." She turned back and replied, "Yes." A sudden silence filled the room. Kira spoke hesitantly. "Please speak, Your Grace." He lowered his eyes. His lips moved. "That form of address. Don't you usually call me father in private?" She was surprised and said, "What?" "About that," she thought, "because you don't have the right to be my father. A father who would stand by and push his own daughter to her death? And the fact that he acknowledged Cosette. The fact that he just stood by and watched. And the look on his face when he watched me being executed." She clenched her fists. "I will never forget those things." She asked, "Are you someone who cares about such forms of address?" Before he could recover from his shock, she continued, "I thought you valued the family more than family harmony." He muttered, "Is that so? Let's just say that." "Consider that I never said that." His reaction startled her a little. He lowered his head and said, "I'm getting old and just spouting nonsense. Robert, please escort Kira back to her room." "Yes, Your Grace." "Please return to your room, milady." She hesitated. "Oh, yes." She wondered, what was with that expression just now? She saw the lonely Grand Duke through the crack in the door. She asked herself, why did he have that look on his face? At that moment, the Duke was deep in thought. He pondered, what she said wasn't wrong. Just as she said, "I have lived for the family until now, just like the previous generation. I inherited and continued the family's will to not seek personal feelings. For the family, I must resolutely abandon my true feelings. That is what created the Pavis family. I never once said a word of love to her, nor did I ever look back at her when she desperately wanted to see me. After acting like that, now I want her to call me father." He smirked. How ridiculous. And so he sat, lost in thought, alone under the quiet, starry night sky. The next day, the carriage rattled along the road. Kira thought back to the Grand Duke's words. "That form of address. Don't you usually call me father in private?" It wasn't an unusual tone to hear from him, but why did he ask me that? Was he implying that he knew he wasn't my real father, so that's why I didn't call him father? As expected, he's always been the same, never considering me his real daughter. At that moment, the door opened and a servant announced, "My lady, we have arrived." Another voice rang out. "You've arrived, my lady." It was Princess Arabella. Kira bowed respectfully. "Thank you for inviting me, Your Highness." "Oh my, but hey, that person didn't come with you." Kira replied with a forced smile. It seems Cosette wasn't feeling well, so she couldn't leave her room. She thought, thanks to our aunt and Sir Joseph, she's been constantly on edge. What a pity. I really wanted to see what she looked like. Well, that's fine too. I only invited ladies of the same age to this tea party, so please enjoy yourself comfortably. I'll go greet the other guests now. As she was walking, Arabella stopped. "Be careful not to make any blunders today." Haha. Kira blushed with embarrassment and shouted, "Your Highness, you really know how to tease me." After that, everyone chatted happily together. Only Kira stood alone and isolated. She was flustered, sweating profusely. What should I do? I don't know any of them. I don't have a companion today either. As she was feeling dejected, Daphne suddenly appeared and hugged her. "My lady." Kira happily called out, "Daphne, it's been a long time. Are you well?" Daphne pointed to a group of people and said, "What are you doing standing here? Let's go over there and play cards." Then she pulled Kira along. Kira thought, what a relief. Daphne approached and asked, "May we join your table?" They replied in surprise, of course. "Lady Pavis is sitting here? First, you draw a card, then you pass it to someone else." Kira turned to a lady and said, "Take it." The girl jumped and exclaimed, "Oh, I'm sorry." "No, thank you, my lady." Kira wondered why she looked so startled. Elsewhere, Edinburgh muttered, "Damn it. The Emperor is more suspicious of Kira than that other girl. I have to do something." Suddenly, he noticed the bustling area nearby. "I didn't expect to see you here, Kira." Kira was surprised. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" His Highness said he only invited young ladies of the same age. "Haha, I'm old and nearing my end, so I have no intention of intruding on a party for noble ladies. I came to see His Majesty the Emperor, but I didn't expect to see you here." Kira stood up and said, "I want to ask my grandfather something, so I'll be back in a moment." Daphne replied, "Yes, come back soon, my lady." A moment later, he asked, "Last time we met, you said this, didn't you? Prepare a safe place for me in case something unfortunate happens." I was very skeptical at the time, because there was no imminent danger that required preparing a safe place. However, because it was your request, I followed your wishes. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped. "Could it be that you knew what Banger was going to do? First, you should answer the question I asked before. Is it true that Rowena Banger was infertile?" He stammered, Aren't you hiding something from me?" "If you're hiding something from me, then I can't compromise with you either." He gritted his teeth and said, "All right. That girl is not her daughter. Her body used to be able to conceive. And in fact, she was pregnant." Kira was completely shocked. She stared at him, stunned. "So that means Rowena Banger once had a child?" She asked hesitantly, "If so, is Cosette really the Duke's biological daughter?" "No, that's impossible. That baby is dead. I saw it with my own eyes." "So Rowena didn't die of illness." "You're quite sharp." "That's right. We killed her. Right at the time of the divorce, she got pregnant. It seems even she didn't know it at the time. I only found out much later and then had to send assassins to silence them. Rowena gave birth while being pursued. And when I found them, both she and the child were dead." Kira asked agitatedly, "Why? Why did it have to be that way?" "Because they are our enemies, grandfather." "You're only saying that because you don't know the situation back then. At that time, there were only two choices: kill them or we die. Since they were enemies, they had to be eliminated. That's all. You know, we shouldn't be like this right now. You and I are in the same boat. If we're divided in this situation, we'll only destroy ourselves." She lowered her head and nodded in response. "Phew, thank you for understanding. Kira, don't tell Zeke about this." She asked, "Did Count Banger know that his sister was pregnant?" Rowena had cut off contact with her family, so thinking back on the situation, we can't rule out the possibility that she contacted her maternal relatives. "I've told you my secret, now it's your turn to tell me yours. Could you predict that the situation would turn out like this?" Kira answered hesitantly, "Yes." "How did you know about Cosette's existence? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "I wasn't entirely sure. It was like a premonition in a dream." He froze. "Huh, a dream? That's it?" "Yes, Cosette appeared just as in my prophetic dream. Perhaps the goddess did it to warn me. If there's a prophecy from the temple, then a prophetic dream is also possible." He held his head and laughed weakly. "Haha, well, let's just say that. Everything happened according to your dream?" "Yes." Suddenly, her eyes widened, as she remembered the Grand Duke's gaze. "Actually, because it was a dream, I don't remember it clearly, but it was almost exactly the same." He took her hand. "Kira, this proves that you and I are really in the same boat. Promise me that if there's anything we need to discuss, you'll share it with me, understand?" "Yes, I will. I have to go back to the party now. Because if I'm gone for too long, they'll get suspicious. Kira, you must remember. You and I, if we live together. If we die together. Grandfather, please take care of your health and return safely. With that, she walked away, leaving him standing there. My lady, you're back? Arabella said. That took a while. My grandfather had a lot on his mind and confided in me. I didn't expect it to take so long. A lady said, oh, I didn't expect the lady to be so affectionate with Marquis Edinburgh. The lady next to her whispered, it's because of that girl named Cosette that the Banger family brought. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned gloomy. Kira looked at Arabella and said, I'm feeling a bit tired, so I'd like to go back and rest. I hope your highness will forgive me. Tea parties are held often, so you don't need to worry about it. Everyone watched Kira's carriage leave and whispered. The lady didn't look well. I wonder what she talked about with the Marquis. They were probably worried and discussing how to deal with the situation. Suddenly, Arabella turned and glared, startling them. Daphne asked worriedly, I wonder if the lady is okay. In the carriage, Kira thought. Although I knew my grandfather sent people to destroy the Banger family, I never expected him to kill Rowena himself. A while later, she arrived home and the butler announced, Lady Kira. You have a visitor. Kira asked in surprise. A visitor? Inside, Erez wondered. Where am I? And who am I? I clearly came here because I had something to give the lady, and yet. He sat opposite the Grand Duke, looking at him with great unease. Suddenly, he asked, Do you have a title? He replied with a start. I asked if you have a title or any status. I haven't received one yet, but I'm originally a mage of the Magic Tower. The Grand Duke cut him off. So you don't have one. The Viscountcy is still run by your father. When do you think you'll inherit the family title? Erez replied, I'm not interested in those things. The old man cut him off again. So you have no power either. I heard you're already of age, but have never discussed marriage. What's the problem? He replied, sweating, That's because I've been buried in my magic research all this time. No, wait. Erez's blood boiled and he shouted. What do you mean? What's the problem? No, aren't you being a bit too harsh on a mage like me? Immediately, a stack of papers flew towards him. Erez caught them. The Grand Duke said, Read it. Erez sat reading and muttering. I thought he was going to draw his sword. Oh, this. They've been following me and taking pictures. These brain-dead reporters. The Grand Duke frowned. I don't want the Grand Ducal family's reputation to be tarnished by this. Erez protested, No, look carefully. The Grand Ducal family's name, or the lady's identity, isn't mentioned in here. That damn reporter didn't even bother to blur my face, selling it to the whole empire. I'm the victim here. Why does the Grand Duke believe these tabloid magazines? Then what is your purpose for coming here today? He replied in alarm, I just came to see the lady. The Grand Duke frowned menacingly. I'm curious, for what reason? Do you want to see my daughter? Erez pointed and replied, Because of a promise I made with the lady a few days ago. He flared up and asked, A few days ago? A promise? It seems you see my daughter quite often. Erez felt dizzy and replied, No, not that often. Just then, the door burst open. Kira cried out, Erez. The Grand Duke turned in surprise and called, Kira. I'm sorry, I was a bit hasty thinking it wouldn't be proper to let you entertain my guests for too long. She panted, thinking. The butler said the atmosphere was very tense, so I rushed over. It was the right decision. Has the Grand Duke received the guest named Erez? Something like that? She went and pulled his arm. Erez, get up. He stammered. Really? The Grand Duke was shocked by her actions, calling him by name so casually and even holding his hand. Has their relationship progressed so far already? Only then did Kira realize the situation. She quickly pulled her hand away, exclaiming, Oh. They both became flustered. Let's go, my guest. Yes. Before the door closed, Erez looked at the Grand Duke through the crack in the door. Wow, the lady's father is a scary person. My father is a grumpy person, so he probably mistook my first guest for his own. He doesn't care about me at all. Erez was speechless. Grumpy? Uncaring? No, I think it's a bit different from what you said. If you came, you should have said you were here to see me and waited in my drawing room. Why were you with the Grand Duke? I was forced to be there. Besides that, why did you come here? I came because I was worried about you, of course. I thought you might be bullied by that fake. And I also have something to give you. He took out the earring and said, "You complained that the protective ring I gave you is cumbersome and asked me to change it, remember? It's finished, so I came to find you." With that, Erez stepped closer. He casually put the earring on for Kira. Kira was stunned. "You don't have to put the earring on for me yourself." But then Erez just stared. She asked shyly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" He thought for a moment. Then he burst out laughing. "I'm glad. Seeing your face, it seems you're living well. Thinking back, maybe my father would like you too." Hearing this, Kira froze, speechless. Huh? The atmosphere became quiet. After a while, she shook her head. "The Grand Duke like me? Do you have another father? Hey, that sounds ridiculous. What do you think about what I just went through? Well, what do you think about being nosy about other people's family matters? Everyone hates nosy people like that. I told you it's not like that." Your father's eyes shot out a sharp gaze as if I was about to snatch his precious daughter away. "If you had been a little late, I would have been kicked out of the mansion gate." She said, "You're just imagining things. He probably loves a rock on the side of the road more than me." Erez said relentlessly, "He clearly cares about you." When he found out I came to see the lady and no one else, he became furious. "Are you afraid of him? I saw you stuttering. I don't think I was mistaken." "No, but I mean, affection can be cultivated and grow over time. That would be true if there was a last-minute plot twist. You know, I just came back from the dead." "That's true, but what if there are things you don't know? I think the one who doesn't know anything here is you." "Okay, let's make a bet. You and the fake daughter, if you were both in danger at the same time, who would the Grand Duke save? You just dug your own grave. Would you be sad if we didn't make this bet?" Erez said, "The loser has to grant one wish of the winner. It's a deal." Suddenly, she heard a giggle. She turned and asked, "Why are you laughing?" "I'm just imagining my wish. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Why don't you consider the possibility that we both lose? And if something happens, why would you?" Erez interrupted, "Don't worry about that." Suddenly, he took her hand and gave it a light kiss. "Well, that's that. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave, my lady. See you later, my lady." With that, Erez quickly disappeared. She touched her hand and grimaced. "Where did you learn these tricks?" Meanwhile, Erez was back in his room. "Oh, it seems I forgot to say it again. That I know the reason why the Duke turned back time," he said thoughtfully, but he remembered Kira's image and smiled. This trip wasn't a complete waste of time. Back with Kira, she asked Rose, "Did anything happen while I was away?" Rose answered hesitantly, "Actually, after you left, Lady Cosette also left. With the same status as you, she said she wanted to do volunteer work in the slums, so it was hard for me to stop her." Kira thought, that's earlier than in the past. "In the past, I kept postponing the appointment of a close servant for Cosette, so she eventually found someone from outside. However, that didn't happen for at least another month. This must have been influenced by Emily's betrayal." Suddenly, Kira reached out and patted Emily's head. "You're praiseworthy." She stammered in confusion, "Milady." Suddenly, the butler entered. "Milady, I'm sorry, but please come and see this." Kira turned and asked, "What is it?" Then she went out to see. She frowned at the person in front of her. "Mina. It's been a long time since I've seen this face." Kira asked, "Who is this person?" Cosette replied, "I brought her here because I felt sorry for her. She said her parents have passed away and she lives with her uncle. But it seems he's not a good person. A few days ago, because she disobeyed him." Kira cut her off. "So what?" "I think she can work at our house. She said she's done all sorts of work since she was a child, so I think we can let her work here. It's enough to have a place to eat and sleep." "Cosette, you must know that working for a noble family requires passing very strict conditions, right? No one who works here is without a letter of recommendation. So, what if that's the case? If Kira finds it annoying, she can be my personal maid. Since Kira hasn't assigned me a maid, I've been very inconvenienced." "Then you should have told me." I only did that to give you more opportunities to get closer to all the servants in the house. Honestly, if you suddenly do this, it makes things very difficult. I know I was wrong, but this child is so pitiful. She came with me because I said I could give her a stable job. It would be wrong to send her away now. Can you overlook it just this once? If we send her away now, she might die. That's right. If I send her away now, Cosette will find a way to bring someone else back. It's better to keep someone I know well. She sighed. This time, I'll let it slide for your sake. There won't be a next time. And if this child dares to do anything shameful to the family, I will kick her out without a second thought. Yes, I'll be careful. Kira turned to the maids and said, for now, give this child a bath and something to eat. You can start teaching her duties tomorrow. We will follow your orders, milady. The two maids secretly glanced at Cosette and the girl she brought. They whispered, is that so? But Lady Cosette is too stubborn. Have you heard what happened at Lady Johanna's house? What happened? I'm not sure, but in the middle of the night. They continued to whisper, recounting the events of that night. Until a few months later, Cosette remained as silent as a shadow. She must know this is a time to lay low. She only helped people with odd jobs and tried to befriend all the servants. Kira overheard the servants talking. Mina has been working here for a while now, right? How's the work? Is it okay? Yes, Lady Cosette takes good care of me, so I've adapted well. But the head maid seems to hate me. What? Mina showed her red hands. Hey, look at my hands. I've had to do laundry for 4 days this week. Besides laundry, I also get all the other heavy chores. It must be because of Lady Kira. What? Lady Cosette brought me here, right? And Lady Kira already dislikes Lady Cosette. The head maid is definitely giving me a hard time to curry favor with Lady Kira. But Mina, if Lady Kira hated you, she wouldn't have let you work here in the first place. That's the thing. If she had sent me away that day, she would have looked bad, so she kept me and is tormenting me now. Every time we meet, she gives me a very unpleasant look. She's definitely trying to pressure me into quitting. Kira thought, exactly. You're sharp. Just then, the door slammed open. Emily pointed at her and shouted, what did you just say? The lady took in someone of unknown origin like you. There's a limit to biting the hand that feeds you. The girl retorted, the person who brought you here is also of unknown origin. She doesn't resemble the Duke but claims to be his daughter. Many people are suspicious. Emily was furious. What did you just say? At that moment, Kira walked in. Emily stammered, milady. Kira spoke up. You must know that what you just did is enough for me to kick you out of this mansion, right? Kira approached, startling Mina. I warned you all that if you want to work here, you must be careful with your words. The girl said arrogantly, Did I say anything wrong? She thought smugly, she's probably going to slap me. Anyway, everything will go according to Lady Cosette's plan. At that moment, Kira raised her hand. As expected, the girl shut her eyes tightly, bracing for the impact. But Kira placed her hand on her shoulder. I'll let it slide this time. This left the girl speechless. Kira said, I don't want to let you ruin the current atmosphere. She squeezed the girl's shoulder. But there won't be a next time. So act with the caution befitting a servant of the Duke. I will be careful. Mina stood there, still in shock. The two maids behind her were grateful for Kira's generosity. Kira turned away with a smile on her face, while Emily purposely provoked her by sticking out her tongue. Afterwards, Kira put on the commander's uniform. Rose and Emily complimented her, saying it suited her well. Kira replied that she wasn't quite used to it. Not at all, my lady. The only woman who suits both a sword and this uniform is you. Hearing this, Kira smiled. The flag fluttered in the wind. Aso and Zaina cheerfully greeted her. Lady, no, Captain. Everyone bowed. Welcome back. She asked if everyone was doing well. Vina replied, of course. This guy said he really missed your sword fights, my lady. Even though I was the only one who got hit, I still loved it. Aso then stepped forward. Speaking of which, we should have a match. It's been a long time. Suddenly, a hand intervened. Aso was startled and called out, Vice Captain. What a shame, But the lady must keep her promise to me first. Joseph turned and asked, "Isn't that right, my lady?" His sparkling eyes were full of anticipation. She couldn't help but chuckle. The two of them walked away, while Aso and Zaina watched them with great excitement. Then, the sound of clashing swords rang out. Kara and Joseph were sparring. Both of them were in high spirits. After a while, Kara was pushed back. Joseph said, "Just like old times. You never once went easy on me. Isn't that a bit harsh for someone who hasn't held a sword in a while? Let's take a short break then." "All right, I'm a bit thirsty too. I'll go get some water right away." Kara sat on the bench, reminiscing. At this very spot. This was where he and I used to spar. Nothing has changed, not then and not now. Even when I decided to rebel, it was really just me being stubborn. Yet, he always supported me. Why is Sir Joseph always by my side, protecting me? Is it because he's a knight of this family? The sound of footsteps approaching broke her train of thought. She turned to see Joseph smiling, holding a water bottle. "I made you wait, didn't I?" She stared at him without saying a word. Joseph moved closer. Then a cheer erupted. "Congratulations on your return, lady." Aso enthusiastically shouted, "Cheers." "I don't know how long it's been since we've had a drink. It's been a long time since we've drunk with the captain." "Oh, I still remember. That day, the captain suddenly..." Vina imitated Kara's expression, speaking in a cold voice. "From now on, please celebrate among yourselves. I'm sorry it took me this long to realize I was being inconsiderate." At that, Zaina and Aso burst out laughing. "We were so surprised." That's right. But it wasn't just that, was it? You got completely drunk and then suddenly started crying. Then you fell fast asleep and in the end, Zaina had to carry you back." Kara shouted in embarrassment, "Stop it." I was very confused back then too. Vina told me to show off my special talent and then just stopped. Before she could finish, 5 huge glasses of liquor, prepared by Aso and Zaina, appeared before her. She asked helplessly, "Don't tell me again?" The other two giggled mischievously. Suddenly, Kara drew her sword and gathered energy, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. "Captain!" Kara smirked and shouted, "Pour the drinks." Hearing this, everyone cheered excitedly. The party soon became chaotic. Aso slammed his beer mug down. "So, you don't need to worry. Of course, we have to treat the person who's been with us until now well. Why would we suddenly support some Honda who fell from the sky?" By now, Kara's face was flushed from the alcohol. But not all the knights think that way. To be honest, I haven't treated them well all this time. "Oh no, my lady, why are you so lacking in confidence at times like this? An unapproachable superior and a hated superior are two completely different things." Zaina also shouted, "There isn't a single knight who doesn't like you, my lady. If they dare, I'll deal with them myself." That's right. Everything she said is true. Kara said warmly, "Even though I know you're just saying that to comfort me, I'm still very happy." As she spoke, she leaned over and accidentally bumped into Joseph. She quickly exclaimed, "Oh, sorry." He looked at her and replied, "I'm fine." "Sir Joseph, your face is all red. I didn't expect you to have such a low tolerance for alcohol." He said defensively, "My lady, this. I kept drinking non-stop." The knights chimed in, Yeah, we know. Don't make up some random excuse for the lady. The reason you skip every party is because you're a lightweight, isn't it?" Feeling caught, Joseph stood up. "Excuse me, I'm going outside for some fresh air." Kara said, "I'll go too." Afterwards, they both went outside. Kara looked up at the sky and said, "I have something I want to ask you, Sir Joseph." She paused, thinking, what was it again? Suddenly, Joseph draped his coat over her shoulders. She blushed and looked up. She said with a smile. "I remember now." Joseph also blushed and said, "Go ahead. Why do you always support me, Sir Joseph?" "I know I've been arrogant because of my foolish pride and have treated everyone coldly. Even if everyone hated me and left you, you still stayed by my side. You've never changed. I've always wanted to ask if there was a special reason for you to do so." Joseph began to speak. It was during the inauguration ceremony. At that time, I had used all my abilities. to become an official knight of the prestigious Pavis family. I was brought before Duke Pavis and met the person I was to protect, the young lady of this family. The moment I saw you, you shone like a sharp, silver sword's edge. But deep inside, you held so much loneliness. I knew that such a vague, empty feeling would lead nowhere because your gaze was always fixed on the Grand Duke. I realized the turmoil in your mind through your appearance and actions. And all the times you punished yourself because of the Grand Duke. Even if it was just a little, I wanted to share that burden with you. As time passed, I've spent many springs with you, and every season was the same. These feelings that I was supposed to hide from the beginning. I don't know when, but unconsciously. He paused, remembering Kara's image, remembering her innocent smile, remembering when his face flushed red at the sight of her. A moment later, he was startled back to reality by Kara's voice. Sir Joseph, why did you stop talking? He flustered. Well, that's... He turned away. It's getting cold, so we should go back inside. He put his hand to his head. I'm going crazy. The scene changes. Grand Duke, please come down for dinner. He frowned and asked, is it that time already? Aren't you Kara's maid? Shouldn't you be serving her? Why are you here? Emily stammered in reply. Well, the young lady went out this afternoon and hasn't returned yet, so... The Duke cut her off. He stood up. She hasn't returned at this hour? Don't tell me. She's not with that penniless boy, is she? Emily quickly waved her hands in explanation. No, that's not it. The young lady went to a celebratory party with the knights to commemorate the captain's return. Hearing that, his anger subsided. Emily bowed. Then I'll take my leave. He wondered to himself, that girl is staying out late with those people? It seems she's changed in more ways than one. At this moment, he picked up a letter to read. It was a letter from Lady Johanna Pavis. Dear Luquit, a new spring has budded, the season of beautiful women. To get to the point, my health has suddenly declined, so I'm worried about the upcoming ritual. I need someone to take my place. To be honest, I want to send Kara, whom I know well. However, since there is also the second lady, it's difficult to decide on just one person. I want to hear your opinion. Grand Duke Louis contemplated. The ritual for the goddess at the beginning of spring is a long-standing tradition. Although the ceremony is held secretly within the temple, the spirit wielder chosen by the deity must participate. As requested by the temple, if the chosen person is sent, having the spirit wielder replace their predecessor carries great significance. However, if a problem occurs during the ritual, regardless of the reason, it might be very difficult to participate in future rituals. He slammed the letter down on the table. Between Kara and Cosette, he pondered. Just one person? He grunted and turned to the butler. Robert, that's enough for today. Leave the rest for tomorrow. Tell Kara and Cosette to come to my office tomorrow morning. The butler replied, I understand. Mina, standing outside, cupped her ear to eavesdrop on their conversation. She then hurried off to inform Cosette. He said that. Thank you for letting me know, Mina. Oh, about the maid from last time, Cosette interrupted. It failed, didn't it? Then she stepped forward and gently touched the maid's face. Mina, you are very important to me. When I saw you and your sister shivering in the cold on the street corner, you don't know how much it broke my heart. Although I wasn't strong enough to bring your sister along as well. I don't want to push you back onto the streets again. If you help me, then one day when my position is more secure, I will surely give you a carefree life with your sister. Hearing these sweet words, Mina clasped her hands and replied with determination. Yes, my lady. I will definitely help you, Lady Cosette. At any cost, Mina thought to herself. Even if I die, I don't want to go back to that place. Hearing this, Cosette smiled and said, Good. Then let's do a good job with the temple matter. The next morning, Kara walked along, lost in thought. What happened at the party yesterday? I think it had something to do with Sir Joseph. I can't remember anything. When she reached the Grand Duke's office door, Cosette spoke up. Oh, Kara. It's been a while. We live in the same house, but it's so hard to see each other. Are you deliberately avoiding me? You're one to talk. I've been so busy lately, running all over the place, so I haven't been able to see you. You're the one who's been cooped up in the mansion, so why are you blaming others? But it seems you're going the wrong way. Or are you also here to see father about the temple matter? Kara thought to herself, the person authorized to attend the New Year's ritual. In my previous life, that person was Cosette. And I, at that time, was forced to repent for the crime of tormenting Mina, even though I did nothing. She gripped the doorknob. But this time... Excuse me, sir. Kara vowed to herself that this time, she would definitely win. The Grand Duke was waiting at his desk. He spoke. I'm sure you've heard from Robert why I've called you here. The two listened in silence as the Grand Duke spoke. She said this task only requires one person, so only one of you can go. But I want to ask your opinion first. Who will go? They both said in unison, I'll go. Kara turned and asked, Cosette, have you ever been to the temple? Of course. I go to the temple every month to pray. On the other hand, it seems you've never been. Kara replied, the ritual is held inside, not outside where anyone can enter. You don't even know how the ritual is prepared, yet you want to go. So, your experience then? Kara smiled. I've been following my great-aunt since I was a child. Although I've never directly participated, I've heard about how the ritual is prepared. She turned sharply to the Grand Duke. Kara has visited the temple many times. I'm also a lady of this house, so please give me a chance this time. The Grand Duke held his forehead. I didn't expect both of you to be so enthusiastic. Then, according to Johanna's wishes. He frowned, knowing full well that Johanna would choose Kara. She immediately grabbed Kara's arm. Then let the two of us go together. Kara gave her a hateful look, cursing inwardly. Are you crazy? Cosette smiled sweetly, saying, if we both go together happily, the work will be lighter, and it'll be more comfortable. The Grand Duke asked Kara, what do you think? She thought to herself. Do I really need to insist on going alone? What if he sees that and chooses Cosette? Instead of losing everything, it's better to safely secure half of it first. After careful consideration, Kara agreed. Yes, that's fine. Since we both want to go to the temple, this is fair. Kara's answer seemed to slightly disappoint the Grand Duke. I understand. I'll contact the temple to inform them. Cosette exclaimed, that's great. We both get to go, right? Kara turned to her and said, first, let go of my arm. Oh my, I'm sorry. Kara brushed off the spot on her arm where she had been grabbed. I'm finished here, so I'll take my leave. I'll be going too. Since father is still working, we shouldn't disturb him. The door closed. The Grand Duke leaned back in his chair and sighed. He muttered, is that really a good thing? Soon, the day of departure arrived. Sitting in the carriage, Kara looked outside, lost in thought. It's actually a good thing that I can still participate in the ceremony. But I didn't think I'd have to share a carriage with her. Cosette chattered endlessly. When I volunteered, I only worked outside. So this is the first time I've seen the inside of the temple. You said you've been inside before, right? How many times? Let's see, I don't remember. Really, there you go again. Even so, if I'm lacking in any way, please be sure to guide me. Attending the ritual with my sister Kara is something I'm really looking forward to. Kara frowned and said, yes, it's very much something to look forward to. After that, they arrived at the temple. Please come in, Lady Kara, Lady Cosette. We are extremely grateful that you were both willing to come and help. You're too kind. I'm very happy to be able to help with the ritual. Hearing those words puts me at ease. This way, please. The temple's interior architecture was much more complex than its exterior. Newcomers could easily get lost. In the future, I plan to teach the nuns at the temple about this place's architecture. As Kara walked, she looked around. Fortunately, it seemed the place hadn't changed much from the old days. Memories suddenly flooded back to her. Grand Aunt, what's this ritual about? This one is a bit more tiring because we're having trouble with the sacred beast. Occasionally, objects are chosen as sacred relics and there are also sacred beasts. Their management has always been extremely strict. However, there are some that can't be tamed, which causes many complications. In the future, when Kara becomes a spirit wielder and is appointed to represent us at the ritual, you must be careful. She was startled out of her daze by Cosette's voice calling for the priest. What do we have to do today? The priest replied, today you two can just rest. We will start preparing for the ritual tomorrow. Kara asked, what about managing the sacred relics and sacred beasts? It seems Lady Kara has heard a few things from Johanna. Cosette asked in confusion, sacred relics and sacred beasts? What are those? Just as their names suggest, they are sacred objects and animals offered to the goddess. The spirit wielder manages the sacred relics and beasts until the last day of the ritual. That is the tradition of the temple. It's good timing. Each of you can take charge of one. Kara said coolly, I'll take charge of the sacred relic. Is that all right? Then we'll have to entrust the sacred beast to Lady Cosette. She looked at Kara, then smiled and replied, yes, no problem at all. The sacred relic and sacred beast are being kept in the 5th tower. Let's go. As they were walking, Cosette suddenly exclaimed, oh my, when she saw the fox with wide, sparkling eyes. Is this little one the sacred beast? It just looks like a cute fox. We call them sacred beasts and sacred relics to sound grand, but they are just objects. They're animals pointed out by the masters at a specific time and place. Kara said to herself, as for the sacred relic. Even so, this year's sacred relic looks very real. The priest said, Kara, you'll probably need to learn about the sacred relic, right? That won't be necessary. I've heard a lot about it from my great-aunt before. Then I will assign each of you a prayer room. After placing the offering on the altar, you just need to perform the prayer ritual until the last day of the ceremony. The offerings and clothes for changing will also be brought to the prayer rooms by the priests. We're counting on both of you until the final day. 2 days later. My lady, have you heard? Kara stopped her pen in midair. She turned and asked, what is it? It's Cosette. She's acting all busy with volunteer work outside. The nuns are even praising her endlessly. Kara dismissed it. She's like that at home too, just ignore it. But Our Lady is also busy preparing for the ritual, and no one knows. Not only that, she's spreading rumors. She's even making excuses that managing the sacred beast is too difficult, so she can't write the prayers, and then pushes it all onto you. Look at her, wandering around without even caring for the sacred beast. If something happens to it. Kara quickly covered Rose's mouth. All right. She turned to look at the sacred relic. She let out a cry. I need a break too. I'll go take a look. Rose, stay here and guard the sacred relic. Outside the temple. Cosette tried to win over the nuns, saying, here, let me carry that. Kara saw this and was annoyed. Forcing yourself to do things that don't match your personality must be so tiring. Suddenly, she turned and looked. Then she called out cheerfully, Kara. Are you here to help too? That's great. Everyone was just worrying about being short-handed. I was just passing by to get some fresh air. There's a lot to prepare for the ritual. But is it all right for you to be here like this? What about the sacred beast? Mina is looking after it. I have to be productive while I can. And you must be tired from managing the sacred relic, right? She continued mockingly, well, of course. Having to sit still all day must be boring to death. Kara was startled and thought, is she mocking me? No, wait. She saw the nuns behind her whispering among themselves. Kara smirked. She sneered inwardly, here we go again. The thing Cosette is aiming for is to secure an important role in the temple. So this time, the strategy is to win over the nuns? It's ridiculous how she always does this, it's become a habit. With that thought, Kara spoke up, writing prayers is hard work. You wouldn't know since you don't do it. Seeing you walking around, I thought you had finished everything. I thought Kara had completed all preparations for the ritual. You shouldn't forget why you're here. You should be focusing on your main task, shouldn't you? You're making me worry. I told you I've entrusted everything to Mina. The nuns were frightened when they saw Kara's murderous aura. But then she lowered her voice and sighed. You're here to help with the ritual. I really can't understand why you're doing other things. But that's your freedom, I suppose. Just be careful not to cause trouble for those around you like you did at our great-aunt's house. Hearing this, she was startled and pressed her lips together. Kara continued, the people here don't know what kind of things you've done. At this, Her face darkened. She whipped her head around to look at the nuns behind her. Then she shouted, Kara. Kara turned away. I have a lot of work to do, so I'll be going. See you tomorrow, Cosette. She could only grit her teeth in anger. The nuns flocked to her, asking, What's wrong, my lady? You two weren't fighting, were you? I just told her that if she finished her work, she could come and help, but it seems she was a bit upset. I suppose Kara has grown up in a wealthy family. I should be more understanding. A nun asked hesitantly, Lady Cosette, are you all right? Nobles are very powerful. She smiled brightly in response. I was originally a commoner, so working with everyone like this makes me feel much more comfortable. Hearing this, the nuns exclaimed in admiration. Lady Cosette, I'm sorry for interrupting when you're all so busy. Now, let's get back to it. Yes. After the nuns turned away, she clutched the basket in her hand and cursed inwardly, stuck-up brat. We'll see if you can still smile on the last day. Meanwhile, Kara excitedly exclaimed, Tada! It's all done. Rose asked, You finished writing? Kara rubbed her wrist and replied, Yes. I was so worried. Finally, the last day of the ritual has come. For the past week, I've made Cosette feel embarrassed and uncomfortable. But she's been very quiet. If this continues, something is bound to happen. She asked, How are things on Cosette's side? Besides helping with the ritual preparations, she also goes outside the hall to help with odd jobs. Her goal is too obvious. But you're just letting her be, my lady. The reason I'm here is to help prepare for the ritual. I should only do what needs to be done. With that, Kara approached the sacred relic, lost in thought. On the last day of the ritual, a blue fire will be lit in the sacrificial object. Today is also the last day to protect this offering. Suddenly, the priest entered and said, Excuse me, Lady Kara. About writing the prayers, Kara replied, I just finished. Oh, wonderful. It should have taken 2 people to complete. As expected of Lady Kara. Then let's go to the sanctuary. The final ritual will be held shortly. Yes. Suddenly, Kara stopped and called out to Rose. She replied briskly, Yes, my lady. This is the key to the prayer room. After the ceremony in the sanctuary, I have to make a round inside the inner hall. That's also when the offering is handed over to the fire. So, until then, please protect the relic so nothing happens to it. After all, the final step is very important. It's not an animal. How can an object run away when it doesn't even have legs? Don't worry, my lady. Even if it wanted to run, I'll keep a close watch on it with both my eyes. Remember, no matter what happens, don't leave the prayer room. If something unavoidable happens, remember to lock the door tightly, you understand? Yes, leave it to me. Rose turned back. I just need to protect the prayer room, right? The sparkling sacred relic immediately caught her eye. She approached it and exclaimed, It's so beautiful. How can it sparkle like this even in the room? She reached out to touch it. It looks expensive too. Do we really have to return it to its owner after we're done? Suddenly, she stopped. She shook her head. What are you doing? This is something even the young lady doesn't dare to touch carelessly. And you dare to lay a hand on it? What if something happens? She clenched her fists with determination. The young lady trusted me with this. I must protect it. She turned away from the relic's captivating gaze. Time to clean up. Suddenly, she smelled something strange. She wondered, what's that smell? She turned around, and suddenly Rose's eyes widened in horror. Black smoke filled the room, causing her to scream in fear. Fire. Outside, the nuns ran in chaos, screaming endlessly. Help me! Everyone, evacuate! Rose's face turned pale with fear, and she dropped the broom in her hand. A fire? Outside, she heard the sound of running footsteps and shouts. Is anyone in there? The fire has spread to the inner hall. Get out now. Rose immediately opened the door and asked a nun, Is Our Lady all right? I don't know either. Let's get out first. It's dangerous here. Hearing this, Rose was extremely frightened and worried. Rose was about to run back into the room to check. When the fire flared up, Rose silently called out, Lady Kara. A moment later, Kara ran over, calling for Rose. My lady, are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Are you all right? Rose burst into tears. Suddenly the building caught fire, and I thought something had happened to you. Kara comforted her. It's all right. I heard the high priests are using their divine power to put out the fire. The fire started in the laundry room of the inner hall. Because it was full of clothes, the fire spread quickly. Anyway, it's a relief you're not hurt. Suddenly, Rose remembered the sacred relic. What should I do? My lady, I left the sacred relic in the prayer room. It's fine. Those things don't catch fire that easily. Your safety is the top priority. Rose was moved and sobbed. My lady. Kara patted her head reassuringly. Don't worry. After the fire is completely extinguished, we'll go to the prayer room. Yes. In a quiet part of the temple, a figure lurked in the shadows. Mina moved quietly, looking around cautiously. All right, no one is here. Don't be scared. Then she opened the door. Inside was the sparkling sacred relic. She stealthily reached out her hand. Then, with a quick movement. With a sharp crack, the sacred relic fell to the ground and shattered into many pieces. She cheered silently, success. Then she smugly thought, absolutely perfect. The girl who bullied Lady Cosette won't be able to show her face again for the crime of ruining the sacred offering. Thinking this, she smirked with satisfaction. Running outside, Mina paused. She was holding something in her hand. Oh right, I need to burn this too, the lady clearly said. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. My goodness, Mina. Startled, she turned around and stammered. Sister Helen. Fire, I heard there was a fire, but thanks to divine power, the flames have been suppressed. The nun hesitantly asked, but what's happening here? There's no escape route here either. The prayer room protecting the sacred beast is also quite far from the fire. Why are you here now? Mina was a little nervous, but quickly replied. I felt stuffy being in the prayer room all the time, so I came out for some fresh air. Lady Cosette earnestly asked you to guard the prayer room. You can't be lazy and avoid your duties. Please let it slide this once, please? I know, but there won't be a next time. If something happens to the sacred items inside, it will be a disaster. Hearing this, Mina hurried away. Yes, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. I'll go back to the prayer room right now. With that, she smiled and ran off. At this moment, Kara and Rose pushed open the door. Rose panted. Thank goodness they controlled the fire. My lady, what about the ceremony? It's only delayed a little and will resume soon, so let's go prepare. But when they looked inside the room, they saw the sacred relic had been shattered into pieces. Both were stunned into silence. Rose collapsed to the floor. I clearly placed it securely on the stand. Why did this happen? Kara clicked her tongue. Someone intentionally broke it. No wonder everything has been so quiet lately. Rose cried and trembled. What do we do? Should I have brought it outside? No, I should have locked the door properly before running out. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry, my lady. I'll accept punishment for ruining the ceremony. This isn't the time to discuss whose fault it is. Kara closed her eyes tightly, calming herself. Stay calm. I need to think of a solution quickly. Right now, it's impossible to restore the broken sacred relic, and there's no time to go out and buy an identical one. Even if this was someone's malicious act, as the one in charge, I'm still responsible. If I announce that the ceremony has to be cancelled, the high priests have already arrived. In that case, she bent down and called Rose. Rose looked up and answered, My lady. I need you to do a few things for me right now. You can do it well, right? Meanwhile, Cosette asked in confusion. A fire all of a sudden? That scared me. The priest said, I apologize, but the high priests quickly suppressed the flames. The ritual will proceed as planned without any obstacles, so you don't need to worry, my lady. But Lady Kara is late, isn't she? She asked. Did something happen? Then she glanced over at Mina, giving her a signal. Did you handle everything properly, Mina? Mina raised her hands and waved, replying with her eyes. Yes, it was a success. I've cleaned up all the evidence. With that, they looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. At that moment, the door swung open. Kara spoke. I'm sorry for being late. Cosette said, "You're so late. I was about to go look for you." "You're out of breath. Did something happen?" "Oh, it's nothing. I was worried my maid was injured in the fire, so I went back to check on the situation before coming here." "All right, now that you're both here, let's proceed with the ceremony." Afterwards, everyone knelt with reverence. The priest stood solemnly, Great Mother above, and recited a series of spells in some language. As Kara clasped her hands, she wondered, has Rose reached a safe place yet? Sweat beaded on her face, and she closed her eyes tightly in worry. If we're even a little late, everything will be beyond saving. The priest then turned and said, "Now you two may stand." They both stood up and looked at each other. Cosette smirked triumphantly. Kara glared at her and cursed inwardly, "Detestable brat." The priest said, "All that's left is the final step of offering the sacred relic and the sacred beast. Let's move to the prayer room." Everyone moved in a procession. Kira appeared extremely tense. As they walked, the priest said, "Both ladies have worked very hard this past week." Cosette replied, "It was nothing, we're not done yet." The priest raised his hand to open the door. Then he turned and said, "The door is locked. Lady Kara, could you give me the key? Here." The door was immediately unlocked. The door slowly creaked open. Kira's face was filled with anxiety, a stark contrast to Cosette's expectant mood. A bright light flooded the entire room. Suddenly, the priest exclaimed in alarm, "What is this?" as he saw the shattered sacred relic before him. Everyone gasped and murmured in shock, "Good heavens, the sacred relic. How did this happen?" Cosette smiled sinisterly. "Good." Then she glanced over at Kara. "Look at how anxious she is. She probably couldn't solve the problem because time was too short." She thought triumphantly, "Now, the authority in the temple will belong to." Before she could finish her thought, Cosette froze. At that moment, the fox she was supposed to be managing was sniffing around the broken glass on the floor. The priest exclaimed, "It's the sacred beast." Cosette then became worried and asked, "The sacred beast? Why is it here?" Kara finally breathed a sigh of relief. Success, Rose. A few moments earlier, Kara had told Rose, "I once heard my great-aunt say that there's a small secret passage inside the temple, a passage that connects the prayer room to the ceremony hall." "Yes, my lady. I'll tell you the location of the passage, so go there and bring the sacred beast back here. You must succeed." Back in the present, Kara let out a grunt. Then she turned sharply to Cosette and yelled, "Cosette, how on earth did you manage the sacred beast to let things get to this point?" With a scrunched-up face, she replied, "What? Kara, are you saying this is my fault? Are you still denying it? Look at this mess. If you had done your job properly, the sacred beast wouldn't have wandered in here and broken the sacred relic. Who knows if the relic was broken by an animal or a person? Do you really think someone in this inner hall would dare to smash the sacred relic? Everyone here knows that everything in here is for the ritual. But the prayer room door was closed before we arrived, wasn't it? How could those animals have gotten in? Someone must have intentionally opened the door and let them in. Isn't that right, priest?" The priest asked, "Lady Kara, who was the last person to leave this place?" "It was my maid. She's at the infirmary to check for any injuries from the fire." "I see. First, we need to call her here." A nun replied, "I'll bring her right away." Cosette bit her lip in anger. Soon, Rose ran over. "My lady, you called for me." Before she could finish, Rose screamed in horror, "Oh my goodness." Rose began to act. "Oh, dear God, what happened here? I didn't break it. I swear I never laid a finger on the sacred relic." The priest told her, "Please calm down. I heard you had to flee because of the fire. Did you lock the door before you left?" "No, I was so panicked at that moment that I can't remember anything." A nun spoke up. "I was the one who let her out, so what she says is true." The priest asked again, "What about after that?" "When we arrived, the door was locked." Rose replied, "After the fire was suppressed, I came back here immediately. The door was locked then. My lady told me to go to the changing room to get ready for the ceremony." "The changing room?" "I was in a panic and worried for my lady's safety, so my clothes got torn in a few places. After changing, I met my lady in front of the prayer room door. I went to the infirmary because I was worried I might be injured and need treatment. But it was so crowded with patients there that I couldn't come back right away. The priest pondered. So the sacred beast entered the prayer room sometime between the evacuation and when you returned to find the door locked. Rose exclaimed, "So does that mean the sacred beast broke the item for the ceremony?" Kara said, "Based on the current situation, it seems so." Rose dropped to her knees. "It's all my fault. I should have checked inside carefully before leaving. This is not my lady's fault at all. I will accept punishment for the crime of ruining the ceremony." Rose, stand up. If fleeing for one's life and failing to check the prayer room is considered a crime, then the person who failed to manage the sacred beast has committed a crime 1,000 times worse. I admit that my maid and I were careless. Kara's eyes turned sharp. However, why did a sacred beast that was supposed to be in a distant prayer room appear here? That's also worth investigating. Call the person who is managing the sacred beast, Cosette's maid, here. Soon, a priest brought her over. I found her wandering in the hallway, so I brought her here. Her name is Mina. Mina, this is a holy temple, the place closest to the goddesses. So, please answer truthfully. Of course. From what I understand, Lady Cosette assigned you to manage the sacred beast. Why were you wandering in this area? She stammered. The sacred beast suddenly disappeared, so I went to look for it. Then what were you doing that you let the sacred beast disappear? I heard there was a fire and I ran out because I was afraid something bad might happen. Kara said, "You're lying." Mina nervously defended herself. What lie? It's all the truth. The location of the fire and your prayer room are very far apart. Unless you have superpowers, how would you know there was a fire? Well, I heard people outside talking about it. Oh, is that so? Then I'll call someone to confirm if there was a commotion where you were at that time. Hearing this, Mina lowered her head and remained silent. The priest held his forehead. All right, so to summarize, Mina neglected her duties, allowing the sacred beast to escape, and it came here and destroyed the sacred relic. Mina said in alarm, "Sir, that's..." She was criticized by the nuns. "How dare you be deceitful in front of the holy goddess?" I saw with my own eyes that Mina was always lazy and negligent. It would be better to just admit it and ask for forgiveness. How shameless of you to use the fire as an excuse. When did you become so irresponsible as to let the sacred beast escape? The lady trusted you with a task, and you messed it up. Apologize quickly. The criticism left her speechless and trembling. Kara let out a sigh. She said sadly, "Because I only came to fill in for my great-aunt, I'm still lacking in many ways." The priest quickly said, "No, that's not it. Who could have known something like this would happen? But there are still some matters to deal with after the incident, that's all." I understand. Punishment is only natural. If the punishment is too harsh, there will be a lot of talk, won't there? Hearing this, the priest hesitated. Well, Kara continued, the death penalty is a bit much. How about a flogging and then exile? About 50 lashes should do it. The priest and the nun were so shocked they didn't know what to say. They just gasped. Cosette also shuddered. No one responded. Kara asked, "Is that too little?" In that case, the priest quickly replied, "No, that's more than enough." Then Kara smiled casually. Mina is Lady Cosette's precious maid, isn't she? Since she damaged an item in the temple, Lady Cosette will have to pay for the damages. She exclaimed in shock, "What?" Mina was also immediately seized and dragged away. She turned back to plead, my lady. "Lady Cosette, please save me. The noble lady who once pulled me out of that hellish slum, this time you will too." But Cosette turned away sharply. Mina froze, speechless. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out in pain. Kara crossed her arms and thought, that's right. She must protect her own position at all costs. Rose asked the priest, "So what happens to the ritual now?" Fortunately, Lady Kara has already prepared the prayer text. We can replace the procedure of offering the sacred relic with the prayer reading. With that, the priest called for Lady Kara. "Could you take charge of the sacred beast?" The final procedure of the ritual has become quite difficult. Since it's a young animal's life, It's very pitiful, and we must be very careful. Kara glanced over at the sacred beast. It sparkled. She turned back and smiled in reply. All right, then I will take it back to the Duke's residence and take good care of it. Thank you, my lady. Kara thought, Cosette has to see this. She's angry, isn't she? Yes, but she can't do anything about it. Well then, the lady's duties here are finished. Let's go. Please have the nuns arrange the rest. After everything was done, the nuns stretched and said, I'm going to rest for a bit. Preparing for the ritual is truly exhausting. Although there was a big incident at the end, I'm glad it's all resolved now. So, that maid will be imprisoned? What about Lady Cosette? The high priest has already given his opinion. Because it could cause a conflict with the Duke, we can't just hold Lady Cosette responsible. It's also because of Lady Kara that the maid was punished. I overheard something last time. Something happened at Lady Johanna's mansion. That's right, Lady Kara told Lady Cosette not to cause trouble like last time. What on earth happened? As Rose was passing by, a nun called out to her. Rose, wait a moment. Rose walked over and asked, what is it? They looked at each other hesitantly. Well, we want to know what happened at Lady Johanna's house. Could it be similar to this incident? Rose smiled and replied, listen to me. A moment later, they were all in an uproar. Oh my goodness. I can't believe something like that happened. Meanwhile, Kara sipped her tea. Then she turned to look at Cosette and thought. The person I tried so hard to save ended up like this. She must be heartbroken. But it's not over yet. She put down her teacup. I'm very sorry about this incident. But even if it's the maid's fault, the master also bears some responsibility, right? In the temple, you have already reduced the punishment significantly, so I hope you can feel the same sincerity here. How about writing an official apology letter at the Grand Duke's residence and sending it? The priest replied, if we do that, it will save face for both sides. Kara looked at Cosette and said, write formally about the details of the incident and an apology. As for the person in charge of the sacred beast, the punishment will be to never interfere in the temple's affairs again, I suppose. Cosette jumped up and shouted, Kara, this incident was just a mistake. To expel Mina and strip me of my authority in the temple for just one small mistake is truly too harsh. I think you're mistaken about something, Cosette. Right now, I'm not discussing whether it's harsh or not. You should be grateful to still be alive after committing such a grave crime as ruining the ceremony. Just acknowledge your crime and shut up and accept your punishment. Well, it seems she doesn't feel any remorse at all. Of course, this chaos was just a mistake. You helped us with good intentions. It's enough for the Grand Duke's side to show their sincerity well. In short, this matter ends here. Now, let's end this gloomy atmosphere. You two have worked hard. After that, Cosette lowered her head and walked away dejectedly. Kara was right behind her. She stepped forward and whispered, thank you for giving me the chance to get rid of two thorns in my side at once. Cosette frowned and gritted her teeth in extreme anger. With that, Kara walked quickly ahead. Cosette clenched her fists. It's all ruined. First Mina, and now I've been stripped of my authority in the temple. What's more, I even have to write an official apology letter. The scene shifts to the Pavis mansion. The sound of a fist hitting a table rang out. The Grand Duke angrily asked Cosette, has she started her return from the temple yet? The butler replied, yes, the two of them just left. His clenched fist trembled uncontrollably. Summon her back here immediately. Finally, Cosette returned and went to see the Grand Duke. You seemed so confident, so I trusted you and sent you. And this is how it turned out? He suddenly roared in anger. What the hell is this? It startled her. To protect our absolute neutrality, Pavis has never made a mistake. But you dare to tarnish our family's reputation. She stammered, Father, Father. He waved his hand, not wanting to listen. I should have just sent Kara to the temple alone. From now on, you are not to interfere in the affairs of the temple. I know I was wrong, but it was just a mistake. A mistake? So the incident at your great aunt's house was also just a mistake. You have too many so-called mistakes. She shuddered. How can you say that, Father? He pointed towards the door. Get out. I am suspending all of your activities for the time being. Until I summon you, don't even think about leaving your room. She thought in shock, this can't be happening. No matter what tricks I have to use. Then she glanced at him and said, please forgive me this time. I won't. Seeing her reaction made the Grand Duke stare in disbelief. She continued speaking, I will never make a mistake like that again. Cosette's actions were hypnotic as she pleaded, please. Well. Just then, a loud clap of thunder echoed, shattering Cosette's dark aura. She whipped her head towards the window. Suddenly, the sky opened up and it began to pour. Damn it. The Grand Duke looked at her and shouted, didn't you hear me? I said get out. Cosette went out and slammed the door behind her. She gritted her teeth in fury. Looking out the window, she muttered, beaches. Meanwhile, Kara also looked outside in surprise. A sudden downpour and then it stopped. A sun shower, huh? Zik, holding the fox, asked excitedly. Sister, does this fox have a name yet? Not yet. What should we name it? Zik enthusiastically said, can we name it Erez? Kara forced a smile. Huh? That sounds a little. Then she thought of Erez with a tail. The image was surprisingly similar. She suggested, how about Eri? It's a female. Suddenly, Emily rushed in. Lady Kara. Have you heard? Lady Cosette is under temporary suspension. The Grand Duke was furious and has grounded her for a while. Kara was secretly surprised. So that means I'm free for a while. Afterwards, Kara walked leisurely with the fox in her arms. It's been a long time since I've felt this peaceful. Joseph and Asso ran up to her. Captain, are you going out? She greeted them. Hello, Asso. And Sir Joseph, it's been a while. He suddenly started, his face turning red. Remembering their conversation on the night of the party, he stammered. My lady, have you been well? Asso thought to himself, something definitely happened at the party. He asked, where are you heading? I received a fox from the temple. It seems to want to go outside, so I'm taking it for a walk. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, Asso thought of something and grinned. Taking care of a fox requires certain supplies. You two should try visiting the shopping district. She asked in surprise, really. Then he pushed Joseph forward. Really, you should bring a knight with you. The most logical choice is to go with the vice captain. Joseph turned and shouted, Asso. Kara was flustered. Then shall we go together, Sir Joseph? Hearing her suggestion, he blushed deeply. Of course. Asso immediately slipped away, leaving the two of them alone. Vice Captain, have fun. Afterwards, the two sat in a carriage. Kara felt awkward. Why is everything so awkward? Could it be that I got drunk that day and did something wrong to him? In her mind, she imagined various scenarios. Alcohol is truly a mischievous spirit. I have to quit. She promised herself, if I touch another drop, I swear I'm not human. Joseph was just as flustered as she was. When did it start? When did I start having these personal feelings for the lady I'm sworn to protect? To be struck by the arrow of love, whereas your honor as a knight gone, you fool? The duty of a knight weighs heavily. Reincarnate quickly. Do you still have a shred of decency to speak up? And so, the two were lost in their own thoughts, on two different extremes. After that, they arrived at their destination, a bustling and noisy place. Only the two of them remained silent. Kara turned to break the silence. What should we buy first? Joseph replied, how about we go shopping for clothes or toys? That's a good idea, but... She looked behind her and wondered, why are so many people looking at us? People started talking, that's the uniform of the Pavis Knights. Then the person next to him must be Lady Pavis. Wow, the lady is here. Kara froze for a moment. Then she grabbed Joseph's hand and pulled him away. Sir Joseph, let's get out of here quickly. Huh? But where? She quickly said, to buy clothes. He looked at her, bewildered. Then he looked down at his own hand. His heart pounded again, and his face turned red. And so, the two of them ran to a clothing store. Joseph asked, this is a men's clothing store. We need to buy clothes for you. Huh? Why do I suddenly need to buy clothes? Everyone keeps gathering to stare at the knight's uniform. Since I brought Ari along, I want to walk around comfortably. Oh, I'm sorry. The shop owner spoke up. Welcome. You two look so cute together. We have a lot of matching outfits. Would you like to take a look? The two of them exclaimed in shock. Matching outfits? Joseph waved his hands. No, you've misunderstood. This is Lady Pavis, and I am her knight. The shop owner was aghast. You're the lady? I have been so rude. What should I do? What are you doing? Bring the lady inside. The employee quickly replied. Yes, ma'am. I'm very sorry for not recognizing you. I should have come to the door to welcome you in. Kara smiled and said, It's all right. This is perfectly fine. Hearing this, the shop owner's heart fluttered. I heard the lady was a scary and cold person, but she's so friendly and warm. Kara shifted her gaze. Are you done changing yet? At that moment, Joseph stepped out with a dazzling appearance. Kara and the shop owner were stunned for a moment. The goal was to not attract attention, but this is even more eye-catching than before. The owner exclaimed, Oh my goodness, it really suits you. How about this one? And this one? Kara said, All right, let's try some other outfits. Find something simpler. I understand. Afterwards, the shop owner introduced Joseph to a trendy product that was a hot trend. The pure white color combined with the blue ribbon creates a very elegant and refined highlight. If you like the image of a quiet, handsome man, this is the one. The matching coat and vest exude a naturally noble style. Kara thought admiringly. What should I do? He looks captivating in everything he wears. As for the shop owner, tears streamed down her face, her eyes filled with uncontrollable admiration for the handsome man. Kara quickly rummaged through other clothes. She thought, Is there no outfit that can tone down that beauty? Joseph asked dejectedly, You don't like these outfits? She sighed and said, The problem is that I like them too much. But she immediately covered her mouth. Joseph's face turned beet red, about to explode. Steam rose from his head. He lowered his head and replied, Thank you, my lady. Kara wondered, Oh, what did I just say? The young shop owner broke the tense atmosphere. Sir Knight, please try this one too. Ah, all right. Kara placed a hand on her racing heart. Is it because I rarely get the chance to see Sir Joseph in casual clothes that I'm like this? Finally, Joseph found an outfit that Kara liked. She sighed. Good, the crowd isn't staring at us like before. Joseph said shyly, Next time I go out, I will definitely wear casual clothes. But you've bought me too many clothes. Earlier, the shop owner had said, I'll ship both the knight's uniform and the newly purchased outfits to the Duke's residence. Kara thought to herself, It's because you look good in everything. But out loud, she said, It's nothing. You've helped me so much in the past. Please consider it a thank you gift. What's wrong? Do you feel pressured? Not at all. This is the first time I've received a gift from you, so I'm very happy. Kara was surprised and thought, the first time. Then from now on, I must treat him better. At that moment, the little fox looked weary. Kara said, I'm sorry, Ari. Holding you like this must have been uncomfortable. We'll go buy toys right now, so please bear with it a little longer. It immediately brightened up and wagged its tail nonstop. She asked Joseph, Haven't we reached the pet toy store yet? Just a little further straight ahead. She suddenly looked up at a sign. This is. She realized it was the store she had visited with Erez before. The cake here is delicious. Should I buy some for Zik? Just as she thought of Erez, he appeared. Well, what a surprise to see you here. Hearing this, Kara turned to look. Erez waved his hand in greeting. Lady, it's been a while. She called out in surprise, Erez. What are you doing here? I thought you were still stuck inside the magic tower. Really, who do you think I am? Although, you're not wrong. It's the festival now. The limited edition festival cake is amazing. No wonder this place is so crowded. What are you doing here? Reminiscing about our beautiful memories here? You look really tempting. We haven't seen each other in so long and you're being so cold. So should I be affectionate with you instead? Joseph asked, Is this an acquaintance of yours, my lady? Sir Joseph, this is our first meeting, isn't it? This is the sorcerer Erez. I met him when we went to the Marquis' ball. Erez, this is the vice-captain of my family's night order, Sir Joseph. Erez smiled brightly and extended his hand. So you're a friend of the ladies too? Nice to meet you. But he didn't see Joseph shake his hand. Erez opened his eyes and stood frozen. Kara saw Joseph standing still and called out, Sir Joseph. He frowned and squeezed Erez's hand tightly. Nice to meet you. Erez flinched slightly in fear. Then he turned and whispered to Kara. Hey lady, this guy is kind of weird. She replied bluntly. In this world, is there anyone weirder than you? How mean. At that moment, Joseph let go of Erez's hand. Let's go, my lady. All right. Erez looked at his trembling hand, bewildered. Where are you going? To buy clothes and toys for Eri. That's why we came out today. Erez pointed a finger and said, Lady, are you raising a fox now? The moment he finished speaking, Eri immediately bit his hand. Kara called out in alarm, Eri. Erez clutched his reddened hand and said, What toys? You should buy a collar for it first. It's biting people. Then Sir Joseph, let's go buy a collar first. Why go to all that trouble? I can make one for you right now. What did you say? My lady, let me borrow this for a moment. With that, Erez moved close to Kara. His hand went behind her neck, and he removed her necklace. It made her face flush red. Seeing this, Joseph froze. But Erez still wore a nonchalant smile. Joseph immediately pushed Erez away. What the hell do you think you're doing? Hey, I was just... Erez glared. Don't touch the lady so carelessly. Erez let out a confused huh. The atmosphere became frighteningly tense. Kara quickly stepped in to mediate. Sir Joseph, it's all right. Erez is not a dangerous person. Erez said, the lady said it's fine. You're being too overprotective. I wasn't doing anything weird. As he spoke, he raised his hand and performed a sparkling magic spell. The necklace extended and connected to Eri. It let out a happy yelp. Oh, so when you said borrow, you meant for this? Erez said, you don't need a real leash. You can control it with magic. It seems Eri really likes it too. Thank you. Praised by Kara, Erez turned to look at Joseph. Then he smiled triumphantly. Around them, the crowd was noisy and bustling, interspersed with vendors' calls. Shocking sale on necklaces enchanted by the goddess, today only. Who wants to try bubble blowing? The person who blows the biggest one gets a supersized prize. Freshly baked bread right out of the oven. Kara looked around. It must be the festival season, so it's crowded everywhere. Let's try playing too. But the two men behind her wouldn't even look at each other. Erez said sarcastically, my shoulder that got hit earlier feels like it's broken. It hurts so much. Joseph retorted, stop pretending. You're hopeless. Kira thought to herself, what's with this atmosphere? Just walking is exhausting. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, hey, you young folks over there. Want to try participating in the sword fighting tournament? Just for participating, you get free fruit juice, and the prizes for winning are very generous. Hearing this, Kara immediately pushed the two men forward. This is it. We'll participate. The two men exclaimed in alarm, my lady. She said, I'm curious about the prize too. Come on, cheer up. I hope you two will stop growling at each other and use your skills to let off some steam. The person on the stage spoke up. Thank you for waiting. The main event of today's festival, the 23rd Swordsmanship Tournament, will be conducted as a tournament. The winner will receive many valuable prizes. The rules are simple. Dropping your sword or stepping out of the arena results in disqualification. Meanwhile, Kira looked at Eri and smiled. It's just the two of us watching, huh? The first contestant is Erez. Oh my eyes are about to be blinded. The posture of the contestant on this side seems more traditional. The young man with jet black hair, Joseph. Below, Kila whispered in anticipation. Sir Joseph is the vice captain of the Night Order. How will he fare against Erez? She shouted encouragement. Do your best. Erez waved and smiled in response, my lady. Then, suddenly, Joseph's sword lunged forward. Erez quickly parried it and scolded, coward. So using magic to block isn't cowardly? All right, I'll focus as you wish. With that, Erez swung his sword powerfully. Joseph's hand stung from the recent blow. He said, "You're not all talk, are you?" What followed was the continuous sound of clashing weapons. The referee exclaimed, "Wow, incredible speed. I can't even keep up." Kara was also amazed. "I thought Erez only knew how to use magic. I didn't expect him to be so good at sword fighting too." Watching the two fight fiercely on the stage, the referee couldn't stop praising them. The two contestants are evenly matched. Even from outside the ring, you can feel the intense heat of the battle. At this moment, Erez gently set his foot down and said, "So now we shall." It made Joseph curious as well. Erez continued, "Decide the winner." As he spoke, he swung his sword behind him. Suddenly, the sword flew past the face of the referee presiding over the match. It knocked his wig off with a thud. The audience gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! A second later, they burst out laughing. What is he doing? Is he okay? How did he suddenly hit that exact spot? That poor wig. Oh my, his face is all red. The referee's face turned beet red with embarrassment and rage. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled out a red card. Contestant Erez is disqualified. Erez cried out in disbelief. What? I can't believe it. Congratulations on your victory, Sir Joseph. Kara stood before the huge pile of prizes and exclaimed, "I really didn't think I would receive this much." Joseph smiled and said, "I'm happy as long as you accept it, my lady." Erez grumbled, "What's there to be proud of, winning in such a lame way?" Joseph whipped his head around to look at Erez. Then he smirked triumphantly, which made Erez furious. Suddenly, Erez thought of something. "By the way, my lady, we still have something to talk about." "HM? What is it?" "What?" "The matter of time." Hearing that, Kara called out hesitantly Erez. Right next to them, Joseph asked suspiciously, "What time?" "My lady, what's going on?" "Well, that's..." Seeing her hesitation, Erez said, "Anyway, it's not good to talk about it here directly." Suddenly, Erez grabbed her. "So," and then flew up into the air. "Sir Knight, you can go home first. If you still have energy, you can carry that fox back too." Joseph looked up stunned. Then he chuckled mockingly. "Bye-bye." With that, the two of them disappeared into the air. At this moment, the two of them were moving at high speed. Kira cried out, "What?" Then she pinched Joseph hard. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "I was scared to death." He scratched his head. "Sorry, that knight kept following us, so I had to do that. Anyway, please forgive me. In return, I'll show you lots of beautiful scenery. Try looking down. Down there." She looked down and was amazed. "Wow, that village looks so small. Want to try walking? In the air? How's that possible?" "Why not?" Erez let her go and she began to walk. "This is amazing. I'm not falling at all. This is the first time I've ever walked in the sky like this." Seeing her so excited, Erez chuckled. Afterwards, they stopped on a sky-high peak. "So that's what happened at the temple. Falling into your own trap. It sounds bitter, doesn't it? Luckily, I found a good way to deal with it." Cosette's plan almost succeeded. How is Cosette now? She's been grounded for a month to reflect on her behavior. The maid spread rumors, so not only was she banned from interfering in temple affairs, but the incident at our great aunt's house was also exposed. The people who heard about it value the family's honor, so they were furious. Erez patted her shoulder. "That's great, my lady. Well done. Very commendable. You, stop joking around." He said, "Dealing with it like this is fine, but the most important thing is something else, right?" Kara froze when she heard Erez say, "No matter what else happens, if one side discovers the spirit's power, it's all over. Although you are expanding your influence, if the other side reveals their abilities first." Hearing this, Kara's chest pounded. The image of her execution flashed in her mind again. Her hand clenched tightly. "So I'll die again?" Erez is right, but abilities aren't something you can discover on your own. How long do I have to live with this anxiety? It was the same before I died, and it's the same now that I've been reborn. When will I ever be able to? Seeing her lost in thought, Erez spoke up, "My lady." She kept her head down and said nothing. Erez became flustered and worried. Did I say something wrong just now? What should I do? I've never directly comforted anyone before. What should I say now? He stammered, so what I meant to say was. Suddenly, Kira spoke up. I have a question, Erez. He was startled and replied, yes, huh? She asked, can you imitate a water spirit with magic? Why are you suddenly asking that? Before I returned, I saw Cosette summon a spirit. But in reality, it might not have been a real spirit, but just some trick to simulate one. I really want to confirm it. Erez replied, although I don't know exactly what a spirit looks like. But it's something like this. As Erez spoke, he raised his hand. He performed a spell, and sparkling water droplets began to appear. They then fell gently, much to Kara's amazement. She reached out her hand to catch them. Although it seems strange, magic is truly a wonderful thing. So, is it similar to what you saw back then? They're similar, but as I thought, it's not the same. It's hard to explain in words, but there's something, a definitely different feeling. If that's the case, then only you can solve this puzzle, my lady. Hearing this, Kara paused and turned to look at Erez. He reassured her, don't worry too much. He smiled brightly and said, no matter how bad the ending is, I'll help you return as many times as you need. With the head of the magic tower supporting you, what are you afraid of? Kara was a little surprised. But then she turned away. You mean that clumsy magic that you can't even remember yourself? Erez said, embarrassed, I'm improving every day, okay? She let out a small laugh. Then she looked up and said brightly, anyway, thank you. I'm lucky to have you by my side. Hearing those words, along with her innocent smile, momentarily stunned Erez. Then he gazed at her, lost in thought. She looks like she's about to cry. But she's also very strong, as if nothing happened. Anyway. He looked up and said, I've never gotten tired of being with you either. Afterwards, the two of them watched the rainbow in peace. When it got dark, Erez took Kara back to the mansion. I'll drop you off here. She said, this is fine, but why? Because your bodyguard isn't very friendly. Just like last time, your father glared at me with a look that could kill. She wondered, what on earth is going on? Suddenly, Joseph ran over, calling, my lady. You're finally back. Are you hurt anywhere? Erez interrupted. Hey, Knight, what are you thinking? I just took her for a walk. From your behavior and gestures, I can tell you're not a trustworthy person. The two exchanged murderous glares again. Kara thought helplessly, here we go again with these two. She pushed Erez away. Don't even think about fighting. Go home now. Hey, I was just standing still. Why are you scolding me? Kara immediately glared and snapped, hurry up. Fine, I'm out of here. In an instant, Erez disappeared. Kara turned back and smiled at Joseph. Let's go inside too. I will escort you to your room. You scared me when you suddenly disappeared. I should have stopped him. I apologize for letting you see such a distressing side of me. No, I'm fine. Where's Eri? Eri is sleeping with the young master. I see. Oh, right. I bought this on the way back. This type of cake is only sold during the festival. Erez said it's very delicious, so you should try it too, Sir Joseph. Thank you, my lady. By the way, you've changed your clothes. Yes. Once I returned to the mansion, it was time to get back to work. The knight's uniform is beautiful, but please wear the clothes you bought today sometimes too. Because you look really cool in them. Hearing her praise, Erez blushed. Well, I'm going to my room now. Good night, Sir Joseph. The door had just closed. Joseph immediately noticed the cake in his hand. He thought happily, I've received quite a few things from the lady today. The scene shifts to Cosette's residence. The warm fireplace was extinguished, with no one paying it any mind. Cosette lay with one arm over her forehead, the other hand clutching the bedsheet tightly. A voice echoed from the air, what a disgrace. Tricked by a mere human girl. Cosette snapped, shut up. Damn it, I was too weak. The mysterious voice spoke again, what else can you do? It's because you used your power. You only used half of your strength and you're already a mess. Cosette's face hardened as she recalled, back then. Back then, she had extended her hand and spoken to the Grand Duke. But suddenly, thunder roared and the sky poured rain. She gritted her teeth. As long as Beaches is healthy, my powers will be limited. It's already a complete failure, and now I'm even weaker from overexertion. The voice asked again, can the plan succeed like this? The justice you believe in is now destroying you. Don't be ridiculous. I haven't played all my cards yet. A maid walked past Cosette's room. What's that sound? A conversation could still be heard from inside. If being gentle doesn't work, then I understand. That's the only way. Suddenly, the maid pushed the door open. My lady, did you call for me? But Cosette sat upright on the bed without responding until the maid called again, my lady. Only then did Cosette turn and smile. Bring me some water, please. I'm a bit thirsty. Yes, my lady. Please wait a moment, I'll bring it right away. The door closed. Cosette sneered coldly. All right, now is the time to wait. Wait for the right opportunity. The next day, Rose and Emily entered cheerfully, saying, My lady, good morning. Kara turned to look at them and said, You're all in a good mood today. Of course. Not having to see someone anymore makes me feel so refreshed. Did you have fun on your outing yesterday, my lady? Kara remembered the scene from yesterday and replied, Yes, it was very interesting. I went to the festival and even got to walk in the sky thanks to magic. The two maids exclaimed, Wow. Kara lowered her head and thought, I also got closer to Erez. Our first meeting was very suspicious on both sides, but now we're much more comfortable with each other. He even comforted me when I was confused. At that time, Erez said, Only you can solve this puzzle, my lady. Suddenly, she remembered something. She stood up abruptly and called out, Rose, Emily, I need to get ready to go out. Hurry up. A moment later, Zik ran over with Ari in his arms, calling, Sister. Oh, where are you going? I'm going to the Royal Library because there's something I want to look into. Then can I come with you? She ruffled Zik's hair and smiled. Of course. Afterwards, at the Royal Palace. For the lady to come to the Royal Library in person today is truly special. Michael said skeptically, the documents at the Duke's residence are quite comprehensive, you know. Arabella replied, I had something I wanted to say anyway, so this is perfect. I was planning to send a letter to the mansion, but it's great that I could meet you today. This is an invitation to a picnic I've prepared. Will you come, my lady? Kira smiled and replied, Of course, Your Highness. It would be my honor. With that, Kara and Zek went to the library. Arabella waved goodbye to the two of them. Michael said, I thought you two weren't very close. It was just a misunderstanding. The lady is not like the rumors. At the library, Kara and Zek sat reading intently. Kara thought. Everything started with the God's Oracle. Remember, there is only one thing that can shield the continent from calamities. Soon, the entire continent will be on the brink of great loss. So no matter what happens, only one spirit will be brought to this world. And that was when Cosette appeared. Cosette claimed to be the real daughter and was determined to maintain her position. Her spirit power also manifested before mine. Kara remembered Cosette saying before, so you can see spirits after all. Actually, you're the real one. What I saw back then was different from Erez's magic. Although I still couldn't shake off my suspicion in the end, it seems Cosette's power is also real. Otherwise, how could Cosette have shown me a spirit? Her heart pounded as she pieced together what she had heard. It's the connection between the two sisters. Rowena died while she was pregnant. Her maternal family believed the baby had died, but it was actually still alive. What if that was Cosette? Then Cosette is. Kara's eyes widened in horror. She quickly calmed herself. Don't jump to conclusions. I need to consider all possibilities. Kara was startled when Zik asked, Sister, can I read another book? I'm sorry, I only brought up boring books. Feel free to read any books you like. Zik immediately ran off to find a book. She fell back into deep thought. No matter what, everything is connected to the oracle. The god said only one spirit would appear. The god's oracle, which has been correct 100 times, has no reason to be wrong. So why is the direction of the oracle incorrect this time? Did I miss something? Suddenly, a jumble of images appeared in Kara's mind. It seemed she had discovered something. Could it be that cassette? Just then, Zik returned. "Sister, look at this." She asked in surprise. "This is a fairy tale?" "It's the book my nanny used to read to me. I didn't bring it here. I can't believe they have it here too. When I was little, I also read a lot of books like this. It's so nostalgic." She smiled and opened it. Once upon a time, there was a girl who lived in a very chaotic world. The land had become barren, and the forests were scorched by the prolonged war of the demons. The girl left that place and set out to find the goddess in order to end this long war. It's unknown how far the girl traveled. The moment she reached the shore of a large lake to bow her head and quench her thirst, the water began to stir, and the goddess appeared. The goddess listened quietly to the girl and extended her hand. Immediately after, the lake's surface began to ripple and emit a dazzling light. Spirits shone like shooting stars and spread out in all directions. The ferocious beasts melted and disappeared in the brilliant light of the spirits. The great demon king, Rajabak, fled to the demon kingdom, and the war ended. And the spirits breathed life into the scorched forest after healing everyone's wounds. A large mirror was created to prevent further attacks, and the goddess gave the girl a spirit stone along with a promise to protect everyone's safety. Peace came to the world, and people revered the girl as a spirit, singing of her deeds for a long time. After reading this far, Kara closed the book. Zik asked, "If you also become a spirit in the future, will you protect the empire bravely like in this book?" Seeing Jake's innocent smile, Kara paused for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "Yes, of course." Afterwards, Kira returned with Jake. Cosette's door slammed open. She scowled. "How rude." Kara slowly entered. "I heard you weren't feeling well, so I came to visit. It doesn't look like you're faking it." "Cosette, this must be the first time your modesty has been on display during your time at the mansion, right?" "Oh my, are you worried about me?" "Thank you so much. During this time, I've learned a little about your mother." "That's right, you might be the real daughter of this family too." "What do you mean?" "Cosette, perhaps there's no reason for us to keep fighting like this. Have you ever considered that the prophecy could be wrong? If we truly are of Pavis blood, then let's prove it together by revealing our spirit powers at the same time." She looked up and asked, "What?" "I'm giving you one last chance for us to be together as blood relatives. During my recent visit to our great-aunt, I discovered a way for two sisters to simultaneously release their spirit powers. And I have received Beach's spirit stone. As you said, if the spirit stone is useful for releasing its power, then I wonder if we can combine the power of the spirit stone and the strength of both of us to manifest our spirit powers? Even though I don't know about you and the White Bird family, if I can only choose one of the two, and if you are being used by the White Bird family, I will help you." With that, Kara took out the sparkling stone. Cosette thought in surprise, could that be? Choose. Either continue to be my enemy, the one who has obtained the spirit stone, or we cooperate to find a way to survive. Suddenly, Cosette lunged forward and pushed Kara hard. Then snatched the stone while Kara was pushed to the ground. Seeing the stone in her hand glow, Cosette thought triumphantly, finally. Then she let out a terrifying smile. "I finally have it. Now everything will end." But to her surprise, the stone began to crack, making a series of cracking sounds. Then it exploded. It shattered into 100 pieces and fell to the ground. Cosette stood there stunned, looking at her hand and wondering, is this really a spirit stone? Is it really that fragile? Like cheap glass? At this moment, Kara smirked. Then she burst out laughing and looked at Cosette. "You're really too naive. Is there any reason I would give you a real spirit stone?" Cosette shouted in anger. Kara stood up and asked, "Why are you getting so worked up? By now, you probably understand a little, right? I never expected to see this expression on your face." "How interesting, Cosette." Her face was twisted with anger, her teeth clenched tightly. Kara said, "The negotiation has failed." She shrugged regretfully. "This seemed like a good opportunity for both you and me. Moreover, it's clear that the spirit stone is very valuable to you. Thanks for letting me know exactly what your purpose is. Hearing this, Cosette was startled. Damn it, how could I make such a stupid mistake? Because things didn't go according to plan, I became anxious and hasty. That brat dared to use a fake spirit stone, deliberately provoking me into acting rashly and messing things up, making me reveal my plot. Cosette gritted her teeth and trembled as she called out, "You!" Her hand clenched tightly. She lunged at Kara. You little." But Kira caught her hand. "I think letting you touch me once was more than enough." With that, Kara forcefully shoved her, causing her to fall to the ground. Kara let out a disgusted sigh and dusted off her hands. "All right, now let's try to do what we can. I will work hard to maintain my position, for example, accepting the princess's picnic invitation while my rival is under house arrest, for instance. There are some people who are also concerned about your condition lately. I'll try to convey that to all of them." Hearing this, she shivered. Kara went out and closed the door just like she did. "Just like you once did to me, Cosette." With that, the door slowly closed, then slammed shut. As Kara walked, she thought, her reaction confirmed everything. When she was digging around our great-aunt Johanna's estate and the temple, I thought she just wanted to make a good impression. But what she really desired was the spirit stone. She must want one of two things, either to renew the contract that has been in effect for over 100 years, or to destroy it. If the stone shatters, the contract and the barrier will be destroyed, which means the world will be annihilated and fall into a period of chaos, and no ordinary person would want to do that. But the Whitebox family is different. The Marquis Whitebox despises my family, especially my grandfather, because of his sister's death after being accused of infertility and exiled from her position as Duchess. He would do anything if it meant the downfall of both families. He wouldn't hesitate to use dark magic to make a pact with demons. It sounds ridiculous, but everything fits if I think about it that way. If the price of the pact is to restart the Great War that ended 100 years ago, then they must have been desperately searching for the spirit stone to destroy the barrier. To achieve that, infiltrating the Pavis family was necessary. They needed someone with a similar appearance to the Duke. Therefore, this proves that Cosette is Rowena's child, resurrected through dark magic. She is my half-sister. She clenched her fists tightly. That's why she resembles the Duke so much, and it also explains why she can control magic. The fact that I share blood with her makes me feel disgusted. But it explains my recent hypotheses. It's a good thing I went to see her. Kara walked down the hallway of the mansion. As she passed by the glass door, she suddenly noticed something. She stopped to look closely at her reflection in the glass door. Her earring was cracked. She wondered, when did it break? The next day, many cakes were laid out. Kara nibbled on one and exclaimed, "Delicious." The limited edition pastry that Erez praised so much at the festival was also very good. But I only got to eat a tiny bit, so it wasn't satisfying at all. Next year, I have to buy as much as I want. The other young ladies also exclaimed, "Wow, the dessert is really sweet and soft." "It's delicious, isn't it? Especially this tart." Arabella approached and added, "The sweetness just melts in your mouth." Everyone looked up and greeted her, "Your Highness. Please, help yourselves." Thank you all for coming to the picnic today. I wanted to host a gathering for the young ladies before the hunting competition. Please enjoy yourselves. There have been so many major events recently, so I'm very happy to be able to see you like this, Your Highness. One young lady whispered, "That Lady Cosette isn't here today, is she?" Hearing this, Kara turned and replied, "Cosette is still grounded to reflect on her mistake. I invited her to come with me, but father still seems to be angry, and Cosette herself wants some time to think. Anyway, you'll all see her again in a while." The two of them got goosebumps and thought, grounded? What on earth did she do wrong? Then they replied awkwardly, "Oh, I see." Suddenly, the brown-haired lady exclaimed, "Wow. The rose garden at the royal palace is always so radiant. Red roses are the symbol of the royal family, so they are very well cared for. At this year's hunting competition, if a cool priest brought a large bouquet of flowers to give me, I would have no regrets. Since I was a child, I've always dreamed of a love like in a fairy tale. Oh, I want a romance like that too. Sorry, I sound so childish, don't I? Kira said, not at all. I used to dream about those things too. They asked curiously, you too, my lady? Come to think of it, you're at a good age to get married. Kira thought, right, there must be some rumors. Ice then asked hesitantly, actually, last time I saw you at the festival with a handsome man. Are you dating him, my lady? Kara exclaimed in surprise. Huh? No, he's just a knight in my family's knight order. Oh, so he's a knight? No wonder he had such a commanding presence even from a distance. Ice, really, tell us more, my lady. Ice enthusiastically described, shoulders as broad as the Pacific Ocean, a very cool person. Especially his black hair, which suits his face perfectly. The brown-haired lady asked, stunned, black hair? I saw her with a blonde man in front of the pastry shop. Kara immediately said, oh, that person is a sorcerer from the Magic Tower who provides information about magic. She exclaimed excitedly. Oh my god, a sorcerer. His golden hair is eye-catching, but very mysterious and charming. I'd love to get close enough to touch him just once. He must be the top handsome man of the Magic Tower. Hey, if you met that knight, you'd think differently. Throughout history, being with a knight has always brought reliability and a strong support system. What are you talking about? A sorcerer is 1,000 times more reliable. How can a sword beat magic? The two young ladies paid attention as they chattered excitedly. Hey, you all seem to be having a lively conversation from over here. Excuse me, may I ask what you're discussing? We're debating whether it's better to date a knight or a sorcerer. Are you dating him, my lady? Kara was once again stunned. Huh? Then she heard them continue to discuss. Oh my, it's definitely the knight. Huh? Of course, it has to be the sorcerer. And so, they went back and forth. There's a saying that for the one you love, you'd even pluck the stars from the sky. A knight might not be able to do that, but a sorcerer could. A sorcerer is always immersed in magic. In the end, they can't even take care of their lover properly. Kara thought, how on earth did this become a topic of debate? Just imagine, if you were with a sorcerer, there would be so many special kinds of dates. Lovers walking together under the bright moonlight, so romantic. Hearing this, Kara thought to herself, I've tried that before. You should use your brain a little. The moment a knight swears to protect only one girl for his entire life. Time seems to stop because it's so breathtaking. Kara blushed that too. Suddenly, everyone turned to ask her. My lady, who are you more into? If you were to marry, who would you choose? Kara's face turned beet red in surprise. Marry? Kara thought about the two of them. Then she stammered, I. Everyone was stunned. I what? Faced with their expectant gazes, Kara said hesitantly, I don't know. Seeing her flustered, the young ladies smiled happily, thinking, she's so in love. Arabella suddenly had an idea. Ahem. Well, everyone, that's enough. It's time for a new kind of tea. By the way, my lady, could you spare a moment? I have something to ask about the preparations for the hunting competition. Yes, Your Highness. As they watched Kara leave with Arabella, everyone felt a sense of disappointment. After walking a short distance, Kara spoke up, Your Highness, you said you had something to ask me. However, before she could finish, Arabella pinned her against the wall. Something to ask? Yes, I have a lot. My lady, I apologize for my rude behavior just now, but about what everyone was discussing earlier. Ahem, well, I'm not asking out of curiosity or anything. I just thought asking you directly in front of everyone would make you flustered, so I'm asking you privately. Being tactful is my strong suit, you know. Ah, yes. Is the reason you've started participating in high society activities because of marriage? Yes, it is. But from what I heard just now, it seems you're rejecting all the potential partners around you. Is the real reason marriage, or is there another reason? Kara stammered, well, that's... What should I do? Do I need to tell the truth? Seeing her silence, Arabella said dejectedly, Is it that hard to tell me? I thought we had gotten closer than before. Hearing this, Kara was surprised. Huh. Well, it's true. My relationship with you before was limited to meeting a couple of times at a few social gatherings. I even thought you liked to ignore me, so we didn't talk much. Though it turned out to be just a misunderstanding. In short, I feel like we're both more comfortable with each other than before. Don't you feel the same way? Is this just a one-sided feeling? Kara was moved and called out to her. Then she closed her eyes tightly and told the truth, actually. After hearing her, Arabella asked in surprise, so the purpose of getting married was just a lie? Yes, I simply wanted to attend the parties I had missed, to socialize and make friends with other young ladies my age. I used a legitimate excuse to persuade your highness. You've shocked me quite a bit, my lady. Where did that rumor about you being ice-cold come from? Well, anyway, you seemed interested in marriage earlier. Kara turned and asked, what do you mean? When everyone was talking about love earlier, you paused for a moment. Are you hiding some secret feelings? Actually, I'm not sure. Arabella asked, what do you mean, not sure? Marriage is about spending your entire life with another person. I've never thought about either of them in that way, so I was a little surprised, that's all. Arabella then asked, have you really never felt a spark? It made Kara blush with embarrassment. Haha, with a red face like that, you must have felt something. Please don't tease me anymore, your highness. I'm so jealous. What do you mean, your highness? I am the princess of the empire. My marriage and politics must go hand in hand. I can't freely choose my marriage partner. You, on the other hand, can choose the person you want to spend your life with. I hope you enjoy all the indecision and pondering you're going through now. Arabella said cheerfully, I sincerely support your decision, my lady. Hearing this, Kara fell silent. That night, Kira looked out the window and thought about Arabella's words, you can choose freely. That was a luxury for me in the past. When I was young, my actions were only to please my father. When I grew up, I was busy fighting with Cosette. But in this life, I've decided to live for myself. And so, I've had many new experiences. I've also made many close friends and... She muttered, dating. I once liked someone, even though he was a jerk. Thinking back, that was the first time I knew about love. After reading the novels Rose lent me, my mood was often on cloud 9. When will the person I truly love finally appear? If I get married, who would I want to marry? She snapped out of it and slapped her face. Wake up. What am I thinking about all of a sudden? What marriage? I'm grateful to Joseph because he's the knight who's always by my side protecting me. And Erez is the benefactor who brought me back from the dead. Neither of them are. Arabella's question replayed in Kara's mind. Have you ever felt a spark? Even once. Then, an image of Joseph walking up to her appeared. He wore a radiant smile. An image of our kissing her hand and smiling at her. Our also flashed through Kira's mind. She was conflicted, thinking about both of them at the same time. Her heart pounded faster than usual when she saw the two of them. Thinking of this, she said to herself, no, it can't be. But her face was already flushed. Had she really fallen for them? A few days later, Zek thought sadly, my sister has been strange lately. He paid attention to his sister's actions and gestures. She would also suddenly get startled and blush during meals. She would shake her head and slap her own cheeks. In short, she was definitely hesitant about something. So he asked, sister, is something troubling you? Kira turned to Aso and said, probably, but Aso replied, not at all. Zek shouted, she definitely has a huge problem she can't even tell her closest maid. He closed his eyes tightly. I feel bad for doing this to my sister, but I have no choice. With that, he grabbed Aso's hand and pulled him somewhere. Meanwhile, Kira was sitting in a daze. Aso came in and called out to her, startling her. Sorry, I was lost in thought. What is it? Yes. The afternoon is for training, so I came to get you. Has it gotten that late already? I'll get ready now. Aso was astonished. Did the Duchess forget her schedule? What on earth is going on? A moment later, Kira and Aso arrived at the training ground. She said, I'm late. Suddenly, she froze. Seeing Joseph approach, she shyly looked down. Sorry for making you wait. Joseph also replied shyly, no, it's all right. After that, the space immediately fell into silence. Also imagined the two of them standing together bashfully. Then he grinned slyly. What did I tell you? So cute. Joseph turned and asked, what are you giggling about? Nothing. Then he whispered, by the way, Vice Captain. Have you made any progress with the Duchess? Hearing this, Joseph's face turned beet red. Also laughed and continued, let me help. Before he could finish, Joseph kicked him hard in the leg. Then he smiled gently and turned to look at Kira. He called out to her, Duchess, watch your step. She flinched. Huh? Then she suddenly slipped. It made her stumble and lose her balance. She squeezed her eyes shut and cried out. Joseph quickly reached out. He swiftly caught Kira in his arms. But he immediately let her go. I acted impolitely. I was rude to the Duchess. She stammered, no, it's fine. Then they both fell silent. Aso sat nursing his throbbing leg. Seeing their reaction, his eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, I know now, young master. Later, Rose entered and called for the young lady. But Kira sat there, lost in thought, not noticing. Rose wondered, can't she tell me or the young master? What could it be? Is it related to that girl, or is it an issue within high society? If it's not that either. Suddenly, there was the sound of running footsteps. It was followed by a loud crash and a scream. Kira rushed out. Rose, what's wrong? She was surprised and called out R. Both were holding their heads. R turned and mumbled, Duchess. Why are you here? Well, about that. Just then, a loud voice called from a distance, Kira, which made R jump. The Grand Duke and his knights approached. He ordered, get away from that intruder immediately. R shouted, how am I an intruder? The two argued back and forth. Sneaking into the mansion without permission isn't trespassing? What is it then? Hey, I told you I have an appointment with the Duchess. Kira was dumbfounded. She closed her eyes. She roughly understood the situation now. She pulled her up and said, stop it, Your Grace. This is my guest. If he's a guest, shouldn't I be the one to greet him? I saw him sneak in by himself with my own eyes. It's because I was busy getting ready after training. That's why I told him to come straight to my room. Even if you said that, he didn't even have a servant to guide him. Kira cut him off. He is my guest, not yours. Is there a problem? The Grand Duke was silent for a moment. Then he turned and walked away. It seems I caused a commotion for nothing. Kira said, have a safe trip. Suddenly, the Grand Duke turned back and glared. It made her flinch. Then the door closed. R let out a sigh of relief. That was close. You seemed to be in a hurry, so I tried to handle it smoothly. After the festival, the Duchess cut off all contact. I sent letters, but you didn't reply. Hearing this, Kira choked on her drink. R moved closer. Did I do something wrong to the Duchess? She blushed and cried out. Then she quickly backed away. Stay back. Stay back for what? I've just been too busy lately, so I went incommunicado. R stood silently for a moment, thinking. Then he smiled mischievously and said, is that so? Then I suppose it won't be a problem if I visit frequently. He sat down next to her. This is unrelated, but why do you visit me so often? Does there have to be a reason? I just missed you, so I came to see you. Kira froze. Suddenly, R exclaimed, this is delicious. How did you make it? She blushed and asked nervously, Did you really break in here? I told you I didn't. Behind the door, Rose was peeking. She listened to their conversation. Then she ran off, thinking to herself that the lady's dilemma was about love. Suddenly, she ran into Aso. Both realized Kira was dating. It seems spring has come for the young lady. They ran excitedly, calling out, Young Master Zek. So that's what made my sister so worried. You mean she's dating? They answered in unison. Yes. Suddenly, Zek shouted, Don't you two laugh. There's no way that's happening. But, young master, hasn't she been acting very strangely lately? Even if you don't accept it, that's exactly how a girl in love acts. Aso agreed, that's right. This moment is definitely. Rose and Aso both knew Kira was dating, but one thought it was R. The other thought it was Joseph. Aso scratched his head. I wonder if the Duchess will be getting married soon. Rose said, I'll go look for some of the best shops in advance. I'm sure the Duchess will be the most beautiful bride in the Empire. Zek interjected, no. My sister. Mid-sentence, he suddenly fainted. Later, Kira asked, I heard Zek won't be able to participate in the hunting competition, is that true? Yes, he's been skipping meals and unable to sleep lately, so he doesn't seem to be in good health. All right, I'll have to find out what's going on later. A voice called from outside, is everyone ready to depart? Yes, sir. I have everyone waiting at the main gate so we can leave as soon as the Madam and the Grand Duke arrive. Kira and Emily slowly walked out. Suddenly, Emily exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Why is Miss Cosette there? Has her reformation period ended already? Time really flies. Kira approached and spoke. It's been a while, Cosette. Oh my Kira. The girl ran over with a fake smile. I missed you so much during this time. Why didn't you visit me even once? I was so bored. Kira's words made her face darken. I'm sorry. If I associated with a criminal, there would be a lot of gossip. I have to maintain my position as the Duchess of this family, so I hope you can understand. With that, the two glared at each other. The Grand Duke approached and said, everyone, gather around. It's about time to depart. Cosette's eyes widened as she called out, Father. Then she ran towards the carriage. Come now, everyone, please take a seat. Kira, can I sit next to Father? It's been so long since I've gone out with family, so this feels wonderful. Suddenly, the butler approached. He then closed the carriage door, leaving her stunned. Wait, but not everyone is in the carriage yet. Kira replied, I'll be riding a horse because that carriage is exclusively for you. That carriage was prepared for you because I know you don't know how to ride a horse. But how can I stay here all by myself? Kira turned away. Oh, we'll be late. We have to leave quickly. Cosette, see you later. Cosette called after her, hey wait, Kira. But she paid her no mind. Afterward, the Grand Duke and Kira rode ahead on horseback. Kira thought in frustration, this is driving me crazy. Who wants to listen to this racket all day? The Grand Duke glanced over at her. Then he looked down and asked, Is Zek all right? Kira was surprised by the sudden question. Why is he suddenly talking about something unrelated? She replied, well, I don't know either. I'll visit him anyway. The hunting competition is one of the few events that can be attended under the Pavis family name. Since it's a major event organized by the royal family, all the nobles of the capital will gather. Your maternal grandfather too. I know, don't worry. I won't do anything foolish or harmful to the family. After that, they fell silent, neither saying anything more. A moment later, the Grand Duke glanced at her again. Good, it's good that you understand. All right, I'll go on ahead. Yes, see you later. With that, the Grand Duke quickly rode ahead. Kira watched his retreating back. She seemed a bit dazed, lost in thought. After a while, they arrived at their destination. Joseph greeted them. You've arrived, Grand Duke. Excuse me, Duchess, I'll take the horses to the stables. She wondered to herself, has Sir Joseph been here all along? Joseph said, the campsite is also prepared. Your quarters are to the east, and the Duchess's are to the west. The Grand Duke instructed, we need to welcome the Crown Prince soon, so make sure everything is well prepared. Cosette approached from behind and said, oh, then let me go with Kira. Kira blocked her, saying, each family is only allocated one campsite, divided for men and women, so we'll have to manage. She tagged along behind them. Isn't this more convenient? Kira sighed internally. 3 days living together. This should be interesting. Because Father said we were going to a hunting ground, I was wondering what it would be like. I never expected it to be so spacious. It's like a campground. People whispered, did you hear her call it a campground? This hunting ground is huge because it belongs to the royal family. She's quite innocent, isn't she? And approachable. It's better than people who act in a way that makes others uncomfortable. The girl spoke again. I guess I'm getting a lot of attention. What's so strange? I was talking so loudly. Suddenly, Cosette looked elsewhere and saw someone. She smirked and said, well, it seems you have a visitor. Kira replied in surprise, huh? Then R approached her. "We meet again, Duchess." She called out R. She exclaimed inwardly. What a surprise. I didn't even realize he was here. Cosette asked, "Who is this? Can you introduce him to me?" "This is Erezer, the eldest son of Viscount Zo, and also a mage of the tower." "Wow, you're a mage? You're so handsome." And I'm Cosette Pavis." Cosette extended her hand. "Have you ever heard my name?" R also extended his hand and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you." "It's an honor for me." "You must have a natural talent to be able to study magic." "I really admire magic. I've thought about it a lot, but unfortunately, I have no aptitude for it. If you're interested enough, you can learn from magic books. Reading through the theories is also effective." "Oh my, would you teach me? It would be a blessing to have a handsome teacher like you." "Unfortunately, I'm not very good at teaching." Kira stood there, staring at their tightly held hands. Then she spoke up, annoyed. "What are you two doing?" They immediately let go of each other's hands. "Kira, I'll go inside first to see what we can do to welcome everyone. You should come in soon too." R told her, "Please go ahead, Miss Cosette." The girl turned away with a smile on her face. At that moment, Kira asked, "That seemed like a long handshake." R replied, "I think she likes me." Kira turned to him in surprise. "What? Or maybe it's just instinct that makes her unable to resist this face. What girl wouldn't fall for a handsome gentleman? If it weren't me, she probably wouldn't be so thrilled." Kira was speechless, thinking, what kind of nonsense is this guy thinking? Suddenly, Kira noticed a red mark on R's hand. She said, "It seems she likes you so much she shook your hand tight enough to leave a mark." "Come on, Duchess, don't be so dissatisfied with a girl I've just met." He boasted, "You saw how she was trying to touch me, right?" "What?" "I guess I liked it too. I didn't expect her to be so forward." Hearing this, Kira looked up at him in confusion. "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you jealous?" She was startled, her face flushing as she snapped, "What makes you think I'd have such a thought?" "Why not? I'd be very happy if the Duchess were jealous over me." With that, R looked at her and smiled. She looked up at him and replied, "That means..." Just then, the Grand Duke arrived. "We meet again." Hearing his voice, R flinched and turned around. "Grand Duke." He strode forward to question him. "What is a mage doing at a hunting festival? Using magic in the competition is forbidden." Kira also wondered, "Now that I think about it, why did Erez come?" He smiled and replied, "The goal of these competitions is solidarity, right? Friendship. And since I'm now old enough to marry, I have to show my face here and there." The Grand Duke frowned and asked loudly, "What? Marriage?" R awkwardly explained, No, what I mean is..." But everyone's attention was now on the three of them. Soon, they began to gossip. Kira lowered her face and thought, "They really are. I'm so embarrassed." She turned to leave, saying, "I need to change my clothes, so I'll go in first. Don't be so noisy in front of other people's camps." R turned back in a panic and called out, No, wait. If you leave me alone," then he shouted, "Duchess." As Kira went inside, she met Princess Arabella. "I hope you have a successful hunt, Lady Kira." "Thank you, Your Highness. I will offer you the biggest game." "Oh my, just hearing about it is exciting. If you do that, I'll win this hunting competition." Then, Marquis Eden approached and asked, "You and the princess seem close. Since when did you get close to her?" "I'm proud. I don't want to disappoint you, but I didn't approach her for the family's benefit." Suddenly, Cosette appeared before them. "Are you two getting ready to go?" "What are you wearing, Cosette?" "You can't wear a dress while hunting, so I changed into this for comfort. It's easier to move in." "Oh my, you're going hunting? You? Well, just watching for 3 days straight would be boring. You two don't mind if I come along, do you?" The Marquis was about to protest, but was stopped by Kira. "Why would we mind? I don't see a problem as long as you don't distract me." "Thank you. I'll try my best not to bother you." With that, she left. The Marquis said, "What are you thinking? She'll only make you more uncomfortable." "Actually, there are some things I need to check again. I'll go with the knights now. If you're uncomfortable with Cosette, why don't you?" He interrupted, "Don't worry. In this position, I should accompany you. I will go with you. The scene changes to the forest, where two deer are wandering aimlessly. An arrow flew and struck one of them. Everyone clapped. Your skills are always excellent, milady. I'll go retrieve it, milady. Kira said, wait. We still need to hunt one more. She looked at Cosette and asked, would you like to try? You said you didn't want to just stand by and watch. She frowned silently for a moment, then replied, well, if you say so. She confidently drew the bow. Kira glanced over and gave a signal. Aso understood and nodded. Kira turned to look at her with a triumphant smile. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making both of them freeze. Oh, Lady Cosette, you know how to handle a bow too? Kira gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. This idiot. He was supposed to say that after Cosette shot the deer. According to the plan, Aso was supposed to point out that her skill was unusually proficient. Then, I would ask where she learned archery. And everyone would start doubting her story of living as a commoner in the suburbs. Things aren't going exactly according to plan. But it's still salvageable. She turned back and asked, by the way, Cosette, where did you learn archery? This isn't something you can learn in just a few days. People began to whisper. That's right. I heard her parents were an ordinary old couple living in a mountain village. It's hard to learn archery without a professional instructor, isn't it? She tightened her grip on the bow, stammering, well, I learned it from my uncle. Before coming to the Duke's mansion, so I'm not very good at it. Is that so? Since you're holding a bow, why don't you give it a try? The prey is still. Cosette pursed her lips and didn't answer. Then she drew the bow once more. Kira thought, you're lucky this time, Cosette. If those words were said after you shot the deer, you wouldn't be able to make up an excuse. But anyway, if she hits it, she'll accidentally deny what she said about her past. And if she misses, it will show how bad her skills are, and people will naturally compare her to me. Even though that idiot made a foolish mistake, I'm quite satisfied with the current situation. Now then, Cosette, what will you do? Suddenly, a whimpering sound was heard. Cosette crouched down, covering her face and sobbing. Everyone asked awkwardly, Lady Cosette, what's wrong? Seeing this, Kira was stunned. Lady Cosette, what's wrong? Is there a problem? She began to speak. I can't. I can't do it, Kira. It's a fawn. You just shot its mother. I can't even bring myself to kill a small deer. Right? Kira and the Marquis were shocked by Cosette's hidden meaning. She looked at Marquis Eden and thought, you and your people killed my mother, and now you dare to threaten my identity? Everyone became awkward. Kira turned back and called out to him. She saw the Marquis sweating, his face dark. Kira thought in confusion, I don't know how to respond. I have to fight back, or I'll fall into her trap. She remembered what the Marquis had said, you're right that I killed her. At that time, we only had two choices, kill or be killed. She squeezed her eyes shut. What do I do? My mind is blank. I can't think of anything. Suddenly, there was a thud and R spoke. She said she couldn't do it, so I did it for her. Kira looked at him gratefully, as his action had saved her when she was at a loss for words. R smiled and said, no problem, right? Everyone was silent, their eyes on R. Kira called out, R. He said, I was passing by and saw a large gathering, so I thought something interesting was happening, like a dragon. Turns out it's nothing major. I never expected you to be such a compassionate person, Lady Cosette. He said sarcastically, if you feel so bad for these game animals, you shouldn't have participated in the competition in the first place. Your words could confuse everyone here. That deer, I'll give it to Lady Kira. He held out his hand in front of her and asked, would you accept, milady? Kira blushed. Then she placed her hand on his. Everyone applauded. Congratulations, Duchess. Your skills are so refined. R turned to look at Joseph. What are you waiting for? Aren't you a knight? Go fetch it. Aso quickly said, I'll go. Then he ran past Cosette. Cosette glanced at Aso. As he picked up the deer. She clenched her fists ominously. Kira smiled and said, oh, Lady Cosette, you look so pale. I'm worried you'll feel sick seeing blood. That's right, Cosette. I think you should go back to the camp and rest. Kira thought, if she goes with someone else, she'll just pull some other trick. She ordered Sir Joseph, Sir Osso, please escort Cosette back to the camp. Yes, milady. The two then followed orders and escorted her back to the camp. At this point, the Marquis approached and called Kira. She hesitated, thinking, I feel uncomfortable facing him right now. As if understanding, R immediately said, I just remembered the Duchess has something to discuss with me. Let's find another place to talk. In a secluded spot, they sat on the lush green grass. Kira asked, when did you learn archery? I thought you only knew magic, but seeing what you did at the town festival and today, honestly, I'm quite surprised. Actually, I enchanted the arrowhead. There's no way I'd learn archery. Kira was stunned and said, what? That's cheating. He laughed it off, so what? No one knows. Besides, it proves I'm a talented mage. Kira glared at him. He quickly said, all right, I won't do it again. I'm not interested in winning this competition anyway. Suddenly, Kira said, thank you. You saved me. Because I know I've thanked myself 100,000 times. Does the esteemed Duchess know how many times I've saved you? Suddenly, he hesitated. Wait. R reached out and touched her earring. It made her look up at him shyly. He asked worriedly, why is this like this? Kira blushed and thought, too close. She stammered this. How did it get a crack? I didn't even notice. I don't remember hitting it hard. Or maybe made it carelessly. Try using recovery magic on it. R shouted, don't say such cruel things. My heart can feel pain too. Suddenly, R looked down and thought, that guy must be getting impatient. He looked at Kira, worried. Even though it was just a small crack now, in the future, it could be a problem. Give it to me, I'll fix it. Why do you wear this all the time? You could get hurt. Well, because you said I should keep this with me. You're the only one who knows the full story of my revival. Of course, I have to trust your words. R was a little surprised, then smiled. You trust me that much? It's a real honor. Kira looked at his brilliant smile and felt shy. She turned her face away. So, have you fixed it yet? He looked at her cringing form and said, it's done. But he looked back at the earring in his hand. He frowned, thinking, not yet. Then he clenched his fist and said, not yet, wait a little longer. He cast a spell, making it glow. Done. Now, even if a demonic beast steps on it, it won't break. Come here, I'll put it on for you. Kira snatched it away. No need, I'll put it on myself. She then put it on herself, making R feel awkward. A moment later, she said, I think it's time we went back before everyone finishes hunting. What will you do now? It seems you don't care about the competition's outcome, so you probably won't go back and continue hunting, right? Well, I think I'll take a nap in my tent. If that's the case, what was your purpose in coming here? Like I said, I came to say hello and get acquainted. Kira looked at him shyly and wondered, say hello. Say hello to whom? R stood up. Immediately, a magic circle appeared. He turned back and said, I'm leaving. I'll keep an eye on Cosette, so you don't have to worry. He looked at her for a long moment. But she didn't say anything more. He said, take care, Duchess. Then he quickly vanished before Kira's eyes. Afterward, Kira reflected. After she complained that just watching from the sidelines was boring, Cosette didn't show up until the last day of the competition. Her tears of pity for the prey. Pulling that kind of stunt in a hunting competition is like branding the other participants as inhumane, without blood or tears. Feeling insulted by those words, the other participants isolated Cosette. She couldn't go into the forest alone like that. And as a matter of course, Cosette had to stay rooted at the camp for 3 days. If I were Cosette, I would have changed my target and swayed public opinion by joining the noble ladies. But unfortunately, the presence of Her Highness the Princess made that impossible. At that moment, Princess Arabella held a vibrant bouquet, and Prince Mikhail stood as the winner of the hunting competition. Below, the crowd applauded. That evening, a party was held. A large crowd had gathered. Kira said, congratulations, Your Highness, on becoming the queen of the hunting competition. You looked beautiful when you received the prize. It's all thanks to you, Duchess Kira. You made the hunting competition very enjoyable. While Arabella was happy about her title as queen among the nobility, Kira thought, I guess even without my gift, Your Highness would still have become the queen of this competition. Arabella said, You did very well over the past 3 days, Duchess Kira. Now, let's enjoy the party. Yes, Your Highness. By the way. Before she could finish, a loud noise erupted, along with terrified screams. Arabella and Kira whipped around in shock. Kira's eyes widened in fear. A giant demonic beast appeared, covering the night sky. Kira realized with a shock that thing is a demonic beast. Its eyes glowed red as it let out a chilling growl. It's a demonic beast. People screamed in chaos. Run. Everyone run. Kira wondered, why is a demonic beast here? Suddenly, its eyes flashed with fire. Kira cried out in alarm, no. Immediately, a thunderous roar echoed. Kira shielded Arabella, Your Highness, be careful. Arabella trembled and asked, What is this? How can a demonic beast appear in the middle of the capital? I don't know. The gate shows no signs of being opened. At this moment, the demonic beast approached the two of them. It growled, its eyes gleaming. Just then, Joseph ran up and shouted, Duchess. At that moment, the demonic beast lunged. Joseph managed to block it, and a loud clash rang out. He turned and urged them, quickly run. Joseph struggled to hold back the beast's sharp claws. Kira pulled Arabella and ran. This way, Your Highness. Joseph gritted his teeth. Then he gathered his strength and swung a powerful blow at the demonic beast. It roared in anger, looking up at the sky. Kira asked Joseph, Is anyone hurt? Is everyone all right? There are no casualties at the moment. The knights are evacuating the hunting area. Kira glanced over at the demonic beast. It was lumbering towards the campsite. She swallowed hard. Then she suddenly stood up and bolted. Joseph called out in surprise, Duchess. She said, Sir Joseph, stay and protect Her Highness. She thought to herself, I can't let it reach the others. I have to lure it in the opposite direction. The demonic beast noticed her. It shot a chilling glare in her direction. Immediately, a loud explosion erupted from behind Kira. She thought, I need to find a weapon first. There, the armory. Suddenly, a swiping sound made her turn back. The demonic beast swung its claws towards her. Kira dove forward, dodging the attack. She scrambled towards the armory. Suddenly, a large tree fell onto a tent. Oh no, why there? Nothing is going my way. A scream came from inside the tent. Cosette emerged, holding a spear. What's going on? Kira quickly shouted, Give it to me. Kira lunged to grab it. Give me the spear. You can't do anything with it. You can't even swing it. There's no time, let go. The girls still held on tightly to the spear. But it's mine. Kira gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. This damn brat, why is she holding on so tight? The girls screamed again, What are you doing? Don't use force to steal my things. Look what's happening, you idiot. At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed, and they both whipped around in alarm. The demonic beast's claws were lunging towards them. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted. Along with a scream, the two were thrown to the ground. Kira quickly said to Cosette, Give me the spear now. Seriously, do you want us both to be trampled to death? The girl muttered, You're panicking over such a trivial matter? With that, she smirked sinisterly. Oh, Kira, if you pull that hard. As she said this, Cosette let go of the spear and forcefully pushed Kira, sending Kira flying towards the demonic beast. She continued her previous sentence, Then my hand might slip. Kira's eyes widened in helpless shock at the wicked person before her. At that moment, the demonic beast opened its mouth wide, as if to swallow the entire sky. It slowly loomed over Kira. In this life-or-death moment, the Grand Duke appeared, shouting her name, Kira. He quickly rushed to her side. Immediately after, a loud crash was heard. Everything went dark. Kira slowly landed on the ground. Strange circles of light appeared around her. She thought in amazement, I'm okay. Is it because of a protection spell? Suddenly, she turned in alarm and called out, Grand Duke. He was lying unconscious on the ground. The demonic beast's eyes flashed again. It slowly advanced towards the prone Grand Duke. Kira rushed over. Your Grace. She thought, I won't make it in time. Suddenly, there was the sound of running footsteps. Joseph gripped the sword in his hand tightly. He charged forward and slashed at the demonic beast's neck. Blood splattered everywhere. Kira stopped and looked up in astonishment. Joseph turned back and warned, Duchess, please step back. Kira's eyes lit up as she called out Sir Joseph. At that moment, the demonic beast crashed to the ground. Joseph shouted, Hurry! Subdue the beast before it recovers. The Knight Squad quickly ran over. Aso asked Kira worriedly, Duchess, are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. She touched her earring, thinking Erez must have placed a protection spell on it. Without it, she would have been seriously injured. She suddenly remembered the Grand Duke. Meanwhile, Joseph shook the Grand Duke, calling out, Please wake up, Your Grace. Sir Joseph, what's wrong? Duchess, the Grand Duke. He's lost consciousness. Kira's eyes widened in shock. What? Later, Prince Mikhail sighed in relief. Finally, everything is settled. A demonic beast appeared so suddenly. I will investigate this matter as soon as I return to the royal palace. How are the Grand Duke and Duchess Kira? Fortunately, Duchess Kira is unharmed, but the Grand Duke seems to be seriously injured. He hasn't woken up yet. Suddenly, the two overheard people talking. You saw it too, right? The person the Grand Duke risked his life to save. I heard their father-daughter relationship wasn't good. It must have just been a rumor. Although the Duke's family life has always been very private, he has raised the Duchess until now. Mikhail also found it surprising that the Grand Duke would sacrifice himself to save Kira. Is it true that blood is thicker than water? Meanwhile, Kira asked, How's he now? The Grand Duke's breathing has stabilized, but we don't know why he hasn't woken up yet. Kira thought, although his injuries are severe, he's not the type to collapse so easily. I think it might be due to the demonic beast's magic. Perhaps the Duchess could visit the shrine tomorrow to inquire, just in case. All right, I'll prepare. After that, Kira sat by the Grand Duke's side, taking care of him. She sat there, reminiscing. At that moment, he ran towards me. I thought he would save Cosette first. Until now. He never paid any attention to me until today. But images of the Grand Duke appeared in her mind. His every word, his every look. I don't understand. What on earth are you planning? Suddenly, the door burst open. R appeared, panting with a worried look on his face. You scared me. What are you doing here? Suddenly, he grabbed Kira's hand. Then he immediately spun her around. He checked her over and over while Kira asked in confusion, What's wrong with you? At that moment, R slumped down, sighing in relief. Thank goodness you're not hurt anywhere. The fire crackled in the hearth. R asked, How is he? His wounds have been treated, and his breathing has stabilized. But he shows no signs of waking up. R said, His complexion is terrible. Are you going straight to the Count's mansion tomorrow? Yes, after that, I must go to the temple immediately. I'll go with you. Do they keep magic books in the temple? Possibly. I think I've seen a few in the library. R said, This is outside my expertise, but I think if I read through the theory, I could try some basic recovery spells. He looked at her reassuringly, so. Don't worry too much. She asked confusedly, Worry about what? Then she turned her face away. You don't realize it? You look really worried right now. But this is strange. Don't you hate your father? She stammered, It's just that. He's strange. He's acting completely different from before. Strange how? The way he saved me today. The Grand Duke I know is someone who would never risk his life for me. He asked, Has anything similar happened before? For example, when you were in danger or when you and Cosette were close to death? Never. In my previous life, I didn't even participate in the hunt. Then that's just your assumption. How do you know for sure you didn't misunderstand him? If this had happened in the past, he would have acted the same way he did today. Kira thought for a moment then said, "Nonsense." She sat down on the chair in silence. Or said, "We humans believe we are rational beings, but the truth is the opposite. Just a small change in emotion can have a big impact on decisions. You went back in time with those priceless memories, so of course your behavior would be different from before. Those changes might have also caused the emotions of others to change. They call it the butterfly effect." Kira said, "It could just be a coincidence." Are interrupted, "Duchess, it's not just this one time. On the day Cosette appeared, he should have accepted her. Once might be a coincidence, but this is the second time. The same thing happening twice by coincidence. Don't you find that strange?" Kira tacitly admitted, "He's right, but—" She clenched her fists. She remained silent. Suddenly, R asked, "Are you happy?" She replied in confusion, "Huh. Everything proves that your father cares more about you than Cosette." She looked at him then. I turned my face away and said, "Stop it, don't talk nonsense anymore. That's not something you can just casually affirm. Yes, the more you hope, the greater the pain. I know that better than anyone." She reached out her hand, then pulled it back. "So, I don't expect anything from this man anymore." After that, a silence enveloped the room. R looked at her and thought, really? She's exactly like her father in that regard. Suddenly, he spoke his thoughts out loud. Kira looked up in surprise and asked, "What?" R scratched his head. "I'm at my wit's end. Duchess, there's something I haven't told you." She turned back, curious about what R was about to say. He said, "I think the person who turned back time with me was him." Kira couldn't believe what she had just heard. A scene of a sea of fire appeared in her mind. And the person standing proudly in the middle of it. It was the Grand Duke. This is side story 1, the past, 1 month after Kira's death. In the royal palace, the emperor asked, tell me again, Duke. What happened to the spirit master Johanna Pavis? Last night, her body was discovered with a hole in her heart. The spirit stone has vanished without a trace." The emperor slammed his hand on the table. "Don't you see the state this empire is in because of the war with those demons? If this continues, how can this country escape its fate of destruction? Right now, what we need most is the power of a spirit master. What are you waiting for? Bring another spirit master here. Hurry up. Your Majesty, I regret to say this, but Lady Pavis has gone missing." "What did you say? She disappeared overnight? Explain yourself, Duke." The Grand Duke stood with his head bowed. His hands clenched into fists. Afterward, he returned to his mansion and locked himself in his study. A knight said, "Duke, please get some sleep." He asked, "Do you think Cosette is still alive?" "Of course. The young lady has already mastered her spirit master abilities. I believe she is fighting somewhere after her identity was discovered by the enemy." He wondered, is that really true? It's impossible for everything to be so strangely coincidental. It feels like something terrible and vicious is about to happen. I have a bad feeling about this. What if Cosette is actually dead? An empire without a spirit master is almost hopeless. Suddenly, he paused. He let out a sigh. Even at a time like this, I'm more worried about the country's future than my own daughter. He mocked himself, what a wonderful father. After that, demonic beasts appeared in droves. Joseph and Asso fought tirelessly to drive them back. Since the war with the demons broke out, the empire we believed to be unshakable collapsed rapidly. The land became barren, and the trees began to wither. And people fell one by one like autumn leaves. The royal army was defeated in a futile resistance. The invisible barrier that once protected this place has now crumbled. When did everything start to go wrong? Was it when my aunt was murdered? Or when the spirit stone disappeared and the barrier began to crack? Or maybe everything went wrong from that day? Why am I thinking of her at a time like this? She was executed because she couldn't prove she had Pavis blood. Suddenly, his eyes widened. When he saw Cosette appear, she spoke, "Oh, it's the Duke." He was utterly astonished. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. "Cosette, what happened? Are you hurt? Where have you been? Are you okay?" She said coldly, you really don't know anything, do you?" Hearing this, his hand, about to touch her, trembled. Who are you? My daughter. Your daughter. You killed her with your own hands. He stood there, stunned and motionless. What? She asked darkly, don't you remember? You killed your own daughter with your own hands. About 20 years ago, a woman summoned me. She was truly in a pathetic state. It was so moving I almost shed a tear. I'm pretty sure you know her too, Duke. Right, Rowena Wybeck? Hearing this, the Grand Duke was startled. At that time, Rowena was running and wondering to herself, why is this happening to me? What did I do wrong? Behind her, voices of pursuit rang out. This way. She ran this way, sir. Marquis Eden shouted, you bunch of fools. Is a pregnant woman that hard to catch? Kill her as soon as you find her. She gritted her teeth, recognizing the voice as Simon Edinburgh's. I will make you pay dearly. That's right, as long as the baby is born. As she said this, a sharp pain shot through her. She collapsed to the ground. Looking at her trembling, blood-stained hands, she screamed in agony, my child. My child must survive to avenge her mother. I will never forgive him. She used her blood to write something on the ground. I will definitely make them suffer the pain I've been through. I will not leave this world until... Suddenly, a dark voice echoed. Oh, it's been a long time since I've smelled a human. For what purpose did you summon me? I heard that demons grant wishes to anyone who offers their soul. Rowena screamed, I want revenge. I want everyone who put me in this situation to pay. I want them to live in agony, a fate worse than death. The demon laughed and asked everyone. Yes, everyone, one by one. I am Rajavak, one of the 13 demon kings of hell. I accept your contract, and the price will be your soul. Hey, have you named the child yet? Her name is Cosette. It's Cosette. Hearing her words, the Grand Duke was shocked and couldn't believe it. No, it can't be. If you're a demon, you shouldn't be able to use the stone. You mean this thing? Actually, it's all thanks to this body. It belongs to your daughter who died before she was born. As long as I have this Pava shell, I can use the spirit's power. It doesn't matter what's inside. The power of the goddess you humans worship is hilarious, isn't it? The Grand Duke fell to his knees. He collapsed from what he had heard. Cosette laughed and said, what a lovely face. I'd love to chop off your head and put it on display, but that would be too easy for you, Duke. More despair, more regret, more pain. That's what makes things interesting. The Grand Duke remembered the prophecy. A great crisis will engulf the entire continent in the future. To turn the tide as its shield, you must remember one thing. Only one of your children is the true spirit master. An image of Rowena being dragged away by knights appeared in his mind. Next was his daughter Kira, imprisoned in a dark cell before her execution. And the image of a wicked Cosette destroying everyone one by one. The Grand Duke cried out in shock. He let out a series of agonizing screams. Then he looked at his trembling hands. Witnessing this, Cosette burst out laughing, clutching her stomach in amusement. Oh, this is so much fun. Don't die too quickly. You have to live long enough to witness it with your own eyes. The moment this continent ends because of the disaster you yourself caused. And live the rest of your life in despair, dear father. Later, the Grand Duke coughed repeatedly. My head hurts like it's being split open. But it's been years, so I don't even bother to care anymore. I don't even want to try to escape this pain. How could I dare to dream of escaping it? This disaster is my fault. There's nothing I can do anymore but accept a slow, painful death. The scene shifts to Zek. I told you, father. You shouldn't have given up hope on Sister Kira. The Grand Duke was surprised and called out Zek. Did you just call me father? This must be a dream. What's so difficult about it, father? I'm already dead anyway. Didn't you want to hear it too? I don't deserve to be called that. I'm sorry. I failed as a father. I didn't care for or keep either of you safe. That torments me every day. If only I could turn back time. Zek interrupted, Sister Kira and I are already dead, father. And now you're saying you're sorry and full of regret. How disgusting. Zek, father, Sister Kira, and I never asked for anything grand from you. We just wanted to feel your warm embrace and hear words of love from you. Was that so difficult, father? Oh, please don't die. Because I can't bear the thought of having to face you after death. Wait, Zek. He shouted, don't go. Where are you going? Are you going to Kira? Zek. His eyes became lifeless. His trembling hands gripped the bars. He then started screaming violently. A sharp pain shot through him, making him dizzy. Everything around him blurred. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear. Do you want to change it? The dream ended, and the Grand Duke woke up. He grabbed his sword and asked, who's there? But his words were met with silence. A moment later, a figure suddenly appeared, surrounded by a dazzling light. The Grand Duke frowned and asked, who are you? Speak up. Easy now, I didn't come here to fight. I'm the only one who can help you change your mistaken past. He asked in confusion, what? What do you think? Want to make a deal with me? Although the price is very high, I can turn back the time of this world, and I'm sure that future will be 100 times better than the present. What's the price? Your soul. This world is hopeless now. Whether humanity is wiped out or survives, they will all become entertainment for the demons. You know better than anyone that there's no other way but to go back to the past and start over. So you have the ability to send me back to the past, and the price is my soul, is that right? How can I believe what you say is true? Come on, how could I lie in a situation like this? I guess not everything you say is a lie, but you haven't told me the whole truth either. Well, I can't guarantee you'll have a happy ending because I can only turn back time. And there will be uncertainties. Aren't you the shield of this empire? Why do you hesitate when you can sacrifice yourself and save this country and its people? That no longer matters. Even if my soul is torn apart, shattered into pieces, or tormented forever, I don't care. The Grand Duke thought, if she and I had another chance. Why did I ignore such an obvious truth? He said decisively, I will pay any price you want. In exchange. The Grand Duke stated his condition. The mysterious person replied, a bit troublesome, but all right. Then the deal is done. The person began to cast a spell. Lines of magical script flew around the Grand Duke. He called her name in his thoughts. Kira, if you are given a new life, you can hate me as much as you want. Never forget how I treated you. And never forgive me. Don't consider me your father. Live a life for yourself, with yourself. And be happy. Then, the Grand Duke's hand twitched slightly. He opened his eyes, his face already stained with tears. The butler, ministers, and others called out, Duke. How are you feeling? You're not feeling uncomfortable anywhere, are you? What are you standing there for? Go call a doctor. Suddenly, the Grand Duke sat up without a word. He then ran and threw open the door. Duke, please lie back down. You've been in a coma for 4 days, sir. You need to rest now. Please don't leave so hastily. He called out Kira. I have to go to Kira. Then, the door to Kira's room was thrown open. The Grand Duke stood there, looking at her, panting. She called out in surprise, Duke, you're awake. Suddenly, he ran. He embraced Kira tightly and whispered, You've suffered so much all this time. I haven't. Kira called out, Your Grace. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Kira. Later, at the tea table, the Grand Duke said, Since around August, I've been plagued by nightmares. Although I can't remember anything when I wake up, the feeling of misery always lingers. So, while I was in a coma, yes, I saw some fragments of memories from those nightmares, though not all of them. Kira's eyes widened in shock. August? That's 2 months before Cosette appeared, which is also when I regressed. She asked curiously, What did you see? The scene that took place in the nightmare you mentioned. A ruined empire, blood staining the sky red. Voila! A world where you were no longer there. Kira was stunned, speculating to herself, could the nightmare he mentioned be the state of the world after my execution? She recalled our saying earlier, besides you, there was one other person who turned back time. I think it was the Grand Duke. If that's the case, perhaps the Grand Duke's past memories are unconsciously resurfacing and returning to him in the form of nightmares. An empire engulfed in a sea of fire. That's clearly the situation after I died. If the Grand Duke continues to have these nightmares, if he gradually remembers everything like he did today, Will he learn the truth about what's happening between me and Cosette and grasp the current situation? Thinking this, she swallowed hard and asked, "Did you see anything else?" "I'm sure there were other scenes, but that's all I can remember. When I learned you were gone, I was in immense pain." Someone's bitter lamentations kept ringing in my ears, and I sank deep into despair, unable to protect anything. Only then did I face my mistakes. His hands trembled as he continued. "I abandoned you children with the excuse of not wanting to be burdened by emotions, as the shield of the empire. When you needed this father the most, I could only stand by and watch. I truly am a useless father." Kira listened silently as he continued. "I don't know what to say to you, or if I even have the right to, but can I ask you for a chance? You don't have to forgive me, or you can continue to resent me. But please give me." He placed his hand on hers. "A chance to atone for my mistakes with you. My whole life, I've lived for the family's reputation and the empire. But now, Kira." Hearing this, her eyes filled with utter astonishment. He continued, "As your father, I want to live for you." Kira thought, the Grand Duke doesn't know I've regressed. And the fact that the scenes from his nightmare actually happened in the past. Should I tell him the truth that I died once while he and Cosette were there? Should I tell him everything and ask for his help? She remembered Ar's words. It's so obvious, there's no reason to doubt it anymore. This incident has proven that the Grand Duke loves the Duchess very much. At that moment, Kira spoke up. "Honestly, I'm very tired. After my mother passed away, I only had you, Your Grace. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get you to notice me. Moreover, when Cosette appeared, you even turned to doubt my identity. Do you understand how miserable it feels to not be able to trust even yourself? You will live for me." Those are the words I've longed to hear for all these years. I'm no longer naive enough to expect anything from you like I used to. Even now, the thought of exhausting myself to win the Grand Duke's affection, it makes me truly exhausted. Her every word stunned the Grand Duke. But in order to compete with Cosette and the White Box family, I need the Duke and his influence. So, your words that you will live for me, I will accept them. Then first, I will send Cosette back to the White Box County Mansion." Kira asked in surprise, "Are you serious?" "Yes. She has caused a lot of trouble recently. That's more than enough reason to send her away. She caused trouble at your place. And she also failed to properly train her servants, ruining the ceremony." He frowned and thought to himself. "And also that time, when she deliberately pushed you towards the demonic beast. Keeping Cosette around will only put Kira in more danger." The Grand Duke set down his teacup. From the royal family to the nobility and all over the empire, everyone is worried about the bad luck the fake Duchess brings. If we can't produce evidence to prove which side is real, you and Cosette will always be compared. Evidence? It seems he means the fake spirit ability. Other than that, there's nothing else that can prove it. Thinking this, she spoke up. Because many nobles are nervous that the mix of true and false will bring disaster, we can't just kick Cosette out right away. He nodded. So, to justify it, we need a reason. I will take care of this part. Kira looked at him questioningly. May I ask one thing? Do you truly believe I am your real daughter? The Duke I know, no, anyone for that matter. In a situation with no concrete evidence like this, wouldn't it be better to maintain a neutral stance? Not to mention that in terms of appearance, Cosette looks exactly like you. Kira paused when she heard his reply. I am certain. Kira, you are my daughter. The Grand Duke's firm answer left her stunned. They looked at each other without saying another word. The space became silent, with only the rustling of leaves to be heard. Suddenly, Kira stood up. Please excuse me. I have a few things to take care of. I'll finish them quickly and report back to you tomorrow. All right, then you may go. With that, she left, leaving the Grand Duke sitting there alone. Kira returned to her room, and Rose noticed her. She turned and called out, Duchess. What's wrong? Why are your eyes red? Kira said, It's nothing, and quickly wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Rose, please inform the mages that the Duke has woken up. Rose immediately obeyed and ran off. Kira watched Rose leave. She touched her own face, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Joseph said to R, "You've worked hard, Master Mage. I'm glad the Grand Duke has woken up. The Duchess said she would thank you properly, so please stay and rest before returning to the Mage Tower." Yes, I also have to thank that other mage. He's sleeping. He'll be up soon, so you should go and prepare. Yes, then I'll be on my way. R approached and tapped him. Hey, wake up. The person asked, "Is the Grand Duke awake?" Yeah, you came here to help me, but you ended up just sleeping. What the heck? So, we'll be able to return to the Mage Tower soon, huh? Because of some guy, I've been stuck here while I have so much to do at home. What are you going to try on me? Suddenly, there was a thwack. It's all your fault, no one else's. You fool. If you hadn't summoned that dragon, none of this would have happened. Ouch! Why did you hit me? I was just trying to help. Thanks to me, you won the bet against the Duchess, didn't you? A half-hearted thank you wouldn't even be enough. So petty. R said angrily, "Don't joke around. That was a dragon, not a cat." A dragon? No, but it's not my fault. I was clearly using a summoning spell for a regular demonic beast, and then suddenly, boom. Then whoosh, whoosh, the summoned beast went haywire, and that's what happened. R turned away and said, "Just admit you're a novice." Damn it, I was an idiot to even talk to you about it. Now, you better think of how to explain this to the Duchess. What's there to worry about? Just tell her. Well, Duchess, I played dirty to win our bet. R shouted, "Only you would think that, you crazy idiot. What kind of bad advice is that? How could I say that to the Duchess?" Suddenly, he asked, "What's that Duchess like? No wonder you're always sneaking off somewhere. I'm very suspicious. I wonder why you keep coming and going from this place." Hearing this, R froze, thinking, yes, since when? Later, at the tea table, R looked extremely tense as Kira asked, "So, the demonic beast at the hunting competition was summoned by you?" Just then, R's friend arrived. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Duchess. I am Nilila, a mage at the Mage Tower, just like Erez." He then sat down and laughed. I was shocked too. Who would have thought the Grand Duke would rush out to save the Duchess instead of that other girl? It's a good thing the Duke loves you more, huh? R turned and shouted, "Hey, you." Suddenly, a knife stabbed into the table. You think this is a joke that can just be laughed off? The two looked at the angry Kira in terror. She said, "The royalty and nobles there were almost injured, some even nearly died. Daring to cause such an uproar at a major royal event is grounds for execution. What were you thinking, doing something like that?" R said, "Duchess, I'm truly sorry. I didn't think it would turn out like this. Even if you didn't know, Erez, the incident was caused by a mage from the Mage Tower, so the people of the Mage Tower must take responsibility. The mage will either be exiled from the Empire, or magic will be permanently banned in this country." Hearing this, they both swallowed hard. Then the room fell into silence. A moment later, R clenched his fists. "I understand. I will accept any and all punishment for it." Kira stared at him intently. Suddenly, she gave a small laugh. "In that case." She sat down and continued, "I will keep this a secret." R immediately asked, "Really?" She shrugged. "The Duke has woken up anyway, and I don't want to ruin our relationship with the Mage Tower." She glanced at Nilila, sizing him up. He's Nilila. He can summon demonic beasts. Just like R has the ability to turn back time, he also has a certain power. Although there are still many suspicious points, since he's an acquaintance of Erez, it's very likely he's on my side. She spoke up, in exchange for me letting this go. I have one condition. After that, the conversation ended. R cast a spell to return. He then turned to look at Nilila suspiciously. He laughed and said, "Don't worry, I told you before I'd just stay on the sidelines. I don't have a taste for adventure like you. Look who's talking, the one who's always running around. As if you're any different. Well, I'm on your side anyway, so don't worry." Hearing this gave R goosebumps. Then he shouted, "I can't stand it. Go back a different way." "No, I don't want to. It's faster with you." Then they both disappeared. Meanwhile, Cosette was sipping her tea. Suddenly, the maids entered. "Hurry, there's no time to dawdle," Emily said. I'll go clean the wardrobe. Miranda, clean the shoe closet and personal belongings. Rika, clean the library, although I don't know if she ever reads. Cosette asked in surprise, what are you all doing now? Did you hear me? I asked what you were doing. Emily glanced over. What else? We're following orders, of course. The Grand Duke has ordered for Lady Cosette to be returned to the Count's mansion. She was stunned. What? Then she gritted her teeth in anger. Stop it. I will go and speak to Father directly. Just then, the Grand Duke arrived and said loudly, no, there's no need. She turned and called out, Father, Father, please wait. If you suddenly send me back to the Count's mansion like this. He pushed Cosette's hand away. Then he shouted, what is this? Are you dissatisfied with my order? You truly have no shame. Cosette, wherever you are, there's never peace. Because of your problems, this entire mansion is in an uproar. As the master of the Pavis family, I am very displeased. I was also informed that you've been spreading nonsense with the maids everywhere. Hearing this, Emily laughed in satisfaction. Father, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood. He leaned in close to her ear. Then what about what you did to Kira at the hunting festival? Did you think I was blind and didn't see anything? Hearing this, Cosette froze in shock. Or are you going to say that was a misunderstanding too? She clenched her fists and thought, no. I haven't found the spirit stone yet. I can't just be kicked out like this. I don't care what happens to this body. I have to use that power to prove myself. But when she looked up at the Grand Duke, she saw the statue appear. It was Pièce's. The stronger Pièce's presence, the weaker Cosette's power became. So she couldn't carry out her plan. She could only bow her head in silence before the Grand Duke. He turned away and said, what a waste of time. You all, quickly prepare so the young lady can leave immediately this morning. Understood, Your Grace. The door slammed shut, leaving her standing there helplessly. Soon, the carriage carrying Cosette departed from the mansion with a clatter. Kira watched from above, lost in thought. I never thought I'd see the day Cosette gets kicked out. Has the Duke changed that much? The situation now is that he still doesn't know I've turned back time, yet just that much could change his mind. Yesterday was also very strange. The Grand Duke I know is not someone who can express all his emotions, but he is someone who greatly values duty and obligation as a noble family representing the Empire. Because of that, he accepted and kept Cosette. But one thing was strange, my death sentence was carried out incredibly fast. According to the Empire's procedures, I should have been executed some time after the sentence was passed. Even as a noble, the process would have been delayed to handle matters properly with family members. There's no reason the Duke would have skipped those steps. There must have been some influence that I'm not aware of. Was it from those who feared the prophecy, thinking I was the bringer of disaster? Or was it? Did someone control the Duke? Is that really possible? Her head throbbed. Then she fell onto the bed. Too many things are happening at once, it's making me dizzy. Oh well, I'll just wait for Erez to finish his investigation to find out. I should rest for a bit. Just as she closed her eyes, Zek and Aso burst through the door. Sister! Sir Captain! What is it? Zek, why are you and everyone else pulling me like this? Zek rushed over and hugged her tightly. Sister, you saw it, right? She's been kicked out. Now we don't have to see that hateful face all day. Aso said with teary eyes, Congratulations, Captain. I'm so happy. Reina asked, Why are you crying? Suddenly, Ar spoke up, although the matter isn't completely resolved yet. But the Duchess has worked hard through it all. She widened her eyes and called out, Sir Joseph. Then she smiled and said, Thank you all for genuinely worrying about me. All right, let's gather and celebrate today. Huh? No way, you're staying with me today, sister. Later, there was a fruit basket with books and wine. Zek lay back uncomfortably and said, I wanted to throw a grander party than this. Kira said, I know, but only we would be happy. For the family, it's a shameful matter. I know, but really. Zek, don't you like it when it's just the two of us? His eyes lit up. He immediately hugged her tightly. Of course not, I love it. But sister, are you by any chance dating someone lately? Kira jumped up and exclaimed, Huh? What are you talking about, Zek? What do you mean, dating someone? At that moment, Joseph approached. Duchess, I'm sorry to disturb you at this time, but there's something. It's R.I.'s toy. I couldn't find it for days. How did you find it? I found it while patrolling the back garden. It was stuck deep inside, so it's no wonder you didn't see it. Kira stammered, Sir Joseph, your head. Joseph quickly brushed it off and said, thank you. No, I should be the one thanking you for finding R.I.'s toy. And you even brought it here yourself. He shyly shook his head. Not at all, this is something I should do. Zek stood between them, staring at their actions. As if realizing something, he asked, Sister, could it be that the person you're dating is Sir Joseph? Both of them turned in shock. Zek. Young master, what are you talking about? Kira looked left and right flustered. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Sir Joseph. Joseph was startled and froze on the spot. What should I do? Sir Joseph has turned to stone. Zek narrowed his eyes and thought, as expected, it's very suspicious. Suddenly, he took Joseph's hand and said, I trust you, Sir Joseph, and I hope that you won't disappoint me. He turned to Zek in confusion. I will remember that, young master. What should I do to ease this atmosphere? Kira looked at the ball and suddenly said, I've got an idea. It's all up to you, R.I. She immediately grabbed the ball. Then she threw it far away. R.I. immediately chased after it. Kira laughed and said, oh my, I was going to play fetch with R.I., but my hand slipped. Zek, could you go get them back for me? He immediately ran off, shouting, don't go too far, R.I. Kira immediately turned and said, I'm sorry, Sir Joseph. You must have been shocked when Zek suddenly said such strange things. Zek talking to a knight about matters of the heart. The boy must be going through a rebellious phase. Suddenly, Joseph looked down and asked, is there a problem if a knight falls in love? She asked in surprise. Are you saying? He smiled at her without answering. She called out Sir Joseph, but he bowed and said, I have training, so I must take my leave. Kira called after him, but his steps only quickened. What's wrong with me? I'm going crazy. How could I say those things in front of the Duchess? I couldn't control my emotions and ended up saying those things. He slumped down, leaning against a tree trunk. I'm really speechless. Meanwhile, Kira stood there awkwardly. He ran away. She recalled what Joseph had just said. Is there a problem if a knight falls in love? She looked down and wondered, what did he mean by that? Suddenly, a piece of paper fluttered in the air. Kira saw it and looked up shyly. She caught it and wondered, a letter. Why is a letter falling from the sky? She picked up a stone and wondered, what is this? Suddenly, the stone flashed. A whooshing sound startled Kira. At that moment, Nilala appeared. Tada! Hello, Duchess. Kira screamed in shock, it's you. Did I startle you? This is a communication stone. I created it during my research. This is a newly invented magical tool. I haven't presented it to the royal family yet because I especially wanted to show it to you first. But why me? Because you might become my sister-in-law in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Nilala was pushed aside by R. I'm sorry, Duchess. He's always been a rude person. This is an apology gift for the incident at the last hunting festival. Are you still angry? Kira was silent for a long moment. Then she turned her face away with a huff. I don't know. You have to stop being angry now. When the Duchess is angry, it really scares me. Nilala chimed in, that's right, Duchess. Please don't scold him anymore. It's made this idiot mope around for days, and he's such an eyesore. On the other side, R shouted, whose fault is it that I'm like this? Oh, right, I almost forgot. I have a meeting soon, so goodbye, Duchess. With that, they both disappeared. The connection's cut. A communication stone? So they create such miraculous things at the Mage Tower. Suddenly, she pondered. I didn't think my anger would bother Erez so much. I guess it's because I'm used to seeing his carefree side. So this time, it was really cute. At that moment, Zek returned, panting. He said wearily, sister. She turned around and called out in surprise, Zek. Oh my, look at you, drenched in sweat. R.I. ran too far. I'm sorry, Zek. I was too rough. Let's go inside and have a cool drink. Okay. Then the two siblings walked away, hand in hand. The scene shifts to the White Box County mansion. Belongings were being moved by servants. Cosette paced back and forth restlessly. Suddenly, she heard the servants gossiping. Was Lady Cosette kicked out of the Duke's mansion? What's that? You should say she's taking a break for a while. What's the point of pretending? Everyone knows the real story. I wonder what great crime she committed to be kicked out by the Grand Duke. At that moment, Count Isaac arrived. It's been a long time since I've seen my lovely niece. And yet you, as her servants, dare to whisper such unpleasant things about her? The maids were startled and called out, my lord Count. He approached and patted a maid on the shoulder. You've worked hard. Then he wiped his hand with a handkerchief. Quickly bring the young lady's things into the house. The butler replied, as you wish, my lord. The maid from before was taken away, pleading, I was wrong, my lord Count. Please have mercy. He ignored her and turned to call Cosette. Now let's have a little chat. Later, in a room in the mansion, the Count said, I want to speak with my niece in private, so you may leave. After the butler left, he asked, why? Why did you make such a mistake? Kicked out of the Grand Duke's mansion? What on earth did you do wrong? To make someone who is neutral like the Duke do something like this? It's already happened. I wanted to avoid being kicked out of the Duke's mansion too. Right, I wanted to stop it, even if I had to use force. But as long as Pièces still exists, it seems what I need to do now is quickly find the Spirit Stone and destroy it. Thinking this, Cosette said, Don't worry, Count. Your goal wasn't to make me the queen of high society, was it? It wasn't the position of the Grand Duke's beloved daughter. That's true, but... The Count changed his tone. You will definitely keep your promise, right? 10 years ago, the promise you made the first time you appeared before me. Flashing back to the past. Isn't this the first time you've seen your niece's face? You don't look very happy. Niece? Are you Rowena's daughter? Yes, although this face looks more like the Grand Duke's. I am Rajabak, one of the 13 demon kings of hell, the one who made a contract with your sister. Hearing this, the Count fell to the ground in fear. A demon. Good. Always treat this body with that attitude. I am a very important existence for avenging your sister. Revenge? You mean you want to kill Marquis Eden? Killing that old man is a matter of course. So, what do you plan to do after that? Duchess Pavis is the next saintess. If no one receives Pièces, the entire continent will suffer. The role of saintess? I can do that. To be precise, your niece's body controlled by me. How is that possible? A goddess's blessing received by a demon. Why do you think it's impossible? I told you I made a revenge contract with your sister. I have to deal with that old Marquis before he dies, so I'm in a hurry too. Whether it's a real saintess or a demon in this corpse's shell, who would know the truth? The important thing is that you and your sister will get your revenge, and I can keep my promise to the one who made the contract. What do you say? Want to join hands with me? Of course, I won't affect those who are not related to this revenge plan. I don't care about them either. All I care about is fulfilling the contract. You're very suspicious. I'm only telling the truth related to the contract. Otherwise, I'd be severely punished. The Demon King thought to himself, of course, this is just a lie. To someone close to the contractor like you, there's of course no rule against lying. Thinking this, the Demon King extended his hand. Then let's form an alliance. I look forward to your help. After a moment's hesitation, Count Isaac also took the Demon King's hand. I look forward to your help. Back in the present, the Count said, until now, I have always followed your will without asking anything. But you are definitely prioritizing my and my sister's revenge, right? You're not doubting me, are you? I've said it before, our goals are the same. The Count frowned and replied, I understand. Cosette thought, my power will be useless as long as the contract between Pièces and the Empire is maintained. And the plan to gather information about the Spirit Stone while living at the Duke's mansion has also been ruined. The scene shifts to the Pavis mansion. The family of 3 was eating breakfast. Zek ate while thinking, this is strange. This atmosphere isn't normal at all. Is it because Cosette's nagging isn't around? No, it's more than that. Sister and father are talking during a meal, even if it's just about work. Did something happen between them that I don't know about after Cosette was kicked out? Or was it since the hunting festival? I'm so curious. If I had known there would be a plot twist, I would have followed them no matter how sick I was. He recalled Rose and Aso's words. It seems spring has come for the young lady. He scoffed inwardly. Who would dare? Suddenly, Kira noticed and asked, Zek, what's wrong? He was startled and replied, Ah yes. Suddenly, Zek fumbled with his fork. It immediately fell to the ground with a clang. He panicked and thought, oh no, I dropped my fork. Father's going to nag me about noble etiquette again. Just as he thought that, someone called his name, Zek. He squeezed his eyes shut and quickly said, I'm sorry. But surprisingly, the Grand Duke came over and asked with concern, Are you hurt anywhere? Seeing his father's gentle expression, Zek was taken aback. No, I'm fine. Then the Duke called out someone, Bring another fork. A servant replied, Yes, Your Grace. Kira also asked, Zek, are you okay? Along with the Duke's reminder, you were almost hurt. Be more careful, son. He was stunned. Yes. What on earth happened? Just then, the butler entered. Your Grace. I'm very sorry to interrupt your meal, but... The butler approached and whispered in the Duke's ear. The Duke asked in surprise, What? Explosives? Kira, sitting nearby, was curious. What's wrong? I've been informed that there seems to have been an incident involving explosives at your great-aunt's house. She asked, shocked, Is great-aunt hurt anywhere? No, she's fine. At the time of the incident, she was at the temple. Some people at the mansion were injured, but not many. Kira sighed in relief. Thank goodness. But why were there explosives at my great-aunt's mansion? He said, perhaps they were stored for setting off fireworks on certain occasions, like special events or outdoor parties. The warehouse is almost completely collapsed, so we need to send more people to help. Kira was suspicious. This event never happened in the past. Of course, because she had regressed, many things had changed. But was this a coincidence? She put down her fork. Duke, I will go to my great-aunt's mansion with you. He said, since there's just been an incident, it will probably be quite chaotic. She replied, even though great-aunt isn't hurt, I'm still worried about her. Not to mention, I think there might be another cause for the incident, so I need to confirm it. Meaning? She thought it was very likely this incident was caused by Cosette. Will you be all right going alone? If you also go and leave the Duke's mansion empty, it wouldn't be convenient, so it's better if I go alone. If the Pavis mansion were attacked like my great-aunt's place, we could still respond in time. So please stay in the capital. I understand. Then depart with the night escort. Thank you for your concern. Soon after, Kira set off. Sitting in the carriage, she thought, it's been 3 weeks since Cosette was kicked out of the mansion. I felt it was strange that everything was so quiet. And now there's a problem. She really doesn't give you a chance to breathe. Thinking about the things she's done, this incident definitely can't be a coincidence. To be blunt. Only when you completely disappear. Will I be at ease, Cosette? Later, at Lady Johanna's mansion. You've arrived, Duchess Kira. Please forgive the late welcome, as everyone in the mansion is busy dealing with the wreckage. Kira said, it's my fault for coming at such a busy time. Where is my great-aunt? She has temporarily moved to the annex. Let me take you there. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. No need. Cosette approached. Oh, hello. You're only just arriving? It's been a while, hasn't it, Kira? Yes, it has been a while, Cosette. I haven't seen you at any social gatherings lately. Is everything all right? I haven't been feeling well lately. Attending such events is very draining, as you know. Kira thought, it sounds like those things are no longer important to her. If that's the case, what are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be resting at the Count's mansion? How could you just ignore the news of her accident? But how did you find your way here? If father hadn't allowed it, you probably wouldn't have been able to see her. What a silly question. Don't you remember we were here together before? I made sure to memorize its location. Actually, I want to be closer to her than you are. Kira glared at Miss C. The explosion was definitely her doing. For her to arrive early and show up now, it can only mean one thing. The job is done. I should hurry. With that thought, Kira approached. By the way, father is still well. Since the day you left, he's been treating me very well. I suppose that's also thanks to your ability, right? Kira said this as she walked past her. Miss Z was silently shocked. What? My ability? Did she figure something out? But how? Miss Z trembled with rage. You must be very happy. As Kira turned back, Miss Z continued speaking. Being treated well by father, even though it's all just your own illusions and fantasies. Kira immediately turned away. They're your fantasies, not mine. With that, she and Joseph left. I just wanted to see what she was thinking. She's clearly hiding something. I should let Erez know. Afterwards, Kira went to see Madame Johanna. She wasn't even injured, yet one person after another comes to visit. I really don't get it. Kira replied, visiting on an occasion like this is proper etiquette, ma'am. My father is also very worried about you. Come on, that man isn't that sensitive. Can you tell me how you plan to handle this matter? It was just an accident. What more can I do? Kira shook her head. Even if it was just an accident, you should find out who is behind it. There must have been a problem with the gunpowder, otherwise how could it have exploded on its own? You should investigate where that gunpowder was purchased and its production process. If you say so, then you're probably right. Actually, I came here today for this very reason. I thought you would treat this as a simple accident. I've lived a secluded life, so I'm not sharp with these things. If you don't mind, may I look at the transaction records? The ledgers are all in my office. I'll have Gokden bring them for you. Afterwards, Kira returned to the room, with Joseph standing guard outside. Inside, the butler handed her the ledgers. Here they are, Lady Kira. Kira asked where she bought the gunpowder. Normally, civilians can't buy explosives without a permit. We've only ever dealt with one gunpowder shop. Among the many stores that supply our necessities, that one is the most reputable. Kira thought, so someone must have known she would buy gunpowder from this shop at this time of year. I want to investigate the shop immediately, but I can't without solid proof. Tell her that I need to think more before I discuss this matter with her. Right now, it's all just my speculation without any evidence. Yes, I understand. By the way, I ran into Miss Z when I arrived. It didn't seem like she had anything important to do. She was probably just visiting Madame Johanna. What exactly did she say? First, she asked about Madame Johanna's health, and then she mentioned renovating the house. Renovate the house? Yes, she suggested renovating it before winter. And after that? What else did she say? I think that was all. When the repair workers arrived, she said her goodbyes and left. Kira thought, if this explosion was aimed at her, it wouldn't have happened on the day she went to the temple. The Grandmaster couldn't possibly die from such a small explosion. So her intention was clearly to destroy the house. She definitely didn't do it out of pity for her living in an old mansion. Could she be planning to plant spies among the workers? If that was her only goal, she wouldn't have chosen such a complicated method. Why would the spies have to be workers instead of servants? Wait, it can't be. It seemed Kira had figured something out. She flung the door open. Joseph called out in surprise, my lady. Sir Joseph, can you pretend to threaten them for me? He was stunned but immediately replied, yes. After that, everyone involved with the gunpowder shop was brought in. They trembled in fear before the dark, murderous aura of Kira and Joseph. Joseph whispered into Kira's ear, my lady, I think this is a bit premature. She said, don't worry, I already have her permission. I will go and question the workers. Yes, it wouldn't be right to investigate a business based solely on your speculation. However, you still have the authority to question the workers. Kira, I completely respect your abilities and judgment, but there are surely some innocent people among them. I don't think all of them are involved in this incident. But it's not like I can know what they're thinking, and this is the only way. I'm only asking out of concern, but you won't use force, right? Of course not. I'll make them confess without laying a single finger on them. Back in the present, I've summoned everyone, my lady. Thank you. Kira stepped closer to them. Well then, let's begin. They begged, Please spare my life, my lady. Spare you? How can you still say that now? The gunpowder from your merchant group caused the explosion. This incident could have endangered the lives of high officials. She glared and said loudly, all of you can be considered suspects in the assassination attempt on the high officials. And now you're begging me to spare your lives? According to the law, your actions are punishable by death. However, I will be lenient and give you one chance. Is the lady telling the truth? She smirked and said, that's right. Only the first person to confess their crimes will be spared. Then she ordered, take them all to separate cells. Joseph asked, are you sure imprisoning them like this will solve the problem? We've threatened them enough. They're in separate cells, so they can't talk to each other. Now we just have to wait and see. The criminal will confess on their own. Kira imagined them thinking in fear, if I don't want to die, I have to confess before everyone else. What if someone confesses sooner? But will the lady really spare my life? 3 days, no, just 2 days will be enough. 2 days later, Joseph rushed in, calling for the lady. We've collected their confessions. She smiled and said, let the innocent ones go immediately. Oh, and remember to compensate them for the trouble they've been through. I'll do it right away. Kira took their statements. 3 people confessed? None of them had a criminal record. She thought the only difference between them and the others was that they all had financial difficulties. Perhaps money was their only motive. I was lucky to get their confessions so quickly because they had no loyalty to their employer. And as predicted, these criminals were commissioned. They were tasked to find out if the mansion structure was different from the blueprints. Joseph said they were paid a large sum and promised an additional reward if they found a secret passage. All 3 confessions were identical. However, we couldn't find out who the mastermind was. They probably concealed their identity very carefully. Kira thought that person bribed these men to cause the explosion and used the mansion's renovation as a pretext to search for the secret vault where the crystal stone is kept. It's obvious who the mastermind is now. Joseph asked, my lady, do you think Count Whitebuck is the mastermind? I do, but there's not enough evidence. I know that Missy is looking for the spirit stone, but I didn't think she would be so reckless. Maybe she's given up on using her social status to confront me and has decided to do whatever it takes to get what she wants. Does she really intend to destroy the spirit stone to start a war? Even if the Marquis Whitebuck family has a personal grudge against my maternal grandfather's family, his plan would still involve them. If the demons really wage war to save Miss C, I don't know if the Marquis family would accept such a contract. Besides, it seems like Miss C is hiding something from me. Sir Joseph, prepare the carriage for me. I need to go home at once. Right now, my lady. We've caught the culprits, so I'll entrust their punishment to you. The sun is setting. How about we depart tomorrow morning? That would be fine, but I want to get to the magic tower as quickly as possible. There's someone I need to meet. Joseph asked sullenly, the person you need to meet is that sorcerer, isn't it? She turned back in surprise. What? Yes. Suddenly, Joseph reached out and grabbed Kira's sleeve. My lady, do you really have to go? She stared at him, bewildered, and called out, Sir Joseph. He stammered, can't you stay? If you want to find proof of Count Whitebuck's involvement, you don't need his help. You have me. Whether it was when you visited Lady Johanna's villa or when you interrogated the criminals, I was always by your side, so she cut him off. Sir Joseph, I'm planning to stop by the tower for a different reason. He asked again, is it because I couldn't catch the mastermind? Do you need someone else's help because I wasn't of much use? Suddenly, she took his hand and explained, Sir Joseph, please listen to me. You helped me so much while we were at my great-aunt's villa for the past 2 days. And I truly appreciate that. Then why? But I want to stop by Areza's place for another matter. Then please continue to allow me to escort you. As long as you ask, I will do anything. Because I am your knight, right? Kira remained silent. She lowered her eyes in thought, since I turned back time. I've changed many things and discovered many new ones. But if I told anyone that I've returned from the past and know the future, they would surely think I'm crazy or bombard me with a ton of questions. But even so, I believe that Sir Joseph would never doubt anything I say, even if I told him the truth. That's precisely why I can't reveal anything to him. Before I returned, no matter what crime I was accused of, Sir Joseph always stood by my side. Even after I died, I'm sure he sacrificed himself for me. No matter what tricks Miss Z in this world tries to pull, I won't let him get involved. Because I'm not sure she wouldn't harm him. He already sacrificed himself for me once. I won't let that happen again. At that moment, she said, I'm sorry. Kira looked out the window thoughtfully. I couldn't visit the tower because of these thoughts. Sir Joseph, I hope I didn't hurt you. She fiddled with the communication stone in her hand. I feel a little lonely again. Suddenly, she dropped the stone. She gasped in surprise. The stone fell with a clatter. Shoot, it hit the switch. I should turn it off right away. But on the other side, Erez had already spoken. My lady. Oh my, you look so sleepy. I'm sorry, I accidentally dropped the communication stone and turned it on. Were you sleeping? You startled me. She said, anyway, I'll visit you tomorrow. Will you still be at the tower? Erez sat up and yawned. Yeah, let me know when you'll arrive. I'll come out to get you. I'll arrive around noon. See you then. He asked worriedly, is something wrong, my lady? She froze, looking bewildered. Seeing his body through the stone, Erez said, your voice sounds sad. She stammered in reply. It's the same as always. Miss Z is causing trouble again. Again? When is she going to stop? What did she do this time? Well, my God, is she really going to throw everything away from now on, even her current status? About that, I don't think she was ever aiming for those positions in the first place. Huh? I think her only goal is to repeat the war from over 100 years ago. Hearing this, Erez's eyes widened in shock. He immediately teleported to Kira's location. What? What do you mean? When Kira saw him arrive, she exclaimed in shock. Oh my God. What are you doing? He himself was bewildered. What? Why am I here? I was so surprised by what you said. But you can't just come here this late at night. Suddenly, Erez stared intently at her. She also looked at him for a moment and then remembered something. She quickly glanced down at her body. Her face immediately turned bright red, and she hugged herself, crying out. Erez quickly stepped forward and placed a finger on her lips. Shoo, Erez's heart pounded in his chest. He said, I'm sorry. What you said was just so sudden. I accidentally teleported here. She pushed him away. It's all right. It's not like this is the first time you've done something so surprising. Let's just say you saved me the trouble of visiting the tower tomorrow. I'll keep this a secret from the Duke, so please sit down. Hearing this, Erez breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, what makes you think she wants to start a war? I know it sounds ridiculous, a war between demons and humans. Who would want something like that? Of course, no human would want that. So, it's a bit hard to explain everything to you, but I think Miss C is my half-sister. She's also the daughter of Rowena, who was saved by Count Whitebuck through a pact with a demon. Erez asked in shock, a pact with a demon? That's right. To do that, one must use incredibly powerful magic to bring the dead back to life. And no ordinary sorcerer could do such a thing. Miss C and the Count had someone blow up my grandmother's mansion to search for the crystal stone. And because the stone is a symbol of the pact between humans and the goddess if it's destroyed. Erez finished her sentence, the war will break out. So you've discovered her true identity. What is there to worry about now? All you have to do is protect the stone, right? But there's still something that bothers me. Even though the Count wants revenge on my grandfather and his family for causing his sister's death, he would never risk starting a war just to retaliate. And Miss Z stands to lose much more if a war breaks out. She'd have to give up the luxurious life she has as a duke's daughter. And since she's the only remaining saintess in the Empire, she would have to fight the demons in my place. Moreover, Miss Z isn't the one who made the pact. So she doesn't need to risk so much to find the spirit stone. However, what if she's actually on the demon's side? Erez gulped, shuddering as he listened to her continue. I think it's entirely possible, since her resurrection was thanks to a demon's power. And I think she's still hiding something. Hiding something? I deliberately provoked her by mentioning that the Duke had become kinder to me. And she reacted strangely when I mentioned the word ability. Before, I asked you to find information for me about a power that controls people's minds and actions, right? But could Miss Z really use such a great power, similar to your time reversal magic? Erez suddenly smiled. He thought to himself, I can't hide it anymore. Even if I try to, the lady will find out the truth sooner or later. But why am I hesitating so much? After all, I have to confess to her someday. He remembered what Nilala said. I knew it when I saw you constantly moving from place to place. And when everyone here kept mentioning you in a strange way. He's right. What am I so afraid of anyway? At that moment, he spoke up. My lady? He asked seriously, do you trust me? Why are you suddenly asking that? His hand trembled as it lightly touched hers. Promise me that you'll believe me, no matter what I'm about to tell you. Why are you so tense all of a sudden? Your guess is half right and half wrong. It's true that some demons have the power to control human minds. If that woman can use that power, then the one who made the pact must have used dark magic to restore her body. And the thing controlling her body must be a demon. Kira asked, startled, what? Erez continued, if that's true, then Count Whitebuck wasn't the one who made the pact. Even if they only wanted to restore the body, it would still require the soul of the pact maker. So the thing inside Miss Z's body is a demon. That's right. From the moment I saw her at the party, I knew it. Suddenly, Kira slapped Erez's hand away. How could you possibly know that? She frantically pulled her hand back and spoke with a look of fear. How? Why would you know something like that? Kira jumped to her feet, moving away from Erez. Erez hesitated and said, actually. Erez's face grew serious. I'm a demon, too. She asked in terror. You're one of them. A demon? Erez stood up and stepped closer. I'm sorry for hiding it from you all this time, but... Kira shouted, don't come any closer. I understand why you're angry. Humans have been taught that demons are the greatest evil. But there's one thing you don't know, my lady. I understand now. The so-called time reversal magic doesn't exist. Something so absurd could only appear. Because you're one of the demons. A demon exists inside Miss Z's body? Then it's true that she's trying to destroy the element stone to wipe out this empire. And since you are also a demon, my lady, please believe me. Not all demons harm humans. Just as there are many kinds of humans, there are also many kinds of demons. Kira interrupted, get out. I said get out now. Erez stood frozen, calling out, my lady. His hands clenched into fists. You promised you would trust me. Just because I'm a demon. Are you going to throw away everything we've been through together? You can't even listen to a single word I have to say? My lady, I really enjoyed the time I spent with you. You were the first human I could get close to in this world. The desserts we ate together, the festivals where we ran into each other, even the hunting competition. The things we shared with each other, all of it. They were things I cherished more than I thought. So, I didn't think it would hurt this much. Seeing that look on your face. Well, I have to go now. After he spoke, the light of the magic circle flashed. He stood silently for a moment. Then he turned back and said one last thing. I'm sorry. For hurting you. Then Erez slowly disappeared in front of Kira. She remained silent. Then she collapsed to the ground. I still can't believe what happened. Miss Z, the one who killed me, and Erez, the one who turned back time to save me, are both. Her face darkened. Suddenly, she sprang up. She ran outside quickly. Panting, she looked up at the dark sky. How can there be two demons existing in this world? Has the barrier been destroyed? But the element stone is still usable. Are there other demons? If so, how many? I'm scared. If I had a sword in my hand at that moment, I could have stabbed him. A demon deserves to be killed. But just the thought that I could have killed him. Why does it hurt me so much? That's what scares me. Now, what should I do? I can't think of anything. Just then, Joseph arrived. He leaped up to where Kira was. She looked up at him with teary eyes. Then she leaned against him. Joseph said, I didn't see anything tonight. Her eyes widened in surprise, then she quickly lowered them. Her hand clutched tightly onto Joseph's clothes. The two of them stood there for who knows how long. The next day, Rose entered and said, "My lady, it's time for breakfast." Kira lay in bed, facing the wall, and said, "I'll eat later." "All day? You haven't had a proper meal in days." "I don't have an appetite, my lady." "Oh, there are still a lot of letters for you today. But they're all from the same person. Do you want to read them?" "I'm sorry, I'm too tired. I'm going back to sleep." Rose stood silently looking at her for a moment, then left helplessly. Downstairs in the Duke's office, he asked, "Is Kira still in her room?" "Yes, Your Grace. She skipped breakfast again this morning." "Did something happen?" "Actually, I'm not sure." "Rose, could you escort her outside for a walk? She's been so sad lately. I want to go out with her to cheer her up." Rose hesitated. "Young master." The Duke also spoke. "I agree. Since the founding day anniversary is approaching, you two can go out and do some shopping." "Yes, Your Grace." Afterwards, Kira sat listlessly in the carriage. Rose spoke up. "It's been a while since I've gone for a walk with you, my lady. Let's buy some beautiful things today." Kira said indifferently, "All right." A short while later, they arrived at a jewelry store. Looking at the sparkling items, Rose exclaimed, "Oh my, look, my lady, these things are so beautiful." "Yes, they are beautiful. I think these earrings would suit you very well." "Speaking of earrings, every time I see you, my lady, you're wearing this pair. I guess you must really like them." Kira pointed to the earrings she was wearing. "Oh, these?" She thought to herself, "Erez gave them to me. I still can't believe it. He's a demon? Why is it taking me so long to get over the shock? Maybe it's because I trusted him so much. Since I was a child, I was taught that demons are the embodiment of evil. So I just can't believe that Erez is one of them. Not only did he turn back time to save me, but he also helped me with so many things. That night, Erez was just like me. No, perhaps. He was hurt even more than I was." While she was lost in thought, a voice rang in her ear. "Oh, my lady Kira." When Kira saw Arabella, she greeted her. "Your Highness." Rose said, "My lady, I'll wait for you in the hall." The two sat down at a tea table. Arabella said, "It's such a surprise to meet you here, my lady. Are you also here to prepare for the founding anniversary celebration?" "Yes, and I also heard that you've summoned designers to the palace." Arabella sighed wearily. "Actually, Father has been trying to find me a husband lately. Even though he'll be the one to make the final decision, he keeps bothering me. So I thought it would be better to take a walk outside to get away from him." "Oh, that's right. How are things between you and that man?" "That man? I don't understand." "Come on, the other day you told me about someone you had your eye on. So, has the First Lady of the Empire decided on her life partner?" Kira remained silent. Then she lowered her face, pouting. Seeing this, Arabella was a little surprised. She put down her teacup. Then she astutely noticed, "Oh, did something happen? Did you two have a fight?" Hearing this, Kira became flustered and exclaimed, "No, no. That's not it." "Then what is it?" "It's just that I was a bit shocked to learn that someone I trusted was hiding such an important secret from me. He recently told me a secret." "I see. You must feel betrayed." "Actually, I don't know what I'm feeling right now. I'm so confused. Seeing you like this, I can guess how close you two are." "Yes, we used to meet often, and he helped me a lot." "Since then, have you kept in touch with him?" "Not really. He still sends me letters, but I always avoid him." "You said he told you a secret he'd been keeping for a long time, right?" "In my opinion. This proves that he's not a traitor, but someone who trusts you more than anyone else. His courage is commendable. Maybe when he was hiding it, he had bad intentions. But I don't think someone you consider a friend would be a bad person. The problem is that you're avoiding what happened between you two. Even if he didn't have bad intentions, you'd still feel hurt that he hid things from you. If you don't want to contact him anymore, just cut him off. But if you still have feelings for him, at least sit down and talk together. He might give you some explanation, or it could just be a misunderstanding. It's the same with me and you. If we hadn't spoken directly, I'd probably still misunderstand you." Of course, I don't know who he is, and I don't know how shocking that secret is, so you might think it's easy for me to say. Kira quickly said, "Not at all, Your Highness. Thanks to you. I've thought things through." The two ended their conversation, and Arabella said her goodbyes. "We'll see each other again on National Day. Farewell. Take care, Your Highness." Kira smiled and said, "Thank you so much for your advice today." Arabella teased, "You're finally smiling. You know, Kira, when you're expressionless, you look as cold as ice, but when you smile, the corners of your eyes curve up. It makes you look very cute, so please smile more often." Afterwards, the carriage rumbled along the road. Suddenly, the driver stopped abruptly. Rose stuck her head out and asked, "What's wrong?" "Sir, the carriage up ahead is blocking the entrance." "It's the Grand Duke's carriage. He's back already? I heard he had business at the Imperial Palace today." Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "My lady." Hearing it, Kira froze. She was shocked to recognize that voice. "Over here," the Duke said. "How many more times do I have to tell you? If you want to see Kira, you must go through me first. How do you barge in so rudely?" Erez explained, "I told you, this is very important. Grand Duke, please believe me. I didn't come here to harm the lady. But you don't look like it. There's no other way. You're an intruder. Seize him." The knight replied, "Yes, Your Grace." Erez shouted, "Wait," then yelled loudly so Kira could hear. "My lady, it's me. I know you don't want to see me right now, but I have something to say. I'll leave as soon as I'm done." The knight resolutely dragged Erez away. Erez yelled desperately the wish. "Do you remember the bet you made with me before? You promised that if I won, you'd grant me a wish. I'm using that wish now. Please let me in." The Duke frowned and asked, "How dare you speak to my daughter?" Just then, Kira finally showed herself. "Your Grace, let him in." He hesitated, but Kira. "It's all right." He said it was his wish. "It's true that I promised to grant him a wish. Besides, don't you have business at the Imperial Palace? You shouldn't be late for an appointment with the royal family." The Duke reluctantly ordered, "Release him." Kira turned her face away and said, "Erez, follow me." "Yes, my lady." And so, he silently followed behind Kira. In the room, there was a long silence between the two. Erez stammered and scratched his head, speaking to break the suffocating atmosphere. "How have you been?" "That night?" She turned and glared, causing Erez to stop mid-sentence. She said, "Get to the point. I know you're very angry. But the reason I lied to you is because I know how evil we demons are in the eyes of humans. Moreover, your family is the vanguard in the war against demons. Let's put that aside. How did you and the demon inside Miss C manage to enter and move freely within the barrier? Besides you two, are there other demons? You don't need to worry about that. Currently, there are only 3 individuals of the demon race, including myself. Because the barrier was formed during the war, there were still some low-level demons that didn't make it back to the demon world, but humans managed to suppress most of them afterwards. And if any remain, they can't cause much trouble because they lack intelligence." 3. So who is the other one? Right, the sorcerer who was with me before. He's also a demon. Neo and I came here a long time ago, when the war threw the demon world into chaos. At that time, the pro-war faction had the upper hand, so I was also put on the defensive. Kira asked, "The pro-war faction? Where should I begin?" First, as I've said, the demon world isn't much different from the human world. Not all demons are evil, and not all of them attack humans. Even the 13 high-ranking demons, the leaders of the demon race, can't agree on everything. Kira paused. The demon world has 13 leaders? I thought demons only had one lord, just like we humans only have one king. Our world doesn't have a so-called demon king. That's just a myth that humanity made up. It's the same with the idea that the demon world is a unified society. The truth is, we are divided into 3 separate factions: the pro-war faction, the opposition, and the neutral faction. Intense internal conflicts are happening more and more often. Because the leaders act individually due to different goals, the demon world is currently in a state of partial chaos. She asked, "What is the criterion to become a leader? Are you one of them?" "Yes, The strongest are allowed to sit in that position. Whoever possesses a special ability that is recognized by the others will win a leader's seat. For me, it's the ability of time and space. As I said, remember? I'm the only one who can reverse time. For Neo, it's the ability of memory. Memory. Yes, it's because of him that I can stand here under the name Eraser. Wait, so does your body also belong to someone else, like Miss C's? My case is different. Neo has the ability to create memories. A memory like, I am human and a citizen of this kingdom. That's how he created my current identity. I chose the So family because they have no political ambitions. They might scold their son for constantly going in and out of the magic tower, but they won't stop him. That's very rare among families with members in the tower. I don't understand why you have to stay in the human world. Because there are many things here that the demon world doesn't have. Like magical research and this white dessert. And he paused for a moment. A look of curiosity appeared on Kira's face. Erez continued, and I just like this world, so I want to protect it from war at all costs. I failed in the past, but that won't happen again. So, my lady. Suddenly, Erez knelt down. Use me. If you want to defeat Rajavak and protect the peace of the human world. He lifted her hand. I will surely be of great use. As long as I can be by your side. Kira stood frozen, shocked by Erez's words. She pondered. Demons must be destroyed. They are the enemies of humanity. That's what I was taught since I was a child, and Miss C, or rather the demon, pushed me to my death. So, when you said you were a demon, my mind suddenly went blank. What if everything I know about you is a lie? What if you're also luring me into a trap to eliminate me like Missy did? What if you and her are on the same side? If so, you and I would become enemies. I was afraid of those things. That's why I said hurtful things to you, even though you saved my life. She lowered her face and stammered, I'm sorry. Erez was stunned for a moment. Then he jumped up. No, you don't have to apologize. If I were you, I would have reacted the same way. I won't doubt you anymore. So, tell me. About Rajabak, the demon inside Miss C. I'm really curious about Miss C's ability. You said she has the ability to manipulate people's minds, right? Can you explain more? It's like brainwashing. She uses magic to plant her desires into their minds. That magic will remain in their minds until the desire is fulfilled. For example, if she wanted you to be at the National Day celebration, then no matter what happens, you would attend that ceremony. Unbelievable. So her magic works on everyone. No matter how long it takes, as long as the goal is achieved. Does this power have any weaknesses? I'm not sure. Everyone would hide their weaknesses. However, I'm sure Rajabak must have limits or has to meet certain conditions, just like how I need someone's help for my magic to work. And when I've turned back time, my past self can't remember doing it. Basically, Rajabak is very good at manipulating people's minds. She can easily manipulate the upper class without using magic. You've witnessed it yourself. I wonder why Rajabak didn't use magic on humans from the beginning. No matter how good her diplomacy is, she would surely achieve her goals faster by using magic. From my observations, I think variables can sometimes occur when using magic in the human world. This doesn't happen with ordinary magic. Do you remember the monster Neo summoned at the hunt? He was supposed to summon a lower-level one. But, unexpectedly, another one appeared. Kira asked, is this because of Beatrix? Probably. She thought, so could it be that father regained his memories so quickly because of the glitches Beatrix caused with Erez's time reversal spell? Erez said, I think Rajabak also encounters similar anomalies in this world. Besides, she's trapped in a weak body, so it must be very difficult for her to use her power at will. But we don't know what she'll do if she's cornered. It's possible she'll decide to retain her power even if her body is destroyed. It's best to be vigilant. You said there are some harmless and human-friendly monsters, right? So why does Rajabak want to destroy the human world so badly? A long time ago, since the demons were defeated by humans, Rajabak has been the leading voice advocating for war, along with his faction. They lost power to the pacifists, but the power in the hands of the pacifist faction is not very stable. That's also why Rajabak wants to regain power by starting another war. Kira pondered, I can't believe they would sacrifice innocent people just for that kind of power. It reminds me of someone. She turned and asked, so what must I do to defeat Rajabak? A year after Miss Z appeared in public, she demonstrated her spirit master powers. Regardless of what's inside her that can summon spirits, everyone will believe she is the Duke's real daughter and unconsciously acknowledge her as a spirit master. There's only half a year left until then. We're running out of time. We of the demon race don't have a lifespan like humans. The more power we have, the longer we live, and the longer we live, the more power we have. Unlike humans, death is not a matter of time for us. There are 2 reasons why high-level monsters gradually disappear. 1 is because they fail to fulfill their contracts. 2 is because they are absorbed by stronger ones. Rajabak has held his position for the longest time, so he is very difficult to kill. If we want to defeat him, we need help. You mean Neo? No, he doesn't care whether a war breaks out or not. And he has always stayed out of it, so we can't expect anything from him. The fact that he gave me an identity was just a coincidence. If we need help, I think we should look for him. Aze, we need to meet him. Kira wondered, who is Aze? Aze is the oldest and most powerful among us. Although there is no single leader, Aze is like the lord of the demons. When disputes arise, the demons will go to Aze for mediation. If we can persuade him, we will be able to destroy Rajabak. So, where do we meet Aze? In the demon world, of course. Kira was shocked to hear that. Both of them immediately fell silent. Erez thought anxiously, is suggesting a trip to the demon world too much? Suddenly, Kira asked, how long will the round trip take? He was taken aback. Huh? Are you seriously planning to go? There's no other way. But you also said the demon world isn't much different from the human world. There's no reason not to go. So how long will it take? I'll need some time to summon the other leaders and persuade them first. I think it will take a week at most. All right. I can't be away for too long, so I'll let you know as soon as I find a suitable excuse. We can leave then. Erez smiled upon hearing that. Yes, my lady. At the White Buck residence. Miss C asked in surprise, what? What do you mean we lost contact? They said they were almost done. The maid replied, trembling, I don't know the details, ma'am. I was only told to pass on the message. She frowned and wondered, what happened? I heard that they succeeded in starting the fire and gained the trust of the other workers. Now, they just need to get the building's blueprints and find the location of the spirit stone. So why? Suddenly, she thought of Kira. She glared. It must be her. It seems like she knows something. Erez, did that guy tell her everything? No way. He's like me. Neither of us belong to this world. He's been quiet all this time. I don't think he'd expose everything now. On the other hand, how much does that girl know about me? My purpose or my true identity? Seeing Miss Z frown and bite her nails, the maid asked, my lady, are you all right? Get out. She screamed, are you deaf? I told you to get out. The terrified maid scurried away. Yes, yes, ma'am. She trembled with rage, sweeping things off the table, which shattered on the ground. Then she lowered her face and panted. Suddenly, a voice was heard, even though they were indoors. Behaving like that in front of the servants will bring you no benefit. Whose fault do you think it is that I'm going through this mess? You must be feeling pretty comfortable, right? Not like me. Count Isaac said, oh no, how could I feel comfortable? I don't know what you want to do, but I know you're struggling because of me and my sister. So, all I can do is trust you and wait. What's this? He always goes crazy when things don't go according to plan, but now he's so obedient. For a moment, I even suspected he had a scheme. That's right. What the hell could he do without me? Maybe I was just being too sensitive because of that Kira girl. I should worry less. The Count turned around. Well then, excuse me. I have some urgent matters to attend to now. All right, don't get yourself into any trouble. As the Count went out, the butler bowed. Your lordship. The Count asked, how's it going? I have carried it out as you instructed. I believe it has reached the royal family by now. Hearing this, the Count smirked sinisterly. The scene shifts to the royal family. The National Day celebration is approaching. With His Majesty absent, there's a mountain of work waiting for me. But having you by my side like this lessens my burden quite a bit. If your highness needs me, I am always ready to obey your command. Mikhail laughed. Thank you, but I know you're always busy. I suppose you've been even busier in recent days. Especially because of what happened with the White Buck family. The Duke was about to say something, when a knight ran in with an urgent report. Your Highness. The guard at the gate reports that a man claims to be the secret lover of the late Duchess. The Duke exclaimed in shock. What? He asked in a cold voice. What did you just say? The knight trembled. Sir, the guard reported. Mikhail calmed him down. It's all right, continue. The man requested protection. He confessed to killing Rowena Whitebuck and that Marquis Edinburgh was his accomplice. He also said that ever since then, he has been constantly threatened by the Marquis. Hearing this, the Duke slammed the table and shot to his feet. Your Grace, it's just a one-sided testimony. Please don't pay it too much mind. If he's lying, the truth will be revealed soon enough. I'm afraid I must take my leave, Your Highness. I have some urgent matters to attend to. Of course, feel free to go. As for what was just said, I will suppress the news immediately, so don't worry. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Watching the Duke's carriage leave, Mikhail thought to himself, things are about to get very lively. A commoner claiming to be the secret lover of the late Duchess. Whether it's a lie or the truth, a hearing will be held. And it will attract the attention of the people throughout the entire capital. Over here, Kira also heard the news. She asked in surprise, Mother's secret lover and my grandfather has been threatening him all this time? The Duke said, nothing has been confirmed yet. That's just what the man claimed. Kira clenched her fists, thinking that this was of course a lie. This never happened in my previous life. Even if my mother had a secret affair, that couldn't prove that Miss C is really the Duke's daughter. The problem is that my grandfather is directly involved in Rowena's death. It's very confusing to distinguish the truth. That's clearly what they're aiming for. The Duke said, I can't believe Count Whitebuck would go this far to achieve his goals. I will handle everything, so Kira. No, Father. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Your Grace, may I have your permission to see my grandfather now? I hope you won't get involved in this. You could get hurt. Please don't worry. I feel more comfortable if I can handle the problem directly. Listen, Kira, although our family has always remained neutral, you still have to be careful with Marquis Edinburgh. He is fully capable of threatening his own granddaughter. Never let your guard down. She replied, I will remember your words. She went outside and ordered the servants, Rose, bring me paper and a pen. Emily, help me prepare. I'm leaving right now. Yes, my lady. Kira sat down and wrote a letter to Erez. Erez, something serious has happened in my family, so I'm afraid we'll have to postpone our trip to the demon world. I'll probably have to stay in the capital to see what happens in the near future. I'll write to you again after everything has settled down. After writing, she sealed it carefully. Later, at the residence of Marquis Edinburgh, a loud, astonished voice rang out. What did you say? My daughter has a what? Please calm down. As I said, nothing has been proven yet. Grandfather, do you have any idea who that man could be? How could I? There's nothing I don't know about my own daughter. I controlled her entire life. How could a lover have appeared that I didn't know about? Impossible. Kira heard the words, controlled her entire life, and paused. She put down her teacup and said, So, about you killing Rowena Whitebuck. He shouted, Kira. Then he looked around cautiously. Why are you bringing this up again? That commoner confessed that you were his accomplice in eliminating Rowena. He even asked for protection from the royal family from your threats, because you were afraid your crime would be exposed. Did you, by any chance, leave behind any evidence back then? No way. I didn't leave anything behind, not even a single hair. If my daughter had a lover, why would I incite him to participate when I didn't even know of his existence? Kira looked at him with suspicion. How much of that is true? How much can I trust my grandfather? She rubbed her forehead, exhausted. Don't worry, Kira. You're the Grand Duke's only daughter. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I will mobilize all resources and find out what's going on. Unfortunately, you won't have enough time for that. What do you mean? A hearing will be held soon. Commoners cannot request a trial. But a commoner sponsored by a noble can. You mean Count Whitebuck, you know. Who else but him could do such a despicable thing? Kira said, nobles with a rank of count or higher can request an emergency hearing. Since we haven't prepared anything, we'll be at a greater disadvantage in this matter. The Marquis clenched his fist. What should I do? If we request to postpone the hearing, the other side will surely refuse. Kira frowned thoughtfully. Suddenly, she thought of something. In that case, I think we can ask someone else. What? Someone who also wants to postpone this hearing as much as we do. And someone the Whitebuck family cannot defy. The royal family. At the Imperial Palace. Mikhail thought to himself. It's finally happening. A hearing right before the National Day celebration. Father asked me to prevent it at all costs. But Marquis Edinburgh and Count Whitebuck are mortal enemies. And according to the Constitution, an emergency hearing request from a count or higher cannot be denied. However, thanks to the letter from the Marquis, my burden is somewhat lighter. He also doesn't want the hearing to take place during this time and shares the same thoughts as the royal family. The problem here is how to placate the count during today's meeting. A servant entered to announce, Your Highness, Marquis Edinburgh and Count Whitebuck have arrived. Hearing this, Mikhail became very tense. The two quickly entered. The three sat properly at the table, looking at the Marquis and the Count, seething with killing intent. Mikhail thought to himself, the atmosphere is already suffocating. Am I really capable of mediating between these two? The Marquis spoke up, Your Highness, National Day is the most solemn holiday in the Empire. This is a time when nobles from all over flock to the capital. Mikhail replied, That's right, which is why it's also called the Festival of Harmony. Before a national event that represents peace, if we hold a hearing about a noble scandal, it will only tarnish the Empire's image in the eyes of foreign guests. Mikhail slammed the table and said in a stern voice, His Majesty shares your thoughts. Marquis Edinburgh, Count Whitebuck. You two represent two great families in the capital. If you two clash politically right before this major holiday, what will the atmosphere of the ceremony be like? Your Highness is absolutely right. The Empire's issues should come first. Count Whitebuck, if you still wish to proceed with the hearing, how about postponing it until after the National Day holiday? He sneered and asked, How would I know? I thought the Marquis here was shameless. But perhaps being humiliated in front of all the nobility is making you feel ashamed. Hearing this, the Marquis frowned in anger. He jumped up and shouted, How dare you? You're the one trying to frame an innocent person with your disgusting lies. Mikhail shouted, Both of you, that's enough. The two immediately fell silent. Mikhail ran a hand through his hair. This is truly a headache. Count Whitebuck, do you want to cause trouble on National Day? I'm not asking for much. Just postpone the hearing until the National Day celebration is over. Is that so difficult? After the holiday, you two can continue the hearing or disgrace each other however you like. The Count frowned. He glanced at the Marquis, who was panting with rage. Then he turned to look at the Crown Prince. He pursed his lips and silently called out, Rowena, I. Then he lowered his face and reluctantly said, If that is what your Highness wishes. He folded his hands and continued. Then I agree. This statement left Mikhail and the Marquis stunned for a moment. Then Mikhail burst out laughing. Excellent. His Majesty will be very pleased to hear this. I promise to convey your sincerity to His Majesty, Count. It's getting late now, so perhaps we should disperse. I'm afraid I've taken up too much of your time. The Marquis glanced at the Count. Then he smirked triumphantly. Upon returning, he immediately wrote a letter to Kira. Kira, rest assured, I have successfully postponed the hearing. I will now focus all my resources on the investigation, so you don't need to worry about this side anymore. I will prepare everything to defeat Count Whitebuck. See you on National Day. After reading the letter, Kira thought, it seems the meeting in the capital went well. However, it's very strange that Count Whitebuck gave up so easily. While she was thinking, Zik ran in. Sister, which outfit do you think looks better on me? The dark-colored one, I think. Okay. Zik turned to say, I'll choose this one. Yes, young master. My lady, you should also choose a dress for the upcoming national ceremony. All right, I'll be right there as soon as I finish this reply letter. She thought Count Whitebuck was very suspicious, but he had agreed in front of the crown prince. I don't think he can do anything too drastic behind my grandfather's back. Now that the hearing has been postponed until after the national holiday, my grandfather will have enough time to prepare evidence. Some nameless person dares to claim to be my mother's secret lover and my biological father. She gritted her teeth. Let's see what that scoundrel's face looks like. Time passed, and the first night of the National Day celebration ball arrived. Kira was meticulously groomed by Rose and Emily. Zik approached and called out, Sister. The boy said happily, let's go. On the way, Kira asked, has the Duke already left? He went to the Imperial Palace this afternoon to meet with His Majesty first. While walking, Kira suddenly stopped. When she saw Joseph waiting ahead, he turned towards her. When Kira got closer, he extended his hand. My lady, if I may. She placed her hand on Joseph's. Yes. Then Kira sat in the carriage, escorted by Joseph. Kira looked at Joseph outside and thought, Sir Joseph hasn't mentioned that night even once. That's good. If he asked me what happened, I wouldn't know what to say. Still, I shouldn't have acted like that in front of him. Her face turned as red as fire. How embarrassing. Later, at the royal party, everyone danced together. Exquisite food was laid out on the banquet tables. Daphne was standing with her brother Erez. When she saw Kira, she happily exclaimed, My lady. Kira went over to greet her warmly. Lady Daphne, how have you been? It's been so hard to see you lately. I've missed you. Daphne pulled Kira away. Why don't we go greet Her Highness the Princess together? Everyone is gathered over there. This left Erez standing there, feeling left out. Suddenly, a group of peers called out, Young Master Zik. Zik immediately turned and said, Sir Joseph, see you later. Everyone left, leaving the two men who disliked each other standing there. Erez scratched his head and turned to ask, Why are you so quiet today? Usually, you get annoyed just by seeing me. Joseph said bluntly, I don't like you. But if the lady decides to keep you by her side or whatever, I will follow her wishes. However, if you dare to hurt my lady, for any reason whatsoever, I won't be so obedient. Erez looked at him and replied, You don't need to threaten me. I would never do anything to hurt her. Erez looked at Kira from a distance. Because I now realize how important she is to me. Joseph's eyes widened in shock. He then turned and shouted, You mean? But before he could finish, Joseph stopped. He turned to look at someone. On this side, Kira also turned around. She was startled and cried out internally, Grandfather. At that moment, the Marquis approached the Count and shouted loudly, You. Say that again. How dare you speak such nonsense? He said mockingly, Why are you raising your voice like that? It's as if I've hit a nerve. A voice from behind called out, Count Whitebuck. Kira approached and asked, What are you doing? She thought she should handle this situation smoothly. Otherwise, he would have another reason to request an emergency hearing. Lady Kira, you've arrived at the right time. Aren't you also involved in this matter? No matter what, we are currently at a party celebrating the national holiday, Count. Please don't make things worse, or His Majesty will. Just then, Mikhail arrived. What's going on? Everyone bowed. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. He frowned and asked again, What are you all doing? It's only the first night of the National Day celebration and you're already causing trouble. Are you provoking the authority of the royal family? Besides, haven't we already discussed this? Count Whitebuck. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I am well aware that today's party is to promote harmony and connection among everyone. The Crown Prince shouted, Then why? He snapped back, but I keep wondering how Marquis Edinburgh has the right to attend. The cold-blooded murderer who killed my poor sister, yet he shamelessly appears at such a sacred party? Count Whitebuck. The Count pointed forward and said in a harsh voice, Therefore, I, Isaac Whitebuck, hereby accuse Simon Edinburgh of defamation and murder." Everyone immediately started whispering. What did the Count just say? Accuse Marquis Edinburgh. What does this mean? Why is he demanding a trial right in the middle of a party? Witnessing the scene left both Joseph and Erez in shock. The Count continued, "Even if one holds the rank of Count or higher, they will be subject to an emergency investigation without exception if accused of murdering another high-ranking noble. Your Highness, this is my right. I demand an inquisitorial hearing before the court." The Marquis gritted his teeth in anger. The Crown Prince said, "I'm sure you are well aware that rights come with responsibilities." "Of course, Your Highness. If my accusation is false, I will accept any appropriate punishment." The Crown Prince frowned and cursed inwardly. This old fox pretended to compromise with me at the meeting, only to wait until today to stab me in the back. How insolent. He deliberately chose today so that all the nobles would witness this. Very well, I will grant the Count's request. But to hold a hearing, we need to move to another location first. Then everyone hurriedly moved. Suddenly, Zik saw someone. He called out, "Sister, look. It's Miss C." She was frowning and gritting her teeth in anger about something. She looked so scary. It seems she didn't know about this either. Kira thought, that's right. This lawsuit does nothing to prove she is the Duke's biological daughter. On the contrary, it helps Count Whitebuck avenge his sister. Maybe there's some internal conflict between them. Although I feel somewhat relieved knowing that the demon Rajabok is not involved in this, I can't let my guard down yet. At this time, the hearing began. In accordance with the request of Count Whitebuck, the plaintiff in this case, the inquisitorial hearing of the defendant, Lord Edinburgh, will now begin. Lord Whitebuck has the responsibility to provide evidence of the defendant's criminal acts. Lord Edinburgh has the right to refute the plaintiff if the accusation is false. Lord Whitebuck, you may present your case. Thank you, Your Highness. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. Everyone turned to the door and saw the Duke. He was panting heavily. It seems he rushed here. He quickly walked over to Kira and Zik. Are you two all right? Your Grace. The Count continued his speech. First, I would like to ask Your Highness the following. Since the founding of the nation, political conflict has always been a major theme in the court. Sometimes, conflicts arise from differences in life views. At other times, it's due to members competing politically in a direct and fair manner. I believe that is a completely natural thing because struggle and conflict are an essential part of human history. However, the Count lost his composure and slammed the table, shouting loudly. Should we tolerate the act of backstabbing our own kin, especially when the enemy is threatening the safety of this country? As everyone knows, humanity once warred with the demon race, and as a result, the land became barren and the world suffered from a severe water shortage. Without spirit masters, the bridge to Beatrix, how could humanity escape the fate of dying of thirst? Or what if the invisible barrier is broken and the demon race once again floods the earth and rampages everywhere? In such a precarious situation, that Edinburgh fellow has pushed all of humanity to the brink of extinction just to satisfy his selfish and foolish desires. Therefore, I accuse him of the following acts. Edinburgh slandered my sister, the former Duchess, with the crime of infertility and used that as an excuse to expel her from the ducal family. As soon as he found out Rowena was pregnant, he killed her to destroy the evidence. That child was prophesied to be the next generation's spirit master. His actions greatly affect the survival of humanity. The Marquis spoke up in protest. Nonsense. The spirit master in the prophecy is someone else. What proof do you have? Marquis, stop. It's not your turn to speak yet. Count, what evidence do you have to support your words? Yes, Your Highness. Call him in. The sound of footsteps echoed. The witness entered amidst everyone's curiosity. Kira stared intently. That man is. He spoke up. I am honored to be in your presence, Your Highness. Your Highness, you must have received a request for protection from a man from the palace guards. His name is Alexander, and he is a commoner living in the outskirts of the capital. I have summoned this person here to be a witness for the hearing. Alexander, you may begin. About 20 years ago, when the Edinburgh family and the Grand Duke's family were negotiating a marriage. At that time, I was still seeing the young lady of the Edinburgh house, although we couldn't make our relationship public because of my humble origins. The Crown Prince said, continue. Yes, Your Highness. However, after that, Marquis Simon Edinburgh discovered our secret and he kidnapped me. He threatened me not to tell anyone about my relationship with the young lady of Edinburgh. Perhaps that wasn't enough to satisfy him, so he ordered me to kill Rowena Whitebuck, the Duchess at the time, and used that as a weakness to control me. At that time, the Duchess was pregnant. She tried to run away from me in desperation, but I killed that woman and disposed of her body. But the child was no longer in her womb. I think she hid the child somewhere else and used herself as bait to distract the assassin. The Marquis shouted, absurd. Your Highness, words that can be so easily fabricated cannot be used as testimony. The Count said, I also have physical evidence. To avoid the eyes of the assassins under the Marquis's command, my sister disguised herself under the name Sylvia Reno Whitner while she was on the run. Since she used a false identity, I am sure we can check the travel documents. If it matches the witness's testimony, we can prove that the testimony is valid. The Marquis was shocked to hear that. Kira thought, the testimony about my mother having an extramarital affair is false, but my grandfather's plan to assassinate Rowena is an undeniable truth. Furthermore, her use of the false identity Sylvia is also true. I don't know how Count Whitebuck found out about it, but if there are really verification documents, then it's all over. The Crown Prince said, Alexander, since you pursued and assassinated Rowena, draw the route you took here. Yes, Your Highness. He swallowed hard and picked up the pen, while he was trembling, putting the pen down. The Crown Prince ordered a knight. The data on travel documents is kept in the royal archives. Go and retrieve the documents related to the name Sylvia. Yes, Your Highness. As soon as the documents are brought, I will compare the stored data with the witness's testimony. But since this is a case from 20 years ago, it will take a considerable amount of time to find the data. Therefore, today's hearing will be postponed until I have enough information to verify. People whispered to each other, oh my God, I can't believe it. If the Count's testimony is true, then Lady Kira's biological father is. Sho, that's not certain yet. You're right. Verifying the accuracy of the evidence should be the top priority. Over here, Miss C gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He made me recount how his sister died, and now he's using it like this. Wait, if Marquis Edinburgh's crime is confirmed, then the one who benefits the most is me. Even so, how dare he stab me in the back like this? After promising to keep it a secret. She seethed, Isaac Whitebuck. Suddenly, someone called Missy. The person who approached was Kira. It seems you couldn't have predicted what would happen today either, right? Right. My uncle did this without any warning. But you already knew, didn't you, that your grandfather killed my mother? Don't pretend to be innocent. Your reaction at the hunt said it all. But it still doesn't prove that the person who gave the testimony is my real father. Even so, people will start to speculate about it. Kira gave a slight laugh. So what? Even if my grandfather is found guilty, I won't have to take responsibility for it. In the house, in the temple, or even in society. You've managed to get this far without any standing. So just let them say what they want. It's a small matter. Because right now, you're the one at a disadvantage. Miss C was so angry she gritted her teeth. But she had to turn her face away. Just you wait. With that, she left. Now we will continue the trial. Everyone, please be seated. Kira looked around anxiously. I don't see Miss C anywhere. Did something happen between her and Count Whitebuck? Or is she preparing to retreat in case things go badly? Your Highness, these are all the related documents. It's true that Rowena Whitebuck used the name Sylvia Reno Whitner. We found a similar name on the route that the witness provided. After careful consideration, the Crown Prince called out in a stern voice. Count Whitebuck. Based on Alexander's testimony and the data in the travel documents. Hearing this, Count Whitebuck smiled victoriously. Marquis Edinburgh swallowed hard, extremely worried. But suddenly, the crown prince said, the two are completely mismatched. This makes me wonder. Why was the count so confident in requesting a trial like this? He shouted in shock, impossible. Your Highness, Alexander's testimony is completely accurate. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. He tremblingly reached out to take the documents. He froze and stammered, This isn't the path that Alexander drew for me. Why did he? He fearfully turned his face away to avoid the count's angry gaze. The count thought, impossible. Then he frowned. He glared at the Marquis with murderous intent. He laughed and said, what a fool. This caused the count's face to darken. A few days ago, the door suddenly opened. Alexandra asked fearfully, who's there? When he saw the person, he was startled. How did you? The Marquis said to the knight, well done. I will reward you handsomely. It is an honor, my lord Marquis. I should be the one thanking you for your constant care. No one will come here for about an hour, so please take your time. Then the door slammed shut. The Marquis said, that count is truly naive. To think he would ask the royal palace for your protection. But it's fortunate because it allowed me to find you so easily. If you've come here to persuade me, then give up. Your crimes will. Yes, your loyalty to the count must be great since he paid you a hefty sum. It's true, being protected by a high-ranking noble is a great favor for a commoner like you. Even so, you have to think about your family, right? What did you do to my family? Calm down. You must understand that's not something you should be saying right now. Alexandra was terrified. He knelt down. I will do whatever you say. So please don't touch my family. Back in the present, the Marquis thought, it's a good thing I intervened in time. I never expected that Count to know the route so well. Kira was right to be suspicious of the Count's unusual behavior during the meeting. That saved my life. This time, I will eliminate that disgusting Whitebuck family and end everything. At this moment, the Count spoke up, Your Highness, there must have been a mistake. Please give me another chance to. The Marquis cut him off. That's enough, Count. You've gone too far. How many more people's time must be wasted to satisfy you? The Count's face darkened as he shouted, Simon Edinburgh. At that moment, Kira slammed the table and stood up. So my mother has been cleared. Count Whitebuck, I never thought you could be so devious as to frame an innocent person like that. Now, what are you going to do to atone for this? The Count immediately received numerous cold stares from everyone. The Crown Prince declared, it's over. Arrest Count Whitebuck. The soldiers immediately advanced towards the Count. He gritted his teeth. Then he suddenly turned and fled. The Crown Prince shouted, Guards. Seize him. Kira thought, what's the point of struggling so desperately? How can he escape in the middle of the imperial capital? Suddenly, Kira froze. When she saw the knife flash in the Count's hand, he lunged towards the Marquis. Kira cried out in alarm, Look out. A dull thud was heard, followed by screams. The Count, with teary eyes but a satisfied smirk on his face, as he personally avenged his sister. Shouts rang out, Call the royal physician. Kira stood frozen in shock. She stammered, Grandfather. Afterwards, Kira sat there, stunned. Still terrified, she recalled that moment. The moment the Marquis was assassinated right in front of her. Her face darkened. She let out a series of sobs. Suddenly, Zik approached and asked, Sister, are you okay? I'm sorry. I'm just feeling a little tired. Did I worry you? His hand trembled. He asked fearfully, Sister. He's going to be okay, right? Kira comforted Zik. They've already given him first aid and are performing surgery now. Don't worry too much. Despite saying that, Kira couldn't help but worry. She thought, but he lost so much blood just now. The Count must have stabbed him in a very dangerous place. He's also getting old, so I don't know if the surgery will go smoothly. At that moment, the sound of a door opening was heard. She turned to see the royal physician and the Duke stepping out. Kira rushed over and asked, Your Grace, how's my grandfather's condition? The royal physician replied, I've tried everything I could, but he is still in a coma. Now, all we can do is entrust him to the goddess. A sharp pain shot through Kira, and she staggered, causing the Duke and Zik to cry out. Kira. Sister. I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy. Then you should return to the mansion first. That's right, sister. How about we go home and rest first? I can't. I still have things to do. Your Grace, I would like to see Count Whitebuck. Where is he now? Those present at the hearing as witnesses are being held in a cell for questioning. But that's not a place for you to go. It's all right. He's the one who harmed my mother and even tried to kill my grandfather. As someone involved in this matter, I think I can request to question him. If you say so, I will help you. Zik, if grandfather wakes up while I'm gone, please take care of him for me. I will. Afterwards, the Crown Prince asked in surprise, My lady wishes to go to the prison? Of course, I have no intention of interfering with the investigation, Your Highness. I just have a few things I want to ask the Count. I won't cause any more trouble. The Crown Prince stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then he said, I understand. Follow me. A short while later, they arrived at the prison. Kira covered her nose. She thought, the smell of blood is so strong. Is this a place for torturing prisoners? She turned and said, I'm sorry, but could you two wait outside? I'll be right out when I'm done. When we apprehended the Count, I had his hands and feet tied. But he could still be a danger to you, so be careful. The Duke also warned, if anything happens, call me. I'll come right away. Then Kira entered alone. She wondered if the Count would tell her everything about the secret he and Miss Z are hiding. Perhaps I should try negotiating with him that if he reveals the truth, he might get safety in return. Although the chance of success seems low, it's better than doing nothing. She stood before the cell and called out, Count Whitebuck. I have something to ask you. If you can hear me, please answer me. Count. Suddenly, she saw a streak of blood on the Count's mouth. She realized with horror. She let out a startled scream. Count. Hearing the scream outside, the Crown Prince and the Duke rushed in. What happened? Kira. Your Grace, Count Whitebuck. The Crown Prince immediately called for the guards. The cell door was quickly opened. The Duke went in to check. Then he announced he's dead. He's bleeding profusely from the mouth. It seems he committed suicide by biting his tongue. The Crown Prince asked, could it be that he was afraid of being punished? Kira thought suspiciously, that's strange. The Count didn't commit any rebellious crime. With his status as a high-ranking noble, he could have easily escaped the death penalty. She turned to the guard and asked, when was the last time you saw the Count alive? He was startled and stammered, trembling. That. Kira threatened. You're hiding something, aren't you? No, I'm not. Your Highness, it seems we know who will be the next person locked in this room. This man knows something but has no intention of telling the truth. It's possible he's the one who killed the Count and disguised it as a suicide. The man explained fearfully, no. How could I do such a thing? Then tell everyone here what happened. Hurry up. This is a royal command. The truth is, Lady Z also came here. Impossible. You didn't let her into the cell, did you? Only with the Crown Prince's approval can one meet a prisoner. Yet you allowed someone in without your superior's consent? This is incomprehensible unless you were bribed. The Duke frowned and questioned, what were you thinking, opening the door for her? Think carefully before you answer. It will decide whether you live or die. The man dropped to his knees. I really don't know either. Kira asked in surprise, what did you say? I really don't know why. At that moment, I suddenly lost consciousness and unconsciously opened the door for Lady Z. At that time, Lady Z said she wanted to talk to her uncle for a moment. For some reason, I thought I had to let the lady in. When I came to my senses, I had already opened the cell door. Kira recalled what Erez had said. It's like brainwashing. She uses magic to plant her desires into people's minds. That magic will remain in their minds until the desire is fulfilled. Could this be the ability of Miss Z that Erez mentioned? The Crown Prince punched the wall hard. What the hell are you talking about now? Please believe me. Your Highness, I swear this is the truth, without a hint of falsehood. The Crown Prince said, the fact that you violated palace regulations is also true. Take him away. The guard was dragged away. Your Highness. The Crown Prince sighed and blamed himself. This time, it's my fault. I allowed someone related to the prisoner to freely enter and exit the Imperial Palace. I know it sounds like I'm making excuses for my mistake, but since so many things happened at once, I will immediately issue an order to place Miss Z under house arrest. Kira considered the situation. After Miss Z came here, Count Wybuk committed suicide. This can't be a coincidence. It's clear that Miss Z caused this. Although she knew that by taking action, she would become the prime suspect, she still went ahead and killed the Count. There must be a reason she had to do it. Perhaps she was afraid the Count would reveal everything about the demon race, dark magic, and the pact. There must be many secrets between them that cannot be revealed. The Duke spoke up to reassure her. Don't worry too much, Kira. His Highness has ordered Miss Z to be confined, so no other evidence will be destroyed. To protect the evidence in the mansion, all of the Count's servants will be dismissed. Of course, Miss Z will also be locked in her room and strictly monitored. I understand, Your Grace. Suddenly, Joseph rushed over to report. There's big trouble. Marquis Edinburgh, the Duke, and Kira's faces darkened. They immediately ran back and called for Zik. How are things, grandfather? I don't know. They clearly said he was safe, but suddenly, the Duke rushed inside. How is the Marquis's condition? His condition after the surgery is not good. Just now, his body temperature suddenly rose, and he had a seizure. And. At that moment, the Marquis's weak voice was heard. Grand Duke, I have something to tell you. The Duke immediately moved closer. The Marquis tried to raise his hand. Kira is the Grand Duke's biological daughter. My daughter would never deceive you. I controlled her entire life and raised her. So I know best, Grand Duke. You must believe my words, or you will regret it. With that, the hand clutching the Duke's clothes suddenly went limp. The life of Marquis Edinburgh ended here. Kira ran in, shouting, Grandfather. But the Duke stopped her. Don't look. It's too late. She lowered her eyes. Heartbroken, she leaned her head against her father. Outside, the rain fell in a steady drizzle. Looking at the coffin covered in flowers, Kira and Zik stood there in a daze. Outside, people were gossiping. The atmosphere in the capital is so chaotic lately. It's because two high-ranking nobles passed away. I never thought they would be so reckless. It's like, if I die, I'm taking you with me. Those two were always at each other's throats. And yet they died on the same day. How ironic. At this moment, someone came up to Kira and said, We have to go somewhere else now. May the Marquis always be with you, my lady. She replied dejectedly, Thank you. Suddenly, a voice called out, My lady. It was Joseph. The two walked and talked. How is the investigation going? It's still ongoing, but I think the conclusion will just be that the Count committed suicide. As expected, this is related to her. Her visit to the prison before the Count's death is very suspicious. With Miss Z's personality, there's no way she would sit idly by and watch things unfold like this. Rumors about that were once a hot topic in the Empire, but they are gradually dying down, my lady. That's to be expected, since there's no evidence. After the autopsy, they only noted the wound on his tongue and found no toxins in his body. Suddenly, Joseph said, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's not your fault, Sir Joseph. So how's Miss Z? She's been confined to the mansion by order of the Crown Prince. The Pavis Knights and the Royal Guards are taking turns watching her. She definitely can't move around as freely as she did on the day of the incident. Kira thought, the Count is dead, so the plan to expose Miss Z through him has also failed. If that's the case, now is the perfect time. Since she's being monitored by everyone, she can't do anything. She clenched her fists. I need to quickly prepare to go to the demon world. The scene changes to where Miss Z is under house arrest. She cursed under her breath. The situation now is not good at all. If everything had gone according to plan, I would have found the Spirit Stone by now and be reveling in the suffering of the humans. I told that guy not to act on his own, but he did it anyway. At this point, how can this be salvaged? It's all his fault. That's why I'm under suspicion. He deserved to die for his betrayal. More importantly, I've discovered something. Fortunately, my ability can be used on that guard. It's probably because of the goddess's power that this body is harmed when I try to manipulate the bloodline of Pavas. But if the target is not from the Pavas family, it's fine. I don't know how much this body can endure. In any case, it's still too weak. Suddenly, she was startled when she heard the guard's greeting. Greetings, Grand Duke. The Duke opened the door and entered. Miss C immediately smiled and said, I heard someone would be searching the residence, but I didn't expect Father to come personally. Even though you're suspected by both the royal family and the ducal family, you seem to be doing fine. I don't know what others have said to make you misunderstand me, Father, but please do whatever is necessary. Feel free to question the servants here. Suddenly, the Duke ordered, search for anything related to the name White Buck. Ransack this mansion and the residences of the Count's close associates throughout the Empire. Behave yourself and cooperate with the investigation. Otherwise, I will personally make you confess everything. Why do you think I'm the culprit? The truth is, I have nothing to do with it. I thought you would be anxious, because you didn't have enough time to destroy the evidence, but perhaps I was wrong. Why are you trying to find something that never existed in the first place? I trust that you will conduct a fair investigation. He turned around. Well said. With that, he left. Miss C pursed her lips, glaring sinisterly at his retreating back. Scene change. The Duke said, This is the investigation report on the White Buck family. Earlier, I was quite surprised to see Miss C so calm. But it's true, there were no clues there at all. Kira read while thinking. It's not too surprising since I had anticipated this to some extent. She put the report down. Your Grace, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it about? I will be leaving the capital for a while because I need to find something. Is it very dangerous? She hesitated before replying, No, it's not. However, I want to ensure that no one knows about this trip. Especially Miss C. If she finds out, I don't know what else she'll do. She worried. Will he agree? Suddenly, he asked when. Have you just returned? Within a week. No, I'll be back in about 10 days. All right, I'll announce to the public that you need to recuperate because you're too grief-stricken after the Marquis's death. He leaned down next to Kira. But you must promise me that you will return safely. Seeing his worried expression, she clenched her hand and replied, Yes, Your Grace. Thank you for understanding. Afterwards, Kira prepared to leave as planned. My lady, are you only bringing this much luggage? Yes, if I need anything else, I'll buy it on the way. Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps was heard. It's Zik. And then, my lady, are you all ready? Have a safe trip, my lady. Next holiday, you have to take us with you, okay? Suddenly, another voice called out. My lady. Kira recognized that voice as Joseph's. I will escort you to the carriage. Kira looked at him and asked. You look exhausted. Is it because of the investigation results? He replied, In the end, we couldn't find any evidence that would help the case. Thank you, Joseph. Although I don't show it, I know you've been very tired because of this. This is the first funeral in the family since my mother passed away. I thought I could endure anything, but it turns out I can't. She thought, in my previous life, my grandfather lived well and had no problems. Could it be that he passed away because I changed things? That thought keeps lingering in my mind. At that moment, Kira also stepped into the carriage. Joseph said, I don't know if this action is considered disrespectful, but I must say it regardless. During my time accompanying you, my lady, I sometimes feel worried for your safety. Worried? You used to force yourself to work relentlessly to quickly prove your worth under the name Pavas. But the person you are today has learned to walk her own path. You have become stronger than anyone. It seems your long-held wish has come true. And I am very happy about that. He lifted her hand. If darkness fills the path you walk, then I will gladly become the flame that illuminates your journey. With that, he gently kissed her hand. Whether in the past, present, or future, my feelings will never change. So, I hope you can soon escape from your negative thoughts and live only for yourself. I hope you have a very enjoyable vacation. I will be here waiting for you until the day you return. Kira looked at him bewildered for a moment. Then she smiled and replied, "Okay, I'm leaving now." Afterwards, the carriage rumbled through the forest. The only sound in the quiet space was the cawing of crows. A house appeared in the middle of the desolate forest. Kira slowly opened the creaking door. She was surprised when the whole room lit up with a sparkling light. Erez spoke up, "Oh, you've arrived, my lady. Are you ready?" "Just a moment. I just need to finish drawing the magic circle. Anyway, it's fortunate that we found a place like this. It's not only far from the capital, but also remote, with no one living around." Kira said, "This is a hideout that my grandfather prepared for me in advance, in case I needed a place to hide when Miss Z released her spirit master powers. Are you planning to burn this place down to erase the traces of magic? We'll figure that out later. As long as you and I don't say anything, no one will know about this place." "I understand." At this moment, Erez drew the final stroke. "Done. My lady, come and see. Although I'm quite familiar with the magic that leads to the demon world, it doesn't originally belong to the human world. Therefore, there's a chance it could be affected by Beatrix's power and lead to chaos." "Chaos?" "I've marked the coordinates at Azalea Castle, but we might be teleported to a different location. In the worst-case scenario, we could be separated. Even I'm not sure what will happen." Hearing this, Kira felt a little tense. Erez took her hand. So, he intertwined their fingers. "I think if we do this, the chances of being separated will decrease." "Well then, shall we depart?" She blushed and nodded in agreement. The lights began to move, swirling around the two of them. Kira, both nervous and shy, turned her face away. At this moment, the magic circle began to spin. In an instant, Kira's vision went dark, and they were both pulled into the darkness. The rapid movement terrified Kira. She screamed Erez's name. He reassured her, "Don't be afraid, Kira. Hold my hand tightly." Then, a bright light flashed. Kira slowly opened her eyes. "We've arrived." "Are we in the demon world, Erez?" "Yes, we're here. But just as I predicted, the coordinates are slightly off." Suddenly, Kira realized their faces were too close. Startled, she loosened her grip, and they were separated. She screamed in fear. Ar reached for her hand as she fell away. "My lady, no, take my hand." He narrowed his eyes, damn it. Just then, a rustling sound and a dark aura emanated from behind Ar. A moment later, he caught her. A pair of large wings sprouted from Ar's back, stunning her. He smiled and said, "I've got you." The image of the demon world slowly came into view. Kara asked in surprise, "Is this really the demon world?" "Why? Did you think the demon world would have volcanoes and lava flows?" "As I've said before, this place isn't much different from the human world." The two finally landed somewhere in the demon world. Ar wondered, "Why is it so quiet today?" Kira asked, "This place? Is this Azai's castle?" Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard. A massive gate opened automatically. Kara asked if the gate had opened on its own. Ar turned to her with a serious expression, "My lady, from this point on, it will be quite dangerous." Suddenly, a ferocious demon appeared behind Kara. Ar rushed to shield her, shouting, "Be careful." An explosion immediately followed. Kara's eyes widened in shock as she called out to her above her, "Get out of the way." He looked up to see countless spears hurtling straight down. Then came a series of thudding sounds. All the spears pierced the demon from before. Suddenly, there was a sound of someone landing. A voice said, "Stop these pathetic games. How could you kill him like that? Right, Erez?" It was Azay. Suddenly, the spears began to move. They then gathered around Azay's magic circle. Ar said, "What a warm welcome, Azay." Kara was inwardly shocked. "That person is." He shrugged. "It's been a while since I've seen an old friend, so I got a little excited. When you went to the human world, I thought you'd never come back. Are you here to ask for a favor?" As he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. The surroundings immediately began to tremble. Kira asked Ar, "Is he going to attack us again?" "Don't worry, Kira. This is Azay's ability." "Yes, welcome to my castle." With that, Azay looked at the two of them with one eye. A castle appeared, leaving Kara stunned. A castle. But wasn't it just, this is Aze's true domain. It's a neutral fortress that exists in a third dimension, separate from the real world. Aze is the only one who can open this space. Ar thoughtfully pulled out a chair for Kara. All right, what brings you all the way here to find me? Rajabak has come to the human world. That bastard is plotting to reignite the war between humans and demons. Therefore, Kara continued, I heard that you, Aze, are one of the 13 commanders of the demon world. So, Erez and I came here hoping to get your help in stopping Rajabak. Hearing this, Aze's expression changed. He asked in a commanding tone, help you humans? A dark aura suddenly appeared, surrounding the two of them. Ar shouted, Aze, we don't have time to play games with you. We need to gather the other commanders and hold a meeting quickly. But Ar froze when he heard him say, how insolent, both you and that woman. How dare you ask me to side with humanity? You dogs. While Kira trembled in fear, Ar wondered, why is this happening? Aze was neutral just a moment ago. Even if he dislikes humans, he never showed such hostility towards them. He recalled what Nilila had said before, Aze, how would I know what he's doing? Really, you don't know either? I came to the human world around the same time as you. I haven't heard any news from the demon world since. With our current power, we can't contact anyone in the demon world anyway. I wonder how that Rajabak is doing. Ar couldn't understand what had happened to Aze after the war ended. Now, Ar looked at Aze in shock. Aze, your eye, could it be? It was the humans, no, to be more precise. This is a gift from your merciful goddess. Thanks to her, I lost all my power and ended up like this. Aze, what happened? Do you know how the war ended? Well, the goddess erected a barrier. The moment the barrier was raised, its fragments rained down on the demon world, impossible to dodge or resist. Do you have any idea how many of our people she slaughtered? Kara was inwardly surprised. Fragments. Aze continued, although the barrier destroyed Rajabaka's army and ended the war, we thought the demon world would finally be at peace. But that damn goddess attacked even my comrades, the demons who opposed the war or remained neutral. It's true that Rajabak started the war. But just to protect humans, your goddess flattened the entire demon world. This eye of mine was sealed by a fragment of that damn barrier. After all that, do you think I still want to side with humanity? Answer me, you arrogant fools. Kira folded her hands and spoke. I apologize for my careless words and for angering you. But what if this were a transaction, not just a simple request like I made earlier? I need your power to fight against Rajabaka's schemes. In return, I will find your eye for you. Bold words. What makes you so confident you can find my eye? She replied, because it is a seal of the goddess. Sir, as you know, humanity is blessed by the goddess's favor, and I am a descendant of the only family with a connection to her in the human world. If the power of the fragment comes from the goddess, then I am the only one who can help you at this time. If you can just tell me the location of the seal. Aze immediately told her to the east. In the center of the dried-up lake. I'm not in the mood to give you detailed directions right now. Ar said that's enough, let's go, my lady. As long as I know the location, I can use teleportation magic. Hearing this, Aze smirked. Ar turned and said, send us back to reality. Aze, we will help you. Aze remained silent. Suddenly, the room grew dark. Something flashed in Ar's hand. Lines of light spun around powerfully. His eyes widened in shock. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted. Ar spat out a mouthful of red blood. A startled Kara called out to Ar. Just then, Aze approached and said, that damned thing, it's not as easy to approach as you think. What do you mean? The fragment is part of the barrier created by the goddess. Do you think a demon can approach it so easily? You should know, just touching it means instant death. Fortunately, the only remaining fragment is the one sealing my eye. Besides, do you think the other demons would just leave it alone? Countless demons rushed to the fragment to seize the power from my eye, but not a single one could even touch a corner of it. You could say those fragments are the bane of the demon race. The goddess's power remaining in the fragment has formed a consciousness that repels demons. Are asked in shock, the fragment has a consciousness? It's hard to believe, isn't it, Erez? But reality is cruel. Because even your power has become useless against the fragment. Kara said, so be it, we'll have to go there ourselves, Erez. A wise choice. I'd rather not see an old friend die a meaningless death. Ar grunted. Then he took her hand firmly. My lady, let's go. And so, the two of them walked past Aze. Suddenly, he called out, hey, you weak human. You're still able to walk around in this place, because you've declared you'll bring me something of value. He said darkly, if you fail, you will be discarded. You will face the consequences for your insolence. Despite his threats, Kira remained unfazed and left decisively. Afterward, Ar and Kira reached the east. This was the entrance to the lake. Ar thought to himself, so what Aze said was true. The air here makes my body uncomfortable, I can't breathe. It feels like my very existence is being rejected. His body ached, and he panted as he asked, are you all right, my lady? Huh? Me? Suddenly, she gasped. Wait, Erez. Your arm is bleeding. He grimaced in pain and touched the wound. Oh, this is from the explosion earlier. Why did you endure it until now? We need to stop the bleeding first. With so much blood loss, I wonder if there will be any after effects. I'm fine, it's not like I can't walk. All right, don't push yourself. We need to stop the bleeding before the wound gets worse. It's late anyway, we can go tomorrow. I'm really fine, my lady. We need to act as soon as possible. She said Aze didn't ask for his eye back today. Erez, stop being stubborn and follow me. She pulled him along to find shelter. She took out her cloak and tore it. Then she quickly bandaged Ar's arm. He lowered his eyes and said, I'm sorry. She asked in surprise for what? The Aze I knew was always neutral. I thought he still opposed the war and would side with us. I never expected things to turn out this badly. Aze once declared that the demon world and the human world were no different. I never thought he'd be the one to threaten your safety, my lady. While things are this critical, Kira said, in my opinion, whether demon or human, Aze wouldn't have changed if the war hadn't happened. He had to watch his comrades die due to the goddess's favoritism, and even he himself was sealed and lost his power. As a human, of course, I can only support the goddess. What we've been taught for centuries is that the demon race started the war, and the goddess extended her hand to protect humanity when we were weak. It's just that the past war was caused by a few selfish individuals. But it affected innocent people in both the human and demon worlds. This is the first time I've witnessed their losses firsthand. It's really upsetting. Ar squeezed her hand. In any case, the masterminds of the war were Rajabak and his army, so they are the ones who must pay for everything. Don't be too sad, Kara. She looked at him and replied quietly, okay. In the dark night, the flickering fire was like the only light. Ar and Kira sat opposite each other, as quiet as the silent night. Kara gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Erez, when will it happen? When can the human and demon worlds live in peace? The next morning. Ar was breathing heavily. Kara supported him as they walked slowly. Erez, are you okay? She thought to herself, the bleeding has stopped. But his condition is worse. Is it because we're getting closer to the fragment? Was Aze right? The fragment doesn't allow demons to get near. If we encounter a demon beast in this situation, it would be terrible. Just as she thought of demon beasts, a rustling sound startled her, and she turned around. She saw a small rabbit squeaking. It quickly darted away, and she sighed in relief. It's probably not a demon beast, it looks so cute. She said, just hang on a little longer, Erez. If what Erez said is true, then we're almost. Lost in thought, Kira looked up and saw a stream of water flowing in front of her. She looked up at the source of the light on the other side of the stream. That was the fragment of the barrier that had sealed Aze's eye. Ar, sweating profusely, said in a weak, broken voice, "My lady, I." Then he collapsed, and she cried out in shock. Ar. He panted, reassuring her, "I'm fine, I have to go with you, my lady, but..." She looked at him with great concern. Then she gently brushed his hair back. "There's no need to rush, Erez. Let's rest here for a bit. She turned back to look at the fragment. That thing is right in front of us now. Kara began to cross the cold stream, moving slowly over the protruding rocks. Suddenly, she slipped and staggered. Phew, this place must have been abandoned for a long time. There's so much moss, I need to be more careful. She looked at the fragment. Is that the barrier fragment sealing Azae's eye? She exclaimed, that blue color is so beautiful. It must be because it contains the goddess's power. Suddenly she froze, blue. She quickly stepped closer to it. I've seen this before. My great-aunt once showed me a gemstone that emitted the exact same light. Could this be? She reached out her hand, but suddenly stopped. What's happening? This gemstone gives me a very different feeling from the one I know. It's not just a pleasant, sacred coolness. There's something else. Something's not right. My mind is getting heavier. Is it because the seal on Azae's eye has tainted it with demonic energy? Or is it because I've been in the demon world for too long? If I get closer, will it explode like when Erez used magic earlier? As she thought this, she imagined a loud explosion. She immediately covered her ears with her hands. She reassured herself, don't be afraid, Kara. If I hesitate any longer, R will be in danger. But how do I break the seal? There's nothing I can use as a weapon. Suddenly, a sparkling circular light appeared. The sound made Kara freeze. Huh? What was that sound just now? Suddenly, her arm was pulled in by the streak of light. Then it erupted with immense power, pulling Kara's entire body in. A dazzling light emanated from her entire body. Now, only the sound of flowing water could be heard. R was still sitting there. He leaned against a large tree. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, looked towards the fragment, but couldn't see Kara. He cried out, my lady. R quickly crossed the stream. He ran towards the fragment, disregarding the danger, and called out loudly, my lady, did you touch the fragment? He pounded on the fragment. If you can hear me, answer me. He gritted his teeth and frowned. He screamed Kara's name. Our scream woke Kara up inside. She wondered dazedly, where am I? Is this a hallucination, or have I really been sucked into the fragment? She was startled by something she saw. An eye was floating, surrounded by a dark demonic aura. She reached out her hand. This is Azae's eye. Her hand was about to touch it. But a strange power radiated from around it. Kara quickly pulled her hand back. I can't touch it. The dark power within the eye is rejecting me. But she heard a sound in her ear that made her pause. She turned to look. Who said that? Is anyone there? But no one answered her, only the sound of the wind. Was it the wind? The gusts of wind blew past her hand, and once again, Kara reached for the eye in front of her. She was inwardly surprised. This wind is pulling me towards the seal. I got it. I clearly couldn't touch it before, even if I wanted to. Just then, the eye lit up. It shone with an incredible brilliance. Then it flew up, falling from her hand. Kara reached up and called out, no, don't. But the eye had already soared high into the air. Then it radiated outwards like an explosion. The aura began to dissipate in the air. Below, R felt something different. What is this? I don't feel short of breath anymore. Although it's still a bit uncomfortable, the air around here has definitely changed. He looked up at the barrier fragment and saw Kara slowly stepping out from within. He ran over and asked, my lady, are you all right? What happened in there? But Kara was dejected and said nothing. She blamed herself in disappointment. I've lost Azae's eye. Without Azae's support, how can we stop Rajabaka's plot? It's all my fault. Seeing her, R anxiously shouted her name. Kara. What happened? Are you okay? She looked up at him and sobbed. Azae's eye is gone. Earlier, I tried to touch the fragment while thinking of a way to break the seal, but suddenly a pulling force appeared and dragged me in. I don't know if that place was a hallucination or if it was really inside the fragment. But when I held Azae's eye in my hand, I thought I had succeeded. But while I was trying to figure out how to get out, it shot up into the sky and disappeared. She trembled and stammered. What are we going to do now? We've come so far, and I... Suddenly, R hugged her tightly. You did well, my lady. That eye is returning to Azae. Since it's a part of his soul, It will find its way back if its owner still exists. She asked in surprise, so that means. After that, the two quickly returned to Aze. He heard a sound behind him and turned around to speak. What a surprise. To be honest, I didn't think you two could break this seal. The human you brought seems more interesting than I thought, Eras. Ar said, well then, it's time for you to fulfill your promise, Aze. Go inform everyone. It's been a long time since I've seen the most fearsome faces in the demon world. Aze snapped his fingers. Streams of magic shot upwards. Since this is an urgent matter, they will come right away. You two wait a moment. He probably can't attend the meeting since he's in the human world. Did he send you any message? That guy's always neutral, so it'll probably be the same this time. Suddenly, Kara lowered her head sadly and asked, Sir, may I ask if anyone else was sealed inside this fragment? Aze said demons usually can't withstand its power and disintegrate immediately. It's only because this is my eye, one of the 13 commanders, that it hasn't turned to dust yet. Kira wondered in astonishment, then what was that sound? Just then, bursts of energy flared up. The commanders slowly appeared. Hey, is that Ares? So, you're still alive. We hadn't heard anything, so we thought you were dead and gone in the human world. Thanks for your concern, but it's true that every time I see your face, there's trouble. Kara thought, at first I was worried about meeting the demon commanders, but they're more human-like than I expected. But immediately, a dark voice boomed from behind her, Hey you. This is my spot. A large, strangely shaped shadow loomed behind Kara. Ar said, Hey, we were here first, don't cut in. If you're late, go find another empty spot. Kara looked at it squirming and sighed. Not everyone has a human-like appearance, huh? Next, something flew past and landed on the one from before. Kara marveled to herself, so cute. Is this a cat or a bat? She asked, over there, so small and cute, and yet one of the 13 commanders? Ar explained, that's just one of the forms he usually uses because it's inconvenient to move around. He's actually a dragon. Kara gasped internally, a dragon? Don't worry, my lady. Their appearances may be a bit different from humans, but they're the ones who always fight for the peace of both humanity and the demon race. The girl from earlier asked, I only came because Aze called, but why is a human here? Does this have something to do with the girl next to you? Aze said she's my guest. She turned in surprise. Oh, Aze, your eye is back? When did that happen? Just then, 2 more people appeared behind Aze. Everyone's here now. Enough with the small talk, let's get to the main point. Don't tell me it's Rajabak again. What trouble has she caused this time? It's not that bad yet. Does she want to break the treaty or start a war? I don't think she'd violate the treaty, but it seems the pro-war faction is building an army. Their actions have been quite strange lately. Come on, who wages war these days? Why don't they just focus on making money? The dragon growled, I knew it. There's no way she'd sign the treaty that easily. She probably had no intention of following it from the start, just like last time. Kara asked in surprise, a treaty? Ar said that the demon world had previously signed a treaty not to invade the human world. Really? Since when? Ar hesitated before recounting. At that time, a sword was plunged into the ground. What's wrong with you all? 10 days have passed, and you're still hesitating? I'm about to die of impatience here. Listen, Rajabak, we understand your point. But the goddess might intervene in this matter. We can't just attack recklessly. The goddess is just an excuse. You Henyots simply don't want to fight. What are you saying? Are we just supposed to charge in? If something goes wrong, will you take responsibility? To die on the battlefield is the most glorious death. What's this about? Conquering the human world has no benefits from the start, so why fight? No benefits, so no fighting? Are you aware that you're also a demon? Why are you so cowardly and foolish? Come on, let's just be direct. We've lived for too long. We don't have many desires left. Besides, we've achieved a lot. I don't want to invest in such a risky gamble just so you can satisfy your lust for battle. Then there's nothing more to say. Let me help you end this long life. Are you even listening to me? Face the truth, Rajabak. If you want to start a war, at least give a valid reason. Who would agree with you when all you do is boast about the demon race's instinct for battle? Are sneered. Besides fools like you, who else is there? Rajabak furiously attacked R. He also cast a spell to counter. You want to fight? And so, the two of them clashed fiercely. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted. The two were shocked and quickly dodged. A trench was created after the explosion. Azay appeared and spoke up. Both of you calm down. This is not the time to argue. If you're afraid the goddess will interfere, we just need to scout thoroughly before attacking, right? Rajabak said, in the end, you cowards just want to delay the war. Calm down, Rajabak. What if there's something hidden inside the castle walls? As one of the 13 commanders of the demon world, you can't just charge in blindly like that. Forget about honor. If the entire demon race dies for your pride, it means nothing. Hearing this, she was startled. But then she said, so how long are you going to endure this humiliation? Do something. Then why don't you go and scout the situation in the human world yourself? Find out what power the goddess has given them, how dangerous it is, and how it affects us. If you still decide to attack after carefully considering the situation, then we will go to war. The other commanders spoke up. Wait a minute, Azay, doesn't that mean everything depends on her word? What if she stubbornly says it's safe even if it's dangerous? You've all been inactive for 10 days based on subjective judgment. Rajabak should also have a chance to prove her point. That's only fair. Anyway, the war has already started and countless of our people have died. To not waste their sacrifice, we must choose the path that benefits the demon race the most. However, as long as what the goddess left in the human world has the potential to cause us fatal damage, then I can no longer risk the survival of the demon race in this war. We will immediately withdraw our troops and cease hostilities. At that moment, R looked at her with eyes full of hatred. Then a commander asked, so what's your plan now, Rajabak? The goddess also has her limits when interfering in this world, just as a pregnant woman can sing a lullaby to her unborn child, but cannot directly hug and kiss it. Although she is omnipotent, she cannot directly help humans. Anyway, I need to send out a reconnaissance team quickly. You have subordinates at the border, right? Capture some hostages and interrogate them for information. So they captured and interrogated human soldiers. They begged, please spare me. But after getting some information from them, Rajabak mercilessly slaughtered them. She asked, what are spirits? I heard that those with special bloodlines can control spirits. It's true that spirits and demons are incompatible. She mused, the goddess didn't bless all of humanity, but only chose a single family? Strange. No matter how strong they are, it's still just a single individual. Or is that her limit? I feel like something's not right. Maybe we should investigate further? No need. A few people can't do anything. Even if they're hiding something, it doesn't matter. If we don't attack, how will we know what they have? She thought to herself, how can war be meaningless? As long as I win, the number of my subordinates will skyrocket. Then I'll have enough power to rule the demon world. And eliminate all the stubborn thorns in my side like Erez. My demon world will become more powerful and splendid than ever before. An era that all demons will admire. At this thought, she felt overjoyed. It's all for a paradise of my own. Based on the information gathered from the human world, Rajabak convinced Azay and other neutral demons to join the war. In the end, the demon race decided to invade the human world. And then, R continued his story. A barrier rumbled into existence before them. All the demons looked up in astonishment. A commander shouted, you tricked us, you will definitely. Before he could finish, Rajabak stabbed him, taking his life. Her face was a mask of ferocity. Azay, holding a girl in his arms, stared at the barrier in amazement. The sky seemed to be torn apart as fragments from the goddess's barrier rained down like a waterfall on the demon world. That was the consequence of Rajabaka's overconfidence, a power that saved humanity but was a catastrophe for the demon race. Back in the present, you could say the main military force of the demon world was annihilated at that time. We retreated and signed a treaty not to invade the human world. In truth, invading the human world offers no benefits. To get to the other side, we have to march through another dimension. It's not just a matter of crossing a mountain or two. After reaching the battlefield, we have to immediately engage in combat. For what? Just to satisfy the bloodlust instinct of the demon race, as Rajabak said? From our perspective, war doesn't bring enough benefits to justify the effort. The pink-haired girl added, at least if there were a worthy opponent or a sworn enemy, there would be motivation to fight. Most of the high-ranking demons still alive today have almost no hostility towards humans. The longer we live, the more we want to be content with what we have rather than getting involved in reckless affairs. Kara said, I didn't know anything about what you're talking about. To humanity, we only know that invasions happen frequently. The girl continued, that was when we were young. The age of passion. The dragon spoke up. By the way, how can Rajabak be in the human world? Did she make a contract with a human? R replied, that's right, but I don't know the details of their contract. But it's impossible for a human noble to beg for a war with the demon race. Perhaps the cause is a personal grudge and Rajabak is blowing it out of proportion. The most important thing now is how to stop Rajabaka's tyranny. If we don't act, she will break the barrier and incite a war. First, we must punish her for violating the treaty, and while we're at it, we should deal with her pro-war faction lackeys. But to do that, we have to bring her soul back to the demon world. What if she signs another contract to stay in the human world? Azay said, everyone calm down. Is there any concrete evidence that Rajabak intends to reinvade the human world? If it's just suspicion or speculation, we can't publicly punish her. R hesitated at that. Kara thought, Eras can't talk about time reversal. If he reveals everything, they will know his weakness. She quickly spoke up for R. About that, Rajabak. She has been caught trying to break the spirit stone multiple times. In addition, she's aiming for the position of spirit master in the human world. At first, I thought it was just for revenge against our family. But her real purpose in becoming a spirit master is to get close to the spirit stone. It is the medium that proves the contract between the goddess and humanity. If it is broken, it will lead to the collapse of the barrier. And Rajabaka's ultimate goal is definitely war. The pink-haired girl said, with her personality, if her goal was revenge, she would have killed everyone herself and returned. Why be so roundabout? Anyway, that's just speculation. It's not enough to be called evidence. After that, everyone fell silent. No one said a word. After a moment, Azay sighed. This is tense. We need to find evidence, but if we let her act freely, it will be too late. Kara replied, I think we have to take a step ahead and create the evidence. Then, the moment she breaks the spirit stone, will that be enough to convict her? But how do we do that? Let me be clear, because of the barrier, we can't help. She said, I've tricked Rajabak with a fake spirit stone before. This time will be similar, but if the current spirit master cooperates, she will fall into the trap. So, the evidence is set. The next thing is how to bring Rajabaka's soul back to the demon world when the human body she's inhabiting dies. The soul will return to where it belongs, just as my eye returned to my body. When the barrier was erected, Rajabak was with us. Perhaps her original body is still in the demon world. So, suddenly, R cut in, wait a minute. Rajabaka's soul cannot cross dimensions to return to the demon world. The low-level demon beasts trapped in the human world completely vanished as soon as they were destroyed. What? Then what should we do? If she disappears, what excuse do we have to punish the pro-war faction? Normally, we could retrieve her soul. But because of the barrier, we can't go to the human world. Erez, you can move through dimensions with your ability, right? Can you take us to the human world like you did with this human? I was only able to do it because the subject was human. This type of magic can only contain one demon at a time. If you really want to try, you'll have to fuse with me. Fuse with you? That's disgusting. Suddenly Kara looked. Azay seemed to have an idea. She hesitated before speaking up about it. What if I become the one who makes the contract and summons Azay? We just have to do it when Rajabaka's soul leaves the body. R said in surprise. Will this be okay? Dark magic in the human world? She added, if the contract isn't fulfilled, the human doesn't have to pay a price. Demonic energy swirled around Aze. He smiled and extended his hand. Interesting. Then we'll go and monitor the pro-war faction's movements first. If anything seems off, we'll report it to everyone immediately. With that, they vanished instantly. Ar asked, my lady, do you remember the summoning ritual? She nodded, yes, then let's return to the human world. Hongda. Aze asked if she intended to approach Rajabak as soon as she returned. We need to meet and convince the current spirit master first. Although it will be a bit difficult, please don't worry. The plan will be carried out as soon as possible. Are you going with her too? Yes, probably. I will support Kira. Will that be okay? A human body will limit your power. I'm just afraid Rajabaka's power in the human world will have the upper hand. Not to mention you were just seriously injured by the barrier fragment when you arrived. With that, Aze looked down at the stone below. He stomped his foot down hard. The stone flew up, and he quickly caught it. Aze clenched the stone in his hand, making it glow. He handed it to Ar. I will share a part of my soul with you. Since you said you can't bring it to the human world, you should absorb it now while you're still here. Good luck to both of you. Then Ar held the stone in front of his face and absorbed it. He said, in all my years, this is the first time I've seen Aze willingly share his power with someone else. Does that thing really contain Aze's soul? From the outside, it looks like an ordinary rock. Oh, this is a magic stone. Kira asked in surprise. A magic stone? It was just lying on the floor a moment ago. Ar said it's only rare in the human world, but there are plenty of them here. Aze's castle itself is a giant magic stone crystal. Hearing this, Kara was utterly astonished. It's done. Let's go home, Kara. Kara stepped forward and tightly grasped Ar's hand. He teased, my lady, why the hand, huh? Because you said there's a chance we could get separated since the coordinates aren't fixed when moving between two spaces. He thought to himself, it's only dangerous here. In the human world, she's the boss. Thinking this, Ar squeezed her hand tighter. Right, I forgot. Let's go. The magic circle glowed. It shot straight up. Then the two landed safely. Great, this teleportation was very smooth. So, should we head to the ducal mansion first? Kara was silent and thoughtful. I was in the demon world for about 3 days, still a few days left from my previous promise. She said, wait a minute, Erez. I want to stop by the village for a bit. It would be strange to return in the clothes we left in. I understand. The scene changes to a bustling, crowded village. Ar and Kara slowly appeared. It's getting dark. I think the shops for nobles are already closed. What should we do? Suddenly, Kara saw some fabric not far away. She walked over and said, simple clothes will do. We'll just pretend we don't want to be noticed while on vacation. Suddenly, a young boy ran up quickly and bumped into Kara, startling her. The boy hurriedly said, I'm sorry. It's okay, don't run so fast or you'll fall. Then the boy ran off. She watched his retreating back and thought to herself, exposing Cosette is important. But for me, the most important thing is to protect the precious and simple moments of every person here. From the selfish schemes of the great demon Rajabak. I'll go see my great-aunt as soon as dawn breaks and put an end to all of this. Later, at the estate of Grand Duke Louis Pavis. The carriage rumbled in the late afternoon. Kara stepped down from the carriage. Welcome back, my lady. Joseph extended his hand forward. She looked at him and smiled. Then took Joseph's hand. I'm home. Joseph said, you're back earlier than expected, my lady. Traveling alone wasn't fun at all. Next time, I'll definitely bring everyone with me. You're the best, my lady. I promise to follow you for the rest of my life. From a distance, the sound of running feet was heard. Young master, please be careful. Zik called out excitedly, sister, you're back. Then he rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Sister, she said with a gentle, caring voice. Zik, have you been well lately? Then she turned to the maids. Rose, Emily, could you two prepare a bath for me? I want to bathe right after seeing the Duke. Yes, my lady. She then went to knock on the Duke's door. He sat inside and said, "Come in. You're back earlier than expected. How was your trip?" "I've found my target. It wasn't very dangerous. Sir, although this is quite sudden, I would like to set out to see my great-aunt tomorrow morning." "Your great-aunt? Is it that urgent?" "I need to discuss a matter related to Cosette with my great-aunt. Sending a letter would take too long, so I'd like to ask you to send someone tonight." "All right, I'll have the servants prepare immediately." "Thank you, sir." With that, she turned to leave. But the Duke called out Kara. He asked, "This matter related to Cosette, can't you tell me about it? I trusted you and didn't force you to tell me what you were looking for, but—" He approached her. "If it's for your safety, I will support you wholeheartedly. So I also hope you will rely on this father of yours a little." She called out in surprise, "Your Grace." She said thoughtfully, "Nothing is certain yet, so I dare not tell you." She thought about demons, dark magic, and even time travel. All of these things would cause a huge stir. "I can't let him know right now." She said, "At the right time, I will definitely tell you everything." Hearing this, he was a bit surprised, then smiled with relief. "Yes, you must be tired too. Go get some rest." She left the Duke's room. She returned to her room and collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. Emily said, "My lady, you should brush your hair. I'm just going to lie down for a bit. Emily, could you bring me a cup of tea?" Emily immediately went to prepare it. As the door closed, Kara stared at the ceiling, deep in thought. "The past 3 days have been so hectic. I can't believe I went to the demon world. Just as Eras said, it's not that different from here. Even though it's another dimension, it looks more like a country. If it weren't for the pro-war faction like Rajabak, perhaps the war wouldn't have happened. The goddess wouldn't have needed to intervene, and the demon and human worlds wouldn't have become enemies. If I defeat Rajabak and awaken my spirit master powers, can I change the relationship between the two worlds?" Suddenly, Emily rushed in, calling out, My lady, you need to come to the main hall right away." Kara sat up with a start, then heard the sound of running feet. Downstairs, the Duke was shouting, "This is absurd. Have you checked thoroughly?" "It's true, sir. We've searched the entire White Box estate. But Lady Cosette has disappeared." Just as Kara came downstairs and heard this, her face darkened in shock, and she cried out, "What?" The Duke yelled, "Why did Cosette suddenly disappear? Didn't I assign you to patrol continuously? How could you let this happen?" The knight replied, "After patrolling the area and returning, we found that not only the knights, but even the servants in the White Box estate had been knocked out. Someone must have broken in, Your Grace." Kara rushed over and asked, "Were there any signs of a struggle at the scene?" "No, ma'am. There were no wounds on the victims, but they wouldn't wake up no matter how we called them." Kara thought to herself, could it be? Did Cosette use her power like last time? I was too careless. I thought she couldn't use that power at will and was imprisoned, so I let my guard down. I never expected she would be so reckless, even if it meant being discovered. Suddenly, Kira realized something. The reason Cosette is acting so desperately must be to quickly destroy the Spirit Stone. She cried out in alarm, "My great-aunt is in danger." She quickly ran upstairs. Seeing her strong reaction, the Duke called out, "Kara." "Sir, we need to go to my great-aunt's place right now. I'll go ahead, but please handle things at the White Box estate and report to the temple for me. Emily, wake everyone in the mansion. And Sir Joseph, please gather the knights for me." "Yes, my lady." "Rose, please prepare a sword and riding clothes for me." "Yes, my lady." Kira quickly went into her room. As she tied her hair, she calculated. According to the original plan, my great-aunt and I would plan to set a trap for Cosette together. Damn it, if only I had returned from the demon world a little earlier. The communication device. I need to inform Erez that the plan has changed, but where did I put it? Rose and Emily rushed over. "My lady, everyone has. My lady, here are your riding clothes." The two of them rushed over and unexpectedly tripped over each other. Kara yelled, "Rose. Emily." Then a loud thud was heard. They both fell to the ground with a thump. "Ouch! Are you two okay?" I'm sorry, my lady. We were in a hurry." Suddenly, Kara froze. She saw the communication stone that had fallen during the maid's tumble. She rushed over to it. She tapped and pressed the button, but there was no signal. She cried out internally, "Is it broken? Why at a time like this? Emily, send a few knights to the magic tower for me. Use my name to summon a mage here immediately." "Yes, yes," Rose said. "My lady, let me help you change." Kara stood in thought. Forget the temple. But it's quite far from here to the magic tower. Can I get there in time? Soon, the sound of horse hooves echoed in the quiet night. Kara sped off like the wind, even if no one else could make it. But I must protect my great-aunt at all costs, definitely. The scene shifts to Johanna Pavis's residence. "A visitor at this hour?" The butler replied, "Yes, it's..." Suddenly, Cosette burst in. Then she suddenly knelt down. "Please listen to me, I've been framed, great-aunt. Father imprisoned me in the mansion, even though there was no evidence for the accusation." "Oh my, Cosette, get up quickly." She sobbed. "I begged and explained that it was all Uncle's doing, that I was innocent, but no one would believe me." Her aunt bent down to comfort her. "I know, now you..." But before she could finish, her eyes widened in shock. A gleaming knife appeared. Cosette pointed it straight at Johanna's neck. A few hours earlier at the White Box estate. The knights sighed in frustration. "I'm so bored from not being able to train these past few days. How long do we have to stay here anyway? I think we'll be done by the end of this week. When I get back, I'm going to ask for a sparring match with the lady. Weren't you the one who was most afraid of her before? But if it's this week, you won't be able to see the lady." Why? "I heard she had to go on a retreat because of recent events. The lady must be very tired." Inside, Cosette was listening. She was surprised Kara isn't in the capital right now. She stepped back inside. "My body has fully recovered. If it's now..." With that thought, she pushed the door open. "Lady Cosette, you are not allowed to go out without permission. I'm sorry, I accidentally spilled tea on myself. I feel very uncomfortable. Can I take a bath? I'll be as quick as I can." "Okay. Well, I suppose there's no other way. Then I'll call a maid." Cosette interrupted. "You two knights look very tired. You should get a deep sleep until dawn tomorrow." "What?" Cosette stared directly into the knight's eyes. Soon, they collapsed to the ground. Just then, someone came to relieve them. "I'm here for my shift." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted in alarm. "Lady Cosette." But she had already escaped through the window. The knight helplessly shouted, "Alert! All soldiers, attention! Lady Cosette is escaping." She was running for her life. Then she suddenly ran into a group of knights, blocking her way. "Please stop and return, my lady. You are not allowed to go any further." Cosette panted. "I don't want to waste my energy here, but I have no other choice." She closed her eyes, then opened them wide, her irises blood red, and shouted, "Get out of my way." Immediately, the knights seemed to become unconscious. They dropped their swords with a clatter. Then they all collapsed, unconscious. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. "Stop. You are surrounded. If you resist, we will not show mercy." She looked at the group of knights and said, "Well, it would be a hassle if I were pursued, so this is good too." "What are you talking about?" Cosette gathered demonic energy in her hand. "All of you are just ordinary humans, not of Pavis blood. Blame it on your own bad luck." With that, a bloody, dark demonic energy enveloped the entire mansion. After dealing with the knights, she ran off in a hurry. In front of her was a carriage waiting. Cosette quickly boarded the carriage. "Drive to the location I told you. After I get off, you continue driving to the cliff." "Yes, I understand." She sighed in relief. Then she closed her eyes tightly to contact her allies in the demon world. "It's been a long time, Rajabok. This is the first time we've contacted each other since then. Is it time?" "Yes, it's almost done. As soon as the spirit stone is broken and the barrier disappears, you must march immediately. It's time to avenge the humiliation we suffered 500 years ago." Back in the present, Cosette smirked triumphantly. Johanna turned to call for Gordon. "Why are you still standing there? Quickly." But the housekeeper had already collapsed on the floor. Johanna stammered, what did you do to her? I don't know, maybe she was tired? She screamed for help. Is anyone out there? Anyone at all, come here immediately. She sneered, it's useless, great aunt. Everyone is already asleep, very soundly at that. Johanna asked, trembling, are you going to kill me? She pressed the knife closer. How could I kill you, great aunt? You still have much to do. Now then, lead me to where the spirit stone is kept. Then, the sound of footsteps echoed in the quiet night. Johanna thought to herself, it's strange. It was the same when she caused a disturbance at the villa. Why is this child so obsessed with the spirit stone? It's just a symbol of the goddess's contract. Could it be that she's doing this because she thinks the stone can help her awaken her powers? Could it be that because Count Whitebox murdered Marquis Edinburgh, Cosette is acting so desperately because her own position has been shaken? A spirit master has no offensive abilities. No matter how hard I try now, I can't defeat an opponent with a weapon in hand. If I die, there will be no one left to expose Cosette's terrible actions. I have to stay calm for now. The child won't do anything to the spirit stone. If only someone would come here. At that moment, Cosette's hand trembled. She gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I've really overexerted myself. But this is the only chance while Kira is not in the capital. This body is almost at its limit, but it should still be able to destroy the spirit stone. But it would be good to recover a little just in case something bad happens. She asked suspiciously, it seems we've gone quite far, haven't we? Are you sure you're going the right way? It's nothing. I'm just afraid you're up to something else. Johanna said, we're here. She exclaimed in surprise, what? This is where the spirit stone is kept. Johanna raised her hand. Her hand glowed. The energy immediately radiated outwards. Cosette's eyes widened with excitement. As expected. Hidden so well, no one but the current spirit master could find it. She quickly approached the door. The great aunt glanced at her. Then she once again used her power to open the massive door. Suddenly, Cosette froze. Wait. No matter how weak, this body still has Pavis blood flowing through it. It's possible her power could help this body. She raised her knife threateningly. Great aunt, transfer that power to me right now. You can do that, can't you? The great aunt wondered, what does it want? But she quickly complied, give me your hand. She placed her hand on Cosette's and began to transfer her power. Cosette was thrilled, excellent. I can feel the power in my body slowly recovering. Won't I immediately become a spirit master after awakening? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Trying to prove if I'm the real or fake lady is useless now. After thinking, Cosette said, let's go inside and see. As soon as they entered, they saw fragments of spirits scattered on the ground. Cosette asked, is there anything like a trap here? The great aunt shook her head and said, this is a place that no one but me can know about from the start. No one can enter here. You'd better not be lying to me. Cosette, if you intend to use the stone to awaken your spirit powers, it's useless. I promise not to punish you too harshly if you stop now. There's no need for that. As she finished speaking, she suddenly swung the knife. A cut appeared on the great aunt's face. You should worry about yourself. With your weak, old body, if you anger me, I don't know if you'll have the strength to lecture others. The great aunt gritted her teeth in anger, but was helpless. This way. The two of them slowly went deeper inside. Cosette's eyes widened. She stared at the glowing stone in front of her. She thought to herself, just by looking at it, I can tell it's completely different from the low-level spirit stones I've seen before. This is definitely the goddess's stone. Johanna turned to her and asked, satisfied? Let's go back to the mansion now. Cosette's face darkened, and she said coldly, thanks for showing me the way, great aunt. Suddenly, a swishing sound was heard. Johanna took the opportunity to retreat. The knife in Cosette's hand fell to the ground. You troublesome brat. Cosette turned around and stared. You always interfere at the most crucial moments, don't you, Kira? Kira shouted her name, Cosette. She immediately charged forward like the wind, swinging her sword at Cosette. She managed to dodge Kira's attack. Damn it, if I hadn't dodged in time, I would have been done for. Kara continued to charge, bringing her sword down on her. Cosette also managed to dodge just in time. Her eyes were cold as steel. She continuously swung her sword at her. Kara put all her strength into the sword. Then she swung hard, and Cosette used her power to block it. The powerful blow pushed her back. Kara thought, I suspected it when I saw all the servants in the mansion passed out. As expected, she's after the spirit stone. If I had been a little later, it would have been a disaster. Suddenly she heard Joseph call out, Lady Johanna. Are you all right? He saw her weakly coughing. Kara quickly said, Sir Joseph, please take her back to the mansion immediately. There's sedative in the drawer that she usually uses. Joseph hesitated and called out to the lady. She urged him, hurry up. He gritted his teeth and obeyed. Then he picked up Johanna. I'll be right back. With that, he quickly carried her away. Cosette giggled, a spirit master so weak? Well, thanks to that, I was able to get in here. Cosette, the priests and the Pavis Knights will be here soon. You know what will happen if everything you've done is exposed to everyone, right? She smirked. Then she suddenly lunged forward. You still think I care about that stuff? She used her bare hands to block Kara's sword. Kara was shocked. What kind of power is this? She continued, the important thing is that I found the spirit stone. According to the plan, the spirit stone will be shattered into pieces. And everything will end. Kara gripped her sword tightly and replied, We'll see about that. With that, she swung, knocking her back. Kara's aura flared up fiercely. It made Cosette a little startled. Once again, Kara aimed at her and slashed, this time with incredible force. It forced Cosette to use demonic energy to block it. Kara smirked and asked, Are you sure it's okay to expend your demonic energy like that? That's not your real body, so it must be under some pressure. As I thought, you knew everything. Erez, that bastard told you, didn't he? I'll give you credit for not running away despite knowing my identity. But Kara, as you said, I'm not as free as I am in my real body. But that doesn't mean I can't use the power in this human body. With that, Cosette pointed upwards, and a dark demonic energy appeared. A rumbling sound was heard as the ceiling immediately shattered. Then it collapsed onto Kara's position, but luckily she managed to dodge in time. The surprise wasn't over. Cosette continued her attack. Kara blocked it and was pushed back. She's used her power on many people at the White Box estate and her Greytance estate. When will she finally reach her limit? Kara bit her lip tightly. She charged forward to counterattack, thinking that even though she wasn't sure, having a weapon was still an advantage for now. Suddenly, she froze. A knife appeared, imbued with demonic power. It suddenly slashed towards her, and Kara realized. Cosette's dagger. Seems the captain of the Night Order is a bit different, huh? You have a sharp eye. In the end, you're just a human. With that, Cosette moved as fast as lightning, closing the distance. Everything happened very quickly. Only the sound of clashing and a spurt was heard, followed by the sound of crumbling. Dust flew everywhere. Kara, I really hate you. You constantly obstruct everything I do. Just mentioning you makes me sick. She took Kara's sword. Because of you, I've had to do so many useless things that I can't even remember them all. So, she stepped on Kara's body. I will make a special point of killing you slowly and deliberately. It's a pity my power doesn't work on the Pavis bloodline, but I can still affect the space you're in. Kara realized the black smoke wasn't demonic energy. Cosette continued, Your breathing is getting more ragged, your vision is darkening. And this blade will slowly pierce your skin and stab straight into your heart. Feel every bit of the sensation of you slowly dying. You should be grateful to me for that. This world will be destroyed by my army sooner or later anyway. Isn't it kind of me to kill you first? Kara could only grit her teeth in anger. Cosette's eyes lit up with joy. Well, goodbye, Kara. The tip of the sword slowly descended towards Kara's chest. Kara trembled and thought, I have to get out of here, but I can't move. At this moment, Kara's vision blurred. She cursed inwardly, damn it, my consciousness. Am I just going to die like this without stopping, Rajabok? The flower earring suddenly cracked. Then it shattered. A burst of light erupted. R appeared just in time. Cosette turned to see R rushing towards her. He shouted in alarm, "My lady." With that, R unleashed a blast at Cosette. She was caught off guard and immediately blocked it. Ugh. But because R's demonic power was incredibly strong, Cosette was sent flying. Kara asked in surprise, "Erez, how are you here?" He replied, "It's thanks to the earrings. I told you that if she harmed you in a special way, I would appear immediately." So this special part was the demon's ability. "My lady, can you get up? What on earth is going on?" And our plan, just as he said this, R's face suddenly darkened. His whole body ached. Then he collapsed to the ground. Kira asked worriedly, "Erez, what's wrong?" "I don't know either. I'm suddenly having trouble breathing." Kira realized this condition was exactly like when they were in the demon world. She looked up towards the spirit stone. Is it because Cosette used her power that the spirit stone is having problems? As she was thinking, Cosette spoke up, "How long are you going to dally?" She unleashed a powerful demonic energy. The ceiling shattered and large rocks fell. She pushed the rocks towards R and Kara. Startled, she leaped in front of R. Over here, Cosette continued to use her demonic power. A fierce explosion erupted. Dust and smoke filled the room. Kara stood in front of R, trying her best to defend. This surprised Cosette, who let out a hum. "You can block that with those injuries?" She mocked R. "So, even when attacked like this, you don't know how to fight back, and you even hide behind a human. Where has the pride of the demon race gone? Erez, when did you become so weak?" Suddenly, R glanced at the spirit stone. It was trembling, covered in a dark demonic energy. Then he looked at R, who was breathing with difficulty. She smirked, "Because you're using a demon's body, you're being affected by that thing, aren't you?" She laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, how pathetic. One of the 13 demons, and you can't even stand properly? So pathetic it's laughable." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged. She immediately closed in on Kara. "What now, Kara? He can't help you at all. It seems the heavens are on my side." Kara thought to herself, "Damn it, I'm being pushed back." Cosette raised her hand. "Give up and rest in peace." R narrowed his eyes with intense focus. With what little strength he had left, he lunged forward and grabbed Cosette's hand. Flames erupted around his body and transferred to Cosette's, making her grit her teeth in anger. Kara tightened her grip on her sword, thinking, "This is the moment." She immediately slashed at her, but Cosette jumped back in time to dodge. She retreated. How annoying. Then she clutched her throbbing arm. She thought to herself, "I have to immobilize one of them. I'll have to cover this place with demonic energy again." At this point, R had no strength left. Kara asked, "Erez, are you okay?" He staggered and replied, "I can still move." Kara wondered in confusion, "What should I do? This is harder than I thought." The spirit stone's energy and the demon's demonic power are clashing, making Erez's condition dangerous. "Can I hold out until Cosette reaches her limit?" R called out, "Lady Rajabok." But she looked at Cosette suspiciously. Why is she just standing there? She should have attacked by now. Suddenly, R spoke up, "As I thought. After our recent clash, everything has become clear. Rajabok, you currently have 2 souls existing within you, don't you?" Hearing this, Cosette was startled. Kara was also surprised and turned to ask, "2 souls?" "When we met at the hunting competition. You were in a stable state, so I didn't feel anything unusual. But when you use the demon's power excessively, the weak human body can't handle it, and problems arise from within. When the soul's vessel becomes unstable, the true owner of this body, Cosette, who was suppressed by Rajabok, has emerged." She said, "Even if you're bluffing, there's a limit. There's no way 2 souls can coexist in one body. The body you're possessing is not that of an ordinary human. Although it hasn't manifested, that body definitely carries the bloodline of a spirit master. Not to mention, spirits and demons are complete opposites. No matter what method you use, you can't possibly merge them into a single, complete being. It's useless to hide it." Rajabak, I was the first demon to discover your true identity in the human world. I am more sensitive to souls than any other race. Not everyone is so easily deceived. She challenged angrily, so what if that's true? What can you do to me? So, what if another soul coexists? The fact that you all will die here remains unchanged. Asked Kara, my lady, does the spirit stone contain a portion of the goddess's power? I don't know. It's always been considered just proof of the covenant, but if it's affecting you, then it probably does. Rajabak is clearly exhausted. As I just said, I can feel the instability in her soul. My lady, can you seal her in the spirit stone like Azazai? That would be great, but I'm not sure if I can. While they were talking, Kara was startled. She quickly rushed forward, calling out, "R." Then she struggled to block Cosette's attack. She said coldly, "You talk too much. Are you plotting something?" She glared. "I'll say it again." Seeing the dark and powerful demonic energy from Cosette approaching, R quickly said, "My lady, get behind me." Cosette got closer and closer. By now, R had created a shield. But Cosette's demonic power was too strong, completely overwhelming R. Beads of sweat appeared on his face as he cried out, "Ugh, the shield can't hold." Finally, it cracked. R immediately said, "My lady, when I give the signal, attack Rajabak immediately. The moment the shield breaks is when she will lose sight of me." She hesitated, "But if I do that, you are interrupted. There's no time." "Now, attack on the count of 3. Kara could only do as R said, her eyes intensely focused. The count began. 1. Her hand tightened on her sword. 2. R saw the opportunity. He counted. 3. Immediately, a brilliant explosion erupted. Then, dust and smoke filled the air. Cosette snorted coldly. What a waste of time. From within the smoke, Kara charged forward with her sword, and as she got closer, she shouted the name. "Cosette." She immediately slashed at her. "Ugh." Cosette clutched her stomach and coughed up blood. "A lowly creature like you dares." Before she could finish, Kira pressed her advantage and slashed at her repeatedly. Cosette gritted her teeth and thought, if this drags on, this weak body won't be able to take it anymore. I have to hurry. First, she glanced over at R. He was breathing with difficulty. Wheezing. Seeing Cosette gathering demonic energy in her hand, Kara quickly retreated to dodge. It seemed Kara sensed something. She thought, her demonic power has weakened. Thinking this, Kara immediately charged forward. She swung her sword at her. When her power weakens, I just need to cut her down. All right, I just need to buy a little more time. Suddenly, Cosette changed the direction of her attack. Kara thought in confusion, the demonic energy was redirected? Damn it, I was tricked. She shouted, "Erez, get out of the way." Kara quickly ran over. But R was still sitting there, staring blankly as Cosette approached. Then, a massive explosion erupted. Cut to the Duke. "Sir, all the priests are on board." "All right, let's head to my aunt's house now." He looked up at the stars. He silently called for Kara. Back with Kara, the sound of crumbling echoed loudly. She stood protectively in front of R, surprising him. He stammered, "My lady." Suddenly, Kara spat out a mouthful of red blood. Her face, stained with blood, turned to ask, Are you okay?" As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. R cried out in alarm, "My lady." He shouted, "Damn it, healing magic." As he reached out his hand, a blast of demonic energy flew towards him. R was sent flying. He crashed into the wall, causing it to crumble. Cosette slowly approached. "You've always been a thorn in my side." Cosette punched R hard in the face. "If you've left the demon world, you should have lived a quiet, peaceful life. Why do you always have to meddle in other people's affairs and cause trouble?" With that, Cosette kicked R. "It's natural for the strong to prey on the weak. Why do you keep getting in my way? Open your eyes and watch. The moment of conquest of the human world that you tried so hard to prevent will begin with these very hands." As soon as she finished her sentence, she attacked R. A massive explosion erupted, sending dust and debris flying throughout the room. Cosette panted from overexertion. From the smoke, R emerged, lying in a pool of blood. She thought to herself, he's tenacious. I can finish him right now. He can't move anyway, so I should destroy the spirit stone first. This body is at its limit too. She thought and turned away. Once the spirit stone is destroyed, there's no need to deal with him anymore. And so, Cosette headed towards the spirit stone. Suddenly, she froze. Kara staggered to her feet, shielding the spirit stone. She was panting heavily. You're really annoying, Kara. How long do you think you can last in that battered body? Kara didn't answer, but gripped her sword and charged. Cosette easily dodged to the side. Kara continued to slash relentlessly, but she was quickly countered by Cosette. Cosette's hand tightened around Kara's neck. The sword fell from her hand with a clatter. Humans, whether 500 years ago or now, are just as foolish. That's why you're always beneath the demon race. Those who resist will die. If you're smart and obedient, you might even be treated as our pets. That world will come soon. How disgusting humans must be over time. Suddenly, a magic spell appeared. It pierced Cosette. She turned back in shock and saw that it was R. He had used all his remaining strength in that last attack. Because of that, Kira also escaped from Cosette's grasp. He still has demonic energy? He's as persistent as a leech. Kara thought, both Erez and I are in no condition to fight anymore. She clenched her fists, but she couldn't just stand by and watch the spirit stone be destroyed. As long as I can stop Rajabok. With that thought, Kara immediately charged. She dragged Cosette down with her into the nearby pool of water. The two of them sank into the cold water. Cosette cried out, "Do you want to die? I'd rather die than let you destroy the spirit stone." She gritted her teeth. She pummeled Kara. She gasped for air. But she held on tight and didn't let go. Cosette cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's getting harder to breathe. Can this body not take it anymore? The two of them sank deeper and deeper into the lake. Kara thought to herself, all right, that's enough, it's all over. Suddenly, Kara froze when she saw a faint figure. She wondered, what was that? What did I just see? Suddenly, a bright light appeared. Cosette cried out in shock, this light, could it be? Kara's eyes also widened in astonishment. Her eyes gradually filled with that dazzling light. Then Kara opened her eyes. She was standing in a void. This is the place I visited when I was in the demon world. It seems this is the world inside the spirit stone. Why am I here? Suddenly, a strong beam of light hit her. The blurry figure I saw back then. Suddenly, she heard a voice call her name, Kara. She turned around and saw the person. It was none other than Cosette. Kara gritted her teeth and wondered. What is this situation? Cosette. No, did Rajabok also enter the spirit stone? What should I do if she goes crazy? Suddenly, Cosette spoke up. This is the first time I've been able to talk to you directly. Kara asked dumbfounded, the first time? Could it be, are you the real soul of Cosette that Erez mentioned? That's right. I've wanted to meet you as my true self for a long time. Suppressed by Rajabaka's soul, I couldn't appear because of the demon's power. Although it's late, I'm glad I finally got to meet you. I was so afraid Rajabok would destroy the spirit stone. Wait, you know everything that happened? Although Rajabok is the one controlling this body, but I also exist deep inside. Everything Rajabok saw and heard, I know it all. So why did you want to see me? Don't you hate me? Cosette was silent for a moment, then said. At first, I hated you and your entire family. But Rajabok is a more cruel and sophisticated demon than you think. To perfectly deceive others, she even studied noble history. I only learned about the dirty history of our family through Rajabok. Not only did the Marquis commit crimes, but the Count's family also did terrible things for the family's benefit. Although history was written to favor our family, the feud between the Count's and Marquis' families began long before that. That confused me. I once heard Uncle Isaac say that I was innocent and was unilaterally oppressed by the Marquis' family. But in the end, both sides were no different. But I still couldn't forgive you right away. Even if that was the truth, the terrible things my mother had to endure couldn't be erased. Then one day, Uncle Isaac killed my wet nurse. Then he turned and said, "Be a little more careful. What if a servant finds out your identity?" I know. Stop talking so much, clean up and get out. Just because she said the young lady sometimes acted strangely. Perhaps those words only came from a place of concern. For the sake of revenge, my uncle didn't care at all about taking the lives of innocent people. My mother also died because of the case. If the revenge was only aimed at the Marquis family, I might have accepted all of my uncle's and Rajabaka's actions, no matter what they did. But then I realized Rajabaka's true purpose. Rajabak only used people for her own benefit. From the beginning, she never intended to grant the wish that my mother sacrificed her soul for. Perhaps my mother really wanted to destroy this world, because she wanted them to feel the pain she had gone through. Cosette clenched her fists. But because of a demon's greed, innocent people also had to be sacrificed. At least, I don't want that. Kara, you know, my body now is like a mess mixed with the demon's demonic energy. If you transfer a powerful spirit energy, that conflict will completely destroy this body, and Rajabaka's soul will be pushed out. But if I do that, you will. Cosette interrupted. Since birth, this body has never belonged to me. What I crave most is freedom. Even if I have to die, it's better than living as someone else's puppet. Free me from the demon. You haven't awakened your spirit master abilities yet. If you don't have enough power to transfer to me, then what? Cosette said, the resonance between us two sisters. You told me that. Kara was inwardly shocked. Did Cosette hear that too? This is inside the spirit stone, so the spirit power here is probably more abundant than anywhere else in the world. This is the only chance when the two women closest to the goddess are in the place closest to the goddess. With that, Cosette extended her hand. Come on, Kara. Kara thought to herself. The resonance between the two sisters mentioned in that diary was an experiment when one side had already awakened their power. Cosette and I have both not awakened. Is it possible? Kara slowly placed her hand on Cosette's. Immediately, a sound was heard, accompanied by a drop of water falling. Streams of water appeared and swirled around Kara. She realized this feeling. It was the power Cosette had shown before the regression, but now it's different. A pure energy swirls around my body, bringing a sense of calm and warmth, as if I'm sinking deep into the ocean. Suddenly, Cosette hugged Kara. It surprised her, and she called out, Cosette. Cosette said, you must stop Rajabak. Then Cosette let go of Kara. She looked into Kara's eyes and said gently, I believe you can do it. Just then, Rajabak was startled and thought, what is this? My consciousness. Kara gripped her hand tightly. Then she pulled her closer, frowning and staring at her. A cool blue light flashed in her eyes. Rippling water formed a long trail. It enveloped both of them. Cosette was startled and stammered. You, could it be? Kara spoke in a serious tone, under the name Kara Pavis. I call upon you, the one who reigns in the deepest darkness. I am calling your name. Manifest yourself at my request. Cosette realized with shock that it was a demon's summoning ritual. Does she want to summon a high-level demon to kill me? She smirked. Huh, foolish. There's no way a spirit master can make a contract with a demon. Kira continued, O great demon Azay, please answer my summons. With that, a point of light instantly flashed. Cosette's eyes widened in shock when she saw Azay appear behind Kara. He spoke, your appearance is as laughable as the rumors say, Rajabak. She asked in terror, Azay, how could she summon you? She suddenly realized, could it be that she went to the demon world while I was locked up? Then she suddenly laughed smugly. Kara, you think you can make a contract with a great demon like Azay? You'll have to bear the demonic power of a high-level demon. Kara laughed in response. Who said I'm making a contract? She was once again shocked. What? Kira gripped her hand tightly, and a blue light flashed. Cosette stammered. She's using spirit power. Then she shouted, you let go. Kara shouted, don't even think about escaping. Cosette cursed inwardly, damn it, I'm being hit by a conflict of magic. Then she screamed in pain. Then Cossette's body slowly sank. Kara noticed the soul of Rajabak was escaping. Kara immediately charged, but she was pushed back by Cossette's demonic power. Kira quickly shouted, "She's getting away, Lord Azay." As she fled, Rajabak cursed. Damn it, why did she have to awaken at a time like this? Then she looked back at Cossette's body. That body is beyond saving. I'll retreat for now and find a new body. But Azay was already blocking her way. This is as far as you go, Rajabak. All of your actions will be judged in the demon world. Rajabak thought in astonishment. She summoned Azay to escort me back to the demon world? Azay unleashes a dark demonic aura. How dare you break the promise between us? Prepare yourself. Rajabak screams, no, this can't be happening. No, it can't end here. You don't even have a body, and you still want to escape? Don't even think about it. Don't worry, I won't absorb you right away. Azay immediately binds her, and she grits her teeth in helplessness. I can't fight back. Is he planning to lock me in that damn neutral city? Laughter echoes from the surrounding darkness. Just accept it, Rajabak. Who knows when your trial will be? You'll just rot in prison. How pitiful. Ada screams, all of you, shut up. Seeing Azay subduing Ada, Kara hesitates for a moment. Then she closes her eyes. Images of all the trouble Rajabak caused flash through her mind. She opens her eyes and says, "You've lost, Rajabak." Ada is gradually subdued by Azay's immense demonic power. A desperate scream echoes. Outside, in front of the spirit stone, stammers Kara. His gaze remains fixed on the spirit stone. His trembling hand clenches into a fist. If only I had been strong enough to defeat Rajabak. Then you wouldn't have had to go through this. He lowers his head and curses. Damn it. Suddenly, freezes. He sees a butterfly appear on the surface of the water. Then, a bright light bursts from beneath the water. Stares in astonishment. Suddenly, Kara emerges from the water, followed by Azay carrying Lady Zed's body. Out of breath, she turns to look at R. She calls his name, R. Our plan was a success. Rajabaka's soul. Before she can finish, R rushes forward and hugs her tightly. He trembles and says, I thought I would never see you again. She hugs him back. It's all right. It's all over now. Nearby, Azay gently lays Zed down. He turns to look at the couple, thinking to himself. It's only been a short while, but he's already a completely different person. Is this the influence of that human? Just then, the sound of footsteps rushes towards them. The Duke and Joseph shout, My Lady Kara. Zed told us everything. What did she do? But when they see the scene in front of them, they all freeze. Kara is. Joseph stands stunned as he sees Kara and are embracing each other tightly. The two of them are silent and don't react. Seeing the translucent butterflies, the priests are amazed. Aren't those spirits? Has the Duchess awakened her powers? Suddenly, a priest's eyes widen in horror as he shouts. A demon. What is going on? Why has Lady Zed fallen into the hands of a demon? Duchess Kara, get away from him. Nilila crosses her arms, thinking, this is getting troublesome. Just then, Azay speaks up. Is the person who contracted with you here as well? Nods in reply. Seeing the Duke rush to Kara's side, Azay glances over. I didn't want to attract the attention of other humans, but I suppose there's no helping it now. Azay snaps his fingers. Swirls of demonic energy appear, and Joseph shouts in alarm. Duchess, Your Grace. But they had already vanished. The scene shifts and the Duke wonders to himself. What is this place? Is this a magic spell that created a pocket dimension? He turns to ask Kara. Are you alright? What did that demon do to you? Don't worry, Your Grace. He may be a demon, but he helped me as an ally. An ally? How's that possible? Did you make a contract with a demon? Azay speaks up. She only summoned me, there was no contract. On the contrary. The person who made a contract with me was you. Duke Louis asks in shock, what? Meanwhile, Nilila approaches R. Hey, are you alright? I'm fine, just out of mana. You vanished so suddenly, it startled me. Since you're alive, I assume Rajabak has been taken care of. Yes, we've stopped her. Suddenly, Nilila lets out a long sigh. But there seems to be a problem over there. The Duke breaks out in a sweat and stammers. You're saying I'm the one who made the contract? That's impossible. Are you saying I used forbidden magic? You still don't get it, do you? Suddenly, R steps forward. I was the one who made the contract with him. It might be hard to believe, but we've met before in a past life. Hearing this, Kara exclaims, R. It's okay, Duchess. The time has come to reveal everything. I reverse time. The price was the Duke's soul. The Duke is thunderstruck. Reversing time? That's impossible. Before he can finish, Kara takes his hand. A great demon took over Lady Zed's body. She wanted to become the spirit master to get close to the goddess's stone and destroy it, aiming to start a war and conquer humanity again. Hearing this, the Duke's hands begin to tremble. Could it be? That nightmare was real. Suddenly, a sharp pain hits him, and he collapses to his knees. Kara cries out, Your Grace. He asks blamefully, Why? Why didn't you tell me? Tears stream from his eyes. You must have resented me so much. Oh, my daughter. He clutches his head and screams. Azay says, From what I know, Rajabaka's plot succeeded in the original timeline. But because you two made a contract and reversed time, she was stopped. In that case, R's part is done. Now, what about the price to be paid? R remains silent, lowering his eyes. Kara quickly asks, What price? The terms of the contract have been fulfilled. Now it's time to pay up. Wait, are you planning to take his soul? If that's the case. R reassures her, Don't worry, Duchess. I have a solution. We just have to cancel the contract. Azay says, The one who fulfilled his end of the deal does have that right, but you know what canceling a contract means for a demon, don't you, R? A demon who loses their credibility can't form another contract. For beings like us who depend on souls to maintain our power and existence, it's a fatal blow. Kira asks, What do you mean by that? Exactly what it sounds like. If he can no longer make contracts, it's the same as giving up his life. He won't vanish immediately, as he has some residual life force. But compared to a demon's lifespan, his remaining time will be very short, just like a human's. Kara is in turmoil. What do I do? For his grace to live, R will have to die. Suddenly, R takes her hand. It's okay, he says with a smile. I've lived long enough. Because I was able to meet you, Duchess. Moved, Kara calls his name, R. The Duke protests no. I'm prepared to pay the price for my wish. This is all my karma. If my soul can atone for my sins. But R interrupts, dying would be running away, Your Grace. If you truly wish to atone, then you must stay by the Duchess's side. I won't take your soul. The Duke is stunned. He closes his eyes tightly, his jaw clenched. R continues, besides, there are no enemies left to fight. This power is useless now, and living longer holds no appeal for me. Azay says, If that is what you wish, then do as you please. Upon my return to the demon realm, I will hold a trial for Rajabak and her army. No one will be able to instigate another war, so you can rest easy. And you, Nilila. I heard your identity here is the result of memory manipulation. Before I close this dimension, restore everything to its original state. He scratches his head right now. At the very least, erase the memories of those in the household. They've treated you like family, so show them a minimum of respect. Will that take long? For that many people, I can do it right here, but there's no rush. Azay silently glances at R and Kara. I hope this can all end peacefully. The streams of demonic energy fade, and they reappear in the real world. A voice calling Duchess startles Kara. An agitated priest demands, Why are you with a demon? Has the Grand Ducal family resorted to using forbidden magic? Explain yourselves immediately. What is the Grand Duke's family's relationship with that demon? Azay smirks. How troublesome. Kira steps forward to explain. Please, everyone, calm down. They are not our enemies. They helped me protect the Spirit Stone. Thanks to them, we were able to stop the great demon Rajabaka's plot to conquer humanity. A priest asks with a tremor in his voice. Wasn't there only one? Don't tell me. Kara panics. No, that's not what I meant. Suddenly, R steps forward and admits, I am a demon. But I have absolutely no intention of harming the Duchess. If you wish, I can prove it right here and now. Impossible. Isn't he an acquaintance of the Duchess? Did she truly use forbidden magic? This is unforgivable. The Grand Duke yells, that's enough. I will report everything to His Majesty the Emperor. Do not cause any more of a scene in this sacred place. Also leads the priests away. This way, sirs. The Duke turns to her. I'm sorry, Kara. I know you're exhausted, but please bear with it a little longer. She looks up at him. Your Grace. I awakened my powers as the Spirit Master and prevented a war with Rajabak. I thought that would be the end of it. The Duke then tells Aso to set off. A priest walks over and asks, Grand Duke, how can you leave the Duchess with a demon? My daughter is a knight trained by the Grand Ducal family. Are you questioning her capabilities? Having you follow along would be more of a liability. But what if that demon harms her? The Duke cuts him off. Kara was gravely injured while protecting the incumbent Spirit Master. Despite that, I am still extending you the courtesy of reporting to the palace tonight. How much further do you expect me to yield? Or perhaps you'll only be satisfied when I, the Grand Duke, get on my knees and beg? Inside the carriage, Kira clenches her hands. She hangs her head in silence. R breaks the tense silence. I didn't quite catch it earlier. Did you really awaken your powers as a Spirit Master? What do the spirits look like? Are they similar to the magic I've seen before? Kara turns to look at him. She then summons a glowing, translucent butterfly. It's amazing. Your spirit doesn't make me uncomfortable at all. The stone in the demon realm, on the other hand, always feels like it's warning me to stay away. Kara adds, thinking back, when Rajabak used her power, the spirit stone here also grew more hostile. Is it reacting against demonic energy? Or does it obey the will of the Spirit Master? The will of the Spirit Master? So that means... You don't feel uncomfortable with my presence, do you, Duchess? Hearing this, she looks up at R. She sees a faint smile on his face. She answers softly, yes, I suppose so. Her words take R by surprise. He watches her intently, saying nothing more. Then, he suddenly turns his face to look outside. In the past, you would have gotten embarrassed immediately if I said something like that. You used to blush just from our hands touching. Have you lost interest in me now? She smiles. Maybe it's because I've grown so used to having you with me. The moment our fingers intertwined, and that playful smile of yours. I can't imagine life without R. Suddenly, R leans his head on her shoulder. Duchess, I lived for hundreds of years without fearing anything. I was just sick and tired of Rajabak and the endless wars. But when I came to the human realm and met you, I started to become afraid of many things. When I confessed my identity to you, I was so scared you would hate me. I was afraid Rajabak would hurt you. I was terrified of losing you. My fear consumed me, and I couldn't think of anything else. You're the first person who has ever made me care so much. When you smile, my heart races. When you cry, my entire body freezes. Because you're so important to me, I don't know the right way to act around you. At first, I intended to bury these feelings deep inside, but I've grown greedier. Regardless of my powers or my appearance. As long as it's you. I can still dream of a future where we can be together. Duchess Kara. He presses her hand to his cheek and confesses. I'm in love with you. Ever since I met you, it's as if my world has been illuminated. It feels like the very reason I exist is for you. Kara blushes. Her heart pounds in her chest. She stammers, "R.I." But at that moment, there's a knock on the door. The carriage door opens and Aso announces, Duchess, we have arrived at the Imperial Palace. Afterward, a priest declares loudly, the Grand Ducal family allowed a demon to trespass upon the sacred ground where the Spirit Stone is kept. We ask that you investigate this matter thoroughly, Your Majesty. Not to mention, he deliberately disguised his appearance to resemble a human to avoid detection. If he wasn't targeting the Spirit Stone, what other reason could there be, Your Majesty? Kara says, We have explained multiple times that they appeared there to stop the demon Rajabok. She wanted to destroy the Spirit Stone to start another war. How does the Duchess know that the demon beside her wasn't complicit in that plan? Kara becomes angry. I'm sorry, but I must be blunt. It seems the Duchess is not uninvolved in this matter. Furthermore, the body of Duchess Zed was right next to the Spirit Stone. We all saw with our own eyes that the Duchess was with the demon at that time. This means the Duchess must have used forbidden magic to summon them. This alone is enough to investigate the Grand Ducal family. The Duke steps forward to shield Kara. She calls out in surprise, "Your Grace." The Duke speaks. "Your Majesty, I have something to report to you and everyone present here. Our empire was once destroyed at the hands of the demons." The Emperor is stunned into silence. A priest interjects, "Grand Duke, why are you suddenly?" But the Duke continues, "We misinterpreted the prophecy and made the wrong decision, which led to the death of the true Duchess, the hope of our empire. As a result, the war from hundreds of years ago repeated itself before my very eyes. In humanity's most desperate moment, a demon appeared with an offer to turn back time for this world. The price was my soul." The Emperor understands. "So that means—" The Duke pauses for a moment before replying, "Yes, Your Majesty. I am the one who made a contract with a demon in the past, in exchange for a second chance for the Empire. That demon returned me to a time when the true Spirit Master was still alive, so we would not make any mistakes that could lead to war." A stubborn priest shouts, "Impossible. The Empire was destroyed? That's ridiculous." The Duke turns to him with a menacing aura and roars, "Are you implying that I am lying to His Majesty the Emperor?" They flinch in fear. "Everyone, calm down. The Grand Duke would not deceive me. The Pavis ducal family has always been loyal to the imperial family. If a contract was made with a demon, there would certainly be a trace left behind. An investigation will reveal the truth. But what puzzles me is this. Would a demon really volunteer to turn back time to help us? For hundreds of years, the demon race has always wanted to rule over humanity. This is truly hard to believe." At that moment, Kara speaks up. "Your Majesty, the demon race is not a monolithic community. There are those who wish to conquer humanity, but there are also demons who oppose them. These two forces have always been in conflict and have coexisted in the demon realm. And I am certain that the current demon realm is not an enemy of the Empire." A priest immediately objects. "Demons should not be allowed to remain here a second longer, Your Majesty. As subjects of the Empire, we feel deeply insecure with them here." "That's right, Your Majesty. Please make your judgment swiftly. A demon is a demon. Why do we need to categorize them?" Kara shouts, "We risked our lives for the Empire to prevent a war. When the Spirit Master was threatened and when Rajabok tried to destroy the Spirit Stone, what did the Holy Temple do? What right do you have to demand their punishment? Duchess, are you trying to confront the Holy Temple?" The Duke takes her hand. "Listen carefully. If you continue to insult my daughter and those who joined hands to protect the Empire, I will not stand idly by." Kara looks up at him. "Your Grace, the Grand Duke." At his threat, everyone falls silent. The Emperor sighs. This is a difficult matter to rule on immediately. The Grand Duke's words and the Holy Temple's stance both have their own merits. I will consider this matter carefully. All of you may leave. No one is to act on their own until I have thoroughly investigated everything." As the priests walk away, they mutter, "The successor to the Spirit Master is siding with demons? Unbelievable. How could a noble lady known as the Empire's shield do such a thing?" Seeing Kara's dejected look, R calls out to her. "Duchess." The Duke also comforts her, "Don't worry, no matter what they say. I will ensure that no one is allowed to touch either of you. I will mobilize the full power of our family to protect you both. So rest assured." She is moved and calls out, "Your Grace." They then turn to leave. Suddenly, the Emperor calls out, "Wait." "I will wait." Hearing the Emperor, everyone turns. Everyone turns in surprise. "Your Majesty." "Kara, you said the demon race is not a monolithic community. Does that mean if the demon Rajabok disappears, there will be no other forces targeting humanity?" Azay speaks up. I can only say that the army under Rajabak will lose its leader. The remaining ones are just remnants of her forces. But we will investigate and eradicate them as soon as we return to the demon realm. The Emperor thinks if what they say is true, then humans no longer need to confront demons. For hundreds of years, a large portion of the Empire's resources has been used to strengthen defenses against attacks from the demon realm, burdening the national treasury and affecting other matters. If that threat disappears, the Empire could develop and prosper even more. Most importantly, the people would no longer have to live in fear of war. However, there is still not enough reason or convincing evidence. Even if the Grand Ducal family stands up to protect them, the Empire will need time to fully trust and feel at ease. If only there was some official policy we could enact. A knight behind him says, Your Majesty, that is merely the sophistry of deceitful demons. They might be making things up to escape their current predicament. Azay declares firmly, I can state that as long as I, Azay, am alive, the demon realm will not wage war against humanity. Although the demon realm does not have an official emperor like you humans, I have a responsibility and duty similar to yours, Emperor of the human realm. The safety of my kind is my top priority. I chose to remain neutral among the factions for that very reason. And even if I were to disappear one day, I hope that no one would kill each other or be killed. Emperor of humanity, our demon realm is not so different from yours. No one wants to shed blood needlessly. Therefore, I want to make a proposal to you, the leader of this place. Let's redefine the relationship between demons and humanity and usher in a new era for the prosperity of both sides. That is my proposal. Later, at the Pavis residence, Rose and Jake hear the sound of horses and turn to look. Aso helps Kara out of the carriage. The two of them run up and ask urgently, Sister, my lady, what happened? That wound on your face. Was it caused by Lady Zed? My lady, are you all right? I was worried when no one returned by morning. Kara says, I'm sorry for making you all worry. It's all over now. We can rest easy from now on. Suddenly, the two of them look behind her. My lady, that person. Come here, R. Rose gathers everyone in the residence to the main hall. I have something to say. She then summarizes the situation. So, for the time being, they will be staying at our residence. Please treat them as esteemed guests of the ducal family. The servants are all stunned into silence. Kara thinks I've said what needed to be said. Although they are part of the Pavis household, they are also human. They must still hold a grudge against demons. Will this be okay? But, unexpectedly, they all respond in unison. As you command, my lady. They are friends of Our Lady, so how could we treat them poorly? Moreover, we heard that you have awakened the powers of a spirit master. Congratulations, my lady. Our Lady has finally become the spirit master of the Empire. We heard that power is even more brilliant and beautiful than the aura of swordsmanship. Could you let us see your spirit, my lady? Suddenly, a group of knights rushes over. Captain, how was the battle with the demon Rajabak? How did you defeat her? Tell us about the fight. Or let's go to the tavern we went to last time. I'll book a table right away. Rose and Jack shout. Wait, what's wrong with everyone? Treat the lady's wounds first. That's right, who will be responsible if her face scars? Rose points at them. You knights, the lady needs to rest right now. Now, Emily, take the lady to the infirmary. We will arrange accommodation for the guests. The number of people we need to serve has increased. Perhaps we need to review the budget for this winter. Now, my lady, please go. R's been watching her this whole time. He thinks to himself, so, this is how much the Duchess is loved by everyone. He watches her leave with the maids. A smile unconsciously forms on his lips. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approaches. R turns. He sees it's Joseph and speaks, Sir Knight. Joseph closes his eyes and asks, Can you spare a moment? After walking a short distance, Joseph says, Thank you for protecting the Duchess. If it weren't for you, she would have had to fight alone. In any case, I never expected you to be a demon. R replies with a surprised expression, That's unexpected. You're thanking me, Sir Knight? I thought you hated me. Joseph bluntly replies, I don't like you anymore now. But the one the Duchess chose is you, Erez. So as a knight of Pavis, there's nothing else I can do. Joseph turns back and asks, Erezer, how much are you willing to sacrifice for the Duchess? R looks at him and answers firmly, everything, including this soul. Hearing this, Joseph falls silent for a moment. Then he says, is that so? At first, I thought he was just a scoundrel who was good with sweet words, a promiscuous rogue unworthy of being by her side. I thought only trustworthy people were qualified to be with the Duchess. But at that moment, witnessing everything, I realized how shallow I was. He is just like me, willing to sacrifice everything for her. It's just that due to my own narrow-mindedness, I never once acknowledged his efforts. Joseph's gaze softens. Perhaps my path to becoming an excellent knight is still very long. Suddenly, they both hear a voice from behind them. My lady, you still need to rest. They both turn to see Kara running out eagerly. With a bright expression, she calls out, Erez. Sir Joseph. R also waves cheerfully, Duchess. Joseph, standing behind, just silently bows his head. Joseph speaks again, if you dare to make her sad. Then as the Duchess's sword, I will not forgive you. R turns to him. How terrifying. The corner of his mouth quirks up. Then he walks towards Kara with a cheerful expression. I'll keep that in mind. Joseph stands there silently, watching their figures. His eyes are filled with many emotions. Just then, Aso appears from behind. Vice Captain, are you really okay? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Aso stammers. It's about the Vice Captain and the Captain. Joseph interrupts, enough. Don't say things that will affect the lady. But you still have the energy to gossip? It seems like training hasn't been enough lately. It's been a while since we've sparred, hasn't it, Arthur Wilford? Aso flinches. No need for that. Then he bows his head and tremblingly walks away. Joseph then turns his head back to look at Kara. The image of Kara laughing happily with her puts him at ease. His brows relax. All right. For now, I can consider my wish to have come true. A long-hidden wish. I hope the Duchess can escape all suffering and live the free life she has always wanted. And I will always be by her side as a knight. For now, let's just consider it that way. At the Imperial Palace, the Emperor declares, therefore, from this moment on, the peace treaty between the Empire and the Demon Realm is officially in effect. After centuries of confrontation, demons and humans will no longer be enemies but allies, supporting each other to build a new order. As soon as we return to the capital after defeating Rajabok, His Majesty the Emperor used Azay to grasp the current situation in the Demon Realm. Azay promised to focus on suppressing the pro-war factions and consolidating order in the Demon Realm to prevent future attempts to start wars. At the same time, he proposed free exchange between the two worlds, and His Majesty accepted the proposal. Although the royal knights present were skeptical of the demons until the very end. However, from the witness testimonies of Lady Zed using dark magic to escape and the confirmation of the current spirit master, along with the traces of regression magic remaining on the Grand Duke, proved that what we said was true. After many long meetings, the Empire officially established friendly relations with the Demon Realm. Though some nobles and the Church vehemently opposed it, the eyes of the Empire's people are still filled with suspicion. R says, it can't be helped. They've lived in fear of war for so long that it will take time to erase those prejudices. Kara's brows furrow. Seeing this, Azay sighs. I only wished for the absolute safety of the Demon Realm and all demons. I once thought that was the most proper way to balance power. But that was not easy, because regardless of whether we confronted the human world, the conflicts between factions within the Demon Realm continued. But seeing you worry like this, I feel that perhaps you and Erez will be the starting point for peace between the two worlds. Kira looks up and calls, Sir Azay. I'll leave the remaining matters in the human world to you too. There are many things I must handle in the Demon Realm. Now that I have Ars memories, I will fulfill my promise to eliminate the belligerent factions. With that, Azay snaps his fingers. A magic circle appears. I am Azay, one of the 13 great demons. Appearing at your summons, I will grant you one wish in exchange for your soul. Human, do you wish to make a contract with me? I have no wish to ask for, so I will not make a contract with you. And I don't need to pay any price either. Aze smiles, then closes his eyes tightly. A second later, he has vanished, leaving only R and Kara there. Goodbye, Aze. Sometime later, Nilala complains, I want to go back to the demon realm too. I wish I could be summoned like Aze. When a contract fails, he can easily return to the demon realm. The barrier is still up for now, so you'll have to endure it a little longer. You're so lucky, Erez, being able to travel freely between the two worlds. So why don't you go back? What? He takes Kara's hand, raises it and replies, with the Duchess here, where else could I go? Then he turns to her with a grin and asks, right? Kara blushes in embarrassment. Erez, Nilala is right here. Nilala, getting an eyeful of their public display of affection, complains. He throws his arms around R's arm. You jerk. If you don't need that ability, give it to me. Are you crazy? Let go. Kara lowers her head. I'm sorry. The people's opposition to the peace treaty is still strong. If we break the barrier now, it will only cause more chaos. When humans no longer fear demons, I will dispel the barrier so the two worlds can interact freely. I know, but how do we change their minds? The difficult question casts a pall over the atmosphere. Just then, Kara hears a click and turns her head. The door opens. The Duke enters from outside, calling Kara. A moment later, Kara asks in surprise, is it true? So, Lady Zed. Yes, I have prepared a plot of land for her outside the capital. Thank you, Your Grace. This might damage the family's honor, but I want to personally say goodbye to her. No, all of this stemmed from my mistake. I have tormented myself countless times, wondering why I didn't protect you. What's the point of time turning back if I don't remember anything, leaving you to bear everything on your own? I know I have left wounds in you that can never heal, Kara. So how can I deserve your thanks? They both fall silent for a moment, then Kara speaks. If back then, if you hadn't stepped in to help, persuading the royal family and the holy temple would have been very difficult. Even R wouldn't be able to be with us like he is now. He looks up and calls Kara. Suddenly, she stands up abruptly and turns to leave. I have to go see Lady Zed before the sun sets. Goodbye, father. Hearing the word father from Kara's lips, his eyes widen in astonishment. At that moment, the butler approaches. Your Grace, let me go and arrange it. Not getting a reply from the Duke, he understands and says, I will bring up another pot of tea. The Duke remains in the same position, tears of happiness appearing on his face. He replies, yes, thank you. The scene changes to a place with poetic scenery. Kara walks up to Lady Zed's grave. We meet again, Lady Zed. The grave is set in the middle of a beautiful flower garden. Kara stands there and says, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to awaken my spirit powers, nor could I have defeated Rajabak. Thank you. That's what I really wanted to say to you. But if one day, we could meet in another place, could we have become good sisters? We would sit side by side, laughing together, drinking tea, and spending our days without any worries. Would we be like normal sisters? Just then, a rustling breeze blows by. Kara's eyes widen as she looks up. Reflected clearly in her eyes is a butterfly. It is flying freely. Kara looks at it, and her facial muscles relax. Even though we can't meet anymore, I will never forget you, Lady Zed. Even though our time together was fleeting, your image will forever be engraved in my mind. Rest in peace, Lady Zed. Afterwards, Kara returns to her carriage. On the way, she sees something. That's the sweet shopper likes. Since I'm passing by anyway, maybe I should buy some to bring back. In her mind, she sees R's delighted face as he receives the sweets. The Duchess is the best. Thinking this, she lets out a small laugh. A second later, her expression freezes. She clears her throat a few times to regain her composure. Lately, I've been thinking about Erez all the time. I have to give him an answer. But there are still so many things to resolve. People are already so critical. If any bad rumors spread, both Erez and the ducal family will be criticized. I have to change people's perception of demons soon. although that won't be easy at all. But now, I'm no longer alone. Everyone is by my side. No matter what I do, there will always be someone beside me, accompanying and supporting me. A little later, she steps out of the bakery with a bag of sweets in her hand. Did I buy too much? But the way he looks when he eats is just too cute. Suddenly, a young boy runs by and bumps into her. The boy quickly says, "I am sorry." Kara is surprised. You're that child from before, aren't you? You look as busy as ever. What's wrong? Seeing the streak of blood on the boy's hand, Kara worries. Are you hurt? Oh, this isn't my blood. Actually, my mother is very sick. Oh dear, so you're on your way to call a doctor. Calling a doctor costs a lot of money, so I was going to the Holy Temple to ask for help. The Holy Temple is quite far from here. I don't know if the priests will come to help, but this is the only thing I can do. Kara gets an idea. She immediately stands up straight. Take this money and go call a doctor. I will pray for your mother's speedy recovery. Seeing the glittering gold inside, the boy flinches. Wait, miss. I can't take this much money. It's all right, consider it my thanks. Huh? I didn't do anything. Thanks to you, I've solved a problem that's been bothering me for a long time. Kara runs quickly to find R. She throws open the door and calls R. Duchess. I've thought of a way to change the minds of the Empire's people. What is it? Why don't we use the leftover magic stones from the demon realm to create healing magic stones? This way, everyone can easily receive treatment without spending too much money on doctors or seeking out priests. Currently, the Empire has no method of treatment for the poor. If we can popularize knowledge about healing stones, we can win the favor of the populace. Furthermore, since the material is magic stones from the demon realm, the public's aversion to demons will also decrease. Of course, the important thing is how to integrate healing abilities into the magic stones, but if we've already created connection stones, then nothing is impossible. Why aren't you saying anything? R stares at her intently and says, I just want to kiss you. Kara freezes for a moment, then blushes in embarrassment. What did you say? I'm being serious right now. What are you talking about? He pulls her by the waist. I know, but can't I? Kara's face gets redder. This is not the time for jokes. As fate would have it, she trips at that exact moment and falls right on top of him. The close proximity makes both their hearts race. R says again, please, just once. Fine, just once then. Having received her consent, he brings his lips close to hers, just a millimeter away from touching. Suddenly, Nilila speaks up from behind them. Did you two forget I'm still here? R scowls in annoyance and looks back. Kara, as if a switch was flipped, screams in embarrassment. R quickly tries to calm her down. Calm down. 1 year later. Let's go, Spirit Master. That ceremonial robe suits you well, Kara. Kara appears in a light and splendid ceremonial robe. This is my first ritual as a Spirit Master. The old woman asks, are you nervous? A little, yes. But this year's ceremony seems bigger than last year's. Because this is the first event to introduce the new Spirit Master, the ritual will be longer and more complex. As for the ritual, this will be the first and last time you will meet the goddess. We must report to her about the birth of the next Spirit Master and greet her. You've met the goddess before, haven't you? Yes, although it was brief, I remember it as clearly as if it were yesterday. That moment was incredibly sacred and beautiful. There's still much to do, so I must stop here. Take care, Kara. Kara nods and goes inside. Holy Mother of Humanity, I call upon your holy name from this place. You who have sent down a rain of glory upon this arid land to quench our thirst. Sowing the seeds of life and grace everywhere, I bow my head in thanks for your immense compassion. Amidst the falling rain, we raise your holy name, praying for your blessed grace. Oh, Mother of Humanity, today your daughter seeks an audience with you. Allow Kara Pavis to meet you and bring life to the world as a Spirit Master. Please grant Kara Pavis sacred power, guide her path, so that all living beings may live forever in your loving embrace. Kara extends her hand to cast a spell, and a ripple of water appears. Her eyes widen in amazement. A powerful light envelopes Kara, forcing her eyes shut. A voice speaks, "Open your eyes." Kara wonders, this voice. An image of the goddess appears before her. Kara asks clearly, "Goddess, were you the one who called out to me before?" "Yes." "At that time, you had not yet fully awakened your spirit power, so you couldn't fully receive my words. I know that interfering in your world is against the rules, but my responsibility is to prevent destruction. I chose you to protect my children and maintain the balance between the two worlds. So in the war with the demons 500 years ago, you helped the human world. Balance and peace are the goals and the reason for this world's existence. It is all for the sake of life. My child, I have given you a great responsibility, but you have overcome countless challenges better than anyone. I will grant you a gift. Tell me your wish." Kara states her wish. The human and demon worlds have begun to walk the same path. There will be no more wars, and neither world will disappear. Therefore, I want to make a new contract with you. Please do not just protect humanity with a barrier, but be the mother of this entire world, protecting all living beings. The goddess's eyes crinkle as she smiles softly. She slowly extends her hand. Agreeing to Kara's wish, drops of water begin to fall. The people catch them in their hands, amazed. This is... Wow, it's beautiful. The goddess is blessing us. This happened everywhere in the empire. Everyone received the goddess's blessing. Kara stands on a high platform, extends her hand, and declares loudly, "The barrier dividing the two worlds has disappeared. From now on, let us free ourselves from the sorrows of the past and let peace illuminate our path forward. May we always receive the goddess's blessing on every step of our journey." The crowd below cheers for Kara. In the crowd, Kara sees something familiar. Kara is smiling serenely, but suddenly freezes. Then she turns and runs at full speed. "Spirit Master." The sound of her footsteps echoes. Kara speeds up, rushing forward. When she arrives, she leaps towards R, hugging him tightly and calling out, "R." He praises her. "You did great, Duchess. You were so dazzling I couldn't look straight at you. You really surprised me. Weren't you supposed to wait at the residence? How could I do that? This is your first shining moment as the Spirit Master." She looks at him with deep affection and says, "I still haven't given you my answer from back then, have I? Our dream has finally come true. We can be together forever. As you once said, it seems my heart shines because of you. It has for a very long time, though I never realized it. Erez, you are my dream and my most precious miracle." He is captivated by Kara and says, "Now there's no Nilala or anyone else to stop us." Kara stares blankly for 2 seconds, then bursts out laughing. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the cool sensation of the water blends together to create a day of perfect happiness. From now on, radiant days like today will surely continue, thanks to you, the one I love most in this world. And finally, our two main characters share a proper kiss, a sweet and happy one.